Chapter 1: An Unexpected Time Travel. Lin Feng, a 20-year-old individual, had been an orphan since infancy, growing up in orphanage. Betheta Miharachet 15, Huan Direct the Society daily with a group of companions who shared similar backgrounds, living a precarious life. During that period, characters from Hong Kong and Taiwan films, such as Brother Nanchan and Chicken, were authorials. Often nestled in internet cafes, these youngsters watched Hong Kong and Taiwan movies with their blood boiling, fantasizing about becoming local tyrants themselves. Their greatest delight on ordinary days was to purchase 12 packs of cigarettes when they had some extra money and flaunt them at Feskaden Grink, capturing the attention of female students from nearby universities. At Feskaden Grink, they whistled and winked at pretty girls, revel in Jintha's reckless lifestyle. However, more often than not, they couldn't hoodline the sofari af internet cafes, playing games until they were groggy, without having aids in place at olive. Tamaki living they had to accept for release from local big shots to collect debts and help vent frustrations. Those who owed gambling debts dared not show their faces during the day, so they had to it at night for its individual stopir. When Lin Feng was 16, he and his friend Jung Erden received a tasto fin day person. They waited in our residential community for 3 days and nights before finally encountering the Downandop man. The man, in his mid-40s, once had a stable jabanda hapa family budless everything duetto his gambling addiction. His wife wanted a divorce, and had run away from his debtors until he was desperate for money and had to return to his parents' community for help. Unfortunately, he was caught by Lin Feng and his companions. After Lin Feng and his group informed their fur arrived with others within Yalfan who ran to Nathiman away. Lin Feng and Jung Erden waited for the outcome. Eventually, their fur came back and told them that the gambling addict was indeed Brocky and Kun Tripathadet. They didn't get the money back. However, to thank them for their efforts, their fur gave them each a pack of cigarettes and betel nuts as compensation. Jung Erden was upset about it, thinking their fur didn't follow the unwritten rules of their world. Lin Feng, however, was deeply impressed with them, fearing that if he continued living like these, he would end up in the same desperate situation. Yet, there was so many in this world who cared about him. Director Liu from the orphanage where he grew up. Director Liu, a kin facile lady, always advised Lin Feng to stop wandering and focus on study and attending university. Although Lin Feng had such thoughts, he never dared to pursue them. However, Director Liu never abandoned him. She pulled some strings to enroll him in the college entrance examination and arranged for teachers from the orphanage to tutor him. At 18, Lin Feng finally got into university. When he received a disadmission letter, Director Liu celebrated Likield Hostinga Ben Kati orphanage. In the following days, Director Liu always delivered his tuition and living expenses in time, allowing him to concentrate on his studies and life. Lin Feng knew that Director Liu was using her limited pension for him. Therefore, he was particularly sensible. From the time he entered university, Hecates with his previous friends in society and took part to much ceremony. Every weekend, he would bring some food to the orphanage to visit Director Liu. Today, Lin Feng had just left the computer city where he worked part-time, carrying his favorite treats for Director Liu, buttery candy and fruits. Ashbin read over some amusing incidents from Miss Japan planet to share them with Director Liu, a blinding light suddenly shone in his face. As speeding caressed towards him, and Lin Feng didn't even not immediately react. In an instant, he felt like he was being swallowed by a storm. His entire body was thrown into the air. Immediately afterward, intense pain washed over him like a tide, as if a Virian Kofiskin was being ruthless lightern. Ash's consciousness faded, Hevigella heard a piercing breakskill, and the world plunged into an endless darkness. When Lin Feng once again struggled to open his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, his mind dinkas and his vision blurred. However, through the blur, Hevigella saw the figure of a beautiful woman anxious like a lingus nam. But the stabbing pain in his head overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness and see gain. Everything thought followed became vague and chaotic. He only felt intense pain as if his body was being torn apart. Until last moment before losing consciousness, Hevigella heard his heart breakskill, and the world fell into darkness. When Lin Feng opened his eye again, he found himself in an unfamiliar setting. His mind was indecisive, and he's a waving a figure of a beautiful woman seeming like a lingus nami anxiously. A stabbing pain in his head caused him to fall into adi upslam beransi more. When Lin Feng once again awoke from the darkness, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed, surrounded by antico wooden furniture timid in array of timidlessness. His consciousness gradually cleared, and a warm sunbeam filtered through the delicate window carvings, casting gentle warmth on his face. The ancient dependent name Jinjin his chest also emitted a faint glow, seeming liar sonating with him. At this moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and a woman with a delicate face and graceful figure rushed in. She threw herself onto the bedside and tightly hugged Lin Feng. Lin Feng could eventually feel the touch of her impressive curves and soft waist. The beautiful woman's eyes were red, and her voice trembled as he said, "Xiao Feng, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you." Her tearsling a red and harass but stubborn lair fused to fall, as if afraid they would touch wound in Lin Feng's not yet fully healed body. Chapter 2: The initial entry into the 9 provinces. Lin Feng was somewhat overwhelmed by this sudden surge of enthusiasm. The gentle woman before Isaiah gazed at them with concern in her eyes, the other figure was incredibly voluptuous. So close contact made Lin Feng, how was the lavergen, almost spray blood from his nose. Fortunately, he still had some self-control and managed to steady his mind. As the fragments of memory gradually pieced together in his mind, Lin Feng began to understand the situation. This body, also named Lin Feng, weighs only 15 years old. The graceful and woman before him was a member of the Lin family, named Lin Weiner. The place they were in was the eastern part of 9 provinces continent. The 9 provinces continent of vast land surrounded by seasonal sides, was a continent dominated by the human race. The of the 9 provinces continent contained adjubstance with seemingly higher energy, which the people here called spiritual kai. Places where spiritual kigothird would produce different levels of spirit stonavines. On the 9 provinces continent, the most important resources undoubted live spirit stonavines. Among humans, those who laid a foundation through physical training could initially fill and condense the spiritual between heaven and earth enter the condensation stage, thus qualifying to become an immortal cultivator. However, only when on a reach at foundation establishment stage able to strengthen the body through physical training transcend human limits, could the truly be considered a cultivator. The 9 provinces continent had countless large and small clans, and the cultivators' clans are mostly hidden in remote mountainous areas, maintaining delicate distance from the disturbance of the immortal world. To the north of the 9 provinces continent was Tinlan continent, separated by a continuous glacier the decks existed for hundreds of millions of years. It was said the townlet which had long resided here, no few passages leading outside the continent. Dorothea stands south, it was surrounded by the boundless sea. Apart from the merchantships of so many major powers, Ike was really heard the Tanyon could pass through. In theist of the 9 provinces continent, the Qingyang sect stood to land mighty, overlooking all living beings like Yato Oring Peak. The Lin family was one of the many families affiliated with Qingyang sect and had experienced a brief period of glory, but due to the lack of high-level cultivators in recent years, it had become an insignificant small family. At this moment, Lin Feng, housely engined, had originally been involved in an accident in another world. However, his consciousness had revealed to his body. Unexpectedly, he arrived in this fantasy world and possessed the body of this teenager with the same name. Could I really have traveled through time? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Xiao Feng, what did you just say about traveling through time? Lin Weiner's voice was like a spring breeze, carrying him into confusion and concern. Harry's were a slight liard, indicating that she had just creed. At this moment, seeing Lin Feng awaken, her joy was ineffable. Lin Feng smiled slightly to conceal his embarrassment to energy. It just stayed a strange dream and thought I had traveled through time. But no, it's fine. My mind is just a bit messy. Lin Weiner gently patted her chest and said with really few charisma to death, "You know, you've been unconscious for a whole month. I've been worrying about you every day, fearing that you would never wake up." Looking at Lin Weiner's concernities, Lin Feng felt a warm current rise in his heart. He knew that in this strange world, there was only ono ha genuinely cared about him. He said earnestly, "Wanerji, thank you for staying with me and caring about me." Lin Weiner was slightly startled, then smiled full. "Do I need to say these things between us? How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Lin Feng tried to move his body. Although he was still a bit weak, there was no serious problem. Hesmold him fine, just a bit weak. But don't worry, Wanergy. He'll get better soon. However, what Lin Waner did know was that Lin Fen gat this moment was nothing him as before. His soul came from a completely different world, where rather were no cultivators or mythical beasts, but they developed technology and civilization. Hista travel med to barella tetothe dependent that emitted a soft glaunisust. Lin Feng did know where this dependent came from, but he had it since a could remember. And Eventhoff had listed a few times, it always mysteriously appeared next to him again. Lin Feng had lyrabid theglowing dependent, and a wavio femotion surged in his heart. Perhaps it was because of this dependent that they had been able to travel to this world and possess the body of the teenager with this name. Lin Feng is deeply at Lin Waner, with the gradually clearing fragments of memory echoing in his mind. This beautiful woman, Taurus Alderthanum, was the closest person to him and his family in this foreign world. During the long days when he was soon conscious, Ikwashoho had taken care of him meticulously. A hint of deep motion flushed in Lin Waner's eyes. This boy who had drawn up in front of her had suffered cold treatment due to his mediocre cultivation talent and was not truly of Lin family blood. 15 years ago, two mysterious powerful cultivators brought a baby to the Lin family. After an unknown conversation, they left the baby house Lin Feng. However, this baby's body weighs exceptionally frail and every 5 years, he would suffer a life and death calamity. Whenever this happened, Thieklin Grindolder would the at most too severious means Storiski him from the hands of death. However, the physical constraints also caused discultivation progressed obeslo, far behind Dispearson the clan. In this world where a strength was respected, Henatoral a becamithi object of disdain for many. But this calamity was more severe than any before. For a whole month, Lin Feng had no breath, and dislit force flickera days if it would extinguish. Thecklin leader Randolders, a thiekspans oft Heckland's precious spirit stonavines, obtained a Qingxuan pill from Qingyang sect, which was rumored to bubble to reviva they did and heal serious injuries. Even so, Iton Lim maintained a glimmer of life for Lin Feng. Although the appearance of T-boy before he remained uncaged, Lin Waner felt some things inexplicably different. But henches Milladane. Perhaps this life and death calamity had made him grow up. Shed hath herself, and a gentle smiley peered on her lips. At this moment, Lin Feng Guazel sewed the ancient style of beauty before him. Eventhoff had seen various makeup techniques and beautiful female celebrities in his previous life had to admit that woman before him was stunningly beautiful. Her face was a smooth and flawless jade, her eyebrows like a distant mountains with a touch of black, her eyes like autumn water shimmering with waves. A polyligand laundress outlined her perfect figure, and the exquisite face at her neck with a few crystal clear tears added a touch of vulnerability. A delicate hairpin was neatly inserted into her neatly arranged bun. The slightly messy hair enclosed due to the previous embrace added a hint of charm. Her cylinder neck glowed faintly in the sunshine, appearing extremely elegant. And the slightly open collar inadvertently revealed her rounded and impressive curves, making Lin Feng chiartrishi and involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Xiaofeng watery looking at, Lin Waner noticed the strange look in Lin Feng's eyes and asked with a blush on your face. Wanerji, you're so beautiful, do want to hug you. Lin Feng couldn't resist teasing Lin Waner when he saw her appearance. He stretched out his arm and gently wrapped it around Lin Waner's waist, slowly moving his hand downward. However, he accidentally touched her rounded and uplifted hip. Don't move around. You've just woken up and need to rest well. Lin Waner was told by Lin Feng's sudden move, her body instantly stiffening, and derfast turning his red as if it would bleed. Pretending to be enraged, she brushed off Lin Feng's hand and hurriedly left the room. Watching Lin Waner's graceful figure disappear like a fugitive at the doorway, Lin Feng put away his playful expression. He looked down at the jade pendant and gasoft glauonishest, and ripple soft hot surged in his heart. Was it this jade pendant that brought him to this foreign world, or had the original him already deed? He schwookished with a bitter smile. He still needed to meet to adapt to a sudden change. But since had come to his world and had such a beautiful beauty accompanying him, perhaps it was a bad thing. The priority now was to quickly familiarize himself with the environment and rules of this world. On libe findinga waito survive kuda possible find an opportunity torturnto his original world. Chapter 3 of the family hunt. Within the residence of Lin Feng at the Lin family estate, time passed quietly. Lin Wanner, like a gentle spring breeze, frequently brought him nourishing soups and rare medicinal herbs. Under her meticulous care, Lin Feng's once frail body blossomed anew, recovering at an astonishing rate. This unexpected journey through time also gifted him with a sister of ethereal beauty, whose thoughtful demeanor stirred a playful spirit within the long single Lin Feng. Each encounter prompted him to tease Lin Wanner, leaving her blushing and flustered, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Fortunately, following this bout of illness, Lin Feng appeared rejuvenated. Not only did he recover swiftly, but the lingering weakness that had plagued him vanished entirely. Within a fortnight, he was able to struggle out of bed and walk. The patriarch, Lin Jinlei, along with several elders, arrived upon hearing the news and were astounded to witness the miraculous recovery of Lin Feng. They examined him repeatedly but found no abnormalities, ultimately attributing his transformation to the wondrous effects of the Qingshan pill. As they departed, the patriarch specifically instructed Lin Wanner to continue her devoted care for Lin Feng, advising her to request any required herbs or spirit stones from the clan. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was autumn on the Zhozhou continent. One day, Lin Wanner hurried to Lin Feng's quarters, bearing tidings that the annual family hunting event was about to commence. For Lin Feng, this represented an exceptional opportunity for training and enhancing his abilities. Since their last playful exchanges, Lin Wanner seemed to have intentionally distanced herself from him, prompting Lin Feng to reflect on whether he had gone too far with his jesting. "Sister Wanner, I shall join your team for this hunt. You must protect me," Lin Feng exclaimed with a playful glint in his eyes. Lin Wanner responded with a serious demeanor, offering no retort to his teasing. Nevertheless, her cool exterior could not mask her captivating grace. "I'm discussing serious matters. Please refrain from such frivolity," she admonished, her brows slightly furrowed. "I have already enlisted Lin Hu and a few others to form a team. I hope this hunt will successfully accomplish its objectives, allowing us to exchange for some techniques and elixirs for you." With that, she turned to leave, denying Lin Feng further opportunities for mischief. 10 days later, the Lin family's annual hunting event commenced as scheduled. The desolate valley in the western region of the Lin family's territory once again became the battleground for the hunt. This area, situated at the confluence of various family powers, was teeming with low-level beastly creatures, with the occasional appearance of formidable second-tier beasts. Each year, the Lin family held this hunt to hone the practical combat skills of the younger generation. Not only could they procure valuable beast cores and hides from the hunt, but they could also gather rare herbs typically hard to find in the valleys. On the Zhozhou continent, the conflict between humans and beastly creatures had never ceased. In their struggle for survival and cultivation resources, humans relentlessly hunted low-tier beasts, while the beastly forces, led by higher-tier beasts, occasionally harassed human settlements. Despite the formidable physical prowess and exceptional innate skills possessed by certain beast races, their numbers paled in comparison to humans, and the lack of unified leadership generally prevented large-scale assaults on human cities. Consequently, humans continued to dominate the Zhozhou continent this year. The Lin family appeared particularly invested in the hunt, with Patriarch Lin Jinlei personally leading the expedition. He brought along a second-tier beast, the earth-shattering beast, as an offering for the hunting ceremony. Additionally, the few foundation-stage elders of the Lin family were present to ensure the smooth execution of the event. Every core member of the younger generation of the Lin family was also in attendance, none absent. Patriarch Lin Jinlei was a formidable-looking man in his 40s, tall and resolute, with a few strands of white hair intermingled with his black locks. Today, in order to preside over the sacrificial ceremony, he donned the ceremonial robe symbolizing the authority of the patriarch, embroidered with the Lin family crest. Under the weight of his foundation-stage cultivation, he emanated an imposing presence, armed with a long sword adorned with gemstones, the Hao Tian sword, one of the few spiritual weapons of the Lin family. He appeared even more formidable. The elders, clad in gray robes bearing the family emblem, followed closely, their expressions grave. Among them, the third elder, Lin Tianming, paid particular attention to Lin Feng, silently monitoring his growth since the recent illness. "Let us set forth." After Lin Jinlei and several elders conducted the hunting ceremony, the Lin family's hunting contingent surged forth like a colossal dragon. Hundreds of disciples formed a magnificent procession, stepping into the enigmatic and nameless valley. Along the way, they discovered traces of low-tier beasts near the valley's outskirts, a revelation that undoubtedly ignited fervor among the group. The density of beastly tracks indicated that this hunt promised bountiful rewards. Just as the hunting party prepared to delve deeper into the valley, Lin Wanner gracefully approached Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, for this hunt, you shall accompany me," she declared, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Today, Lin Wanner donned a meticulously crafted hunting outfit made of supple leather, which clung to her enchanting form, accentuating her flawless curves. Her once flowing hair, now elegantly tied back, framed her fair forehead with a few loose strands, adding an air of valor and charm. At her waist hung a short sword named Qing Shuang. This sword was no ordinary weapon, it was a spiritual artifact, a rare treasure among the Lin family disciples, bestowed upon her when she ascended to the Qi condensation stage. The blade of the Qing Shuang, forged from refined iron and tempered through countless trials, was unmatched in sharpness, capable of slicing through the hides of even the most resilient beasts. Embedded in the hilt was a deep blue beast core, a relic from a fallen powerful wind attribute beast, containing immense wind attribute spiritual energy that could bestow the wielder with doubled speed. Not only was the Qing Shuang razor sharp, but it had also developed a degree of sentience through years of spiritual nurturing, able to sense its owner's intentions and autonomously attack foes or defend against threats. Lin Wanner cherished the Qing Shuang deeply, revealing it only on significant occasions. "Sister Wanner, this may not be appropriate," Lin Feng remarked, clad in the standard blue hunting attire of a Lin family disciple. After a period of recuperation and training, his physique had become robust, and a hint of handsomeness and confidence shone through his features. He glanced behind Lin Wanner, noticing that she had assembled a small team. "It is of no concern. They are all acquaintances of mine, and I have already communicated with them. Our team's strength is formidable, and I believe we will shine brilliantly in this hunt," Lin Wanner replied with a smile. Lin Feng discerned that these teammates were individuals of decent standing within the family, and they were well aware of Lin Wanner's formidable prowess. Even if Lin Feng's contributions in battle were limited, as long as he did not become a liability, their small team would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards from this hunting expedition. Chapter 4. The hunt begins. At this moment, Lin Feng cast his gaze upon the few individuals standing behind Lin Wanner. Among the party that Lin Wanner had assembled, aside from the Qi condensation stage Lin Wanner and Lin Feng, who had attained the third level of body refinement, there were 3 other companions. One of them was a towering figure, standing at an impressive 7 feet, with muscles rippling across his form, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. His countenance was resolute, his gaze piercing, and his long black hair was loosely tied behind his head, lending him a wild and untamed appearance. This individual was Lin Hu, the captain of the Lin family's hunting team, possessing a formidable cultivation level of the 9th stage of body refinement. His extensive combat experience allowed him to wield a massive axe with unparalleled skill, and combined with his immense physical strength, he could unleash devastation. Another companion was a strikingly handsome young man named Lin Ying. His cultivation level of the 8th stage of body refinement was equally impressive, marking him as a standout among the younger generation of the Lin family. Lin Ying moved with a light and agile grace, excelling in ranged attacks, effortlessly wielding a specially crafted steel longbow, ensuring that every arrow found its mark with precision. The final member of the group was a charming young woman with a curvaceous figure and a youthful appearance, holding a staff. She was Lin Yan, the daughter of the third elder, Lin Tianming. Not only was she adept in the art of alchemy, but she also possessed an intimate understanding of the habits and weaknesses of beastly foes, making her an indispensable asset to the team. Lin Yan maintained a relatively close relationship with Lin Feng, often exchanging playful banter. At that moment, Lin Yan retrieved several ancient jade talismans from her storage pouch and distributed them to the group. "Communication talismans? This is quite a rare treasure. Miss Lin has certainly invested heavily," Lin Hu remarked, taking the talisman and examining it with great care. "Don't overthink it, Lin Hu," Lin Yan retorted, giving him an exasperated look. "I borrowed these from my father specifically for this hunt. I must return them afterward." "Well, it's already a privilege to use them," Lin Hu replied with an honest smile, carefully stowing the talisman away. In contrast, Lin Ying appeared far more composed. He merely glanced at the talisman before placing it in his pocket without further ado. "Excellent, with these communication talismans, we need not fear getting separated," Lin Wanner exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Although these talismans offered little aid in combat, they were invaluable for communication during the hunt. The crafting method for such talismans was quite intricate, and they were only commonly found among larger sects across the Jojo continent. At this juncture, Lin Yan approached Lin Feng and handed him a talisman, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Lin Feng, Sister Wanner specifically instructed me to ensure you came along. Please do not hinder the group." Her voice carried a hint of mischief and playful charm. Observing the formidable lineup before him, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is truly a well-rounded party. Even a healer is present. He couldn't resist stealing a glance at Lin Yan's well-developed figure, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What healer?" Lin Yan noticed Lin Feng's gaze, her face flushing with a mix of confusion and indignation. It seemed she did not fully grasp the implications of his words, yet she had an inkling of what he meant. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly clarified, I merely meant that our team's strength is remarkable, and our composition is perfectly balanced." As he spoke, he discreetly observed Lin Yan's reaction. Lin Yan paused momentarily before comprehending Lin Feng's insinuation. Her cheeks reddened further, and with an irate glare, she rebuked, "Shameless, you little rascal, what nonsense are you thinking?" With that, she huffed and turned away, ignoring him. Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Feng rubbed his nose and playfully stuck out his tongue. He realized he might have taken the joke too far, never anticipating it would incite such anger in Lin Yan. A furtive glance at Lin Wana revealed her coldly scrutinizing him, a flicker of displeasure evident in her eyes. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he promptly suppressed his smile, nodding earnestly to acknowledge his mistake. Meanwhile, Lin Hu looked on in bewilderment, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Milk, where can I find some milk?" he inquired, his confusion drawing simultaneous glares from Lin Yan and Lin Wanner. He felt utterly perplexed, unsure of how he had offended these two young ladies. Throughout it all, Lin Ning maintained an impassive expression, as though the entire exchange was of no concern to him. He quietly organized his weapons and gear, preparing to join the others on their hunting expedition, leaving Lin Hu standing there, utterly baffled. After this brief interlude, Lin Feng's party swiftly followed the main group into the valley. Each team entered the hunting grounds on the outskirts of the valley in an orderly fashion. In this atmosphere rife with tension, everyone instinctively restrained their presence, akin to a hidden dragon, awaiting the appearance of their quarry. "Be cautious. There's the scent of fire rhinoceros nearby," Lin Yan suddenly whispered as they stepped into the valley. Her voice, though soft, rang clear in the tense silence. "This beast is comparable to our strength at the late stage of body refinement, but its hide is as tough as iron, making it a formidable opponent among first-tier beasts." Lin Yan's tone was laced with seriousness. As her words fell, a tremor akin to an earthquake surged through the ground. In the next moment, a massive fire rhinoceros charged through the underbrush, its ferocity palpable. The creature was clad in crimson scales, its eyes glowing a blood red, exhaling noxious smoke from its nostrils, radiating an aura of raw power. Fortunately, thanks to Lin Yan's prior warning, the group did not panic in the face of this sudden beastly assault. Lin Hu took the lead, wielding his massive axe and slicing through the air with deadly precision, charging toward the fire rhinoceros. Meanwhile, Lin Ning nimbly leapt onto a nearby tree, his steel longbow drawn and aimed at the beast, poised to unleash a lethal strike. "Lin Feng, your role is to support and assist. Remember, do not act recklessly," Lin Wanner instructed, drawing her Changfrost sword and gracefully advancing toward the fire rhinoceros. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Though he had only recently arrived in this world and was still a novice in hunting, he knew from his previous life's experiences that maintaining composure and seeking opportunities were paramount in situations of significant disparity in strength. Thus, he concealed himself nearby, calmly observing the unfolding battle. Despite the fire rhinoceros's overwhelming rage, its attack patterns were relatively straightforward, relying primarily on its brute strength to charge at foes. Under the coordinated efforts of Lin Hu and Lin Ning, the beast found itself at a disadvantage, continually sustaining new injuries. Before long, it appeared that the ferocious creature was nearing its end, emitting furious roars of defiance. However, at that critical moment, the fire rhinoceros suddenly swung its massive head toward Lin Ning, who deftly evaded the lethal strike. Drawing back his bow, he released a flurry of arrows, each striking true into the creature's eyes. Roar! The fire rhinoceros howled in agony, its expression shifting to one of rage and fear. It became increasingly frenzied, crashing about in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, the small encirclement formed by Lin Wanner, Lin Hu, and Lin Ning had effectively trapped it, leaving no opportunity for retreat. Seizing the moment, Lin Hu leaped into the air, his axe cleaving through the air in a lethal arc aimed at the beast's neck. With a resounding crash, the fire rhinoceros sustained a deep gash, blood erupting like a fountain, staining the ground beneath them. Simultaneously, Lin Wanner executed her final, decisive attack. Her ethereal and graceful figure darted alongside the fire rhinoceros, her Changfrost sword gleaming with cold light as she struck with blinding speed, landing a precise blow to the creature's heart. With a thunderous boom, the immense body of the fire rhinoceros could no longer withstand the onslaught, crashing heavily to the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. The very earth trembled as if bidding farewell to the once mighty beast. Chapter 5: A genuine outpouring of emotion. In the fleeting moment when the fiery rhinoceros collapsed with a resounding crash, the members of the team swiftly advanced, poised to extract the precious materials from this ferocious beast. The beast core of the fiery rhinoceros is an exceedingly rare treasure, its immense energy intensifying with the elevation of the beast's level. However, this core cannot be directly absorbed by humans. It must be meticulously refined into elixirs by an adept alchemist before it can be utilized by cultivators. Moreover, when crafting spiritual artifacts, incorporating a compatible beast core often amplifies the artifact's power, yielding extraordinary effects. Lin Wanner, wielding the Qing sword, gracefully approached the rhinoceros's head. With a gentle stroke of the sword's tip against its jaw, she effortlessly opened a gash. Delicately, she reached inside, searching for the coveted beast core. Moments later, a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, "I found it! With a determined tug, a beast core radiating a searing red light leaped into her palm, the rich energy emanating from it causing the surrounding air to tremble. Immediately, the gaze of the group shifted towards the rhinoceros's thick hide Lin, who swung his massive axe, severing the beast's limbs one by one, before making deep incisions at crucial points on its back and abdomen. Meanwhile, Lin Yan busily collected the precious blood of the beast flowing from the wounds, as these fluids were undoubtedly excellent materials for concocting elixirs. Through their coordinated efforts, the outer skin of the fiery rhinoceros was soon entirely peeled away. This hide was not only remarkably resilient but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities, making it an exceptional choice for crafting protective spiritual artifacts. Gazing at their hard-won spoils, the faces of the group radiated satisfaction. This is wonderful. With these hides and cores, once we divide them, we shall certainly acquire a considerable amount of rare herbs and elixirs. Lin Wanner exclaimed joyfully to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng hesitated, replying modestly, "Sister Wanner, I hardly contributed at all this time. Perhaps I should forego my share." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner raised her brows, her haughty demeanor on full display as she insisted, "What I said stands, we shall divide it equally, you have no say in this matter." Her words exuded an undeniable firmness. Lin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated by her attitude, yet a warm current surged within him. Since traversing into this world, he had seldom experienced such care and consideration from others. In his memories, only Grandma Lu from the orphanage had shown him such profound concern. At this thought, his eyes involuntarily welled with emotion. "Lin Feng, what troubles you? Have you been moved to tears by our generosity?" Lin Yan teased from the sidelines. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, wiping the moisture from the corners of his eyes, and smiled as he explained, "It's nothing, I merely feel that you all are exceedingly kind to me, and it leaves me somewhat overwhelmed." His smile conveyed genuine sincerity and gratitude. Observing Lin Feng's slightly reddened eyes and heartfelt smile, Lin Wanner's expression softened. She understood that Lin Feng was a person of deep sentiment and loyalty. Though he appeared somewhat carefree, his heart was sensitive and fragile. With this realization, she felt an increased sense of affection and protectiveness towards him. "Oh dear, little lecher, who would have guessed you were so easily moved? It seems we have a budding romantic in our midst. With such a stunning beauty as Sister Wanner caring for you, you truly are blessed." Lin Yan continued to jest, eliciting laughter from the group. Lin Feng bashfully scratched his head. He recognized Lin Yan's playful banter, yet he felt the genuine warmth of Lin Wanner's protective affection. Unbeknownst to her, the body he now inhabited was no longer the younger brother she had once raised, but rather a small-time college student who had crossed over from another world, leaving him with a complex mix of feelings. "All right, enough of the jokes. Let us quickly organize these spoils and press onward," Lin Wanner interjected, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, effectively steering the conversation away. Subsequently, the group classified and stored the spoils from the fiery rhinoceros, preparing to delve deeper into the valley in search of more beasts. In the days that followed, Lin Feng's team continuously sought the traces of the beasts within the valley. Whenever Lin Yan detected a beast, Lin Hu and Lin Ning showcased their seamless cooperation, honed through years of joint battles. The group wove breathtaking scenes amidst the fierce clashes. The remarkably skilled Lin Wanner, akin to a cold-faced assassin, would invariably deliver a decisive blow to the beasts at critical moments with thunderous force. Throughout this exhilarating journey of hunting, each member bore the indelible marks of battle. Fortunately, Lin Yan served as a veritable apothecary, providing a steady supply of healing elixirs to the team. They chose to rest during the day, and when night fell, and the vigilance of the beasts waned, they would employ Lin Yan's unique tracking skills, akin to hunters in the night, to launch stealthy assaults in a series of thrilling encirclements. This balance of labor and rest not only significantly enhanced their hunting efficiency but also allowed them to gradually glean survival skills amidst the brutal combat. In the team, Lin Feng's cultivation was relatively shallow. Thus, he primarily took on the roles of daytime watch and material collection. Drawing upon fragmented memories of the original owner of this body, he gradually regained his sense of survival in this unfamiliar world. Whenever faced with low-tier beasts, he would eagerly engage in battle, using real combat to hone his mastery of spiritual energy. As time progressed, nourished by Lin Yan's seemingly infinite supply of elixirs, Lin Feng's cultivation steadily advanced, and his combat skills became increasingly refined. He was no longer the bystander he once was but rather a capable ally, ready to fight alongside his companions against mid-tier beasts. In critical moments, he could even provide timely assistance to create opportunities for his teammates. After enduring numerous trials and battles in the valley over the course of several weeks, Lin Feng finally experienced his first advancement in cultivation on the Jojo continent. He felt a surge of power coursing through him, and every cell in his body rejoiced. The remarkable enhancement in speed and strength made him feel as though he had been reborn, bestowing him with an even more striking and upright demeanor. The team journeyed deeper into the enigmatic valley, and over the past half-month, they reaped an unprecedented bounty. They had captured 4 or 5 second-tier beasts and amassed a considerable quantity of beast cores and other materials. However, one day, a month after entering the nameless valley, an unusual phenomenon suddenly manifested in the weather. An inexplicable pressure enveloped the air, causing the clouds within the valley to churn ominously, as though drawn by some unseen force. At that moment, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. The entire valley trembled. What is happening? Lin Wanner's grip tightened around her sword, her hand trembling slightly, betraying her evident anxiety. I don't know, but I can sense something is amiss. Lin Yan's expression grew unusually grave. Everyone, be cautious. Such occurrences have never transpired during our past hunts. I fear something significant is about to unfold. Chapter 6. The beast tide approaches. Before Lin Wanner could finish her words, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the valley, shaking the very heavens and earth. The sound was akin to the collapse of the firmament, leaving the crowd with a ringing in their ears. It was the roar of a third-tier demon beast. Lin, whose eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with an indescribable horror. A third-tier demon beast, on par with a human cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, posed an existential threat to them, mere hunters at the body refinement and early chi condensation levels. We must evacuate this place immediately. Lin Wanner thought quickly, decisively turning to issue orders to the others. However, it was too late. From the shadowy depths of the valley, a colossal figure slowly emerged, a dragon clad in impenetrable scales. Each scale glimmered with a chilling light, and its eyes shone like the luminous moon in the night sky, radiating a piercing and terrifying brilliance. Behind it surged a tide of lower-tier demon beasts, crashing like waves. This is dire. It's a peak third-tier scaled dragon along with the beast tide. Lin Yan's voice was shrill with fear. Quickly, fire a signal flare to summon the clan leader and elders for rescue. Lin Hu swiftly retrieved a flare from his waist and hurled it skyward with all his might. The flare exploded in the air, forming a dazzling character for Lin, the Lin family's distinct distress signal. Yet, the scaled dragon seemed to sense their presence, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated like thunder, causing sharp pain in their ears, nearly rendering them deaf. It then unfurled its massive wings and, like a streak of lightning, lunged toward them across several hundred meters. The lower-tier demon beasts followed, surging forth like a relentless tide. Quickly, scatter and flee as far as you can. I will try to hold them off. Lin Wanner shouted urgently. Faced with the peak third-tier scaled dragon and the overwhelming beast tide, they stood no chance. Their only hope was to buy time and await the arrival of reinforcements from their clan. Nodding in agreement, the others immediately dashed in the opposite direction of the beast tide. Lin Wanner flashed forward, bravely confronting the scaled dragon. Wanner, I'm coming with you. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, resolutely charging toward the dragon. After days of honing their skills through hunting, Lin Feng had significantly improved in speed and agility. While he could not inflict serious damage on the scaled dragon, he could not allow Lin Wanner to face the peril alone. The scaled dragon roared in fury, its enormous tail sweeping toward Lin Feng like an iron rod. He struggled to evade it and seized the opportunity to slash at the dragon's tail with his sword. Although his attack was akin to a mere tickle to the dragon, it successfully provoked the enraged beast, which began to pursue Lin Feng with even greater ferocity. Xiao Feng, be careful! Lin Wanner cried out, her heart tightening. With a swift motion, she thrust her Qing Shuang sword toward the dragon's wing. The dragon, feeling the sting, flashed a fierce glint in its eyes. However, when it turned to see the unfolding scene behind it, a rare expression of fear crossed its visage, and unexpectedly, it halted its assault on the two. Instead, it swiftly retreated toward the outskirts of the valley. Lin Wanner was taken aback but knew there was no time to ponder. Let's go! With the dragon's attack temporarily evaded, she quickly grasped Lin Feng's hand, and they sprinted away with all their strength. They fled for several dozen miles, finally distancing themselves from the beast tide. Only when they realized the scaled dragon had ceased its pursuit did they dare to pause. Breathless, they collapsed side by side onto the ground, a wave of relief washing over them. Wanner, Lin Feng whispered, turning his gaze toward Lin Wanner. At that moment, he noticed her hand still firmly clasping his, feeling the subtle warmth and moisture from her soft palm. Lin Wanner was startled, looking down to find her hand still intertwined with Lin Feng's, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She hurriedly released his grip, awkwardly turning her head away. Look at me like that. We used to hold hands all the time when we were children, didn't we? Lin Feng chuckled, deliberately taking hold of her hand once more. Indeed, we did. But it feels different now. Lin Wanner, both annoyed and flustered, forcefully yanked her hand away. Don't do that, we're not children anymore. Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng chose to refrain from further teasing, his expression becoming earnest. He recalled the earlier escape, the fear reflected in the scaled dragon's eyes igniting a sense of unease within him. Wanner, do you remember the ancient texts of our clan? The scaled dragon is a territorial beast and typically would not easily abandon its domain. Lin Wanner furrowed her brows, lost in contemplation. You're right. We are far from its territory now, it shouldn't be here. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. I suspect the dragon's madness stems not from our intrusion but from fleeing a far more fearsome entity. The lower-tier beast tide may be fleeing for the same reason. A more fearsome entity? Lin Wanner's heart raced, disbelief flooding her gaze. What could instill such terror in a third-tier demon beast? Surely, it must be a legendary fourth-tier demon beast. Lin Feng's expression grew grave. Such a being would rival a golden core expert, yet, for centuries, aside from the forbidden zone deep within the valley, we have not heard of any fourth-tier beasts wandering here. Lin Wanner inhaled deeply, striving to quell her shock. If a fourth-tier demon beast truly roams this area, it would spell catastrophe for the Lin family. We must relay this information to the clan leader and elders immediately. Let us find the others first, Lin Wanner suggested. We should confer with the elders once they arrive, as this concerns the entire clan. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The two quickly produced their communication jade talismans to contact Lin Hu and the others. Before long, those who received Lin Wanner's signal gathered together. Upon confirming everyone was safe, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you all are unharmed. However, that scaled dragon was truly terrifying. This should not be within its territorial bounds. Lin Wanner relayed Lin Feng's suspicions, plunging the group into deep thought. If the events unfolded as Lin Feng surmised, their clan's hunting expedition had become far from simple. Just then, several piercing sounds of air being sliced open echoed from afar, as figures rapidly approached. It's the clan leader and the rescue team! Lin Yan exclaimed, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. As the figures drew near, the leader was none other than Lin Jinlei, the clan leader, accompanied by several elders. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, Lin Jinlei's face broke into a relieved smile, but it soon turned serious. It's good that you're safe, but what happened with that scaled dragon and the beast tide? Was it connected to you? Lin Feng and Lin Wanner exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Finally, it was Lin Wanner who spoke, recounting the events and Lin Feng's suspicions to Lin Jinlei and the elders. Upon hearing Lin Wanner's account, the elders displayed expressions of shock. Lin Jinlei inhaled deeply, speaking in a grave tone, your reasoning is not without merit. Otherwise, given your strengths, you would not have escaped the scaled dragon's wrath unless it was fleeing for its life. However, this matter is of great importance, and I, along with several elders, must deliberate further. You may retire and rest for now. Lin Feng and the others acknowledged and then withdrew. Meanwhile, Lin Jinlei and the elders convened urgently. Esteemed elders, how credible do you think Wanner's claims are? Lin Jinlei inquired seriously. The eldest, Lin Tiancheng, pondered for a moment before responding. Though Lin Feng's conjecture is somewhat audacious, it is not entirely implausible. The behavior of the scaled dragon and the beast tide is indeed abnormal, and their successful evasion of the dragon's pursuit suggests something more is at play. The third elder, Lin Tianming, nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yenner has been with them. These young ones would not fabricate such a tale. This matter warrants our utmost attention. We cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of a fourth-tier demon beast's existence. Lin Jinlei nodded gravely. In that case, we must remain vigilant. Immediately summon all clan members engaged in the hunt to retreat at once. Additionally, send word to the clan to heighten their alertness and defensive measures in preparation for the beast tide's onslaught. The elders concurred and swiftly set about their tasks. Soon, all Lin family members hunting in the valley were gathered and informed of the seriousness of the situation. Though everyone felt a mix of reluctance and confusion, they recognized the gravity reflected in the clan leader and elders' expressions. Thus, they hurriedly packed their belongings, preparing to vacate the perilous valley. However, just as they were about to leave, a massive fissure suddenly appeared in the ground, as if something were about to surge forth from the depths. A chilling, powerful aura emanated from the crack. What is happening? Someone cried out in terror. Is a demon beast about to emerge? Another voice trembled as they spoke. The crowd stared in shock at the fissure, their heartbeats echoing loudly in the tense silence. Chapter 7 The Blue-Scale Demon King. In this moment, Lin Jinlei's eyes widened in astonishment, shock surging within him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, from the fissure, a colossal beast erupted forth, its massive form towering like a small mountain, covered in scales as impenetrable as steel, shimmering with a chilling azure light. The beast's eyes blazed a fiery red, akin to two raging infernos, and a ruthless, frenzied killing intent surged forth from within them. Could this truly be the legendary fourth-level demon beast, the Blue-Scale Demon King? The words of the Grand Elder Lin Tiancheng were laced with boundless terror. The Blue-Scale Demon King let out a thunderous roar, its voice echoing like a storm, causing the very air around to tremble in agitation. With a mighty sweep of its enormous tail, several nearby Lin clan members were struck as if by a heavy hammer, sent hurtling through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance. Quickly, protect the clan members and retreat. Lin Jinlei reacted swiftly, grasping Lin Wanner and Lin Feng beside him, retreating rapidly while issuing commands. The elders of the Lin family sprang into action, hastily escorting the younger generation away, yet, in the face of the terrifying might of the fourth-level blue-scaled Demon King, their speed seemed woefully inadequate. At this moment, the immense body of the blue-scaled Demon King had fully emerged from the ground fissure, casting a domineering gaze upon the assembly, its eyes glimmering with mockery and icy malice. Each scale radiated a chilling metallic sheen, and its sharp claws glinted ominously, as if they could effortlessly rend anything asunder. The atmosphere grew stifling with the Demon King's presence, each breath it took accompanied by howling winds that sent nearby trees swaying precariously. Form the formation! Lin Jinlei bellowed, his voice resonating through the air like the crack of thunder. Upon hearing the command, the 4 foundation establishment elders of the Lin family immediately responded, swiftly positioning themselves according to the previously rehearsed formation. The Lin family had inherited an ancient formation known as the Iron Wall Dragon's Roar. This formation integrated both offense and defense, allowing the collective power of its members to be channeled into a single combatant. However, it required at least 5 foundation establishment experts to truly unleash its might. Lin Jinlei and the 4 elders swiftly took their places at the 5 critical points of the formation, their spiritual energy intertwining in a delicate connection. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, gradually forming an invisible aura. At his command, the formation sprang to life, a powerful aura erupting from within, rising to meet the ferocious energy of the blue-scaled Demon King. As the Iron Wall Dragon's Roar activated, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be instantaneously drained. A massive barrier of spiritual power enveloped the enormous form of the blue-scaled Demon King, as unyielding as a fortress. At the center of the formation, a colossal dragon composed of gathered spiritual energy slowly ascended, unleashing a deafening roar. The distant Lin family members, witnessing this spectacle, revealed expressions of astonishment. They recognized this as one of the family's most formidable formations, now unexpectedly activated in their dire moment. It undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of confidence and hope within them. However, some clan members had failed to escape in time, left standing anxiously as they watched the fierce confrontation between the formation and the blue-scaled Demon King, praying fervently for survival. Now is the time. Wanner, Feng, you must flee. Lin Jinlei shouted, his voice brimming with urgency and concern. He understood that this battle was beyond the capabilities of the younger generation. Their only hope for survival lay in a swift retreat. Upon hearing Lin Jinlei's call, Lin Wanner and Lin Feng gritted their teeth and turned towards the safe zone. Racing away, they knew that remaining would only serve as a liability. Escape was their sole option. The moment the blue-scaled Demon King perceived the activation of the Iron Wall Dragon's Roar, a flicker of wariness flashed in its crimson eyes. However, it quickly lunged at the formation with claws as hard as metal, its gaze filled with fury and murderous intent. It charged at the barrier, the clash of its claws against the spiritual shield producing an ear-piercing sound, akin to the grinding of metal. Yet, the Iron Wall Dragon's Roar, as the Lin family's most potent formation, was not merely for show. Under the control of Lin Jinlei and the elders, the barrier shook only slightly, firmly withstanding the beast's assault. Meanwhile, the dragon within the formation seized the opportunity, lunging towards the blue-scaled Demon King, its massive form coiling tightly around it. Although this dragon was but an ethereal construct of spiritual energy, its might was undiminished, seemingly growing more formidable with each passing moment. The ensnared blue-scaled Demon King roared deafeningly, thrashing in a desperate bid to break free from its bonds. Yet, within the Iron Wall Dragon's Roar, sustained by the continuous input of spiritual energy from the elders, it found itself thoroughly restrained, unable to escape. This provided Lin Jinlei and the others with a prime opportunity to concentrate their efforts on attacking the Demon King's vulnerabilities, aiming for a decisive strike. However, the ferocity of a 4th-level demon beast surpassed all expectations. Although temporarily ensnared by the Iron Wall Dragon's Roar, it suffered no substantial harm. The reverberations of its roars pounded painfully against the eardrums of those present. As the blue-scaled Demon King unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, the dragon's ethereal form began to wane. In that moment, the Demon King erupted with an even more violent surge of power. A torrent of frenzied spiritual energy burst forth from the Demon King, crashing like a tidal wave. Under the onslaught of this overwhelming force, the dragon's form could no longer be sustained, vanishing into nothingness. The barrier of spiritual power, too, shattered under the ferocity of the attack, scattering like rain in the sky. The shockwave sent everyone sprawling, knocking them to the ground. At that moment, the blue-scaled Demon King finally broke free from the formation's grasp. Put! Lin Jinlei and the elders simultaneously coughed up blood, staggering backward, their faces paling to a ghostly white. Patriarch! Father! Lin Wanner and Lin Yan exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with concern and dread. They instinctively moved to assist, but were sternly halted by Lin Jinlei and the others. Flee, you must escape. The chasm between the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment realms could not be bridged by a mere formation. Their only recourse was to pay any price to buy time, granting the younger generation a slender chance of survival. Yet, the blue-scaled Demon King, having reached the Golden Core level, offered them no such opportunity. Though it could not transform like other high-tier demon beasts, its intelligence had awakened, rendering it cunning beyond measure. In a flash, it lunged at the nearest target, Lin Yan, its colossal claw casting a lethal shadow. Lin Yan's face drained of color. By the time she realized the imminent danger, it was already too late to evade. As she braced for the impact, despair enveloped her, and she closed her eyes, awaiting the judgment of fate. Just as the massive claw was about to pierce her delicate form, two urgent voices cried out simultaneously, "Watch out!" In the next instant, a figure darted forth, unhesitatingly pushing Lin Yan aside. It was Lin Feng. In this critical moment, he resolutely shielded her with his own body against the lethal strike of the blue-scaled Demon King. Xiao Feng! Lin Wanner gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with terror and concern. She watched helplessly as Lin Feng's body was propelled like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving his fate uncertain. Lin Feng's father, Lin Tianming, felt his heart shatter upon witnessing the blue-scaled Demon King's assault on Lin Yan. Instinctively, he had rushed to protect her, only to find that this seemingly inconspicuous youth had already taken the fatal blow for her. Yet the blue-scaled Demon King, momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, quickly regained its ferocity, roaring in rage as it charged at Lin Feng once more. At that moment, a shadow descended from above, striking the blue-scaled Demon King with a speed beyond comprehension. It let out a pained shriek, its massive form inexplicably sent flying backward by the impact of the seemingly unremarkable shadow. But the shadow did not linger. It swiftly grasped Lin Feng and retreated into the distance. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, and by the time the onlookers comprehended what had transpired, the shadow and Lin Feng had vanished from sight. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their hearts brimming with shock and confusion. That shadow had been a mysterious beast of equal strength to the blue-scaled Demon King. Chapter 8: The Mysterious Beast. The azure-scaled Demon King struggled to rise, fury and resentment raging wildly in its eyes. However, before it could make a move, its massive form abruptly stiffened, and then, like a mountain, it crashed down, devoid of any life. The onlookers, shocked, soon realized that within that fleeting encounter, the enigmatic beast had pierced through the Demon King's iron-like armor, targeting its heart and delivering a fatal blow. At this moment, the azure-scaled Demon King lay gasping for breath, utterly devoid of the strength to resist, allowing the essence of life to gradually ebb away. The crowd stared in disbelief at the direction from which the shadow had vanished, recalling the terrifying scene they had just witnessed. The mysterious beast enveloped in darkness, its eyes glowing like two eerie green flames, flickering with a strange and profound light. Its figure merely flashed by, accompanied by Lin Feng, disappearing into the depths of the distant forest. Lin Feng! Lin Wanner was the first to regain her senses, exclaiming in alarm as she prepared to chase into the forest depths. Wanner, do not act impulsively. Lin Jinlei grasped her arm firmly, speaking in a grave tone. That beast possesses immense power, capable of slaying the azure-scaled Demon King in a single strike. It is likely a legendary being far beyond the strength of a fourth-tier beast. We must deliberate carefully and not act recklessly. But Lin Wanner's eyes were filled with worry and urgency. Rest assured, Wanner. Lin Tianming approached and gently patted her shoulder in a comforting manner. I sense that the beast harbors no malice. Its abduction of Lin Feng may be for a special reason or purpose. A special reason? Lin Wanner looked at Lin Tianming in confusion, asking, what do you mean? I cannot say for certain. Lin Tianming shook his head, but it is clear that the beast did not intend to harm Lin Feng. Otherwise, with its strength, we would have been utterly powerless. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinlei nodded in agreement, asserting, indeed, what is paramount now is to maintain our composure and rationality. Lin Feng's abduction may not be a bad thing. That beast's formidable power might bring him opportunities and fortunes beyond our imagination. With that, he turned to the others. Everyone, let us return to the clan for now and devise a plan to retrieve Lin Feng. He then directed the group to begin gathering the remains of the azure-scaled Demon King in preparation for their return to the clan, for the remains of this fourth-tier beast were a rare treasure that could significantly bolster the clan's strength and resources. Time passed, and Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling a slight dizziness and confusion in his head. He found himself lying on a soft patch of grass, surrounded by dense woods and thickets, with sunlight filtering through the leaves to bathe him in warmth and comfort. This place was a stark contrast to where he had encountered the azure-scaled Demon King, as if he had been transported to an entirely different realm. Where am I? Lin Feng pondered, filled with doubts and uncertainties. He distinctly remembered being grievously injured by the azure-scaled Demon King and losing consciousness. How then had he ended up here? he attempted to move his body and was amazed to find that he had miraculously healed. There were merely minor abrasions and a lingering ache. What on earth is happening? Lin Feng's confusion deepened. He clearly remembered being gravely wounded. How could he have recovered so swiftly? Could it be that there exists some miraculous elixir or treasure here? As he considered this, he stood up and began to search his surroundings meticulously, but apart from some ordinary trees and flowers, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. What the hell is this place? Just as his bewilderment peaked, he sensed a subtle tremor, prompting him to alertly gaze in the direction of the disturbance. A mysterious beast, entirely black with eyes gleaming green, slowly emerged from the woods, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure and danger. "It's you!" Lin Feng immediately recognized this as the very beast that had rescued and carried him away, and he could not help but exclaim. The creature approached from the depths of the forest, slightly larger than an ordinary leopard, its body cloaked in obsidian scales, with two horns atop its head. Its green eyes seemed to burn with a tangible green flame, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. Despite its size being lesser than that of the azure-scaled Demon King, the formidable aura it projected was equally imposing. Lin Feng's heart raced. This beast can breathe fire. What manner of entity is it? Its appearance bore some resemblance to the legendary Qilin, yet its color was excessively dark. Could it be a variant of the Qilin hailing from the distant and enigmatic African continent? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he remained vigilant, carefully calculating his course of action. Yet, as Lin Feng considered the creature's power, he concluded that if it truly intended him harm, he would have already been slain. Nevertheless, until the situation clarified, he opted to cautiously retreat, maintaining a safe distance from the enigmatic beast. To his astonishment, the creature seemed to have no intention of attacking. Instead, it approached him slowly. Lin Feng's tension heightened, readying himself for a fight at any moment. At that moment, he noticed an expression of disdain in the beast's eyes, as though it regarded him with indifference. It merely lowered itself, sitting cross-legged and observing him with a peculiar gaze. Lin Feng felt unnerved under the beast's scrutiny, uncertain of its intentions. Just then, the creature's mouth moved. "You are awake, young one," it spoke, its voice gravelly and deep, echoing like an ancient sound emerging from the shadowy depths of the forest. "I brought you here." Lin Feng was taken aback. "You can speak?" Prior to the hunt, Lin Yan had imparted much knowledge about the beasts of the Jojo continent. He knew that beasts could attain human speech and even take on human forms upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, typically equivalent to the human integration stage. Some exceptionally gifted true spirit bloodlines and ancient remnants could even transform before reaching that stage. Faced with such a powerful existence, Lin Feng dared not exhibit any complacency and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed one. May I ask why you have brought me here?" "I brought you here to awaken the divine seed of the artifact, Night Star, within you," the mysterious beast replied with a nod. "Awaken the divine seed?" Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. How could a mere ordinary person like me be chosen by an artifact? The beast seemed a bit impatient, frowning slightly. "Humph. You do talk too much. The aura of the divine seed of the artifact Night Star resides within you. Otherwise, how could I have brought you here? The artifact spirit has instructed me to bring you to awaken the divine seed." "Now hurry and do not dawdle." Lin Feng scratched his head, bewildered and confused. He glanced at the mysterious beast, then touched his chest, hesitantly asking, "Inheritance, are you saying I possess the divine seed of an artifact within me?" The beast shot him a glare. "Do not feign ignorance. You have sealed within you the divine seed of Nightstar. This is your opportunity. After the ancient war, most artifacts in the true immortal realm were reduced to dust. Only a few artifact spirits and divine seeds scattered across various continents remain. Those chosen by the divine seeds of artifacts are rarely ordinary individuals." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a ripple of realization within him. He reflected on his journey to this realm and began to understand. Perhaps the one possessing this divine seed was not him, but rather the original owner of this body. This could explain why this body underwent a tribulation every 5 years. It was likely related to the divine seed of the artifact. It seemed that during the last tribulation, the original owner should have perished, yet by some twist of fate, Lin Feng had crossed over and been reborn. With this insight, Lin Feng felt he had grasped the situation. He blinked and a playful smile crept upon his lips. "All right then, I shall trust you for now, but could you first tell me how to this divine seed seal?" The mysterious beast glared at him. "The artifact spirit is right here. I will soon open a portal. You need only step through this gateway, and you shall understand." With that, the mysterious beast began reciting an ancient language that Lin Feng could not comprehend. As its incantation concluded, Lin Feng followed the creature's gaze and beheld a dazzling circle of light materialize before him, as if a portal to another realm was slowly opening. He was taken aback. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of tales from web novels. Was he truly about to embark on a journey to a life of extraordinary strength? Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement, though he maintained an outward facade of calmness, touching his nose with a grin. This portal looks quite splendid. So, if I step through it, will I become powerful like the protagonists in those stories? The mysterious beast rolled its eyes. Enough of your prattle, step in now. Whether you can awaken the divine seed depends solely on you. Awakening the divine seed is an exceedingly arduous task. Even 1 out of 10 succeeding is quite remarkable. Most individuals perish from the overwhelming energy during the awakening process. Only those who successfully awaken the divine seed can grasp the artifact and summon its power. Should you fail the test of awakening, your life may be forfeit. At the mention of losing his life, Lin Feng nearly leapt in fright. He chuckled nervously. This is no trivial matter. If I lose my life, that would be quite the loss. I'm still a virgin. There is so much beauty in this world I have yet to experience. The mysterious beast waved its paw in annoyance. Stop dragging your feet. Hurry up and enter. The artifact spirit has been waiting for you. Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, Lin Feng stepped into the portal. As his figure vanished within, a look of human-like disdain flickered. How could the divine seed of an artifact manifest in someone of such meager cultivation? Yet, the artifact spirit has been rather peculiar of late. A small mishap is not unexpected. With that, it turned and strode deeper into the forest, quickly disappearing among the dense foliage. Chapter 9: Eating the Spirit Bean Tofu. At this moment, Lin Feng had stepped into the softly glowing circle, and with a flicker of his form, he found himself within an ancient and solemn hall. The walls of the hall were adorned with archaic runes, each one seemingly imbued with the weight of time, exuding an aura of profound mystery. In the center of the hall stood a towering stone statue, its sword pointed towards the heavens, with a faint glow coursing along the blade, emanating an unmatched sharpness. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the statue, and he felt a mysterious force radiating from the sword, enveloping the entire hall. A thought crossed his mind: could this possibly be the Night Star artifact? However, just as he prepared to approach the statue for a closer inspection, a voice, authoritative and distant, echoed throughout the hall. Young one, it appears you are the one sought by the Night Shasa, the bearer of the artifact's spirit. Startled, Lin Feng glanced around but found no trace of anyone. Steeling himself, he summoned his courage and inquired, "Who are you? Where are you?" The voice, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Feng's astonishment, continued in a commanding tone. "Little brat, I am the Night Sovereign, the former master of the Night Star, who once swept across the 3 realms with a single sword, conquering countless continents. To gain the power of the Night Star, you must pass my trial. Alternatively, if you bow thrice, I may consider easing the difficulty. Otherwise, your life may very well end here." Lin Feng's mind was suddenly filled with a colossal black question mark. This so-called former master of the artifact, the Night Sovereign, gave off an impression more unreliable than himself. Nonetheless, with the situation at hand, he had no choice but to brace himself. Gritting his teeth, he knelt down and, with a series of loud thuds, bowed 3 times. What is the meaning of this?" The Night Sovereign's voice seemed taken aback. Lin Feng scratched his head and chuckled. "Did you not say that bowing would lower the difficulty? Am I not following your instructions?" The Night Sovereign paused briefly before erupting into a thunderous laugh. You are quite clever, young one. Very well, in light of your perceptiveness, I shall indeed ease the difficulty. Yet, just as Lin Feng thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, the Night Sovereign's authoritative voice resounded once more. "If you can bow 99 more times and call me Auntie or Grandpa, I shall grant you the inheritance and impart my lifelong knowledge to you." Bowing to pass the trial? Was this not excessively simple? As Lin Feng grumbled, he quickly completed the 99 bows. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his knees, exclaiming, "Ouch, this floor is hard, it has bruised my knees." "You are quite an entertaining little fellow. However, while I agreed to lower the difficulty, I never said you would pass outright." Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin. With a grimace, he protested, "Hey, that's rather unfair. What happened to lowering the difficulty?" The Night Sovereign wore a mischievous grin as he regarded Lin Feng. I was merely jesting with you. Now, there remains one final trial. If you can successfully grasp the stone sword held by the statue before you, you shall acquire the artifact." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stepped forward and seized the long stone sword from the statue's hand. Just as he thought it would be easy, the sword came out effortlessly. However, after some time had passed, he found himself holding the sword with no reaction occurring. The elder Lin Feng stared blankly at the statue and the stone sword in his hand, uncertain of what to do next. Just then, a melodious, teasing laughter chimed in his ear. Hee hee hee. Did you truly believe this trial would be so simple? Startled, Lin Feng turned around to see a young woman in a flowing black gown, her expression filled with mischief as she regarded him. This woman was tall and curvaceous, the black gown clinging to her perfect form, accentuating an enchanting silhouette. Her eyes sparkled with a cunning light, and there was a playful glint in her gaze as she looked at Lin Feng. Who are you? Night Sovereign? Lin Feng asked, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the mysterious woman. Although he had weathered many storms in his past life, encountering someone of such extraordinary beauty and allure left him feeling somewhat flustered. I am indeed the Night Sovereign, the woman said with a triumphant smile, her expression brimming with mischief and playfulness, resembling a child who had just pulled off a prank. You are the Night Sovereign? Then what of my artifact? Lin Feng queried, eyeing the enigmatic woman with skepticism. Despite his doubts, it was possible that this woman was indeed the legendary Night Sovereign. The woman in black chuckled, her eyes glinting with mischief. Artifact? Of course, there is none. The spirit of the Night Star artifact resides within you. I simply have yet to lift the seal. I was merely toying with you for amusement. Lin Feng was rendered speechless at her words. He glared at the woman in black, indignantly saying, You were just playing with me, making me bow and pull the sword just to see you happy? Aside from that adorably foolish fellow outside, I have not interacted with anyone for many years. Naturally, I needed to find some entertainment, the woman in black said innocently, batting her eyelashes. Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Alright then, can you tell me how to lift the seal now? The woman in black raised her brows with a smug expression. Of course, but you must first agree to one condition. What condition? Lin Feng asked cautiously. Very simple. You must swear a venomous oath to honor me as your aunt for the rest of your days, and I shall help you break the seal and awaken the spirit of the artifact, the woman in black said with a smile. Is it really that simple? Lin Feng was taken aback. As the spirit of the Night Star, I have my methods to resolve this matter, the woman in black replied, her tone dripping with pride. Spirit? Lin Feng suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with the mysterious beast. It had never mentioned the existence of a former master here. Thus, this Night Sovereign was likely a fraud, or perhaps this cunning individual was the spirit that the mysterious beast had sent him to find. Feeling deceived, Lin Feng glared at the woman in black. You dare to trick me? He moved to confront her, yet the woman remained unperturbed, adopting an innocent demeanor. Oh dear, you've caught me. I merely wish to test you, this way, I can better unleash your potential. Lin Feng's anger surged at her words. He seized the woman in black and delivered 2 resounding slaps to her rear end, remarking, Well, you little fraud, how dare you deceive me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. The woman was taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden action, her face displaying a mixture of embarrassment and alarm. You scoundrel, how dare you hit me? Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Ha ha. You are simply delightful, just a spirit, yet you know how to feel shy. You tricked me into bowing so many times. Don't think that just because you've taken on a pretty appearance, I won't handle you. Today, I won't rest until I subdue you. The woman in black, sensing Lin Feng's intent, tensed up. Who said you could deceive me so easily? This time, I concede, but if you dare to lay a hand on me again, you'll see how I deal with you. Chapter 10. Awakening of the spirit seed. With a firm exertion of his hand, Lin Feng delivered a heavy slap to the curvaceous figure of the woman clad in black. The spirit, transformed into a woman, glared at Lin Feng, her teeth clenched in anger, and warned, You insolent brat, dare to lay a finger on me again, and you shall forfeit your chance at the Night Star inheritance. Taken aback, Lin Feng did not expect this spirit to genuinely be incensed. He released his grip and replied, Isn't it you who deceived me first? I merely administered a minor reprimand, a slap from the Night Emperor, accompanied by a charming maiden. Let's see if you dare to trick me again. The woman, witnessing Lin Feng's release, quickly distanced herself, retorting, Aside from playing the role of a master to tease you, how have I deceived you? This is simply my natural appearance. Who's to blame for your gullibility? Consider this a lesson learned, shall we? If you dare strike me again, I shall truly be enraged. Observing the seriousness etched on the black-clad woman's face, Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! You are quite the amusing character. Who would have thought you could even feel anger? It is evident you are indeed a spirit. The woman rolled her eyes in response. What a redundant statement. Of course, I am a spirit, who else could I possibly be? Then can you enlighten me on how to awaken the divine spirit seed within me? Lin Feng inquired, with a serious demeanor. However, you must first agree to a condition. What condition? Lin Feng asked warily, having already been deceived once and unwilling to fall for another trick. If one day, you possess the capability to ascend to the supreme path, you must assist the former Night Emperor in uncovering a truth," the black-clad woman stated solemnly. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging her seriousness. "Fine, I accept your condition. If I ever attain the strength you speak of, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my promise." Upon noticing Lin Feng's somewhat youthful visage, the woman smirked derisively and coldly remarked, "But let us first wait until you can survive until that day. Are you aware of the origins of the Night Star artifact? During the last battle between gods and demons, I fought alongside my master against the 12 ancestors of sorcery, but was ultimately betrayed by treachery. In that battle, my true form was shattered, fragmented, and scattered across the vast cosmos. My master exhausted the last vestiges of their divine power to preserve me in the spirit seed, and for reasons unknown, I ended up on this 9 provinces continent." She paused, her gaze scanning Lin Feng as if evaluating something, and continued, "As for why the divine spirit seed is sealed within you, I do not know. Perhaps it was a deliberate act. Once I assist you in awakening the spirit seed, unless it can recover to a certain extent, I shall only be able to manifest in this ethereal form, residing within you. Your life and death will be intertwined with mine naturally. I am reluctant to entrust my existence to someone so ignorant as yourself. However, you are somewhat peculiar, possessing a tenacity akin to a fortress, adaptable and resilient. Perhaps you might endure in this chaotic world for a while longer." Lin Feng, taken aback by her evaluation, could only shake his head with a wry smile. He had not anticipated such an assessment from the black-clad woman. Nevertheless, he did not take offense, as he had not made a favorable first impression. "Rest assured, while I may lack many virtues, I possess an instinct for self-preservation. There should be no issues in following me," Lin Feng reassured her. The black-clad woman cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "You possess a rather objective understanding of yourself, but first, you must awaken this spirit seed. Now, listen closely. You need only operate your heart's law. I will assist you in breaking the seal and guiding the spirit seed's power. However, this process requires a tranquil mind. Any lapse could result in failure." Lin Feng nodded, resolute within. He seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his heart's law as directed by the black-clad woman. As he did so, he felt an overwhelming force surging forth from the depths of his blood, rampaging within him like a ferocious torrent, causing his mind to become increasingly agitated. At that moment, the woman's voice resonated in his ears once more. "Remember, do not rush, take your time and guide this power and allow it to become your ally." Her voice was both gentle and resolute, imbued with a certain charm, gradually calming Lin Feng's previously restless spirit. Under her guidance, Lin Feng cautiously began to channel the immense power. As time progressed, that force awakened like a slumbering beast. In the process of gradually releasing the power within him, Lin Feng's consciousness soared as if traversing through time and space, arriving at a boundless chaotic realm. He felt as though he had merged with the vastness of chaos, becoming one with the universe. In this realm of chaos, countless stars coalesced into a nebula, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Lin Feng, now possessing a god's perspective, beheld this expanse. Within the nebula, one particular star radiated with extraordinary luminosity, quietly suspended as if it were a resplendent. Suddenly, the entire space began to swell and distort, heralding an apocalyptic explosion that erupted in a blinding flash. In an instant, the entirety of the nebula was engulfed by this cataclysm. Lin Feng bore witness to the sheer power of this chaotic explosion, a force capable of tearing the universe asunder. Yet, that solitary star seemed to possess an incredible strength, evading disaster amidst the turmoil. It remained alone in this chaotic expanse, emitting a faint glow. After millions of years had passed, a colossal phantom emerged within the chaotic realm. Its size was beyond description. This phantom gazed intently at the solitary star, emitting a soft sound of intrigue, as if captivated by its presence. Then, with a gentle wave of its hand, the star vanished, merging into the essence of the phantom. The scene shifted once more, and Lin Feng's consciousness found itself in another setting. He beheld a grand ancient battlefield, where a lone figure, proud and resolute, stood wielding a long sword amidst the chaos. Before him loomed countless ancient demons, stirring up clouds of dust as they charged toward him. These ancient giants towered like mountains, exuding a terrifying aura. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming might, the solitary figure appeared undaunted. He regarded the advancing giants with calm resolve, sighed softly, and uttered a single word: slash. His right hand, seemingly casual, swung the sword. This strike, however, contained boundless power, sending forth a shockwave that reached the ancient giants hundreds of feet away. The seemingly indomitable formation of ancient demons crumbled to dust upon encountering the sword's force, leaving behind a gaping chasm on the desolate battlefield. In that moment of destruction, Lin Feng's consciousness jolted back into his own body. Although it felt as if he had traversed an eternity, in reality, it had only been an instant. He suddenly sensed that he had become one with the power he had just released, acutely aware of its flow and transformation. This force surged through his blood like a mighty dragon, relentlessly battering against his form. He realized that he had successfully awakened the seal of the spirit seed simultaneously. A seed-like object, no larger than a bean, materialized in Lin Feng's consciousness. Upon closer inspection, it bore the intricate patterns of a dark long sword upon its surface. Chapter 11 Departure from the side story. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, his gaze deepened, resembling the vastness of the night sky. If anyone were to behold him then, they would perceive an enchanting power emanating from his eyes, a captivating allure that could ensnare the heart. Simultaneously, his body seemed to have undergone a profound metamorphosis, rejuvenating him entirely. A formidable force surged within him, bestowing upon him an indescribable aura. Once merely at the mid-stage of body refinement, he now felt as though he had touched upon an entirely new realm, his cultivation having ascended to the pinnacle of the chi condensation stage. Meanwhile, he noticed the figure of the Night Star's spirit, a woman clad in black, had become increasingly ethereal beside him. Her once solid form now appeared elusive and insubstantial. She parted her vermilion lips. Her voice, though faint, was filled with warmth. "Congratulations, young one. You have successfully lifted the seal and awakened the spirit seed of the Night Star. However, to transform this spirit seed into a true divine artifact, you will need to acquire more divine materials. These materials may be found among the remnants of lost divine artifacts and ancient celestial weapons. Remember, many covet the Night Star across the three realms. Do not disclose your secret lightly until your strength is sufficient for self-preservation." She paused, continuing, "In the past, it was indeed the Night Star that enabled the esteemed Night Emperor to carve out a formidable reputation across the three realms. This is a special barrier, allowing me to manifest in physical form here. Outside, I can only appear as a spirit for a brief moment. I have expended considerable spiritual energy to help you awaken this spirit seed. Now, I must rest within you to recover. I hope that by the time I awaken again, you will still be alive." With that, her ethereal form transformed into a wisp of divine thought, swiftly entering Lin Feng's body, vanishing from sight. Lin Feng turned his gaze inward, discovering that the fragment of the Night Star's spirit had taken on the shape of the woman he had previously encountered, peacefully resting within his sea of qi. He surveyed the grand hall, finding it devoid of any treasures save for a few immovable statues. He inwardly cursed the stinginess of his situation, having anticipated a modest fortune only to find himself empty-handed. After searching in vain for any treasures, Lin Feng, feeling disheartened, sought an exit. Fortunately, the portal through which he had arrived remained in place. Passing through the luminous passageway, he returned to the spot where he had initially entered the realm of inheritance. Upon emerging from the light, he was greeted by the sight of the enigmatic beast with fiery green eyes still crouched, awaiting him. The mysterious beast, observing Lin Feng's bold emergence from the passage, revealed a glimmer of surprise in its gaze. It slowly spoke, "I sense the presence of the spirit and the Night Star within you. It seems you have gained the affirmation of the spirit and become the new inheritor." Its voice remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, at that moment, Lin Feng could not restrain his ire towards the mysterious beast, exclaiming, "What as with the aloof demeanor, did you know all along that the spirit was unreliable? I wasted countless bows and courtesy on it." The mysterious beast felt a few lines of annoyance appear on its forehead, silently musing, "Unreliable, I doubt there exists a more unreliable divine artifact inheritor than you." Ignoring Lin Feng's complaints, the beast continued, "Now that you have accepted the inheritance, my task is complete. You may leave this valley. Remember, until you fully grasp the power of the divine artifact, do not allow anyone to know of its existence, lest you attract endless trouble." Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. The spirit had already warned him in the hall that the growth of the spirit seed required divine materials, and that artifacts could devour one another. This implied that others who had also awakened their spirit seeds and gained divine artifact inheritances would seek out other artifacts as well. With this realization, Lin Feng ceased his jesting demeanor and deeply bowed to the mysterious beast in gratitude. The area was imbued with a formation barrier, and the beast extended its right claw, tearing a passage through the invisible barrier for Lin Feng to traverse. "I will now open a temporary passage for you. Leave swiftly. Beyond this point lies the nameless valley." With no further words, it turned and leaped into the depths of the valley, leaving behind a shadowy silhouette. Seeing this, Lin Feng hesitated no longer, offering a respectful gesture in the direction of the departing beast before crossing the invisible barrier. The beast sighed softly as it watched Lin Feng's retreating figure. "Master, the spirit has chosen this young one. Who can say whether it is a blessing or a curse? After guarding this place for so many years, I have fulfilled my duty. This accursed formation set by Qin Jiangzi is indeed formidable. It has not only confined me to this nameless valley but has also suppressed my strength to merely 2 layers, yet, it seems this old fool has been preoccupied with other matters in recent years. The formation suppression grows weaker by the day. Furthermore, this young one has unwittingly stirred the sealing power of the Night Star. the formation's hold on me diminishes further. It should not be long before I can escape. Crossing the layer of invisible formation barrier, Lin Feng once again set foot in the nameless valley where he had first encountered the Blue Lin Demon King. The signs of battle remained vividly etched in the valley. Lin Feng paused for a moment, reflecting on the bizarre and tumultuous series of events he had experienced. It had been over a month since the beast had taken him away. Thinking of Lin Wanner and the rest of the Lin family, who might be anxiously awaiting his return, a deep yearning for home welled up within him. He resolved to return to his family first, to soothe their worried hearts. As for the quest for other divine materials, he would devise a further plan once the spirit within him awakened. Regarding the reason for his sudden leap in cultivation, Lin Feng had already concocted a plausible excuse to deflect inquiries. He had encountered a wandering sage who imparted mysterious techniques to him. Though this rationale may be somewhat tenuous, it would be far easier for others to accept than the truth. After all, in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, opportunity and fortuity often outweigh effort. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng no longer hesitated, retracing his steps towards the Lin family estate. As his cultivation had surged to the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage, his speed had dramatically increased. The journey that once took several days could now be completed in just half a day. At last, Lin Feng stood upon a hillside, gazing out at the familiar territory of his family. A warm sensation surged within him, a sense of belonging and homeliness. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he descended the mountain slowly, making his way towards the entrance of his family home. Extra chapter: The Nine Provinces Continent, a realm imbued with fantastical hues and boundless mysteries. In this vast expanse, humanity is divided among 5 great powers of the Qingyang sect in the east, the Nether Palace in the west, the Lihua sect in the south, the Xinbing sect in the north, and the Zhili imperial capital at the center. These 5 powers, whether openly or covertly, engage in ceaseless conflict while maintaining a delicate balance. However, beyond these 5 powers, there exist numerous beast-dominated domains. Within these enigmatic territories, formidable beast clans thrive, possessing awe-inspiring physical strength and potent innate abilities. Tracing their origins, many can even be linked to true spirit races and the bloodlines of ancient primordial beings. The path of cultivation has flourished for ages on the 9 Provinces continent. Cultivators, through relentless training and trials, gradually enhance their strength and realms. They categorize the cultivation journey into 9 stages of body refinement, qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Each stage represents different phases and achievements on the path of cultivation. Corresponding to cultivators is the tier classification of beasts. Beasts are graded from 1 to 9, each level aligning with a corresponding cultivation realm. High-tier beasts possess not only formidable physical prowess and terrifying innate skills but also instill fear in even the most elite human warriors. Legendary beings in ancient clans are akin to the powerful entities of ancient mythology. In the 9 Provinces continent, herbs and elixirs are indispensable resources for cultivators. Moreover, the spiritual artifacts wielded by human warriors in battle constitute a significant part of their strength. Above spiritual artifacts, there exist legendary celestial artifacts used by ancient true immortals and divine artifacts wielded by primordial deities. These celestial and divine artifacts hold catastrophic power, transcending the comprehension of ordinary cultivators, relegated solely to the realms of ancient legends and myths. As for what lies beyond the continent, no one has ever dared to speak of it. Chapter 12: A Family Crisis. As Lin Feng drew closer to the Lin clan's territory, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle ahead. Shadows of wolf-like demon beasts came into view. It was alarming. These were the demon wolf mounts raised by the Guimia family. Realizing the urgency, Lin Feng quickened his pace towards the Lin family's stronghold. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the Lin clan members were engaged in a fierce struggle against a group of Guimia warriors mounted on demon wolves. The Guimia family had long been adversaries of the Lin clan, coveting several of their primary spirit stone mines. The clan leader, Guimia Wutian, like Lin Jinlei, had been at the false stand stage for many years, mere steps away from becoming a golden core master. It was rumored that his cultivation surpassed that of Lin Jinlei. Over the years, the two families had clashed on multiple occasions, with the Lin clan often suffering greater losses. Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to the heart of the conflict. Clan leader Lin Jinlei was locked in combat with Guimia Wutian, while the Grand Elder, Lin Tianchang, valiantly faced 2 opponents of equal rank alone. The other 3 elders of the Lin clan were similarly engaged with several similarly ranked practitioners from the Guimia family. Meanwhile, 3 figures stood aside, not participating in the fray. The lead figure, cloaked in black and masked, obscured their features entirely, flanked by 2 peculiar individuals. One was tall and gaunt, draped in a blood-red robe, wielding a uniquely styled crimson sword, his face hidden beneath a dark hood, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. The other was a hunched, diminutive gnome, brandishing a green whip from which droplets of a green liquid fell, his skin displaying a sickly hue, unmistakably a master of poison. Guimia Wutian, how dare you launch a surprise assault on my clan's territory? Are you not afraid of the retribution from Qingyang sect? Lin Jinlei confronted Gui Miao Tian, who was also at the false stand stage. Although he managed to hold his ground temporarily, he was clearly struggling. Haha, Lin Jinlei. If it weren't for the lingering methods left by those two predecessors from years past, I would have annihilated your clan long ago, but they have been missing for over a decade. If you had any trump cards, you should have employed them by now. Today marks the end of the Lin clan in the Jojo continent. As for the Qingyang sect, once I eradicate you, with a respected elder backing me, I shall have no fear of them. Gui Miao Tian sneered ominously. Honored elder, let us end this swiftly. The Lin clan has sent out a distress signal. We will face trouble once the Qingyang sect arrives. Gui Miao Tian respectfully addressed the three masked figures observing the battle. A bunch of useless fools. What is there to fear from a mere fallen sect in this desolate land? You need not instruct me on how to act. Once our objective is achieved, you may focus on your tasks, the masked figure coldly retorted. Yes, I will ensure it is done, Gui Miao Tian replied, seemingly intimidated by the masked figure. At that moment, Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit, racing towards the battlefield. His velocity was astounding, akin to lightning, as he swiftly traversed hundreds of meters, arriving at the edge of the fray. The confrontation between the Lin clan members and the Guimia family had escalated to a fever pitch. The Lin clan warriors bore various injuries, while the Guimia family capitalized on their demon wolves and unique attack methods, gaining the upper hand. Locking his gaze onto Lin Wanner and Lin Yan, Lin Feng noted that they were surrounded by several early-stage Guimia practitioners. Although Lin Wanner possessed considerable strength, she was clearly at a disadvantage due to the onslaught from multiple opponents, her robes torn and stained with blood on her fair skin. In that moment, a Guimia warrior, wielding a long blade and radiating a fierce killing intent, lunged at Lin Wanner. With agile grace, Lin Wanner evaded the deadly strike by a hair's breadth. However, two other warriors seized the opportunity to mount a fierce assault from both sides, cornering her into a precarious situation. With a flash of sword light, Lin Wanner retaliated, forcing one assailant back. Yet at that instant, another warrior appeared behind her like a specter, delivering a powerful blow to her back. Lin Wanner staggered, blood trickling from her lips as she fell forward. Wanner! Lin Feng's eyes ignited with rage upon witnessing this. With a fierce glint in his gaze, he unsheathed his sword, a dazzling beam of light shooting forth like lightning towards the assailant. The warrior had no time to react as Lin Feng's blade pierced through his chest. With a horrific scream, the warrior collapsed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wanner and the others escaped their predicament, retreating to safety. Lin Feng, when did you return your cultivation? Lin Wanner exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding her heart upon seeing him. Wanner, I just returned. My cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage, Lin Feng replied. The pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage. Lin Wanner and the others gasped in astonishment. However, it was evident that this was not the time for discussions. Lin Feng surveyed the battlefield with a cold demeanor. We'll talk later. For now, we must resolve this immediate threat. With that, he moved swiftly, charging towards the Guimia practitioners who were besieging the Lin clan's disciples. In the face of Lin Feng's formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage, these practitioners were utterly powerless. His sword danced like a scythe of death, each swing claiming the life of a Guimia warrior. The previously lopsided battle shifted dramatically under Lin Feng's relentless assault. The Guimia warriors fell one after another, their cries echoing in the air. At that moment, Gui Miao Tian and the others also took note of Lin Feng's presence, their expressions betraying shock as they had not anticipated the emergence of such a young powerhouse from the Lin family. Third elder, quickly deal with this boy. Gui Miao Tian commanded coldly, directing his gaze at the third elder of the Guimia family, who was currently engaged in combat with Lin Tianchang. Thinking you can escape after a lackluster fight? You must first get past me. Lin Tianchang and his allies, upon realizing Lin Feng's arrival and the tide of battle turning, steeled their resolve and fought with renewed vigor. Seeing Lin Tianchang exhaust his own energy to create an opportunity, Lin Feng felt a surge of determination. Like a bolt of lightning, he weaved through the skirmishes, his sword akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Guimia family warriors. What a pitiful bunch! Blood Dragon Shadow, go and deal with him, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. The previously passive masked figure finally spoke. Yes. The practitioners clad in blood-red robes and the gnome promptly stepped forward. The blood-robed warrior brandished his sword, an aura of crimson energy emanating from him, coalescing into a massive crimson greatsword. Meanwhile, the gnome wielded his green whip, dripping with corrosive green liquid, poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 13 The mysterious powerhouse beneath the vast expanse of the sky, a colossal crimson sword suddenly cleaved towards Lin Jintian and the elders of the Lin family. Its formidable might was akin to that of the Grim Reaper descending upon the earth, exuding an unparalleled aura that enveloped the entire battlefield. Under this overwhelming pressure, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if trapped in the depths of the netherworld, with the battlefield instantaneously shrouded in an eerie silence. Lin Tianming. At this critical juncture, Lin Jinlei resolutely commanded the third elder, lead the younger members of our clan to retreat to the rear mountain and activate the protective array. The other elders and I will hold the line here. No sooner had he spoken than the massive red sword struck before Lin Jinlei. With a fierce roar, Lin Jinlei brandished his Haotian sword, transforming it into a brilliant beam of light to clash against the crimson blade. A thunderous collision erupted as the two sword lights met, producing a deafening sound. Lin Jinlei was sent hurtling backwards, his sword shattering into numerous fragments that scattered across the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his complexion turned as pale as paper. The other elders were not spared either, succumbing to the backlash and collapsing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Tianming swiftly led the clan members in a hasty retreat. Faced with the onslaught of two enigmatic masters, they had no chance of victory. Their only hope lay in retreating to the rear mountain, relying on the protective array to withstand the assault while awaiting reinforcements from the Qingyang sect. "Humph, think you can escape?" sneered the gnome nearby, brandishing his whip. A phantasmal green dragon materialized, roaring as it surged towards the Lin family members. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jintian fixed his resolute gaze upon the elders. "Esteemed elders, it seems we must fight to the death today." His words were imbued with determination and resolve. The Grand Elder, Lin Tianchang, displayed a worried expression. "Patriarch, do you intend to utilize the Qingyang transformation technique?" But his sentence trailed off, yet the implication was clear. When the Qingyang sect imparted this technique, they had explicitly warned that attempting it without being at the core formation stage could result in a fatal backlash. Lin Jintian's gaze remained unwavering as he addressed Lin Tianchang. "At this juncture, we have no other recourse. We must strive to buy time and await the arrival of reinforcements from the Qingyang sect. I am aware of the price of invoking this technique, yet it is our only viable option now." With that, he formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of true energy that surged forth like a raging flood. A powerful wave of energy radiated from him, resonating with an awe-inspiring force. His garments rustled as if stirred by an unseen wind, and shortly thereafter, a magnificent azure dragon emerged from above him. This dragon, vividly detailed with scales, claws, and horns, appeared as though a true divine dragon had descended upon the mortal realm. Its immense form coiled in the air, casting a shadow over the entire valley, evoking a sense of dread. The elders, witnessing this, wasted no time in positioning themselves around Lin Jintian, merging their own auras into the spectral azure dragon. Through their collective effort, the dragon solidified further, as if it were on the verge of breaking free from the confines of the air. "Qingyang transformation technique, unleash!" Lin Jintian bellowed, as his true energy surged forth like a wild dragon, coalescing into a gigantic azure dragon that charged towards the opposing venomous dragon. This Qingyang transformation technique was an advanced mystic-level skill, possessing unmatched power, rivaling the treasured artifacts of esteemed sections. However, Lin Jintian's cultivation was merely at the false core stage, and employing such a technique was a tremendous strain. Nevertheless, the azure dragon's might remained undiminished, swiftly piercing through the gnome's green venomous dragon and roaring as it lunged towards the masked figure in black. As the azure dragon rushed forth, the previously passive masked figure revealed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Soon, a mere small family from this forsaken land possesses such capabilities. This is rather amusing. Blood Shadow, you may withdraw for now. Allow me to entertain myself with them." With that, the venomous dragon and the Blood Shadow Lord obediently retreated, standing respectfully to the side. Chapter 14. The arrival of reinforcements. In the midst of the chaos, a figure cloaked in black and masked held aloft a yellow circular artifact that spun with remarkable speed, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Just as the ethereal image of the azure dragon was about to make contact, the yellow circular artifact surged forward with great force. In that fleeting moment of contact, the azure dragon's illusion seemed to be devoured, vanishing without a trace. To compel the true body to intervene, you must consider yourselves fortunate in death. Today, I shall claim your lives as my own. Merely a modest interest to collect. The figure in black cackled sinisterly, urging the circular artifact once again. The artifact soared into the air, rapidly rotating and generating an overwhelming suction force that enveloped Lin Jintian and his companions. Their faces turned as pale as parchment, their hearts filled with despair. "No!" Lin Wanner and Lin Yan cried out in alarm, rushing forward in a desperate attempt to rescue them, but it was too late. The black-clad figure cast a greedy glance at Lin Wanner and her companion, a more pronounced avarice gleaming in his eyes. Though this ragtag group possesses meager strength, a few promising dual cultivation vessels have emerged. I shall collect you all today. You shall surely aid my cultivation in the future. With a wave of his hand towards the poison dragon and Blood Shadow, he commanded, "Go, capture those women for me, and remember to leave them alive." "Yes, young master." The Poison Dragon and Blood Shadow obeyed, their forms instantly surging toward Lin Wanner and Lin Yan. Stop! Lin Feng bellowed furiously upon witnessing this. The black-clad figure's aim was to abduct Lin Wanner and the others, a transgression he could not tolerate. At that moment, Lin Feng's spiritual energy surged wildly within him, and his sword erupted in a radiant glow. Yet, in this life-and-death moment, a tiny seed within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness seemed to sense his boundless fury, trembling suddenly and emitting waves of mysterious light. In an instant, Lin Feng's sword appeared to be driven by some enigmatic force, transforming into a streak of piercing light, slicing through the air with inexorable might toward the Blood Shadow and Poison Dragon, who were advancing on Lin Wanner. At the same time, Lin Feng felt as if all his spiritual energy had been drained, and he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Just as Lin Feng unleashed this strike, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky. The once clear skies of the Jojo continent were suddenly darkened by an immense black cloud, within which lurked a golden lightning dragon stretching thousands of feet long. What is this? The black-clad figure gazed at the colossal lightning dragon with utter astonishment. The pressure it exuded made all present feel as though the end of days had arrived. However, as Lin Feng lost consciousness, the magnificent lightning dragon seemed to lose its target, spiraling a few times in the air before vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a group of survivors who felt as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's sword found its target, thrusting directly toward the Blood Shadow. Just as the Blood Shadow was still reeling from the shock of the golden lightning dragon overhead, a chilling sword aura approached from behind. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly turned to defend himself, yet, it was too late. Lin Feng's sword, like a force from beyond the heavens, pierced through his protective spiritual light with astonishing speed. With a dull thud, the Blood Shadow was sent reeling back like a kite severed from its string, disbelief etched across his features. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly frail youth before him could wield such formidable swordsmanship, shattering his defenses in a single blow. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, he felt an unprecedented terror of death, as if the young man could slay him with a single strike. On the other side, the black-clad figure, after the lightning dragon's disappearance, finally took notice of the situation with the Blood Shadow. A look of incredulity crossed his face. This nameless boy, with seemingly low cultivation, had managed to withstand an attack from someone of the Blood Shadow's caliber, equivalent to a perfected golden core stage practitioner, and even broke through his defenses. This boy must not be allowed to live. A glint of malice flickered in the black-clad figure's eyes as he commanded sharply, "Blood Shadow, eliminate this boy." "Yes, young master." The Blood Shadow, having suffered a blow to his pride, seized upon the command, channeling all the power of his weapon to its utmost, transforming into a harbinger of death as he lunged toward Lin Feng. "Boy, with your strength to breach my defenses, you are indeed a rare talent," the Blood Shadow sneered, his sword pointed menacingly at Lin Feng. "But alas, talents often meet untimely ends. Today, you shall perish here." Before he could finish speaking, he swung his sword, summoning a bloody sword silhouette that coalesced with overwhelming murderous intent, descending upon Lin Feng. However, just at that critical moment, a thunderous roar resonated from the distance. "Who dares to wreak havoc in the domain of my Qingyang sect?" As the voice echoed, dozens of beams of light streaked across the night sky like meteors. The foremost figure, clad in gray, appeared before Lin Jintian and the others in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was an elder dressed in a gray robe, exuding an aura of formidable might that instilled fear in all who beheld him. Clutching a massive sword that shimmered with radiant light, it seemed to channel the very essence of thunder from the heavens. With a swift motion, the elder swung his sword, and a colossal sword shadow, imbued with crackling lightning, descended, shattering the Blood Shadow's bloody sword silhouette into fragments. Undeterred, the sword shadow continued its relentless assault upon the black-clad figure. The artifact in the figure's hand spun a few times before returning to him, trembling and emitting a low hum. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely rescue," Lin Feng exclaimed with unbridled joy, bowing deeply in gratitude. Had it not been for the elder's intervention, he and Lin Wanner would surely have met a dire fate. "Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools, daring to cause turmoil on the territory of my Qingyang sect." Qing Lei scoffed coldly, his gaze cutting through the black-clad figure and his associates like a blade. At that moment, the Poison Dragon and Blood Shadow quickly positioned themselves protectively beside the black-clad figure. The black-clad figure regarded this sudden gray apparition with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, yet he revealed no hint of fear. "Esteemed elder, this is Qingyang sect's outer elder, Qing Lei, Gui Niao Wu Tian respectfully informed." He sneered disdainfully. "Oh, so it is Elder Qing Lei, a mid-stage golden core elder of the Qingyang sect, whose reputation has spread throughout the eastern region. He specializes in thunder-based techniques, and his thunderclap sword technique is said to be unparalleled, having quelled a horde of beasts comparable to late-stage golden core cultivators single-handedly. Hence, his fame has soared, earning him the title of the first elder of the Qingyang sect's outer sect." Unperturbed by the black-clad figure's mockery, Qing Lei replied coolly, "Regardless of who you are, wreaking havoc on the grounds of my Qingyang sect is not a wise choice." Upon hearing this, the black-clad figure's smirk deepened. "Just an outer elder, and yet you speak so boldly. Do you truly believe I fear you?" As he spoke, a dark, circular disc appeared in his hand, spinning rapidly. A formidable power emanated from the object, causing Qing Lei's expression to sharpen as he sensed the underlying threat in the black-clad figure's words. Having practiced thunder techniques for many years, he had yet to encounter someone who so blatantly underestimated him. "Who exactly are you? My Qingyang sect has always been amicable, avoiding conflict. Today, you dare to flaunt your power and harm others in my Qingyang sect's territory. I demand an explanation." Qing Lei declared coldly, his formidable aura surging, gathering the spiritual energy of the surroundings into countless tiny arcs of electricity that danced around him, illuminating the air with a brilliant glow and exuding waves of potent energy. "Then allow me to experience your prowess," Qing Lei shouted, his form erupting with vigor. Unable to discern the extent of the opponent's cultivation, he held no intention of testing the waters. With a ferocious swing of his sword, imbued with violent lightning energy, he struck fiercely at the black-clad figure, unleashing the most powerful blow of his thunderclap sword technique. Thunderous wrath, yet, in the face of Qing Lei's fierce assault, the black-clad figure showed no sign of trepidation. A sinister smile crept across his face as he uttered, "Spirit stagnation device, activate." In a flurry of rapid movements, a dark circular artifact materialized in his grasp. As he recited an incantation, a chilling aura swept through the area, and a powerful wave of icy energy surged forth like a tempest from all directions. Chapter 15 Qinjiangzi. A chilling aura violently collided with the lightning power of Qing Lei, producing a deafening roar. Qing Lei felt as though his attack had been instantaneously frozen, his spiritual energy as difficult to mobilize as if encased in frost. Alarm surged within him. The artifact wielded by the masked figure in black was inexplicably formidable. "What manner of object could possibly freeze spiritual energy?" Qing Lei exclaimed in shock. "Haha, of course you wouldn't recognize this item," the masked figure scoffed coldly. "But today, allow me to enlighten you on the might of the spirit stasis device. The Lin family is destined to be awash in blood today." As the final syllable fell from the masked figure's lips, the surrounding cold air erupted violently, forming a colossal storm that swept outward in all directions. Under the onslaught of this frigid aura, the disciples of Qingyang sect felt their bodies become painfully rigid, their internal spiritual energy seemingly frozen and unable to circulate. It felt as if their very essence was being continuously siphoned away, all absorbed by the enigmatic black disk. They gazed in terror at the mysterious black disk held by the masked figure, their hearts laden with despair and dread. Just as their spiritual energy was being devoured by the ghostly array, a sudden rift tore open in the heavens, and a dazzling beam of light cascaded down, severing the chilling aura like a blade. Within the radiance, the ethereal figure of an elderly man clad in a blue robe slowly materialized. With a gentle wave of his spectral hands, a tremendous force surged forth, driving back the surrounding cold. The crowd felt a sudden lightness, their spiritual energy no longer draining away. "It's the sect master has arrived." The disciples erupted in joyous exclamations, their voices resonating through the air. Qinjiangzi's phantom solidified in the air, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the masked figure, coldly demanding, "Who are you? How dare you wreak havoc in the territory of Qingyang sect?" The masked figure's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, but after a cursory glance at the projection before him, he sneered derisively, "So it is Qinjiangzi, one of the 5 great powers of the Zhouzhou continent? If your true form were to appear, I might reconsider my approach, but merely a fragment of your consciousness, I am eager to test my mettle against you." Qinjiangzi regarded the figure with a calm smile, stating, "Is that so? Then let me see what prowess you possess, young one. Channel your spiritual energy." The masked figure commanded, and swiftly, the spiritual energy from the Poison Dragon Sovereign and the Blood Shadow Sovereign converged towards him. The masked figure formed seals with his hands, and an even denser aura of darkness erupted forth, instantly enveloping the entire sky. The so-called spirit stasis device emitted a sinister glow, waves of eerie power surging into his being. With the frenzied infusion of spiritual energy from the two and the spirit stasis device, the masked figure's presence surged dramatically. Upon shedding his cloak, he revealed a suit of obsidian metal armor radiating a disquieting resonance. At this moment, his strength matched that of Qinjiangzi's projection. "Devour spirit," the masked figure intoned, and the black disk erupted with torrents of dark energy, which swiftly coalesced into countless chains of spiritual energy, shrieking as they lunged toward Qinjiangzi, as if intent on consuming him whole. Unfazed by the overwhelming onslaught of chains, Qinjiangzi maintained his composure. With a poised finger, akin to a sword, he gently thrust forward, unleashing a brilliant azure beam from his fingertip, which raced to meet the approaching chains. The two forces collided violently in the air, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous roars and blinding light. The entire space quaked, as if on the brink of collapse. A flicker of astonishment crossed the masked figure's eyes. He had not anticipated that a mere cultivator from an exiled realm could wield such formidable power. Even with the enhanced might of his spiritual armor and the spirit stasis device, he could not gain the upper hand. Refusing to yield, he once more formed seals with his hands, urging the spirit stasis device to unleash an even more powerful wave of devouring chains. These chains surged through the air, relentless in their pursuit of Qin Jiangzi. Light and chains clashed fiercely, producing a deafening roar. The two formidable forces surged like a torrential flood, colliding and compressing, generating terrifying shockwaves that radiated outward. The disciples of Qingyang sect struggled to withstand the chaotic aftermath, but some, lacking sufficient strength, were unable to resist, spitting blood and being violently thrown backward. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Jiangzi's ethereal eyes. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a dazzling azure barrier expanded instantly, safeguarding the disciples of Qingyang sect. No matter how the shockwaves raged, they could not breach its defenses. At that moment, the masked figure's eyes darkened, his armor thrumming with surging spiritual energy. He formed seals with his hands, channeling the spirit stasis device to compress even greater power, evidently prepared for a desperate final stand. Explode, he bellowed, and a tempest of formidable spiritual energy erupted instantaneously. The colossal force of the explosion bore down upon Qin Jiangzi from all sides, seemingly intent on consuming him entirely. Yet, unperturbed by the impending assault, Qin Jiangzi maintained his stoic countenance. With his hands forming seals, a massive azure halo erupted from his grasp, rapidly expanding. Qingyang Demon Suppression Technique, he proclaimed, his voice reverberating like thunder across the sky. The azure halo radiated resplendent light, as bright as a full moon, causing the surrounding spiritual tempest to dissipate into nothingness. Wherever the halo passed, the vast spiritual shockwaves birthed by the explosion faded into oblivion. The Qingyang Demon Suppression Technique, having neutralized the majority of the spirit stasis device's explosive force, surged directly towards the masked figure. However, the black armor he wore exhibited a peculiar enchantment. After emitting a soft glow, it successfully absorbed Qin Jiangzi's attack. Still, the immense impact rendered the masked figure's complexion ashen. Realizing that this was merely a projection of Qin Jiangzi's consciousness, he was astounded at how easily it had dismantled the explosive spiritual storm of the spirit stasis device. Now that this artifact lay in ruins, he possessed no further means of defense. Qin Jiangzi, indeed, lived up to his formidable reputation. Should the opportunity arise, I shall return to test my strength against him once more, the masked figure mused, casting a glance in the direction of Lin Feng, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Boy, I believe we shall soon meet again. Next time, your fortune may not hold so well. With that, a halo materialized before him, and upon stepping into it, he vanished along with its luminous form. Of the Blood Shadow Sovereign and the Poison Dragon Sovereign, sensing the peril, hastily activated their teleportation devices to flee. However, Qin Jiangzi had no intention of letting these onlookers escape unscathed. He cast a frigid glare in their direction, and just as they prepared to enter the halo, he delicately pointed his finger, unleashing two azure beams that tore through the air in pursuit. The Poison Dragon Sovereign and the Blood Shadow Sovereign felt a sudden chill in their arms, followed by excruciating pain. Looking down, they discovered that their arms had been severed at the shoulder. Despite the agony, they pressed on into the halo. As for the Ghost Slayer, his fate was even more tragic. Before he could utter a single cry, he was pierced through by an azure beam released by Qin Jiangzi, meeting his demise on the spot. Chapter 16, Taking Disciples. The figure of Qin Jiangzi gradually descended from the heavens, a slight frown etched upon his brow as his gaze followed the retreating figure of the masked man, a ripple of unease stirring within his heart. The recent tranquility of the Jojo continent had indeed been disrupted. The hidden elders of several major sects had converged upon the imperial capital of Zholi, and a palpable sense of impending storm weighed heavily upon him, instilling a sense of unrest. Moreover, the ancient artifact's energy fluctuations that had manifested within the Qingyang sect had even sent shivers down his spine. Despite the sect dispatching several elders to conduct extensive searches, the aura of that artifact had vanished as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Qin Jiangzi found this matter perplexing. He had personally ventured into the valley that trapped the mysterious beast, yet had discovered nothing amiss. Why had this enigmatic figure appeared at the humble Lin family? Surely, it must be intertwined with these recent anomalies. The reason he had refrained from pursuing the masked individuals further was twofold. On one hand, the items they wielded did not appear to belong to the Jojo continent, their weapons and armor rather peculiar. On the other hand, in the direction of their escape, he had sensed several concealed yet powerful auras, rivaling even his own spiritual avatar. Thank you, ancestor, for saving my kin. Lin Jintian bowed deeply before Qin Jiangzi. Do not stand on ceremony. The Lin family has long-standing ties with my Qingyang sect, and this incident involving the Gaimi family colluding with outsiders to assault your family is likely not solely directed at you. Qin Jiangzi raised a hand, assisting him to his feet. Lin Jintian, his face etched with confusion, inquired, "Ancestor, what exactly is happening?" Taking a deep breath, Qin Jiangzi replied, "Recent events on the Zhouzhou continent have been quite unusual. Several influential figures are convening in the Zhouli imperial capital with the emperor, likely concerning the recent emergence of the artifact. The appearance of such a relic heralds chaos across the realm." He paused momentarily before continuing, "However, rest assured, these individuals do not seem to have set their sights on your Lin family. With the death of the Gaimi family's patriarch, the remaining members pose little threat to you. I shall instruct Elder King Lizi to intensify patrols and vigilance to ensure your family's safety." At this point, Qin Jiangzi's gaze inadvertently swept through the crowd, ultimately landing on Lin Feng. A knowing smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Young man, you have reached the pinnacle of qi condensation at such a tender age, quite impressive indeed. What is your name?" Lin Feng's heart raced with surprise. How had this venerable figure noticed him? Had he discerned something? Yet, he dared not reveal any trepidation, especially after having just endured a harrowing battle. This individual could shake the very foundations of the continent with but a stump. Even as merely a fragment of his consciousness, Lin Feng felt compelled to show utmost respect. He responded dutifully, reporting to the ancestor, "I am Lin Feng." "Oh, do you have a master?" Qin Jiangzi inquired with keen interest. Beside him, Lin Jinlei, seemingly favoring Lin Feng in Qin Jiangzi's eyes, preemptively answered, reporting to the ancestor, "Lin Feng has no master." His heart swelled with delight. It appeared that the ancestor held Lin Feng in high regard. As predicted, a satisfied smile graced Qin Jiangzi's countenance. "Very well then, Lin Feng, would you be willing to return with me to the Qingyang sect and become my disciple?" At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. To become a disciple of Qin Jiangzi was undoubtedly a coveted opportunity for countless individuals across the Zhouzhou continent. Lin Feng stood momentarily dumbfounded, his mind reeling. The esteemed figure was extending an invitation to take him as a disciple? He could not help but glance at Lin Wanner, only to find her gazing back at him with a face full of joy and anticipation. It was then that he realized he had not misheard. He took a deep breath, striving to quell his excitement. "I would be honored to, ancestor." He bowed deeply. "However, I have one request. I hope that the ancestor will consider it." "Oh, it seems you have conditions for becoming my disciple." "Do share," Qin Jiangzi observed with intrigue. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Wanner, then back to Qin Jiangzi, stating, reporting to the ancestor, "It is not that I have any conditions, but I have grown up alongside Sister Wanner, and her cultivation talent surpasses mine. I hope the ancestor will also take her as a disciple." "Ah, is that so?" Qin Jiangzi regarded Lin Feng with a sly smile, casting a serious glance at Lin Wanner. He then turned to her and remarked, "This young lady is quite remarkable as well. Unfortunately, I do not accept female disciples. However, I can speak to Elder Qingfu about taking you as a disciple. How does that sound?" Lin Feng and Lin Wanner exchanged delighted glances, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Ancestor Qingyang." Qin Jiangzi laughed heartily, "Excellent. You shall be my 7th disciple." "King Lizi!" Qin Jiangzi called out. "Master," King Lizi responded promptly, bowing respectfully. "Take these two youngsters back to the Qingyang sect. I must first visit the Zhouli imperial capital to confer with a few old acquaintances," Qin Jiangzi instructed. At that moment, as if recalling something, Qin Jiangzi addressed Lin Feng, "By the way, I apologize for my hasty departure without bringing anything of value to bestow upon you. I noticed you seem to have strained yourself in your recent exertions. If not properly managed, it may hinder your future cultivation. Allow me to eliminate this hidden peril and assist you in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage as a token of my goodwill." With that, a gentle azure light enveloped Lin Feng, and a tremendous wave of soft energy instantly filled his qi. The backlash from his previous exertion against the poisonous dragon's blood shadow was swiftly mended beneath the azure glow. Lin Feng felt the barrier of his qi condensation phase shatter under the onslaught of this energy. In mere moments, he had ascended to the rank of a foundation establishment cultivator, akin to the elders of the Lin family. "I have aided you in breaking through your cultivation barrier. Once you arrive at the sect, seek out your senior brother to solidify your foundation. I have some matters to attend to in the Zhouli imperial capital and shall not return to the sect for the time being. Should you have any uncertainties, you may consult with your senior brother or Elder King Lizi." Qin Jiangzi seemed immensely pleased with his newly acquired disciple, exuding a benevolent demeanor. Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, Qin Jiangzi's figure vanished in an instant, hundreds of miles away. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, King Lizi led the members of the Qingyang sect to bid farewell to Lin Jinlei and the others. He then addressed Lin Feng and Lin Wanner, who were still engaged in farewells with Lin Yenner. "You two, come with me." With that, he summoned a flying artifact, a slender boat surrounded by a thin protective barrier. Though it appeared small, it comfortably accommodated over a dozen individuals standing within the vessel. They were completely shielded from the sounds of the outside world. King Lizi positioned himself at the bow, deftly maneuvering the craft forward. Lin Feng stood aboard, curiously observing the Lin family estate below, now resembling tiny ants. This was his first experience of soaring through the skies since his arrival in this world. "What's the matter, young man? Is this your first time aboard a flying artifact?" King Lizi asked while retrieving a spirit stone the size of an egg from his storage pouch and tossing it into the boat. Snapped back to reality by the breathtaking view beneath him, Lin Feng respectfully replied, "Yes, ancestor, indeed this is my first experience with such a flying artifact. Its marvel has momentarily taken my breath away." King Lizi laughed heartily, "No worries. The first time riding a flying artifact can be overwhelming. My inaugural experience was far worse. I was utterly nauseated. Why have I never seen such a wondrous flying artifact within my family?" Lin Feng queried Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner shot him a withering glance. "Do you think flying artifacts grow on trees? Soaring through the skies is an exceedingly energy-consuming endeavor. Unless one possesses a particularly rare flying artifact, only those at the golden core stage and above can operate them. As for this flying artifact, its fabrication is no simple task. It requires the collaboration of several fourth-grade artifact masters, which is why only the major sects possess such items. The Lin family's annual production of spirit stones would scarcely cover a few flights of this vessel unless one were to utilize naturally flying demonic beasts. Human cultivators can only manage a brief flight at the golden core stage, but if their energy runs dry mid-flight, the consequences can be dire. Generally, avian demonic beasts are proud by nature, making it quite challenging to tame them as mounts unless one is a formidable cultivator. Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing that flying was not a trivial matter in the Jojo continent. King Lizi burst into laughter, addressing the two. "Hold on tight, young brothers, I shall accelerate, for I have other pressing matters to attend to upon returning to the sect, otherwise, I would not employ this flying artifact." With that, he unleashed the full power of the vessel, which surged forward like a shooting star, leaving a wake of air behind it. Chapter 17. The ancient demon clan. In a hidden chamber deep within the imperial palace at the heart of the Jojo continent, 5 individuals surrounded an object that emanated a faint, ethereal glow, inscribed with ancient runes. This object was deliberately encased in a layer of golden light. The faintly glowing artifact seemed to harbor an extraordinarily violent power, and without the golden shield, it appeared poised to erupt at any moment. Among the 5, an elderly man clad in a blue robe, wielding a long sword, was none other than Qin Jiangzi, the leader of the Qingyang sect, who had hurriedly arrived from the eastern reaches of the continent. He gazed intently at the object before him and spoke in a grave tone. "What is this, Brother Jiang?" The aura of spiritual energy emanating from it is entirely foreign to our Jojo continent. A commanding voice responded, belonging to a middle-aged man adorned in a golden dragon robe. Jiang Wuxia, the supreme ruler of the Jojo continent. However, it seemed that his true name had long been forgotten. Jiang Wuxia had cultivated his tyrannical true energy to the pinnacle of the harmony stage, his methods profound and inscrutable. The ancient demon clan? Li Huozhenren furrowed his brow, revealing a look of confusion. Clad in a crimson robe and holding a fiery red spear, the true energy of Li Hua surged around him. As the leader of the Li Hua sect, he was also a formidable figure at the late stage of harmony. "It's been many years. I never expected to hear that name again," Qin Jiangzi remarked solemnly. "What exactly is the story behind the ancient demon clan?" Li Huozhenren inquired of Jiang Wuxia. Jiang Wuxia regarded the artifact, which seemed to strain against its bindings, and replied, "To understand this, we must delve into the cataclysmic war between gods and demons that occurred 1,000,000 years ago. Legend has it that during ancient times, the 3,000 demon gods sealed within the Qilin cliff of the primordial infinite realm somehow transformed into an immensely powerful demon sovereign, proclaiming himself as the great Emperor Rahu. He subsequently broke free from the seal of the infinite realm and, upon returning to the demon realm, sought out 12 primordial beings, claiming them as the 12 ancestral witches of the demon realm. Upon returning, the great demon sovereign Rahu harbored malicious intent, vowing to annihilate the celestial realm and its myriad immortals to avenge the grievances of his past imprisonment. He cunningly incited conflict between the 4 great true spirit families and the immortal sects by exploiting the long-standing discord between humanity and the demon races, resulting in a devastating war that left both the immortal realm and the true spirit families severely weakened. In the aftermath, Rahu and the 12 ancestral witches secretly harnessed the remains of the slain true dragons, true phoenixes, Chilants, and Kunpangs to cultivate a treacherous formation known as the Extermination of Immortals, aimed at eradicating all Luo golden immortals. At that time, the great demon sovereign led the 12 ancestral witches and the demonic horde into various star domains of the cultivation realm. To avert the extinction of the cultivation realm, Dong Huang expended his life's energy, causing the red lotus karma fire within his innate treasure, the Dong Huang bell, to self-destruct, severely wounding the 12 ancestral witches. However, the Extermination of Immortals formation had already been activated. After the retreat of the 12 ancestral witches, the great demon sovereign Rahu descended upon Dong Huang, whose innate treasure had been destroyed. Unable to withstand Rahu wielding the god-slaying spear, Dong Huang perished, his Tao extinguished. With Dong Huang's demise, the demon clan grew even more rampant, unleashing a reign of terror upon the cultivation realm, leading to a catastrophic massacre. It was only then that the cultivation realm and the demon races set aside their grievances and united once more. After thousands of years of relentless battles against the demon clan, several exceptionally gifted young cultivators emerged, who would later become the great Emperor Haodian, the great Emperor Donghua, and the great Emperor Ziwei. Ultimately, under the leadership of the venerable Hongjun and several emperors, they united with the true dragons, true phoenixes, Chilants, Kunpangs, and other demon races, finally breaking the Extermination of Immortals formation and driving the demonic forces from the celestial realm. Both the great demon sovereign Rahu and his innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, were sealed beneath the 9 nether realms by Hongjun and several emperors. As Jiang Wuxie recounted this tale, the atmosphere in the chamber grew increasingly somber. It felt as though they were transported back to that ancient epoch, witnessing the earth-shattering battle between gods and demons. But what is the reason for the appearance of these relics of the demon clan in our Jojo continent? Li Huozhenren could not contain his curiosity. Jiang Wuxie cast a glance at Li Huozhenren and continued, "Our Jojo continent may very well be the ancient battlefield of the celestial and demonic war." Ignoring the astonished expressions of Li Huozhenren and the others, he turned his gaze back to the rune-inscribed array and added, "Regrettably, since the war between gods and demons, the cultivation realm has suffered a collapse, and the spiritual energy has become significantly diminished. There is a saying that, in order to seal the ancient demon clan, a great deal of the primordial energy from various star domains was extracted, thereby rendering the spiritual energy of the cultivation realm so scarce. Nowadays, for cultivators like us, it is exceedingly difficult to ascend to immortality, let alone achieve the legendary lifespan of several 100,000 years as a Luo golden immortal. Reflecting on our arduous cultivation for millennia, we find that we have merely extended our lifespans a little beyond that of ordinary mortals. In the end, we will still dissolve into ashes, returning to chaos, and the aspiration to become an immortal with a lifespan of thousands of years seems utterly hopeless." As Jiang Wuxie spoke, a look of despair spread across the faces of those present. However, he continued, although the ancient demon clan vanished from the cultivation realm after that catastrophic battle, it is said that remnants of some ancient demons and predecessors of the cultivation realm may have been scattered across a certain location in our Jojo continent. Perhaps this represents our last glimmer of hope, yet, despite our exhaustive searches over the years, we have yet to find anything. A beautiful woman in a flowing white gown, the current leader of the Xianbing sect, Xianbing Zhenren, expressed a hint of doubt. "May I inquire where Brother Jiang acquired this object?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wuxie replied, "This artifact was obtained near the forbidden area of the Endless Abyss in my Zholi imperial capital. Recently, the seal at the entrance of the Endless Abyss has shown signs of weakening, and this relic of the ancient demon clan was discovered in that vicinity." "The Endless Abyss?" The others gasped in astonishment. Jiang Wuxie pondered for a moment before stating, "Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, the sudden emergence of this artifact of the ancient demon clan, which has not been seen for a millennium, suggests that the ancient battlefield of the war between gods and demons may lie within this endless abyss. I have summoned you all here today for 2 reasons. First, this demon artifact possesses immense power. I have attempted to seal it, but it is exceedingly challenging to accomplish alone. Therefore, I have invited you all to assist me. Second, the seal of the endless abyss has weakened, presenting us with an opportune moment to explore. Should we succeed in the endless abyss, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for us to elevate our cultivation and transcend the limitations of this realm. What are your thoughts, Qin Jiangzi?" Li Huozhenren inquired, glancing at the previously silent Qin Jiangzi. Qin Jiangzi stared at the artifact that struggled against its bindings. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Naturally, it is only logical for us to aid Brother Jiang in sealing this demon artifact. However, regarding the matter of entering the endless abyss, it would be prudent to wait until the time of the upcoming grand competition when all sects and factions are assembled. We can deliberate further at that time. What does everyone think?" The others acknowledged the wisdom of Qin Jiangxi's words. Given the gravity of this situation, which affected the fate of all cultivators across the Zhouzhou continent, it was indeed best to wait for all the major sects to convene and discuss together. Thus, they nodded in agreement. After collaboratively sealing the demon artifact, the group began to depart. Yet, once they had left, in a concealed corner, Emperor Jiang Wuxie revealed a strange smile. Chapter 18. Entering the Qingyang sect. As Lin Feng and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Qingyang sect, dusk had already fallen. The mountain gate prohibited flying, leaving them no choice but to proceed on foot. Qing Lazy stowed away his flying artifact and addressed Lin Feng and Lin Waner. At that moment, Lin Feng and Lin Waner finally beheld the grandeur of the Qingyang sect. A dense mist enveloped the entire area, clearly a result of a high-level formation providing protection. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of other regions in the eastern domain. Resembling a terrestrial paradise, the sect was deeply nestled within towering mountains, their peaks piercing the clouds, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the magnificent gate of the Qingyang sect, enhancing its imposing presence. "Stop, who are you?" Two disciples guarding the mountain gate promptly approached, their expressions wary as they scrutinized the newcomers. Qing Lazy stepped forward, and upon seeing this, the two disciples exchanged glances. One of them broke into a smile and respectfully bowed. "Ah, it is Elder Qing Lazy returning." The other disciple observed Lin Feng, noting his unfamiliar appearance. Might this junior be a newly admitted disciple? Qing Lazy smiled gently and introduced, "This is Lin Feng, a new disciple accepted by the sect leader. I have brought them both to Qingyang Peak." Upon hearing this, the two disciples widened their eyes in surprise, curiously examining Lin Feng. Knowing that he was personally brought back by Elder Qing Lazy, they naturally did not dare to be dismissive and hurriedly led the way. "Elder, please follow us." Under their guidance, Qing Lazy led Lin Feng into the grand entrance of the Qingyang sect. The moment they stepped inside, Lin Feng was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before him. Countless peaks rose majestically from the ground, soaring into the heavens. Between the mountains, mist swirled, creating an ethereal ambience akin to a fairyland. Amidst these peaks, Lin Feng also spotted numerous well-placed buildings and agile disciples, clad in matching azure robes. These disciples traversed the mountain paths, either cultivating or conversing, forming a harmonious tableau. As they noticed Lin Feng and Lin Waner following Elder Qing Lazy, curious glances were cast their way. After a considerable walk, they finally reached the main peak, Qingyang Peak. There stood an imposing hall atop the summit, where the sect leader, Qing Yangzi, and his disciples regularly practiced. Standing on the spacious platform before the hall, one could gaze around and see the towering peaks shrouded in mist, evoking a sense of being in an otherworldly realm. Behind the platform loomed an even grander hall, its entrance adorned with a massive plaque inscribed with the three prominent characters. Qingyang Hall. You may enter. The sect leader has already sent word, arranging for your senior brother to receive you. I have some matters to attend to and will not accompany you further, Qing Lazy stated as he brought Lin Feng to the entrance of the hall before turning to leave. Thank you, Elder Qing Lazy. Lin Feng and Lin Waner expressed their gratitude in unison. They then stepped into the hall. Upon entering, Lin Feng was struck by the sight. Within rows of neatly arranged chairs and tables displayed various artifacts and scriptures. In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. You must be the seventh junior brother recently accepted by our master, the man remarked, his gaze appraising Lin Feng with a hint of curiosity. Yes, I am Lin Feng, and this is my cousin Lin Waner. We have come to the Qingyang sect on the orders of Senior Qing Yangzi, Lin Feng replied, slightly bowing in respect. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Master has already informed me of your arrival, so there is no need for excessive formalities. I am your senior brother, Duan Shiqing. You may call me Senior Brother Duan from now on. Additionally, there are no female disciples on Qingyang Peak, and it may pose challenges for Miss Waner. Master specifically instructed me to have her practice under the tutelage of Master Cui Ping on Cui Ping Peak. They should be arriving shortly. Just then, Duan Shiqing's expression shifted slightly, as if sensing something, and he cheerfully said to Lin Feng, Look, speaking of the devil, here comes someone. A clear and melodious crane call pierced the air, and a beautiful woman clad in a red robe descended gracefully from a giant white crane, heading straight for the hall. Senior Brother Duan, Master sent me to fetch the new junior sister. Where is she? The voice of the woman rang out, bright and clear, as she approached Duan Shiqing. Duan Shiqing displayed a wry smile, turning to Lin Feng to introduce, This is your esteemed senior sister, Zhang Yinyao, a highly favored disciple of Master Cui Ping. She is quite straightforward, so do not take offense. At this moment, Lin Feng took note of Zhang Yinyao, thinking to himself her name sounds quite gentle, and her figure is indeed elegant, but her personality is rather unexpected. Hey, kid, what are you mumbling about? Zhang Yinyao shot a glare at Lin Feng. Ah, nothing, Lin Feng quickly explained, I was merely admiring how impressive and beautiful senior sister looks. Pfft, who asked for your compliments? Zhang Yunyao smirked, you seem like quite the smooth talker, definitely not a good person. Looks like you're cut from the same cloth as senior brother Duan. Duan Shiqing found himself at a loss for words, waving his hand, alright, junior sister Jiang, enough of that, let me introduce you. This is Lin Feng, the new disciple accepted by our master, and this is his cousin, Lin Wan. Our master specifically mentioned that junior sister Lin's talents are exceptionally suited for Master Cui Ping's teachings, hence the trouble of having you come personally. Oh? So you are Sister Wanner. Zhang Yunyao finally noticed Lin Wanner standing nearby, taking her hand and scrutinizing her closely. What a stunning beauty you are! What is there to be concerned about? Our Cui Ping Peak has always had few disciples due to our unique techniques. Now that we have you, Sister Wanner, the senior sisters will surely be delighted, Zhang Yunyao said enthusiastically. Duan Shiqing cupped his hands toward Zhang Yunyao, then I must thank you, junior sister Jiang. Just as Zhang Yunyao was about to lead Lin Wanner away, she suddenly said, Senior sister, please wait a moment. I have a few words to convey to Xiao Feng. With that, she pulled Lin Feng aside. Xiao Feng, I perceive that your senior brother seems to be a kind-hearted individual. I trust you will not encounter any troubles here. Be sure to listen well and work hard on your cultivation. Once I settle in with Master and the senior sisters, I will come to see you, Lin Wanner spoke softly to Lin Feng. Don't worry, Sister Wanner. I will be just fine, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Then we shall take our leave, Master and the others are surely waiting for us, Zhang Yunyao said, lightly beckoning forward. A huge, snow-white mystical crane was summoned to her side. Zhang Yunyao and Lin Wanner leaped onto the crane, which let out a triumphant cry, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Duan Shiqing looked at Lin Feng, who was still in a daze, and chuckled, alright, junior brother, stop staring. They've already flown far away. Startled back to reality, Lin Feng scratched his head sheepishly and said, my apologies, senior brother. I was lost in thought. Duan Shiqing smiled, no harm done, with junior sister Lin going to Cui Ping Peak, it should be a good choice. As you likely observed, flying artifacts are prohibited within our Qingyang sect, except for the spiritual crane belonging to Master Cui Ping. This reflects Master's regard for Cui Ping Peak, so you need not worry excessively. Duan Shiqing then stepped closer to Lin Feng, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Now, let me see what you are capable of. To have caught Master's attention must mean you possess remarkable skills. However, to join Qingyang Peak, you must first pass my test. Pausing briefly, he continued, now, use your strongest technique to attack me and let me see the extent of your abilities. Attack you? Senior brother? Lin Feng was taken aback seeing that Duan Shiqing was not joking. He had no choice but to brace himself. Very well then, senior brother, I seek your guidance. Lin Feng took a deep breath and began to channel the spiritual energy within him. Chapter 19 A brief farewell. Very well, senior brother, I shall proceed, Lin Feng declared, channeling his energy as he thrust forward with a powerful punch. The force of his strike surged like a turbulent wave. Yet, he had no intention of utilizing the power of the Night Star within him. In truth, he was unable to do so. The sword he had wielded during his confrontation with the Poison Dragon Sovereign and Blood Shadow Sovereign had not been under his control either. Had it not been for Qin Yangzi's timely intervention to mend the backlash inflicted by that sword, his path of cultivation would have faced significant hindrance. Moreover, the spirit of the Nameless Valley and the enigmatic beasts had repeatedly cautioned him not to reveal the existence of the Night Star without the means to protect himself. In the face of Lin Feng's seemingly formidable punch, Duan Shiqing merely smiled lightly, extending a single finger. In an instant, a pale blue barrier swiftly coalesced before him. Lin Feng's fist struck the barrier with great force, yet it emitted only a dull thud, remaining entirely unperturbed by his attack. Is this truly your strongest strike? I must have overestimated you, junior brother, Duan Shiqing remarked with a serene smile, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. As though he found Lin Feng's strength lacking, Lin Feng felt a profound shock. Despite unleashing 60% of his power at the initial stage of foundation building, his efforts appeared trivial before Duan Shiqing. Taking a deep breath, his countenance grew grave as he unsheathed his long sword, its cold gleam shining brightly. I shall come again, senior brother, do take heed. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his expression serious. Come forth, junior brother, Duan Shiqing replied, still wearing an air of nonchalance as he regarded Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng had summoned all of his energy at the initial stage of foundation building, with spiritual power surging frantically around him, as though he intended to gather all the spiritual essence of the world into his sword. He envisioned the ancient battlefield, recalling the image of a proud figure cleaving through thousands of demon soldiers with a single sword. With a low shout, Lin Feng unleashed a brilliant sword light towards Duan Shiqing. Yet, Duan Shiqing remained as tranquil as water, extending his palm and gently waving it, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that collided with Lin Feng's sword shadow. Instantly, Lin Feng's fierce attack was rendered formless. Well done indeed. To achieve such prowess at the initial stage of foundation building without employing any techniques is quite impressive. Your foundation is solid, junior brother, Duan Shiqing remarked with a hint of surprise as he neutralized the blow. Lin Feng was inwardly perplexed. What level of strength did this senior brother possess? He felt he had exerted his utmost effort, yet it seemed his opponent had not even mobilized any spiritual energy, effortlessly perceiving the weaknesses in his attack and dispelling it with a mere flick of his hand. Seemingly divining Lin Feng's thoughts, Duan Shiqing chuckled, I practiced the Sexqingyang Divine Decision, which grants me heightened perceptual abilities compared to the average person. Have you yet to learn any techniques, junior brother? Indeed, Lin Feng replied, somewhat embarrassed. The clan leader mentioned finding me a suitable technique for cultivation, but before he could do so, I was taken back by the master. He thought to himself that techniques in the eastern continent were not as easily obtained as cabbages. The Lin family had only managed to exchange for a low-grade mystic technique, the Qingyang transforming dragon scripture, from the Qingyang sect. After centuries of accumulation. Aside from the current clan leader and a few elders, others were generally not permitted to cultivate it. Oh, I see, Duan Shiqing nodded in understanding. I can apply for you to have a chance to select a technique from the library, but whether you can find one suitable for you depends on your fortune. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, expressing his gratitude. As the pinnacle sect of the eastern continent, the Qingyang sect's library undoubtedly housed countless invaluable techniques. If he could select one that suited him, it would undoubtedly facilitate his path of cultivation immensely. Now, let us first arrange your cave dwelling, allowing you to acclimatize to your surroundings, Duan Shiqing said, leading Lin Feng towards the back mountain. Before long, they arrived at a secluded cave dwelling. Junior brother, this place is rich in spiritual energy, one of the finest locations on Qingyang Peak. Henceforth, this will be your residence. In a few days, I shall accompany you to the scripture pavilion to select your technique, Duan Shiqing indicated. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude once more before eagerly stepping into the cave to inspect it. He discovered that the cave was likely prepared in advance by Duan Shiqing, as it was equipped with all necessary amenities. After making some brief adjustments, he settled down to meditate and cultivate. In the following days, aside from mealtimes, Lin Feng spent all his time meditating and absorbing spiritual energy within the cave. He noticed that as his proficiency with the spiritual energy increased, the abundance of energy on Qingyang Peak far surpassed that of his family's cultivation environment, significantly accelerating his progress. One day, while Lin Feng was deep in meditation, he suddenly heard the call of a crane from outside the cave. He hurriedly stepped out to investigate and saw a majestic black crane gracefully perched at his door, accompanied by two female disciples. One was clad in a red dress, fiery and exuberant, while the other wore a pink robe, gentle and serene. It was none other than Lin Wanner and Jiang Yunyao. Sister Wanner, what brings you here? Lin Feng asked with delight as he approached them. It's because someone couldn't help but worry about their precious younger brother and insisted on visiting before setting off, the red-clad Jiang Yunyao teased with a playful smile. Lin Wanner smiled gently and said, Sister, please refrain from teasing me, Xiao Feng. We have come to inform you that Master has been invited to the Zhou Imperial capital to attend a grand competition for newcomers in a year's time, so he will be departing early, taking me and Sister Jiang along for some practical experience. This journey may take a while, hence our visit. A grand competition for newcomers? Lin Feng queried curiously. It's a grand event held once every 30 years on the Zhou continent. Jiang Yunyao explained proudly. All the influential factions across the continent will send representatives. There will be auctions for rare techniques, treasures, and medicinal pills that are seldom seen, and the scene will be quite lively. An auction, you say, but what exactly is this newcomer competition? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. You simpleton. It is quite literally a selection of the most promising newcomers under 100 years of age and below the nascent soul stage from the Zhou continent. Jiang Yunyao responded, seemingly exasperated by Lin Feng's lack of knowledge. Oh, I see. What benefits come with being selected? Lin Feng continued to ask. Benefits, you dolt, this is a matter of great honor. Jiang Yunyao rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. If you secure first place in the newcomer competition, you'll undoubtedly receive techniques, pills, and treasures. I've heard there are additional rewards this year, though I don't know the specifics. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Though he was currently at the initial stage of foundation building, he had over half a year to prepare. Attending the event would be a splendid opportunity. All right, Xiao Feng, do not bicker with Sister Jiang, Lin Wanner interjected, taking Lin Feng's hand with concern. We may be away for quite some time, so do take care of yourself. Rest assured, Sister Wanner, I am doing well here, with ample food and drink. Lin Feng seized the moment as he held her hand, relishing the soft touch that brought him secret delight. Lin Wanner, sensing the unusualness of his touch, blushed deeply, withdrawing her hand and turning to mount the white crane. Jiang Yunyao observed this exchange with a teasing expression, choosing to remain silent. Very well, Sister Wanner, do take care. Lin Feng feigned innocence as he watched them gradually depart. Alas, he sighed inwardly, realizing he would be alone again in the days to come. However, recalling Jiang Yunyao's mention of the newcomer competition, he was reminded of a certain masked intruder who had attacked the Lin family. He seemed to be associated with the underworld sect or some such organization and appeared relatively young, vowing to deal with Lin Feng in the future. The newcomer competition would gather all newcomers under 100 years old from the Zhouzhou continent, which likely meant that intruder would also participate. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, even with that protective treasure he had used, it was evident that Lin Feng's current abilities would be insufficient. He needed to acquire some formidable weapons for self-defense. After all, no matter how skilled one was in martial arts, one would still fear a kitchen knife. If he could forge a weapon that could project spiritual energy, that would be even better. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng felt invigorated and began to ponder the art of forging. Chapter 20. A stroke of luck. In the days that followed, Lin Feng devoted himself to his training and immersed himself in his plans for firearms. However, the path of weapon forging proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. The primary challenge lay in the compression of spiritual energy. Compressing too little rendered the weapon ineffective, while compressing too much caused the spiritual artifact to shatter under the strain. Despite Lin Feng's diligent safety measures, he still found himself battered and bruised from the explosions. After repeated attempts, he reluctantly decided to abandon the endeavor. A few days later, in his flowing green robes, Duan Shiqing arrived gracefully at Lin Feng's cave dwelling. Junior brother, today I shall take you to the scripture pavilion, Duan Shiqing proclaimed with a beaming smile, his mood evidently buoyant. Junior brother, what are you working on? Forging weapons? Duan Shiqing inquired, noticing the scattered remnants of shattered spiritual artifacts around Lin Feng, who appeared somewhat disheveled. Senior brother, I'm merely researching something, Lin Feng replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. You mentioned the scripture pavilion. Oh, does that mean I can finally procure some techniques? Lin Feng finally grasped the essence of Duan Shiqing's words. Indeed, I have already submitted a request to the sect. As your master's newly accepted disciple, you are now permitted to select techniques that suit you, Duan Shiqing responded with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The scripture pavilion was a treasure trove of the Qingyang sect. Senior brother, please wait a moment, I shall be right there. Lin Feng hurriedly tidied up before following Duan Shiqing to the scripture pavilion. Before long, the two arrived at the location of the scripture pavilion on Qingyang Peak. Before them stood an ancient structure that soared into the clouds. Goodness, it's so vast. Lin Feng was immediately awestruck by the grandeur of the pavilion. Junior brother, here is your token. With this token, you may enter the floor corresponding to your strength to select techniques, Duan Shiqing said, handing Lin Feng a token with a smile. Remember, each person only has 3 opportunities. The techniques within the pavilion are protected by prohibitions, and whether you can acquire them depends on your fortune. 3 opportunities. What does that mean? Lin Feng asked, perplexed. The techniques in the pavilion are ensconced with restrictions set by the sect's elders. On one hand, this prevents theft. On the other, it tests the disciple's fortune. You cannot see the attributes of the techniques. It is possible to select one that may not be suitable for you. This is purely a matter of luck. Isn't that akin to a lottery? Lin Feng replied, somewhat speechless. What is wrong, junior brother? Is there something you don't understand? Duan Shiqing maintained his characteristic cheerful demeanor. Nothing more. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, Lin Feng thought to himself. If it's all about luck, then so be it. Go on in, just give the token to the elder at the entrance. I won't be accompanying you, Duan Shiqing said before vanishing from Lin Feng's sight in a flash. Holding the token, Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly walked through the grand entrance of the scripture pavilion. Upon entering, Lin Feng was struck with awe at the sight before him. The interior of the scripture pavilion was an expansive space, resembling a small world unto itself. Tall bookshelves stood in orderly rows, seemingly reaching for the heavens, filled to the brim with a myriad of techniques. Kid. A raspy voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's ear. Startled, Lin Feng turned to see a disheveled old man with a scraggly white beard, clad in tattered gray robes with oil stains at the edges. He appeared to have just finished a meal, with crumbs still clinging to his attire. You're new here, aren't you? I haven't seen you before. The old man lazily scrutinized Lin Feng while burping. Senior, your insight is remarkable. I am Lin Feng, a newcomer, Lin Feng replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Based on his experiences in his previous life, he suspected that this seemingly unkempt gatekeeper was, in fact, a hidden master. You know the rules, I trust, hand over the token, the old man said, extending his hand languidly. Lin Feng quickly presented the token. The old man glanced at it dismissively and waved his hand. You may enter. Don't dawdle, remember, each person only has 3 chances, choose quickly and come back out. Before entering, senior brother had informed Lin Feng in detail about the scripture pavilion. The pavilion was divided into 5 levels, so the first level contained techniques for the body refinement stage, the second level for the foundation establishment stage, the third for the core formation stage, and the fourth for the nascent soul stage. The 5th level, it was said, was reserved exclusively for the sect leader and the senior elders. As Lin Feng was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he could only select techniques from the first and second levels. Finding the first level filled with basic techniques unworthy of his attention, Lin Feng proceeded directly to the second level. Upon entering the second level, he surveyed the vast array of techniques before him. However, he did not rush to select one. Instead, he began to examine the clusters of light surrounding each book on the shelves. These techniques appeared as indistinct orbs of light, rendering their contents invisible. How does one choose? Lin Feng extended his hand towards one of the orbs, and suddenly, a piece of information surged into his mind. A fire cloud poem, fire-based technique, rank amid yellow. Lin Feng was taken aback. He placed his hand back on the orb to confirm, and the same information reappeared in his mind. What is happening? Could it be due to that divine seed in my body? Originally invisible techniques and ranks now manifested before him. Lin Feng tried another orb, earth-shattering / earth-based technique, rank low. Yellow elation surged through Lin Feng. With this newfound ability, wouldn't he be able to select the finest techniques available? He perused the techniques as if he were browsing through a supermarket. No wonder senior brother had encouraged him to come here. The selection was indeed vast. The least valuable techniques were likely of yellow rank, yet many orbs contained nothing at all, which seemed rather unfair. Lin Feng mused about the intentions of the sect's elders for establishing such a system, perhaps to showcase the wealth of the Qingyang sect. Nevertheless, there were still several profound rank techniques available. Given that each person only had 3 opportunities, the average disciple, devoid of Lin Feng's unique ability, would have to rely purely on luck to select a good technique. Survival comes first. I must find a reliable technique for protection. Lin Feng continued to select techniques leisurely, thankful that the pavilion was currently devoid of other visitors. Otherwise, his method of selection would surely astonish onlookers. With hundreds of thousands of techniques available, it was exceedingly rare for an ordinary disciple to secure even a single profound rank technique, yet here he was, leisurely browsing through them. Eventually, Lin Feng paused in front of a particular technique. Technique name, Shadow Concealment Technique. Technique rank, High. Profound technique description. The Shadow Concealment Technique is an exceedingly rare technique belonging to the category of evasion. Cultivating this technique allows the practitioner to conceal their form for a brief period, as if vanishing into thin air. Upon reaching advanced mastery, one can even ignore the levels of concealment, making them nearly undetectable. Technique features 1. Concealment of form. The core ability of the Shadow Concealment Technique is to hide one's form perfectly. Through a unique breathing method and body movements, practitioners can effectively obscure their presence, even in plain sight. 2. Enhanced speed. Practitioners of the Shadow Concealment Technique experience a surge in their movement speed, allowing them to instantaneously traverse distances of up to 100 miles at peak mastery. 3. Aura obfuscation. Beyond mere physical concealment, the Shadow Concealment Technique also somewhat masks the practitioner's aura, making it difficult for enemies to sense their presence. Haha, truly, fortune smiles upon me. Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly. This Shadow Concealment Technique was tailor-made for him. With this technique, wouldn't it be a breeze to stealthily observe the female disciples bathing? Images of the female disciples from Suaping Peak, including Jiang Yunxiao, sprang to his mind as they emerged from the bathing pool, startled and disheveled. Of course, this was merely Lin Feng's whimsical imagination. The technique was undoubtedly worth cultivating, as it was an essential skill for self-preservation and escape. Having selected the first technique, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile broadly. Chapter 21. The Eerie Cultivation Technique. At this moment, a dazzling orb of light suddenly appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. As he extended his palm to touch it, he felt as though he had been struck by thunder. A torrent of overwhelming information surged into his consciousness. Name of the technique, Thunderous Movement of the 9 Heavens. Level, Earthgrade. Initial stage description. The rank is unknown, temporarily classified as Earthgrade due to the immense difficulty of cultivation. It is said to originate from the ancient legacy of the Thunder God. When cultivating this technique, the practitioner must harness the power of thunder from the heavens above, merging it with their own physical and spiritual strength. This endows the practitioner's body and spirit with the essence of thunder, enabling their attacks to unleash a cataclysmic force akin to the simultaneous descent of 9 heavens. Thunder, characteristics of the technique. Thunder armor. During the cultivation of thunderous movement of the nine heavens, the practitioner's physical form is continuously tempered by the power of thunder. With each layer of cultivation, a protective armor of thunder forms around the practitioner's body. Power of nine heavens thunder. Through cultivation, the practitioner can gradually master the power of the nine heavens thunder, allowing their attacks to deal thunder attribute damage and trigger unique thunderous effects. Thunder refining the body? Isn't that akin to striking oneself with lightning? Lin Feng gazed at the thunderous movement of the nine heavens in his hand, his expression somewhat grim. This technique appeared rather bizarre, yet it was likely the only earth-grade technique in the entire second level of the scripture pavilion. What of it? I'll take it for now. Lin Feng cautiously tucked the thunderous movement of the nine heavens and the shadow concealment technique into his robe. But he still had one more opportunity, but after this selection, it was improbable that he would encounter a higher-grade technique. Just as Lin Feng prepared to casually browse through other techniques, a dusty gray orb in the corner caught his attention. Upon approaching, the artifact seed within his consciousness, having stirred only once before, now trembled slightly, as if resonating with the orb. Could this technique be related to the Nightstar Spirit Seed? A thought flickered in Lin Feng's mind as he reached out to touch the inconspicuous orb. To his astonishment, the orb seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, swiftly burrowing into Lin Feng's body. Instantly, a vast stream of information, reminiscent of the cosmos, surged into his consciousness, revealing an ancient tome covered in dust. As the dust settled, the title on the cover became visible, inscribed in archaic characters. Starfall Technique, fragmented version, rank yellow, inferior grade. Lin Feng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After an extensive selection process, such a significant event had led him to a mere inferior grade technique, and a fragmented one at that. However, with each individual allowed only 3 opportunities, there was no turning back. Lin Feng resignedly tucked the ancient tome into his robe and turned towards the exit of the scripture pavilion. The gatekeeper, an elderly man clutching a wine gourd, remained at his post. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge so soon, a hint of surprise flickered in his bleary eyes. "Senior, I have made my selections," Lin Feng declared, displaying the ancient tome he held. The old man set down his wine gourd and took the tome, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You actually selected 3 books, you truly possess remarkable luck." "Indeed, senior, it seems my luck may be quite favorable," Lin Feng replied with a perfunctory smile. The old man scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment, then said, "Hand me your token, I will register you." "Thank you, senior." Lin Feng completed the registration with the token and departed from the scripture pavilion. 300 years have passed, and someone has chosen this starfall technique again. Lin Feng, how intriguing. The old man mused, watching Lin Feng's departing figure before taking a sip from his wine gourd, then vanishing into the depths of the scripture pavilion. Back at Qingyang Peak, Lin Feng began to study the 3 techniques he had selected from the scripture pavilion. The shadow concealment technique was essential for him at this stage, as it would significantly enhance his chances of escape. As for the starfall technique, due to its fragmented nature, Lin Feng decided to set it aside for the time being. He then focused on the thunderous movement of the 9 heavens, discovering that its cultivation was entirely distinct from conventional techniques. While ordinary techniques required the manipulation of internal spiritual energy, the thunderous movement of the 9 heavens solely necessitated the absorption of thunderous energy. Lin Feng sought out a location near his cave dwelling that frequently experienced thunderstorms and began to cultivate the power of the 9 heavens thunder. However, he soon realized that the amount of thunder energy required was immense. The energy he could absorb in that location was utterly insufficient to execute the technique. After several attempts, Lin Feng ultimately decided to abandon that endeavor and instead turn his attention to another skill of the thunderous movement of the 9 heavens. Thunder armor. The energy required for thunder armor was significantly less than that for the 9 heavens thunder, merely needing to utilize the absorbed thunder energy to form a layer of protective armor around his body. After several days of exploration, Lin Feng grasped the rudimentary application of thunder armor. However, the thunder energy available in this location remained minuscule compared to what was necessary for cultivating the thunderous movement of the 9 heavens. Resigned, he chose to set it aside for now, planning to seek a place abundant in thunder energy for further study in the future. Nevertheless, after several days of cultivation, Lin Feng made an unexpected discovery. He was on the verge of a breakthrough from his current foundational level point. One day, half a month later, Duan Shiqing arrived at Lin Feng's cave, bringing with him the spiritual stones and other necessities for cultivation. A gentle smile graced his face, and his gaze revealed concern for Lin Feng. After placing the items down, he inquired about Lin Feng's selections from the scripture pavilion. "Lin Feng, which technique did you choose from the scripture pavilion?" Duan Shiqing asked with curiosity. Lin Feng answered honestly, "I selected 3 books. With that, he produced the 3 technique manuals. Duan Shicheng glanced over the 3 manuals, and a spark of surprise flashed in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, "Among these 3 techniques, one is Earth grade and another is an upper-tier Xian grade. 7th junior brother, your luck is truly extraordinary." However, he continued, his gaze fixed intently on the Starfall technique. "This Starfall technique is likely the most enigmatic of them all." Noticing Duan Shicheng's keen interest in the Starfall technique, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. "Senior brother, do you happen to know the origin of this technique?" Duan Shicheng's expression grew solemn as he nodded. "I am not entirely certain, but I have heard our master mention it in passing. This Starfall technique was acquired many years ago by our ancestral master, the previous leader of Qingyang sect, after enduring numerous trials in an ancient battlefield's relic. However, for hundreds of years, every practitioner of this technique has experienced regression in their cultivation or even met with death. Thus, despite its mysterious origins, it is a fragmented version, which is why it has been classified as an inferior-grade yellow technique and stored in the scripture pavilion." Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous technique stemmed from the legendary ancient battlefield. He had witnessed the shocking scenes of gods and demons clashing in that ancient battlefield when awakening the Nightstar Spirit Seed. The origin of this technique was likely extraordinary, and cultivating it seemed perilous. He decided to temporarily set it aside. "Thank you for the warning, senior brother," Lin Feng said, acknowledging Duan Shicheng's insights. "I will exercise caution during my cultivation." "Alas! Lin Feng, your cultivation level," Duan Shicheng exclaimed, seemingly realizing that Lin Feng was on the brink of a breakthrough. "Yes, senior brother, I sense signs of a breakthrough," Lin Feng replied solemnly. Duan Shicheng's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder encouragingly. "Well done, you truly seem to be someone favored by fortune. During this critical moment of breakthrough, be sure to maintain a calm mind and avoid impatience. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." At that moment, Duan Shicheng's communication jade talisman suddenly illuminated. He took the talisman, and his expression shifted slightly after reading the message. He pondered for a moment before turning to Lin Feng. "Little junior brother, I have just received news from your 5th senior brother, Li Mubai. He is currently investigating the mysterious disappearance of disciples from the subordinate sect, the 5 Elements sect. It appears that there is something amiss with this matter. Your 5th senior brother has cultivated the Qingyun sword technique to great perfection. You should not face much danger in joining him. I happen to have some affairs to attend to within the sect, so you can go ahead and meet with him. It will also serve as a good opportunity for you to gain experience." Lin Feng immediately expressed his willingness to assist with the investigation. Duan Shicheng nodded, retrieving a peculiar piece of talisman paper from his storage pouch. It bore a faint image of a shrunk cloud, exuding a mysterious glow as he handed it to Lin Feng. "This is the cloud-piercing talisman, crafted from the remains of a beast comparable to a Yuanying stage demon. Its speed is so remarkable that even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would find it hard to match. This item was once gifted to me by your 4th senior brother, and now I present it to you. The most unique aspect of this talisman is that when one is still unable to fly with objects during the foundation establishment stage, it can enhance the user's speed, allowing you to quickly reach the scene. But do remember, exercise caution before meeting with your 5th senior brother." Duan Shicheng earnestly handed the cloud-piercing talisman to Lin Feng, emphasizing the importance of caution. As Lin Feng accepted the cloud-piercing talisman, he could feel the powerful energy contained within. A warm current surged within him, and he gazed deeply at Duan Shicheng, resolutely stating, "Thank you, senior brother, for your generous gift. I will do my utmost to assist you in uncovering the truth." Chapter 22. Pursuing the murderer of the 5 Elements sect. Upon utilizing the cloud-piercing talisman, Lin Feng finally grasped the profound intricacies of this symbol. In terms of speed alone, it surpassed his utmost efforts by several folds. Yet, the most wondrous aspect was that this talisman possessed a unique ability. When the user channeled their spiritual energy, it could emanate a black mist within a radius of several kilometers, effectively concealing the user's whereabouts. Most astonishingly, this black mist could also shield against the probing of divine consciousness. This revelation filled Lin Feng with great joy. Possessing such a treasure felt akin to wielding a life-saving trump card. Without delay, he activated the cloud-piercing talisman and sped towards the location of the 5 Elements sect with breathtaking swiftness. The 5 Elements sect was situated in the northeastern expanse of the vast territory of the Qingyang sect. Its founder, the master of the 5 Elements, was a legendary figure on the continent of Jiuzhou. Gifted with extraordinary talent, he established a remarkable technique known as the 5 Elements reincarnation method, based on the elemental foundations of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This profound and enigmatic cultivation method allowed practitioners to gradually comprehend the powers of the five elements through personal cultivation and insight, ultimately achieving the supreme state of unifying the five elements and transforming the virtual into the tangible. However, over the course of several centuries, only the master of the five elements had successfully mastered this technique to its fullest extent. It was precisely through this unparalleled method that he traversed the Jojo continent for hundreds of years, standing alongside titans such as Qin Jiangzi, the emperor of Jojo. Subsequently, the master mysteriously vanished, and his five disciples divided into the five sects of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although they still claimed allegiance to the five elements sect, they operated independently, leading to a gradual decline in the sect's influence and the loss of its former glory. As Lin Feng activated the cloud-piercing talisman, he became like a fleeting shadow, darting through forests inhabited by demonic beasts, some of which were left bewildered as the black mist swept past. Remarkably, within a mere 3 days, he arrived at the mountain range housing the Five Elements sect, a speed that was truly astonishing. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, he stowed away the cloud-piercing talisman and surveyed the once majestic sect with keen eyes. Now, the Five Elements sect had lost its former splendor, the disciples were sparse, and the buildings appeared somewhat dilapidated. Evoking a sense of regret, Lin Feng stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the mountain gate, where he soon encountered several. Noticing the emblem of the Qingyang sect embroidered on Lin Feng's attire, their expressions turned tense. With a slight smile, Lin Feng approached to clarify his intentions, stating that he was a disciple of the Qingyang sect, here to assist in investigating the mysterious disappearances. Upon hearing this, the disciples relaxed somewhat, revealing expressions of relief. One of the disciples spoke solemnly, reporting to you, senior brother, there have indeed been some inexplicable disappearances within our sect recently, which has garnered the utmost attention from all members. Our fellow brothers and sisters are exerting every effort to locate them, but to this day, we have yet to uncover any leads. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then pressed further, during your investigations, did you uncover any suspicious clues? For instance, did the missing disciples have any disputes with others or encounter unfamiliar visitors prior to their disappearance? The disciple furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, he helplessly shook his head. In response to your inquiry, we did thoroughly question their close friends, yet all claimed that they had not heard of any unusual occurrences before their disappearances, let alone any disputes or strange visitors. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng continued to inquire, then, do you possess any information regarding their whereabouts or intended destinations? Are there any signs indicating their possible locations? Another disciple chimed in response to you, senior brother, we meticulously reviewed their travel records, but curiously, they had not left the sect before vanishing. Moreover, their behavior exhibited no particular signs or destinations. Since the disciples went missing, the elders have mandated that the entire sect remain on high alert. Without permission from the sect, no one is allowed to venture outside. Lin Feng frowned at this, finding the situation somewhat troublesome. In the absence of any leads, searching for the missing disciples felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The immediate priority was to rendezvous with fifth senior brother for a more prudent approach. He retrieved the communication jade talisman given to him by Li Mubai before his departure and sent a message. While waiting for a response, he decided to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. The mountain range housing the Five Elements sect seemed unremarkable, prompting Lin Feng to search the vicinity for any clues. He quickly concocted an excuse to separate himself from the Five Elements disciples and began his exploration around the sect. At that moment, Lin Feng thought to himself, if not for Li Mubai encountering some troublesome issues, he would never have sent a message to the sect without reason. Just as he wandered aimlessly, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears from a short distance away. Lin Feng promptly followed the sound, which grew clearer, seemingly belonging to someone speaking in hushed tones. Cautiously, he approached the source of the voice and discovered a disciple clad in the garb of the Five Elements sect, hidden within a patch of grass, speaking to an object. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that the object was, in fact, a communication jade talisman. As he shifted his feet, a slight noise escaped, prompting the Five Elements disciple to attempt an escape. Quick as lightning, Lin Feng pursued him, shouting, "What are you doing? Stop!" Upon seeing Lin Feng, the disciple's face paled in alarmed in a panic. He sought to flee, but Lin Feng swiftly blocked his path. Who are you? What are you scheming in this place? Lin Feng demanded, his tone menacing. The disciple's eyes darted nervously as he stammered, I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Five Elements sect, here to cultivate. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, fixating on him. It was evident that the disciple was lying. However, Lin Feng refrained from exposing him immediately and instead shifted the topic, asking, are you completely unaware of the recent frequent disappearances of disciples in your sect? The disciple's demeanor shifted, and he shook his head in denial, and no, I know nothing about it. Convinced that the disciple was concealing something, Lin Feng pressed on, then, to whom were you sending a message just now? Where are the Qingyang sect disciples who came to investigate the disappearances? The disciple's complexion turned ashen, his voice betraying his growing anxiety. I am just an ordinary disciple, how could I possibly know where the Qingyang sect brothers are? Lin Feng sensed that this disciple undoubtedly harbored some insider knowledge, prompting him to escalate his interrogation. If you dare to withhold any more information, I will take you back to the Qingyang sect for the elders to personally interrogate you. Lin Feng's tone was ominous, laced with threats. The disciple, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with terror. In the eastern part of the continent, offending the Qingyang sect was unthinkable. Should this matter be leaked, he would surely face severe consequences within his own sect. After a lengthy pause, he seemed to finally resolve himself. Fine, I will tell you. Taking a deep breath, the Five Elements disciple continued, the missing disciples and that Qingyang sect brother, they may be trapped in the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain. Chapter 23. The forbidden ground of the Back Mountain, the forbidden ground of the Back Mountain? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The disciple, noticing his reaction, felt a tightening in his chest and quickly swallowed hard, cautiously explaining, that is a mysterious place left by the ancestor. It is rumored to contain the highest secrets of the Five Elements reincarnation technique. Only the most distinguished disciples of our Five Elements sect have the opportunity to catch a glimpse of its mysteries. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of doubt. Was there a peculiar connection between the missing disciples and the Five Elements reincarnation technique? He fixed his gaze on the disciple, pressing further, do you know why they ventured into the forbidden ground? The disciple shook his head, a hint of bewilderment in his expression. I am not entirely sure. I have only heard that once they entered, they never emerged again. Lin Feng frowned slightly, his mind racing with contemplation. His voice turned cold as he demanded, who were you communicating with just now? Startled by the sudden inquiry, the disciple grew anxious. After a moment of hesitation, he finally summoned his courage to respond, I have just broken through to the earth element realm, but the first two brothers to reach this stage have gone missing without a trace. I fear I may be next, and now the sect has sealed the mountain gate, prohibiting anyone from leaving. In desperation, I was forced to secretly seek help from the clan elders, hoping to find a way to escape. Earth element realm? Lin Feng remarked, his interest piqued. From this disciple's words, he learned that the missing disciples of the Five Elements sect were all elite practitioners who had achieved mastery in the Five Elements arts. The fact that these disciples had all entered the forbidden ground of the Back Mountain before their disappearance stirred a series of ominous. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Feng as he realized the complexity of the situation was deepening. Suppressing his unease and uncertainty, he resolved to investigate the forbidden ground of the Back Mountain personally. Take me to the forbidden ground. Lin Feng stated firmly, his voice leaving no room for dissent. Under the pressure of Lin Feng's insistence, the disciple dared not hesitate and led the way. The two of them traversed the inner courtyard of the Five Elements sect, arriving at the desolate Back Mountain. Here, the underbrush was thick, and the trees sparse, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. This is it, the disciple said, pointing to a cave entrance sealed by a massive stone. Only through this entrance can one access the forbidden ground. Lin Feng followed the direction indicated by the disciple, and before him appeared a deep cave, its entrance blocked by an enormous stone inscribed with ancient and mysterious runes. After examining the runes closely, he realized they were all related to the Five Elements, yet he could not decipher their meanings. Do you know how to open this door? Lin Feng turned to inquire of the disciple. In response to my brother, only a few elders within the sect know the method to enter the forbidden ground. If one were to force their way in, they would trigger the Five Elements illusion array. Originally, this array served as a training ground for our disciples, but since the division of the Five Elements sect, it has been sealed due to differing opinions among the elders, thus becoming an unwritten forbidden area, the disciple replied honestly. Lin Feng's heart sank upon hearing this revelation. He had not anticipated such secrecy surrounding the forbidden ground of the Back Mountain. As he gazed at the cave entrance, a chilling wind swept past, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It seemed that the forbidden ground harbored an even greater secret. However, at present, both the Five Elements illusion array and the elders of the Five Elements sect were beyond his capability to confront. It is unwise to act recklessly, Lin Feng mused inwardly, deciding to await news from his fifth senior brother, Li Mubai, before making any further plans. What is your name? He asked the disciple beside him. In response to my brother, I am Zhang Yaozu, commonly known as Zhang Erden. I am a disciple of the nearby Langya Zhang clan, the disciple replied respectfully. Is there anything else my brother wishes to command? Lin Feng nodded, casting a sharp glance at him. Zhang Erden, I will not mention today's events to anyone, and you must not speak of having brought me to the Back Mountain. Do you understand? That penetrating gaze instilled a sense of awe in Zhang Yaozu, who quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, brother, speaking of this matter would yield me no benefits, I will certainly keep it to myself. Good. You may return now, Lin Feng instructed, nodding. Remember to act cautiously and avoid alarming others. Once Zhang Yaozu's figure had vanished from sight, Lin Feng turned his attention back to the mysterious forbidden ground of the back mountain. His mind was clouded with doubts as he pondered, was there some unutterable connection between the missing disciples and this forbidden ground, and where, at this moment, was Senior Brother Li? Recognizing that his current strength was insufficient to navigate the complexities of this situation, he resolved to remain still, awaiting news from his fifth senior brother, Li Mubai, before devising any further strategies. Like a stealthy leopard, Lin Feng navigated the intricate architecture of the Five Elements sect with quiet grace. He deftly evaded the patrolling disciples, returning to the sect without alarming anyone. Upon his arrival, he discovered that a group was already waiting for him. Evidently, the two disciples he had encountered earlier had leaked information among the crowd. An elder whose skin bore a faint green hue stood out, seemingly merging with. His green robe was embroidered with intricate wood patterns, and his tall, slender frame exuded a gentle air, reminiscent of a spring breeze, suggesting he had cultivated some form of wood-based technique. Unaware of the esteemed guest from Qingyang sect arriving, I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I am Mu Xingzi, an elder of the Five Elements sect, the elder in the green robe said with a smile, exuding warmth. However, possessing the memories of 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng noted the unsettling calmness of the elder amidst the many recent events. The unexpected politeness towards him was undoubtedly a fade, prompting him to remain vigilant. Moreover, since his senior brother had already informed the Five Elements sect of his arrival, the elder's feigned ignorance clearly indicated a deliberate attempt to mislead him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly at this deception, though he refrained from exposing the elder's lie in the moment. He forced a smile and replied, Elder Mu Xingzi, you are too kind. I have come on the orders of my sect to meet with my fifth senior brother, Li Mubai. It was indeed a bit presumptuous of me not to pay my respects to you first. I hope you can forgive me. With the wisdom acquired from 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng adeptly invoked his master's name, using it as a means to intimidate the elder. In his mind, this paled in comparison to the treachery he had encountered in his previous life. Elder Mu Xingzi's expression shifted to one of embarrassment upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Ah, so you are the esteemed disciple of the venerable Qin Jiangzi. I am truly remiss. He then turned to his attendants, commanding them in a stern voice, our honored guest has traveled a long way. Why have you not prepared a guest room for Lin Xiaoxianxi to rest? Yes, Lin Xiaoxianxi, this way please, the attendants promptly replied. Revealing their respect, Lin Feng silently contemplated the situation. Since senior brother Li had yet to respond, he would go with the flow and see what secrets lay between the Five Elements sect and Elder Mu Xingzi. Thus, he clasped his hands together and smiled. In that case, I shall gratefully accept your hospitality. Thank you, Elder. Afterward, Lin Feng was escorted to a guest room designated for visitors, adorned with elegant decorations and meticulous arrangements, reflecting the Five Elements sect's regard for him. A few days later, news finally arrived through the communication jade talisman from Li Mubai. They arranged to meet 2 days later in a small grove located near the forbidden ground of the back mountain. Chapter 24 The Illusion of the Five Elements. The moment Lin Feng stepped into this secluded grove, he keenly sensed a gaunt white figure flicker into view like a specter. Simultaneously, a ripple of radiant light surged around them, enveloping the two in a shimmering aura reminiscent of undulating water. This enigmatic circle of light was not unfamiliar to Lin Feng. He had witnessed a similar spell during covert discussions among the patriarch and elders of the Lin clan. It was a magical barrier designed to sever external mental probing and sound transmission, specifically for deliberating confidential matters. Thus, Lin Feng swiftly concluded that this sudden appearance of the white-clad individual could only be his fifth senior brother, Li Mubai, a master of the Azure Cloud Sword technique. However, Li Mubai's current appearance starkly contrasted with Lin Feng's mental image of a dashing swordsman. He exuded an unmistakable air of disarray, his garments tattered and stained with blood, clearly having recently endured a harrowing battle. His gaze flitted over Lin Feng, as if assessing the capabilities and potential of this newly inducted junior brother, revealing hints of concern and anticipation. Ah, what a fine junior brother! Li Mubai strode forward with great strides, his hearty laughter reverberating. It seems our esteemed master has stumbled upon a rare gem. With that, he clapped Lin Feng's shoulder with such force that it felt as though he might drive him into the earth, evidently testing Lin Feng's foundational prowess. In the presence of this first encounter with his senior brother, Lin Feng dared not exhibit the slightest sign of laxity. He was acutely aware of Li Mubai's esteemed status and strength within their sect. Therefore, despite being inwardly astonished by his senior brother's exuberance and imposing demeanor, he adhered to the sect's protocols and respectfully saluted, saying, "Lin Feng pays his respects to fifth senior brother." Li Mubai nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. "Ha! Excellent, our sect does not concern itself with trivial formalities, junior brother, your innate talent is extraordinary, and your future is boundless, you must diligently cultivate your skills to rejuvenate our sect." Lin Feng scrutinized Li Mubai, noting that despite his disheveled state, an indomitable spirit and gallantry still radiated from him. Concerned, he inquired, "Fifth senior brother, what has caused your injuries? Are they related to the incident of the missing disciples of the Five Elements sect?" Li Mubai waved his hand dismissed. "The Five Elements grand formation in the forbidden area behind the mountain is rather tricky. I was momentarily careless and fell into its trap." He then shifted his sharp gaze back to Lin Feng, suggesting that his junior brother had also sensed the unusual nature of this forbidden area. Lin Feng nodded, relaying his experiences from the past few days when he accompanied disciples of the Five Elements sect to this location, as well as the matter of the missing disciples. Li Mubai's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing this. "I did not expect such astuteness from you, junior brother, to uncover the clues so swiftly. Indeed, during my travels, I sensed something amiss regarding the disappearance of the Five Elements disciples. I conducted a discreet investigation that led me here to this forbidden area." He paused before continuing, "The grand formation is exceedingly intricate and deceptive. I inadvertently fell into the illusion it crafted. However, it is of no consequence." "You need not worry, junior brother," Li Mubai said with a hearty laugh. "The grand formation of the Five Elements?" Lin Feng asked, perplexed. "Indeed, junior brother," Li Mubai pointed to a cave nearby, sealed by stones. "To enter this cave, one must traverse this boundary space and unravel the Five Elements grand formation. This formation constitutes a separate barrier space constructed from the powers of the Five Elements, each representing different environments and challenges. Only by overcoming the five trials can one truly unlock the seal of the forbidden area." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was inwardly astonished. The difficulty of the Five Elements illusion grand formation was surely beyond imagination, otherwise, Li Mubai, a practitioner in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, would not appear so beleaguered. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and smiled lightly. "I see. As for the five trials you mentioned, what secrets do they hold?" Li Mubai gazed intently at Lin Feng, a spark of admiration gleaming in his eyes. He spoke earnestly, "Junior brother, there is no need for excessive concern. While the Five Elements illusion grand formation is formidable, after my diligent exploration over the past few days, I have begun to unravel its mysteries. I estimate that our chances of successfully navigating the five trials are quite substantial." With that, he solemnly produced an ancient piece of parchment from his robe, which depicted the array diagram of the Five Elements illusion grand formation. Li Mubai pointed to the diagram and meticulously explained the intricate workings of the formation and potential methods of dismantling it. Lin Feng listened intently, gradually gaining insight into the enigmatic nature of the grand formation. It turned out that the entire Five Elements grand formation was laid out by the legendary patriarch of the Five Elements sect, the master of the Five Elements. Within the formation lay the five illusions of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although these illusions appeared ethereal and insubstantial, they could inflict tangible harm upon intruders. Lin Feng could not help but feel a profound respect and curiosity towards the master of the Five Elements, who had the capability to create such a remarkable formation. However, since the mysterious disappearance of the master many years ago, no one in the Five Elements sect had been able to cultivate the Five Elements reincarnation technique, except for the five elders proficient in the ways of the Five Elements, who could jointly unlock the illusion. Outsiders could scarcely step foot into the forbidden area behind the mountain. Thus, it stands to reason that the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the Five Elements sect disciples may indeed be intertwined with the forbidden area concealed behind this grand formation? Lin Feng inquired. Li Mubai nodded gravely. "Precisely, junior brother, the forbidden area associated with the Five Elements illusion grand formation is likely the core secret of the Five Elements sect. I suspect that the profound intricacies of the Five Elements reincarnation technique cultivated by generations of disciples may be concealed within. However, gaining entry into the forbidden area is no simple feat. The grand formation serves as the first formidable barrier. Moreover, those five elders are likely not as straightforward as they appear." The tone of Li Mubai's voice betrayed a hint of apprehension. Lin Feng's heart stirred as he grasped Li Mubai's implication. The depths of the Five Elements sect were far more profound than they had anticipated. Unearthing the truth behind the disciples' disappearances and locating the Five Elements reincarnation technique would necessitate careful deliberation. "What shall be our course of action henceforth, senior brother?" Lin Feng inquired. Li Mubai smiled slightly, a glint of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. The purpose of our meeting today was to discuss this very matter. Over the past few days, I have discreetly gathered various items necessary for dismantling the formation, but I lack a tool specifically designed to counter the earth element illusion. If we could find a master skilled in earth element techniques to assist us, our odds would significantly increase. However, for now, we can only do our utmost. Junior brother, you have already gained a general understanding of the grand formation. I suggest you study it further upon your return. I plan for us to commence our efforts to dismantle the formation tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Li Mubai had evidently made consider. Is that truly the case? Li Mubai's eyes brightened as he regarded Lin Feng. Do elaborate on this matter. Lin Feng recounted his recent encounter with Zhang Erden in detail. After listening to Lin Feng's account, Li Mubai pondered thoughtfully, what a stroke of luck. I did not anticipate such a minor character within the Five Elements sect secretly observing us. It seems that those privy to the inner workings are not as few as we had presumed. Chapter 25. The Golden Realm of Illusions. The following day, as dawn broke with a gentle light, Lin Feng accompanied Zhang Erden to the predetermined rendezvous point. Upon arriving at the entrance to the forbidden area of the back mountain, Li Mubai's expression was grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. He took a deep breath to regulate his internal energy, then turned to Lin Feng and inquired solemnly, Junior brother, are you fully prepared? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, replying, I am ready, senior brother. Let us begin. He then addressed Zhang Erden, offering reassurance, little brother, have no fear. Although I have not completely traversed this Five Elements grand array, I possess a certain confidence. Even if we ultimately cannot break free from the array, I will exert every effort to ensure your safety. Moreover, the Qingyang sect will certainly remember this favor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Erden's small eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as he contemplated his options. With no alternative routes available, assisting the Qingyang sect in exchange for a favor seemed a worthy endeavor. Thus, he nodded in agreement to accompany the two in their venture. Seeing this, Li Mubai refrained from further words. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath, while emanating a powerful aura. In an instant, the air surrounding the Five Elements grand array appeared to solidify, imbued with an invisible sense of pressure. Junior brother, stay closely behind me and do not act recklessly, Li Mubai reiterated with a tone laden with seriousness and gravity. Lin Feng solemnly nodded, indicating his understanding. Just then, Li Mubai raised his hands sharply before forcefully sweeping them downwards. A tremendous force surged forth from his palms, racing towards the Five Elements grand array like a torrent unleashed. The formation was instantly activated, and a brilliant light shot skyward, illuminating the entire horizon. Accompanied by a violent tremor, a breach gradually appeared within the array. Li Mubai moved with agility, leaping into the breach, followed. Upon entering the illusion, Lin Feng was struck by the overwhelming sight before him. Surrounding them was a vast expanse of golden desert, the sun blazing fiercely overhead, waves of heat radiating through the air. A potent metallic scent pervaded, as if they had stepped into a colossal metal mine. This is the Golden Realm of Illusions, Li Mubai declared, exercise heightened caution. As the trio ventured further, the metallic elements surrounding the Golden Realm began to stir restlessly. Even the swords at their waists exhibited signs of uncontrollable agitation. Gradually, the surrounding metallic elements coalesced, forming a colossal metallic beast. The beast let out a thunderous roar and lunged towards them. With the beast's ascent, the atmosphere within the Golden Realm grew increasingly tumultuous. Li Mubai's brow furrowed deeply as he swiftly extended his hands, forming a complex seal. A tremendous force erupted from him, directly confronting the metallic beast, while he chanted incantations, seemingly invoking some mysterious power. Lin Feng, Zhang Erden, quickly take cover behind me, Li Mubai bellowed. Without hesitation, Lin Feng and Zhang Erden rushed to position themselves behind Li Mubai. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful gust of energy from his palms that collided with the metallic beast. Boom! The earth-shattering noise reverberated, sending the metallic beast tumbling, yet it did not dissipate. Instead, it appeared to grow even more ferocious, its roars echoing as it charged once more towards the trio. This is dire. The metallic beast's strength is escalating. Li Mubai spoke with a grave expression. It seems we have no choice but to employ that artifact. From within his robes, Li Mubai produced a fiery red orb, the Flame Spirit Pearl, specifically gathered to counteract the powers of the Golden Realm. The orb shimmered with a crimson hue, its surface swirling with intense flame patterns, seemingly harboring boundless fire energy. With a gentle grip, Li Mubai held the Flame Spirit Pearl aloft, radiating a searing warmth. Lin Feng, Zhang Erden, this Flame Spirit Pearl is a treasure specifically designed to counter the powers of the Golden Realm. I obtained it with great difficulty from the Lihua sect. Watch as I shatter this Golden Realm of Illusions, Li Mubai proclaimed. He gently elevated the Flame Spirit Pearl, allowing it to float steadily in his palm. Channeling his magical energy into it, the flame patterns on the pearl ignited, transforming into a brilliant beam of scorching flame directed at the metallic beast. The fiery beam collided with the metallic beast, producing a deafening roar. Under the searing intensity of the flame, the metallic beast emitted a chilling wail, its metallic sheen gradually dulled, ultimately transforming into pools of molten metal that dissipated into the air. Ha ha! This golden realm of illusions is nothing remarkable. Li Mubai exclaimed triumphantly, stowing away the flame spirit pearl as he advanced further. He turned to Lin Feng and Zhang Erden, saying, "The golden realm of illusions has been breached. Let us now see what further capabilities this five elements realm possesses." However, just as they prepared to depart, a shadowy figure abruptly appeared. Glancing at the remnants of the dissolved metallic beast, the figure waved a hand, collecting the metallic liquid entirely before vanishing into thin. Chapter 26 The Wood Element Illusion. After successfully unraveling the gold element illusion, Lin Feng, Li Mubai, and Zhang Erden felt a surge of confidence, yet, they were acutely aware that the forthcoming wood element illusion would present an entirely new challenge. Li Mubai stowed away the flame spirit pearl, his expression growing notably grave. The essence of the wood element illusion lies in growth and transformation. We must locate the core of this illusion to unravel it, he stated, his voice laden with seriousness. As they stepped into the wood element illusion, the surroundings morphed in a dreamlike fashion. The trio found themselves ensnared in an ancient and primordial forest, where towering trees rose like colossal pillars, piercing the heavens. Beneath their feet, a myriad of exotic flowers and plants burst into bloom, their fragrances wafting through the air, mingling with the refreshing scent of verdant foliage. Be cautious, both of you. The vegetation here is a manifestation of wood spirit energy, and we must not let our guard down, Li Mubai cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than the trees around them twisted and contorted, transforming into a horde of menacing tree demons. They brandished their branches, emitting piercing shrieks as they lunged toward the trio. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Lin Feng swayed momentarily, and a layer of shimmering, thunderous armor enveloped him. This was the thunder armor he had painstakingly cultivated through the thunder movement technique in the Sutra repository. Although he had yet to master this art, the tree demons clearly feared the power of thunder. The moment Lin Feng summoned his armor, the initially ferocious tree demons recoiled, as if daunted by the might of the thunder. In contrast, Zhang Erden found himself in a more precarious position. The wood element naturally countered the earth element, which was the foundation of his cultivation. Fortunately, Zhang Erden's strength was not insignificant, and he managed to conjure a protective artifact just in time to safeguard himself. Li Mubai, meanwhile, noticed the thunder armor enveloping Lin Feng, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The thunder movement technique is notoriously difficult to master. It is indeed remarkable that you have achieved such proficiency, junior brother. With this technique at your disposal, the wood element illusion should not pose much of a threat to you, he praised with a smile. As he spoke, he casually drew a longsword from within his robes. The blade emitted a soft azure glow, exuding a refreshing aura as if it could purify all impurities. This sword was known as the Golden Spirit Serrated Blade, a mid-tier artifact of the profound grade, specifically designed to counteract the wood element's power. Simply channel your energy into it, and you shall unleash its formidable might. Use it against these tree demons, Li Mubai instructed, handing the Golden Spirit Serrated Blade to Lin Feng. Upon receiving the long sword, Lin Feng instantly felt a chill radiate through his arm and envelop his entire being. Gripping the hilt tightly, he poured his energy into the blade. The azure glow surged exponentially, and he activated the shadow concealment technique, transforming into a swift phantom as he swung the sword, sending waves of saber light towards the throng of tree demons. Wherever the blade passed, the demons were cleaved into pieces, dissipating into azure smoke. Indeed, this weapon possessed a unique effectiveness against wood-based entities. While Lin Feng wielded the Golden Spirit Serrated Blade with remarkable finesse, he also observed Li Mubai in silence, eager to witness how his esteemed fifth senior brother would contend with the wood element illusion. The Qingyun sword technique was renowned for its ethereal elegance and profound sword intent. Having practiced this technique for many years, Li Mubai had attained the realm of unity between man and sword. Each strike he executed seemed to resonate with the essence of the universe. As he effortlessly traversed the forest, his movements a breathtaking display of skill, the swift tree demons could not graze even the hem of his garments, and with every swing of his sword, dozens of demons fell lifelessly to the ground. In comparison to Lin Feng's brute force, Li Mubai's approach appeared far more artistic. With Lin Feng's assistance, the two swiftly cleared a space in the midst of the chaos. Standing at the center of this clearing, Li Mubai closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations of energy surrounding them. The core of the wood element illusion must lie within this forest's heart, he declared after a brief moment of contemplation. What shall we do next, senior brother? Lin Feng inquired. Li Mubai replied solemnly, the key to unraveling this illusion lies in the core of the formation. only by destroying it can we break free from this wood element illusion. With that, the trio pressed forward, delving deeper into the heart of the illusionary forest. Although this realm existed as a separate space, it still experienced the cycle of day and night. They battled their way through dense underbrush, overcoming a seemingly endless wave of tree demons, yet under Li Mubai's sharp sword intent, none could withstand his prowess. As the sun began to set, they finally arrived at the core of the forest. Before them stood a colossal ancient tree, its crown a vast canopy that shielded the sky, appearing as the very soul of the forest. Li Mubai's gaze sharpened, confirming, this is indeed the heart of the illusion. This is the formation's core. If we can identify its essence upon this tree, we shall shatter the illusion. Li Mubai commanded. Upon hearing this, the three immediately unleashed a torrent of energy towards the ancient tree. However, to their astonishment, the tree's defenses were as solid as rock. Their assault sank into the depths, failing to disturb it in the slightest. Li Mubai furrowed his brow. The defenses of this ancient tree are formidable. We must identify its weakness to strike decisively. Just as the three were at a loss, the ancient tree, previously silent, began to stir as if awakening from a deep slumber, gazing down at the three diminutive humans before it. It appeared to sense their provocation. Slowly shaking its massive branches, the surrounding tree demons surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling the trio. These tree demons are under the tree's control. We must eliminate them first. Junior brother Zhang, deal with the tree demons while I confront the core, Li Mubai instructed, and the trio promptly began to divide their tasks. Lin Feng wielded the golden spirit serrated blade, severing the branches of the attacking tree demons. Zhang Erden conjured earthen barriers to fend off their advances. However, the sheer number of tree demons was overwhelming, continuously pouring in from all directions, and the two soon found themselves struggling to keep up. At that moment, the ancient tree let out a deafening roar, its crown erupting in radiant light. The tree demons, seemingly invigorated, became even more ferocious and violent. This is bad. The ancient tree is absorbing the wood spirit energy from the entire illusion to bolster its strength, Li Mubai said, his expression grave. This wood element illusion is more troublesome than I anticipated. For now, I must fully restrain this ancient tree king to prevent it from continuing to absorb energy. You two should take the opportunity to locate the core of the illusion and destroy it. With that, he charged toward the colossal ancient tree, his sword glowing like a dragon or phoenix as it danced through the air, each strike landing with precision upon the tree's branches, creating dazzling sparks. Yet, the ancient tree seemed largely unaffected, merely swaying slightly before resuming its assault on Li Mubai. Zhang Erden, you handle the smaller tree demons while I assist senior brother. Lin Feng called back to Zhang Erden. Zhang Erden nodded in agreement, his expression resolute as a yellowish aura radiated from him, a display of his mastery in the earth element. He swiftly formed hand seals, causing walls of earth to rise from the ground, effectively isolating the three from the relentless onslaught of tree demons. At this juncture, Li Mubai unleashed his full power, deftly dodging the colossal branches of the ancient tree while landing precise strikes with his sword. Yet, the ancient tree remained unfazed, merely shaking slightly before continuing its assault on Li Mubai. Lin Feng stood to the side, gripping the golden spirit serrated blade, his eyes closed as if sensing something. He understood that the crux of their challenge lay in locating the core of the illusion. Only by destroying it could they fully unravel the wood element illusion. As time passed, the pressure on the trio intensified. The power of the ancient tree seemed to grow, while their own energies dwindled. Although Zhang Erden strained to maintain the earthen barriers, his complexion had begun to pale, indicating that he could not hold on much longer. Just as Li Mubai and Zhang Erden engaged in fierce combat with the tree demons, Lin Feng suddenly felt the familiar sensation he had experienced in the sutra repository return. He promptly closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing that power. Under this mysterious perception, he discovered a section of bark on the ancient tree that stood out, displaying a faint golden sheen. Fifth senior brother, that patch of bark must be the core of the illusion. Lin Feng exclaimed, pointing towards it. Li Mubai's spirits lifted at this revelation. He leaped into the air, sword in hand, heading straight for the golden bark. Lin Feng followed closely behind, ready to assist Li Mubai in the attack. However, just as they prepared to strike at the bark, the ancient tree seemed to sense their intentions and became even more enraged. The wood spirit energy of the entire illusion surged towards the ancient tree, emanating a terrifying vitality. Simultaneously, countless plant branches erupted from the ground, rapidly enveloping the ancient tree, forming a thick wooden armor. Brother Lin, I can barely hold on. Zhang Erden exclaimed as the multitude of smaller tree demons breached his earthen defenses, rushing towards the three. In this critical moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side, snatching the golden spirit serrated blade from Lin Feng's grasp with lightning speed. Before anyone could react, the golden spirit serrated blade erupted in dazzling golden light, slicing towards the patch of golden bark. With a resounding crash, the ancient tree's impenetrable armor and the golden bark were shattered, turning to ash and dissipating into the air. The shadow vanished swiftly after delivering the strike. Who? Li Mubai shouted, but the surrounding area was devoid of any response. Lin Feng and Zhang Erden exchanged astonished glances, scanning their surroundings but finding no trace of anyone. Just moments ago, someone had taken the golden spirit serrated blade from Lin Feng and destroyed the core of the formation. Who was that? Why does their aura feel so familiar? Li Mubai mused, his brow furrowed. What should we do now, Brother Li? Zhang Erden inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mubai replied, this individual's allegiance is unclear, and their cultivation likely exceeds mine. Nevertheless, regardless of their motives, they have inadvertently assisted us in dismantling this wood element illusion. Let us proceed to the next illusion. Since this person was able to infiltrate the illusion without my notice, they are likely quite familiar with our 5-element sect. It is probable that we shall encounter them again. Chapter 27 The Water Illusion. The trio soon entered the next illusory realm. After traversing a lengthy corridor, the water illusion unfurled like a magnificent scroll. Lin Feng, Li Mubai, and Zhang Erden, still reeling from the shock of the wood illusion, were abruptly swept away by an invisible force. The surroundings became a blur, and the gentle sound of flowing water echoed in their ears, as if they were submerged in an expansive aquatic domain. A damp atmosphere enveloped them, interweaving the softness and power of water into a mysterious world. Is this the water illusion? Zhang Erden surveyed the area, observing the rippling azure waves and shimmering reflections, as countless fish darted freely beneath the surface. Li Mubai's expression grew serious as he cautioned, exercise caution, this is no ordinary water. The three treaded carefully through the water when, suddenly, the surface beneath their feet began to roil, as if something lurked below. Lin Feng immediately activated his thunder armor, flashes of lightning flickering around him. In an instant, they found themselves in an endless ocean, surrounded by tumultuous waves that surged like mountains, threatening to engulf them. Be careful! Li Mubai warned, his demeanor increasingly grave. Before they could react, a colossal sea serpent erupted from the depths, its massive jaws agape, lunging towards them. With swift reflexes, Li Mubai unsheathed his sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that cleaved the serpent in two. However, this was merely the beginning. As they ventured deeper into the belly of the illusionary ocean, a myriad of sea beasts began to assail them with frenzied attacks. These creatures took on bizarre forms, some with fearsome fangs, others with gargantuan bodies, and their assaults were laced. This cannot continue, Li Mubai proclaimed, fending off the relentless onslaught. We must swiftly locate the core of this illusion to break free. The trio split up, sensing the fluctuations of energy around them. An unusual energy signature flickered just beyond the swarm of sea beasts. Lin Feng pointed towards it, exclaiming, "Senior brother, that energy seems peculiar." Following Lin Feng's indication, they hastened in that direction and soon discovered a palace concealed deep beneath the ocean's surface. The scenery changes each time I enter this illusion, but this must be the core of the water illusion, Li Mubai asserted confidently. United, they approached the imposing palace, where the ancient doors stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate and enigmatic carvings. After a meticulous examination, Li Mubai summoned his power and struck the door. To his surprise, the door remained unmoved, rebounding his attack with tremendous force. There is a seal on this door. Li Mubai gasped. The rebound is formidable, a direct assault will not suffice. Allow me to try, Lin Feng offered, placing his hand upon the door to attune himself to its energies. Since receiving the artifact's inheritance, his sensitivity had heightened remarkably. As he placed his palm on the door, he focused his mind, sensing the subtle shifts in energy. The carvings appeared to come alive, transforming into swarming fish and flowing water. Following the guidance of these energies, he reached out to touch a protrusion on the door. In that moment, the door trembled and began to open slowly. A powerful torrent of water surged forth, sweeping the three of them inside. Before they could utter a gasp, they were carried deep into the palace's inner sanctum. As the water receded, they found themselves in an intricate underwater labyrinth, surrounded by winding passages and chambers of varying sizes, rendering it impossible to discern direction. The water contained a peculiar corrosive force that threatened to erode their spiritual energy. Be cautious, the water here is strange. Li Mubai warned. We must find an exit quickly, otherwise, our spiritual energy will be depleted. As they commenced their search, a disquieting laughter echoed from the depths of the maze. "Upon entering the water maze, you shall never escape alive," a sinister voice intoned. With that, the waters surged violently, launching a fierce assault against them. The trio quickly adopted a defensive stance while searching for the source of the voice. Suddenly, a torrent of water lashed out from the side. The three reacted swiftly, evading the unexpected attack. Turning to look, they beheld a towering column of water, atop which stood a figure clad in blue, his face obscured by a veil. Dressed in a flowing blue robe, his features were hidden, yet his eyes emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. "You have managed to reach this point. It seems you possess some skill. However, I advise you to mind your own business, and I may grant you a chance to leave," the masked figure sneered. "Ha, if I say I must conquer this five elements illusion, then I shall do so." Li Mubai laughed heartily. Coldly regarding the blue-clad figure, he recognized that although their cultivation levels were similar, this individual practiced water techniques, which would suppress his own abilities within the water illusion. Moreover, they had not yet reached the forbidden area of the back mountain, and he did not. "That depends on whether you have the capability," the masked figure declared, waving his staff. Instantly, the surrounding waters transformed into a tempest, coiling like ferocious dragons toward Lin Feng, Li Mubai, and Zhang Erden. Strangely, despite the ferocity of the masked figure's attack, it seemed he had no intention of bringing them to their end. At that moment, a shadow darted past like a specter. It was the mysterious figure that had appeared in the wood illusion. Clad in black, his visage was as frigid as ice, starkly contrasting with the blue-clad figure. "How dare you wreak havoc here?" the mysterious figure admonished icily. The blue-clad figure was clearly startled by the sudden appearance of the mysterious figure, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. "How could you be here?" he retorted coldly. "Why should I not be here?" the mysterious figure countered. "But you, why do you seek to harm them?" The blue-clad figure remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Finally, he looked up and stated, "It's futile. Even if they pass the water illusion, that being will have awakened, and they stand no chance against him. You might as well give up." With that, he vanished into a stream of water, leaving the mysterious figure to ponder his departure. As the blue-clad figure disappeared, Lin Feng and the others exchanged perplexed glances. "Did he just leave like that?" Zhang Erden exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Senior brother, what on earth is going on?" Lin Feng asked, equally bewildered as he looked to Li Mubai for clarity. Li Mubai furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Though I am not entirely certain, I believe I have gleaned some insights. Let us proceed. Once we reach the forbidden area of the back mountain, everything should be..." The trio was suddenly engulfed in blinding light, and the next moment, they found themselves in a searing realm of flames. Endless lava seethed beneath their feet, roaring as if it sought to consume them whole. Chapter 28, The Illusion of Fire. The illusion of fire resembles an endless subterranean realm of molten lava, where flames surge and volcanoes loom majestically ahead. Colossal volcanoes continuously spew forth thick plumes of black smoke, as though the gates of hell have swung wide open, releasing an unending torrent of searing heat and fury. Beneath our feet, winding chasms of lava snake through the landscape, unfathomably deep. A moment's carelessness could lead to a plunge from which there is no return. With a grave expression, Li Mubai cautioned us to remain vigilant. The three of us traversed this infernal expanse with the utmost caution, as if walking on thin ice. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted across the horizon, and blazing fireballs streaked through the sky like meteors, hurtling toward us with a deafening roar. "Be careful!" Li Mubai shouted, drawing his sword to meet the fireballs with a swift and forceful strike. Lin Feng activated his thunder armor, his entire being shimmering with electric light, as if clad in an indomitable suit of thunderous protection. Zhang Erden, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly conjured a suit of rock armor, as solid as stone, to shield himself from the onslaught of fireballs from all directions. However, Li Mubai sensed that the elemental fire energy within this illusion was more frenzied and rampant than ever before. With fireballs descending like raindrops, the mounting pressure began to weigh heavily on us. "Everyone be cautious." "The flames seem somewhat unusual," Li Mubai urged, his brow furrowed in concern. As he spoke, he retrieved a fist-sized orb from within his robe. The orb emitted a soft blue glow, its surface veiled in a delicate mist, as if it harbored the profound power of the ocean. Upon its emergence, a circle of blue water curtain enveloped us, effectively isolating the raging flames outside. The lava within the protective barrier quickly cooled and solidified into resilient stone. "This is the Pearl of Tidal Origins," Li Mubai explained nonchalantly. "It contains the power of the ocean, capable of countering flames and controlling the tides. Legend has it that this treasure was left behind by an ancient sea deity who commanded the forces of the ocean and could manipulate all water-related phenomena. He infused his essence into this orb, rendering it a divine artifact against fire. Subsequently, this pearl found its way to the Jojo continent, becoming one of the coveted treasures among cultivators. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhang Erden spoke, his voice tinged with lingering trepidation. Fortunately, we have this pearl for protection from Li Shixiang. Otherwise, we might have perished in this sea of flames long ago. Li Mubai sighed. The illusion of fire is divided into two regions, the periphery and the core. We are currently situated in the outer area. The true challenge lies ahead at the heart of the largest volcano, the core of this illusion. There, the lava giants are exceedingly formidable, possessing immense strength and an ability to regenerate as long as there is molten lava. Within this illusion, they are practically immortal. My intention in acquiring the Pearl of Tidal Origins was primarily to counter those lava giants. With the protection of the water curtain, our burdens were alleviated, and we continued onward. Along the way, we encountered numerous fire-formed beasts, yet these creatures were turned to stone before they could even approach us. After several rounds of attacks, we found ourselves surrounded by low-tier fire beasts, but they dared not advance, merely roaring from a distance, wary of the water curtain's might. I fear my spiritual energy may soon dwindle. Nodding in agreement, Lin Feng and Zhang Erden quickened their pace toward the volcano's mouth. Upon reaching it, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over us. The beasts trailing behind seemed to sense something terrifying and scattered in a panic. A chill ran down our spines, and we instinctively turned our gaze toward the volcano's mouth. There, the lava churned violently, waves of heat emanating from within, as though something was about to emerge. Li Mubai's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad, the lava giant is about to break free." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an enormous silhouette began to rise from the volcano. Composed entirely of molten rock, the titan towered like a small mountain, its eyes blazed with fiery intensity, and it let out a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the illusion, causing the very fabric of our surroundings to tremble. The roar of the lava giant echoed within the crater, making our eardrums thrum painfully. It was evident that this creature served as the guardian of the illusion of fire, its prowess far surpassing any beast we had previously encountered. "I will confront it. You two assist me from the sidelines," Li Mubai declared, sword in hand, stepping forward to face the lava giant with an ethereal grace, as if a celestial swordsman had descended upon the mortal realm. The lava giant roared in fury, swinging its massive molten arms toward Li Mubai in a fierce assault. With a deft movement, Li Mubai evaded the giant's strike and unleashed a sharp sword chi. The giant's arm was severed in an instant. However, as Li Mubai had foreseen, the molten substance around the giant seemed almost sentient, rushing to the severed limb, and in the blink of an eye, a new arm regrew in its place. Realizing the futility of his initial strike, Li Mubai turned to Lin Feng and Zhang Erden, saying, "You two hold it off for a moment, hand me the Pearl of Tidal Origins." Hearing this, Lin Feng tossed the orb to Li Mubai while activating his thunder armor, and Zhang Erden quickly formed a rock armor around himself. Li Mubai caught the pearl in his left hand and darted toward the lava giant. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the pearl, the giant momentarily recoiled in fear, recognizing the threat of death it posed. It turned to flee back into the volcano, but Li Mubai pursued relentlessly. Should the lava giant return to the volcano, our chances of breaking this illusion would vanish. Just as the lava giant was about to step into the volcano, it suddenly halted, a look of sheer terror filling its eyes, as if sensing an unfathomable presence. Li Mubai, taken aback, felt an overwhelming heat and dread wash over him. Under the weight of this ominous aura, the light of the Pearl of Tidal Origin shattered, dimming to nothingness. We soon found ourselves immobilized, unable to move an inch. This is merely an illusion, yet it bears such a tangible pressure and terrifying presence? The usually composed Li Mubai's face betrayed a hint of fear. What dreadful secret lay hidden within the depths of this volcano? These little ones truly have run afoul of fate. A voice echoed from the shadows, issuing a sigh. Had Lin Feng been standing opposite, he would have instantly recognized it as the mysterious figure in black they had encountered multiple times within the five-element illusion. Chapter 29, The Might of the Phoenix Spirit. With a piercing cry reverberating through the air, a radiant golden light erupted from the volcano's mouth. Almost immediately, a colossal avian figure soared skyward from within the volcanic depths. Bathed in golden flames, its wings unfurled as if to envelop the entire firmament. What on earth is this? Since Lin Feng's arrival in this realm, he had encountered countless phenomena that defied logic. Thus, upon witnessing this fire-breathing giant bird, though astonished, he maintained his composure. He scrutinized the magnificent creature cloaked in golden flames, his mind swirling with curiosity and uncertainty. However, at that moment, Li Mubai's expression was one of sheer disbelief, his eyes widening as he beheld the magnificent golden phoenix. Could it be a member of the Phoenix clan? How could such a being exist here? He exclaimed. He struggled to grasp why such a formidable beast would materialize in this realm of flames. The Phoenix clan was one of the legendary beings in the realm of magical beasts, seldom seen even in the vast territories of the 9 provinces, thus shrouded in an air of mystery. Yet, the golden phoenix seemed oblivious to Lin Feng and the others, fixated solely on the lava giant. It emitted a melodious cry, and with a powerful flap of its wings, a beam of golden flame descended upon the lava giant, striking with ferocity. Despite its immense size, the lava giant found itself utterly immobilized beneath the oppressive force and spiritual energy of the golden phoenix, helplessly watching as the golden flames consumed it. With a thunderous roar, the lava giant's body was instantly pierced by the golden flames, dissipating into a wisp of smoke in the air, leaving only a small flicker of fire. The golden phoenix swiftly devoured this flicker, letting out a satisfied cry as though it had partaken of some exquisite delicacy. The pressure that had enveloped the crowd dissipated with the fall of the lava giant, leading them to believe the crisis had passed. However, the golden phoenix suddenly seemed to sense their presence. With a majestic spread of its wings, an even more potent wave of searing pressure descended upon them, inducing a suffocating sense of oppression. "This is disastrous. I was just ready to make my escape." A bitter smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he silently lamented that he had hoped to seize the opportunity to flee after the lava giant's demise, but now the golden phoenix had discovered them. Just as despair settled over the group, a familiar feminine voice resonated from within Lin Feng. "Oh, how intriguing. I wondered what had disturbed my slumber. It turns out to be a little phoenix." The voice continued, "A realm of illusions giving birth to a true phoenix spirit is indeed a curious occurrence." Upon hearing that voice, Lin Feng's heart jolted with a mix of surprise and elation, exclaiming, "It's you! You have finally awakened." His thoughts drifted back to the moment he first touched the spirit, recalling its soft and resilient texture, causing a ripple of emotions within him. However, this subtle shift did not go unnoticed by the spirit, which stirred gently within him, akin to a bashful maiden, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng replied earnestly, "From your tone, it seems you are not unfamiliar with this golden phoenix. Do you have a way to contend with it?" The spirit snorted lightly, a hint of disdain in her voice. "Do you think this is merely a sparrow, easily dealt with? Yet, I have traversed the star realms alongside my master. I have encountered all manner of ancient beings. While this level of phoenix may pose some challenges, it is not insurmountable for me. Moreover, it has only just begun to awaken its consciousness and lacks a true physical form." Lin Feng's heart soared with joy upon hearing this, urging, "Then what are you waiting for? Act quickly, or we shall truly be unable to withstand this." The spirit smirked, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Oh, so you do fear for your life. Very well, seeing your pitiable state, I shall lend you a hand. This little phoenix, still in its infancy of awareness, shall be an easy capture for me, and I shall make her your personal attendant. You must understand, such primordial beings can transform into human forms." As she spoke, she winked at Lin Feng, her expression playful. Lin Feng, both amused and exasperated, responded, "My lady, please do not jest at my expense, just act swiftly. I truly cannot hold on much longer." All right, do not rush me. I shall now proceed to seal this true phoenix spirit." The spirit transformed into a figure clad in a black gown, her silhouette flickering into existence. She fixed her piercing gaze upon the golden phoenix, a powerful aura emanating from her being. Sensing this aura, the golden phoenix's eyes flickered with a hint of fear. Despite its nascent awareness, it instinctively recognized the peril emanating from the figure before it. It attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Thinking of escaping? Too late, the spirit declared coldly, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, she materialized before the golden phoenix, her graceful hand raised, casting a mystical sealing rune that enveloped the phoenix. The figure in the black gown smiled charmingly, her exquisite form partially obscured by the shadows, exuding an alluring charm. In that moment, she resembled a goddess emerging from the darkness, filled with mystery and allure, leaving Lin Feng utterly entranced. "Oh my, how beautiful!" Lin Feng felt his mouth watering, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Just as the golden phoenix was about to plunge into the volcano, the spirit, now in the form of the black gown lady, hovered in mid-air, her delicate hands weaving an ancient and enigmatic seal in the void. With her ethereal, breathtaking visage, she parted her lips to utter a few words. Chaotic sealing technique, seal. The phoenix felt the imminent threat of the seal, its golden flame swirling violently as it sought to break free from its bonds. However, despite the spirit's weakened state, her presence remained sharp and formidable. She glared coldly at the phoenix, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Little phoenix, do not resist futilely. Were it not for your pure bloodline, I would have obliterated you long ago. Serve this person for 10 years, and I shall grant you your freedom and assist you in transcending your transformation tribulations." Upon hearing this, the phoenix's struggles gradually ceased. It cast a glance at Lin Feng, weighing its options. It realized that if it did not comply, this fearsome black-gown lady might indeed erase its existence. Reluctantly, the phoenix abandoned its resistance. The black-gown lady, noticing this, began reciting incantations, her hands forming seals, causing the colossal phoenix to shrink instantaneously into a miniature bird mere inches in length. Under her guidance, it transformed into a luminous orb and surged into Lin Feng's being. Once this was accomplished, the black-gowned lady flickered back to Lin Feng's side, her form becoming ethereal. Lin Feng hurried to her, concern etched across his face, asking, "Are you all right?" "I am fine," the lady replied weakly, "but the sealing technique has drained much of my power. I may need to slumber for a while longer." A pang of worry gripped Lin Feng's heart, and he quickly reassured her, "Rest assured, I will protect myself. It has taken so long, yet I still do not know how to address you. Allow me to give you a name. How about Night Spirit?" "Night Spirit, a lovely name," the black-gowned lady smiled faintly, then turned serious. "I cannot hold on much longer. This illusionary realm has inadvertently birthed a true phoenix spirit. Although I have yet to discern the cause, this spirit has absorbed the purest and most radiant fire energy from this place. I have just discovered that it possesses a concomitant solar flame essence, which is crucial for you to attain a cultivation level comparable to that of the god transformation stage. The phoenix spirit has now been sealed within you. The solar flame essence has been separated, which will greatly benefit you. However, before that, you must endure the excruciating pain of refining your body with the solar flame essence. Your spirit seed will automatically absorb most of it, the remainder will depend on your own ability to digest. I will assist you from the sidelines." Chapter 30 of the Essence of Sunfire. At this moment, within Lin Feng's body, the essence of Sunfire radiated a searing flame, beginning to writhe restlessly. Yet, it was firmly contained by the seals of Yiling, otherwise, that terrifying heat would likely reduce Lin Feng to mere ashes in an instant. It resembled a ferocious beast ensnared, growing increasingly wild and unruly. As she spoke, Yiling extended her slender finger and gently tapped Lin Feng's chest, allowing a faint glimmer to seep into his being. "Now, Lin Feng, I shall gradually open some gaps. Do not resist, instead, embrace this power." Yiling's delicate visage, already pale due to her frail condition, appeared even more ghostly. Observing this, Lin Feng refrained from further words, obediently guiding a trace of the essence of Sunfire that Yiling had released into his body with his spiritual energy. However, the force of this sunfire was excessively violent, even though it was but a wisp. Upon contact, Lin Feng felt an intense heat surge through him, as if it threatened to melt his very veins and bones. He gritted his teeth, striving to endure the onslaught of this power. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down his forehead, and his complexion turned ashen, yet, Yiling could hardly hold on any longer. If he did not grit his teeth and persevere, it was likely that both of them would meet their demise here. Lin Feng endured the excruciating pain that scorched his sinews and bones time and again. Were it not for a lingering obsession in his mind that kept him slightly clear-headed, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness countless times already. This resilience stemmed from his experience during the divine artifact inheritance. Otherwise, unless one possessed an exceptionally robust physique, even the most formidable cultivators of the 9 provinces would not dare to undergo such a fierce baptism by the essence of Sunfire. Each time the Sunfire filled his body, just as he felt he could no longer bear it and was on the brink of losing consciousness, the dark little sword within his spiritual sea suddenly trembled autonomously. It was as if a vast starry sky had manifested within him, with countless stars twinkling and spinning. These celestial bodies emitted waves of refreshing energy that absorbed the frenzied power of the Sunfire entirely. Lin Feng's mind gradually cleared. Under the frenzied operation of the dark little sword, the power of the essence of Sunfire was gradually absorbed. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's veins and bones were repeatedly cleansed. His physical form seemed to undergo a rebirth, as if he had been completely transformed. He even sensed that his physical prowess might surpass that of certain primordial beings. Moreover, under the impetus of this force, his cultivation soared, breaking through the bottleneck of the initial stage of foundation establishment and achieving a remarkable breakthrough into the mid-stage of foundation establishment. What would typically require countless spirit stones and years of cultivation to achieve was accomplished by Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. The spiritual energy within him seemed to still retain an exceedingly pure essence of Sunfire. At this moment, Yiling's petite figure became almost translucent. "Wonderful, I have finally absorbed the essence of Sunfire completely, and the spiritual seed has gained considerable nourishment. I shall now return to your body to rest for a while. I hope that when I awaken next, you will have reached the golden core stage." A trace of relief graced Yiling's pale face as the mysterious woman in black transformed into a wisp of shadow, silently merging into Lin Feng's being. Beside them, Li Mubai, Zheng Erden, and the mysterious figure in black who had been lurking in the shadows were momentarily rendered speechless, as if they had a giant egg lodged in their mouths, stunned by this sudden turn of events. "Junior brother, what is the relationship between your cultivation, the beings of the Phoenix clan?" Lin Feng chuckled wryly and shook his head. "Senior brother, with so many questions at once, I cannot explain everything. Once we exit this 5 elements illusion array, I will find a time to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Li Mubai nodded. He was not a narrow-minded individual and understood that his junior brother must have encountered extraordinary circumstances, otherwise, their master would not hold him in such high regard. Thus, he refrained from pressing further, although his curiosity about Lin Feng only deepened. However, before the curiosity in Li Mubai's eyes could fully fade, he suddenly wore an expression that hinted at a mutual understanding among men. He teased, "But junior brother, I've heard you have an elder sister, yet this woman in black seems to share a significant connection with you. It appears you are quite the charming figure." Lin Feng felt a few black lines form on his forehead and found no desire to elaborate. Meanwhile, Zheng Erden, having recovered from his shock, widened his eyes as if he had witnessed something unfathomable. For a long time, he had believed himself to be exceptionally gifted in cultivation, yet today, he truly realized that compared to Lin Feng, he was merely a small F or Y. It was as if he had finally opened his eyes to a broader world. Lin Feng not only had such a formidable ally capable of subduing divine transformation but also appeared to share a deep bond with this powerhouse. Such matters were utterly unheard of in his experience. Nevertheless, Zheng Erden was a clever individual. He quickly discerned that Lin Feng was an entity of boundless potential and that establishing a good relationship with him would only yield benefits for himself and his family. At this moment, Zheng Erden, also known as Zhang Yaozu, privately made a decision. He must align himself with this formidable ally. Someone with such extraordinary encounters at a young age would likely not remain within the confines of the 9 provinces for long. Thus, cultivating a brotherly bond with him would be most advantageous for the future development of the Zheng family. As Zheng Erden pondered this, he remained unaware that this very decision would spare the Zheng family from a potential catastrophe, and he himself would later become one of the most distinguished figures across the 9 provinces. A tale for another time. Congratulations, Brother Lin. It seems the golden core stage is within your grasp. If there is anything you need, just let me know. Zhang Erden beamed at Lin Feng, his expression one of eager servitude. Enough with the flattery. In the next challenge, follow senior brother Li's lead and exert your full strength. I will remember your kindness, Lin Feng replied, harboring no ill will towards Zheng Erden. In fact, he felt a certain fondness for him. Although Zhang Erden's agreement to assist in breaking the array was largely motivated by his own safety and the protection of their sex reputation, the decisiveness he displayed in such a perilous moment was commendable. For now, Lin Feng decided to observe him further. If Zhang Erden proved to be a good person, he would indeed need to establish his own network of reliable allies in this world. Judging by Zhang Erden's talents and intelligence and emotional acuity, he certainly fell within the scope of consideration. At this moment, the passage to the fire element illusion had already opened as Lin Feng absorbed. The entire fire element illusion was now left with a solitary figure, a black-clad masked man, still disoriented by the wind. He muttered to himself in confusion, "This makes no sense, it's impossible. How can this boy possess such a terrifying existence?" Yet, it seemed his gamble had paid off. Their plans might indeed face unforeseen changes, but was this action right or wrong? A look of bewilderment crossed the masked man's face. Enough of this overthinking. I shall leave it to the ancestral master to decide. With a flicker, the masked man vanished without a trace. Chapter 31 The Triumph of Zhang Erden. After enduring numerous hardships, the group finally set foot at the final barrier of As they entered this realm, the scene before them felt as if it belonged to another world. The scorching heat of flames dissipated in an instant, replaced by a dense and heavy expanse of yellow earth, akin to an endless desert where billowing sands danced in the air, and the atmosphere was thick with rich earth elemental spirit energy. Li Mubai gazed intently at the vast desert before him and, turning to Zhang Erden behind him, spoke in a solemn tone, "I will clear away the obstacles ahead." The focal point of this array differs from the previous ones. It is not a fixed position and must be sensed by someone proficient in earth element techniques. You need only to concentrate on locating the array's core. As he finished speaking, a long sword of pure emerald green materialized in his hand. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Ever since undergoing the baptism of the sun flame essence, his strength had surged, enhancing his sensitivity to spiritual artifacts. From this sword, he sensed an extraordinarily potent earth elemental spirit energy, even detecting a faintly familiar aura. Senior brother, what a magnificent treasure! The earth elemental energy is astonishingly strong. Lin Feng inquired curiously, looking at Li Mubai. Li Mubai regarded Lin Feng with admiration and explained, "You have a keen eye, junior brother. This sword is called the Qingmu sword. Though its name may seem ordinary, it has a remarkable history. It can be traced back to the ancient era of cultivation during the Divine Demonic War. Legend has it that it was forged by a powerful being known as the Qingmu real person. Renowned for his mastery of earth element techniques, he wielded this Qingmu sword to great effect in the ancient conflict between the Ancient Cultivators Alliance and the 12 ancestral witches. The sword was crafted with immense dedication and rare materials. Its blade is made from the heartwood of a millennium-old Qingmu tree, an incredibly resilient material that thrives solely in the frigid veins of the extreme west. Thus, though it appears wooden, it is virtually indestructible. The heartwood from a millennium-old Qingmu tree has long been extinct, and the sword's most notable trait is its profound ability to counteract earth element power. However, mine is merely a replica, an upper-tier spiritual artifact. Were it the authentic Qingmu sword from the ancient era, it would surely be a legendary celestial artifact. Upon hearing Li Mubai's account, Lin Feng suddenly understood that his familiarity with the sword stemmed from its connection to celestial artifacts from the era of the Night Star. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the desert, followed by torrents of violent earth element power rushing toward them like a whirlwind. These elemental forces coalesced into various forms of attack, some transformed into gigantic stone fists, while others morphed into sharp sand blades, all hurtling toward them. "Be careful," Li Mubai shouted, swinging the Qingmu sword with force, unleashing a stream of verdant sword light that surged forth like a jade dragon, clashing against the oncoming earth element attacks. As the sword light passed, the earth elemental spirit energy in the desert seemed to be devoured by the dragon, trembling violently. Soon after, waves of earth element power surged from the depths of the desert, resembling a colossal yellow dragon that fiercely collided with the emerald sword light in midair, producing a deafening cacophony. The counteracting effect of the Qingmu sword was vividly displayed at that moment. The previously formidable stone fists and sand blades crumbled under its might, disintegrating into heaps of loose yellow sand that fell to the ground. "Impressive!" Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Though the Qingmu sword was merely a replica, it still proved remarkably effective against the earth element illusion. Excitement bubbled within him as he longed to test the strength of his newly enhanced physique. With that, he removed his thunder armor and darted toward the illusionary creatures that had taken on various forms. "Senior brother, allow me to assist you," Lin Feng bellowed, charging directly into the tide of illusionary beasts. His physique, tempered by the sun flame essence, resembled a mobile tank, crushing through the swarm of illusionary creatures with overwhelming force. Those once formidable rock beasts crumbled before him like fragile clay. Li Mubai, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. Even with his cultivation at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, he would not dare to charge into the throng of illusionary beasts as Lin Feng did without any form of defense. The strength of this junior brother's physique was comparable to the legendary true spirit body in ancient bloodlines. What kind of prodigy is this? Zhang Erden, observing Lin Feng's reckless actions, felt a glimmer of determination. He was even more convinced of his earlier thoughts of this. Lin's senior brother was undoubtedly an extraordinary genius, a rarity in a millennium. He must cling tightly to this great figure. Though he thought this, his actions remained swift. As a practitioner of earth element techniques, he navigated the earth element illusion with ease. With a gentle step, a surge of earth element power erupted from the ground, lifting him into the air. He surveyed his surroundings, brow furrowed, seemingly searching for something of utmost importance. With Lin Feng and Li Mubai engaged in battle against the horde of illusionary beasts, he could focus entirely on locating the array's core. At this moment, Zhang Erden appeared remarkably calm. He carefully sensed the surrounding earth element spirit energy. To break this earth element illusion, he must identify the focal point, otherwise, the onslaught of illusionary beasts would be relentless. He took a deep breath, channeling the earth element techniques within him, merging his spiritual power with the surrounding earth element spirit energy. At this moment, he felt as if he had become one with the desert, able to perceive the flow and changes of the earth element spirit energy within the illusion with clarity. His mastery of the earth element had reached a pinnacle, and in this realm, his consciousness sailed like a small boat on the sea, vulnerable to capsizing at any moment. Yet, he remained cautious, attuned to every subtle fluctuation and change in this vast sea. Suddenly, he sensed a small, yellowish light orb darting swiftly, radiating an intensely violent earth element spirit energy. "I found it!" Zhang Erden exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. He moved swiftly, his hands tracing intricate patterns in the air. Waves of earth element power surged from his hands, swirling like yellow ribbons in the sky. Zhang Erden's control over the earth element power had indeed reached a masterful level. Under his deft manipulation, the earth element energy gradually connected with the yellow light orb, calming its once tumultuous spirit energy. As if taming a wild beast. With utmost care, he gathered the earth element power into a vortex, tightly encircling the yellow. Li Mubai, recognizing that Zhang Erden had located the focal point, unleashed his Qingmu sword with the speed of a released arrow, transforming it into a streak of verdant sword light. This sword light traced a graceful arc through the air before striking the encircled yellow light orb. In the blink of an eye, the Qingmu sword collided with the yellow light orb, resulting in a fierce explosion of the two earth element attributes, erupting into a massive yellow light pillar that shot skyward. As the pillar ascended, the entire earth element illusion began to tremble violently. The yellow sands of the desert swirled chaotically, and the earth element spirit energy in the atmosphere grew increasingly thin. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, the illusion shattered, revealing a passageway leading to the outside world. We did it! Chapter 32 The Truth of the Disappearance. After traversing the intricate 5 elements illusionary array, the three finally entered the forbidden area of the back mountain. This cavernous space appeared to have been long untouched by human presence, and the atmosphere was starkly different from the oppressive aura of the previous illusion. The entire cave exuded an extraordinary tranquility. The dimly lit stone walls radiated an icy chill, while an indescribable ancient essence lingered in the air. The sound of their footsteps echoed hauntingly in the vast cavern, creating an unsettling resonance. "Look!" exclaimed Zhang Erden suddenly, shattering the stillness. Before them lay more than a dozen individuals clad in the garb of the 5 Elements sect, sprawled in disarray, seemingly ensnared in a deep slumber. "This is Senior Brother Jin, and Senior Brother Wang. The comrades who went missing before are all here." Zhang Erden rushed forward to inspect the fallen disciples of the 5 Elements sect, his face a canvas of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. Li Mubai followed closely, employing his spiritual sense to examine the unconscious individuals. Their breath and consciousness were intact, yet curiously, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from them, as if they had entirely lost their cultivation. "This is strange. Senior Brother Wang entered the sect 3 years before me, and he was already a distinguished disciple in the mid-foundation stage. How could this happen?" Zhang Erden murmured, his expression fraught with confusion. Li Mubai did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze turned toward the depths of the cave. "It appears they were forcibly stripped of their cultivation by some kind of formation. Let us proceed. The answers may soon reveal themselves." The trio circumvented the unconscious disciples and continued their descent into the cavern's depths. The illumination within the cave grew ever dimmer, and the surrounding air, steeped in silence, seemed to grow increasingly heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, they beheld a faint glimmer of light ahead. Li Mubai immediately gestured for silence, signaling his companions to remain quiet. After entering the forbidden area, he had already cast an invisible barrier to shield their presence from external detection. His primary cultivation method was renowned for its swiftness and stealth. As long as their cultivation levels did not exceed his by a significant margin, they would remain undetectable. However, despite Li Mubai's protective barrier, the three maintained a cautious demeanor. After all, a location deemed forbidden by the 5 Elements sect could harbor untold dangers. Lin Feng was mentally prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Given his recent surge in cultivation, he believed he could protect himself adequately with his stealth techniques, even if he could not assist Li Mubai in extricating himself from trouble. Just as Lin Feng steeled himself in vigilance, a shocking scene unfolded not far ahead. 3 figures were seated around a pentagonal altar, with a humanoid shadow glowing in the center. They appeared to be engaged in some arcane ritual. The foremost figure, clad in a deep blue robe adorned with swirling wave patterns, held a staff crowned with a glimmering azure gem. He chanted incantations as he waved his staff, directing 3 streams of energy of different colors to converge and then disperse into 5 distinct essences that entered the 5 corners of the altar. At the other 2 corners sat 2 elders, one garbed in emerald green and the other in earthy yellow. Lin Feng immediately recognized the elder in the green robe as the one who had received him at the 5 Elements sect. A grave expression crossed Li Mubai's countenance as he said, "You two remain here. I will investigate the shadow in the center. It is likely the key to this place." At that moment, Li Mubai's voice reached them through it. "Others have already entered this location. If the situation turns dire, we must retreat immediately." No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from the darkness, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. A colossal fire dragon materialized, its blazing light illuminating the shadowy cavern. The dragon roared with the ferocity of a cataclysm, charging toward the 3 individuals at the altar. "You again, fire elemental," growled the elder in the blue robe, his expression darkening. With a swift motion of his staff, a wall of water rose from the ground, thwarting the fire dragon's assault. However, the humanoid shadow at the altar began to fade as the spell was interrupted. The blue-robed elder urgently turned to the other 2, Earth Elemental, Wood Elemental, "Do not concern yourselves with him. I have made tremendous sacrifices to summon you. You must channel more spiritual energy to ensure the revival of our master is successful." The Earth Elemental and Wood Elemental exchanged glances, hesitating before they altered their hand seals. More potent elemental energies surged from their beings, coalescing in the air. Meanwhile, the Water Elemental continued to guide energy into the altar with one hand, while the blue gem atop his staff suddenly blazed with brilliant light. A torrent of deep blue water surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing toward the shadow in the darkness. Of the Fire Elemental, concealed in the shadows, was evidently unprepared for the Water Elemental's fierce counterattack while simultaneously maintaining the formation. He defended against the onslaught of water while angrily shouting, "Water brother, you would sacrifice your cultivation and harm our fellow disciples to revive this fragment of our master's spirit. Do you not realize that upon successful revival, this remnant soul will be obliterated?" How will we call back our master's true form when we cultivate the five elements reincarnation technique? Hearing the fire elemental's words, the earth elemental and wood elemental fell silent, their movements slowing involuntarily. The water elemental, noticing their hesitance, erupted in fury. Foolishness. When our master ventured forth to explore methods of breaking through realms, he left behind a fragment of his spirit for two reasons. To ensure that while the main body remains, this fragment endures, and to allow the sect to awaken it in times of peril to restore our lineage. Regrettably, our ignorance has prevented anyone from mastering this technique, leading to the gradual decline of the Five Elements sect. I shall compensate these disciples whose energies have been expended once the ritual concludes. Their cultivation will be restored in time. We are all running out of time, and the metal elemental is still missing. If we cannot advance to the nascent soul stage to extend our lifespans by a century, who will uphold the Five Elements sect? The water elemental's piercing gaze swept through the shadows as he suddenly declared, and as for that friend from the Qingyang sect, you have been watching the spectacle for quite some time. It is high time you made your presence known. Li Mubai's heart raced with alarm as he realized that his concealment technique had been seen through. He promptly dispelled the barrier, revealing himself. With a cupped fist, he saluted. Indeed, water elemental, your insight is remarkable. I had thought that even those at the nascent soul stage would find it difficult to perceive my concealment techniques. I did not expect to be uncovered by you. He had always taken pride in his stealth abilities, and being discerned by the water elemental piqued his curiosity. The water elemental smiled faintly. It is not that your concealment technique is flawed, but rather that the esteemed apprentice of the Qingyang ancestor vanished upon entering our Five Elements sect. Naturally, we would take note. Moreover, our sect specializes in elemental arts, making us particularly sensitive to such techniques. The disciple behind you has already cultivated the earth elemental technique to its zenith. Thus, as soon as you entered the forbidden area, we were aware of your presence. Ah, I see, Li Mubai said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Just as the two were conversing, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from the center of the altar, akin to a great wave crashing upon a tranquil lake. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of the golden core stage, surged forth from the altar, flooding the entire space. Chapter 33. The Master of the Five Elements. In the fleeting moment when that overwhelming aura surged forth, Zhang Erden felt an intangible pressure weighing heavily upon his heart, as if a mountain had descended upon him, rendering even his breath a laborious endeavor. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixated intently on the center of the altar. There, a resplendent light surged like the tides, gradually coalescing into a distinct figure. This figure resembled a colossal titan amidst the cosmos. All around him, five disparate energies flowed: golden sharpness, the vitality of wood, the gentleness of water, the ferocity of fire, and the weightiness of earth. The elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth cycled through his being in a perpetual rhythm, each transformation emanating a power that sent shivers down one's spine. His gaze radiated an indescribable majesty, akin to a sovereign of the universe, commanding the elements and wielding the supreme authority over the ebb and flow of existence. It was the master of the five elements. Li Mubai exclaimed, his voice brimming with shock and reverence. The others, including Shuixingzi, stood stupefied, gazing at the familiar figure, their astonishment beyond words. When the master of the Five Elements had established the Five Elements sect, his strength had rivaled that of a harmonization stage expert. Now, the manifestation of their revered master's divine spirit rekindled their excitement immeasurably. In unison, Shuixingzi, Muxingzi, and the other disciples knelt upon the ground, calling out fervently, Master! The master of the five elements slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze sweeping over the assembled. When his eyes lingered momentarily upon Li Mubai and Lin Feng, he then turned his attention to Shuixingzi and the others. He spoke in a voice imbued with authority and the weight of ages. You have forcibly awakened this fragment of my spirit using the arts of the five elements. Could it be that the sect is facing some dire peril? The four exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Huixingzi who recounted the situation in detail. Upon hearing Huixingzi's account, the master of the five elements sighed deeply. A century ago, after I transcended to the harmonization stage, I sensed that further advancement within this continent would be exceedingly challenging. While seeking opportunities, I was unexpectedly drawn into a spatial rift, and to my astonishment, I became trapped for a century. Yet, I did not anticipate that the sect would descend into such decay. A sorrowful expression crossed his face as he turned his gaze to Shuixingzi and the other three, sternly admonished, however, considering your original intentions for the sect's future, I shall revoke your positions as elders today as a form of chastisement. The master of the five elements glanced at Huixingzi and then at the other three, continuing, in my time, I established the five elements. The power of the five elements is interdependent. The essence of cultivating the cycle of the five elements lies in dispersing one's own power at the five elements stage, allowing the energies within to flourish unceasingly, thus entering the realm of five elements unity. This illusion serves as an optimal training ground, yet your short-sightedness has led to such a predicament for the sect. Hearing the master of the five elements reproach, the elders of the five elements sect lowered their heads in shame. My fragment of spirit cannot endure for much longer, he lamented. Before my true self returns, let Huashingzi assume the role of sect leader. From this day forth, there shall be no division of five elders within the five elements sect. You must cast aside your factional prejudices and unite in your efforts to cultivate the cycle of the five elements, revitalizing the grandeur of our sect. Those disciples who have lost their powers are, in a sense, fortunate. They are well suited for the cultivation of the cycle of the five elements. Let them remain within the illusion to continue their training. I possess some insights regarding the five elements illusion and the cultivation of the cycle of the five elements that I did not have the opportunity to impart to you back then. Henceforth, Huashingzi, you shall safeguard this knowledge, and it may be shared judiciously with those disciples of commendable conduct and aptitude. As he spoke, he gestured, sending a luminous orb containing information soaring towards Huashingzi. After completing this act, the master of the five elements turned his gaze once more toward Li Mubai, Lin Feng, and Zhang Erden, his eyes shimmering with the essence of the five elements. After a brief pause, he spoke softly, Qin Jiangzi, you have indeed taken in two exceptional disciples. As you assist the five elements sect in purging internal strife and bear witness to the return of my divine spirit, I shall bestow upon you an unparalleled boon as a token of gratitude. May you seize this opportunity wisely. With that, his gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a moment longer, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. As the words of the master of the five elements faded, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from the altar's center. This energy cascaded forth like a torrential flood, rapidly expanding in all directions. The onlookers felt a warm and potent force enveloping them, as if they were immersed in an ocean of spiritual essence. What is this? A baptism of spiritual tides from a harmonization stage cultivator? Li Mubai marveled. In an instant, joy radiated from the faces of the others. This was a baptism of spiritual tides bestowed by a harmonization stage powerhouse, an extraordinary opportunity to transcend the bottleneck of cultivation and ascend to a higher realm. They immediately sat cross-legged, channeling their full energies to absorb the magnificent spiritual power. However, as a terrifying existence of the harmonization stage, the spiritual tide emanating from the master of the five elements was overwhelmingly vast. Even the four esteemed elders of the five elements sect in Li Mubai, the most accomplished among them, found it somewhat challenging to bear. Their faces flushed as they exerted all their cultivation to digest this energy, fearing the loss of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred within Lin Feng. The dormant Fengling and Yiling within him seemed to awaken, voraciously consuming the colossal spiritual energy like two insatiable black holes. Instantly, half of the spiritual power emanating from the altar surged uncontrollably toward Lin Feng. The pressure felt by the onlookers diminished significantly. Witnessing this peculiar phenomenon, the elders of the five elements sect and Li Mubai cast astonished glances at Lin Feng. Yet, they merely exchanged a fleeting look before focusing once more on absorbing the overwhelming spiritual energy. After all, in the face of such an opportunity, none wished to divert their attention. Moments later, the overwhelming spiritual tide began to wane. As the final wave of energy poured forth from the altar's center, the fragment of the master of the five elements spirit began to dissipate gradually. The assembled individuals bowed deeply toward the altar, expressing their gratitude for the blessings bestowed by this harmonization stage powerhouse. With the dissolution of the master of the five elements, Huashingzi also reached the pinnacle of the golden core realm, mere steps away from the nascent soul. Meanwhile, the cultivations of Mu Xingzi and Tu Xingzi were elevated by one realm, advancing directly to the late stage of the golden core. Li Mubai, through this baptism of spiritual tides, transcended from the mid-phase of the golden core to the late-phase pinnacle. As for Zhang Erden, he leaped from the initial stage of the foundation establishment realm to become a golden core cultivator, thanks to the overwhelming spiritual tide. Thus, the spiritual tide bestowed by this harmonization stage powerhouse significantly elevated the cultivations of all present. Chapter 34 of the conclusion of the five elements. At this moment, the gaze of the crowd converged upon a previously overlooked figure, Lin Feng. In the midst of this overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, akin to a vast ocean, he appeared to be the greatest beneficiary. However, to the astonishment of all, his cultivation level had not notably ascended as one might expect. Brother Lin, what is your current cultivation level? The newly initiated Zhang Erden, who had just stepped into the golden core realm, could no longer contain his curiosity and pressed Lin Feng for details. To him, it seemed only natural that Lin Feng would be the one to reap the most significant rewards from this fortuitous event. Yet, the Lin Feng before him seemingly exhibited minimal change, leading Zhang Erden to doubt whether Lin Feng was concealing his true power. I am at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, nearing perfection, Lin Feng replied with a wry smile, a hint of helplessness in his tone. He had indeed absorbed a vast amount of spiritual energy into his body, sufficient to directly elevate another to the late golden core stage. However, the energy he had drawn in was swiftly consumed by the still slumbering night spirit and the true phoenix spirit within him. It was only when he could absorb no more that the surplus energy allowed him to solidify his foundation establishment, thus attaining the mid-stage of perfection. The crowd regarded Lin Feng with the same awe and bewilderment as one might reserve for a primordial anomaly. It is worth noting that even the formidable true dragons and true phoenixes, endowed with naturally potent physiques, could not remain unaffected after absorbing such an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Just as the crowd remained in shock over Lin Feng's situation, Hua Xingzi broke the silence. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, my esteemed friends. I had initially intended to resolve this matter with the aid of Daoist Li and the Qingyang sect, with no intention of placing anyone in peril. My master has always maintained a good rapport with senior Qinjiangzi, and my fellow disciples would never dare to act against Daoist Li and his companions, yet I did not foresee the situation escalating to this extent. As he spoke, he removed his mask, revealing a resolute face etched with guilt, the very figure Lin Feng and the others had encountered in the Five Elements illusion. Li Mubai smiled gently and responded heartily, "There is no need for you to feel concerned, sect leader Huo. In retrospect, it appears we may have been the ones who overstepped." He referred not only to the spiritual tide's baptism but also to the true phoenix spirit encountered within the fire element illusion, which was pivotal to Lin Feng's extraordinary transformation during the spiritual tide. Hua Xingzi understood this implicitly, yet given the circumstances, he could only accept the situation with a resigned smile. He then turned to Shui Xingzi and the other three, bowing respectfully. Esteemed brothers, I have long harbored misunderstandings regarding you all. Now that the truth is clear, I hope we can put aside past grievances and jointly elevate our Five Elements sect. His voice resonated with sincerity and determination. With the air cleared, the group set aside their previous resentments and expressed their willingness to collaborate with Hua Xingzi in revitalizing their sect. This sect, once dwindling due to internal strife, seemed to be reinvigorated after this tumultuous episode. Thus, the atmosphere within the Five Elements sect underwent a remarkable transformation. The disciples no longer engaged in factional disputes, and the elders ceased their rivalries. The previously shut Five Elements illusion was reopened, becoming a sacred ground for the elite disciples' cultivation. This monumental shift was undoubtedly facilitated by the insights and teachings Hua Xingzi had acquired from the cycle of reincarnation within the Five Elements realm. He had adeptly adjusted and optimized the formation to better suit the cultivation needs of the disciples. It appeared that the Five Elements sect was poised to rise anew upon the vast expanse of the Jojo continent. Brother, it seems that Hua Xingzi is quite adept at managing relationships. Not only did he graciously host us at the Five Elements sect for half a month, but he also gifted us a wealth of spirit stones and medicinal herbs, truly commendable. This drunken spring breeze brewed by the wood elemental elder is particularly exquisite. Were it not for our obligations to the sect, I would indulge in several more revelries with those old fellows. It turned out that half a month prior, Li Mubai and Lin Feng had intended to depart from the Five Elements sect. However, they were warmly persuaded to stay for an additional fortnight. Upon their departure, they were presented with an abundance of spirit stones and herbs as tokens of gratitude. Li Mubai was still savoring the lingering taste of the fine wine. Over the past fortnight, he had nearly consumed the majority of the sect's wine reserves. The drunken spring breeze was a prized concoction, crafted from various rare herbs gathered from across the Jojo continent by the wood elemental elder, which explained Li Mubai. As the two were about to take their leave, a breathless voice called from behind, "Brother Lin, wait for me." Turning around, Lin Feng and the others were met by the flustered visage of Zhang Erden. "Zhang Erden? Why are you not remaining at the Five Elements sect? What brings you here? Has something happened?" Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. No, I heard that Brother Lin is heading to the Jiuli Imperial capital for the upcoming newcomer competition, so I spoke to the sect leader and expressed my desire to join you for some experience." The sect leader graciously agreed. Zhang Erden replied, brimming with excitement. "Well, I am merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while you have already attained the golden core stage. Are you sure you wish to accompany me for experiences?" Lin Feng replied, a frown creasing his brow. Brother Lin's prowess cannot merely be gauged by superficial realms, Zhang Erden flattered with an ingratiating smile. Then let us journey back to Qingyang sect together. There is still some time before the newcomer competition, and I shall arrange a place for you to cultivate in the Qingyang sect, so you can set off to the imperial capital alongside 7th junior brother when the time comes. Seeing Zhang Erden's excited demeanor, Lin Feng and Li Mubai exchanged knowing smiles and readily acquiesced to his request. Li Mubai summoned his magical artifact, and with a swift motion, they sped towards the Qingyang sect. Chapter 35 The gathering of the sect. With Li Mubai's magical artifact in hand, Lin Feng naturally no longer needed to activate the cloud-piercing talisman. The group soared through the skies, and within just 3 days, they returned to the Qingyang sect. However, today, the Qingyang sect appeared particularly lively. As soon as they entered the mountain gates, outer disciples spotted their return and rushed to offer their greetings. Lin Feng and Li Mubai greeted each one with smiles. They then instructed their personal disciples to ensure that Zhang Erden was settled comfortably. And now at the golden core stage, Zhang Erden could barely serve as an elder in the outer sect, thus earning the respect of the outer disciples. After arranging for Zhang Erden, the two made their way directly towards Qingyang Pico. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by a chorus of laughter. Standing among them was the eldest senior brother, Duan Shicheng. Upon seeing the two, Duan Shicheng immediately approached to inquire about the situation at the Five Elements sect. Lin Feng and Li Mubai exchanged a brief account of their experiences there. After listening to their narrative, Duan Shicheng laughed heartily. It seems that the one who gained the most from this venture is none other than our seventh brother. Come, all your senior brothers have returned, and you have yet to meet them. Allow me to introduce you. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed 4 other individuals standing in the hall, all looking at him with cheerful expressions. This is your second senior brother, Gu Xian. Greetings, second senior brother, Lin Feng respectfully bowed. No need for such formalities, junior brother, Gu Xian replied with a warm smile, lifting Lin Feng up. Gu Xian was handsome and tall, wielding a folding fan, exuding the charm of a cultured scholar hailing from a family renowned for its literary heritage. He had been steeped in literature since childhood, which lent him an air of scholarly elegance. His family included esteemed scholars and, in the vast continent of Zhozhou, there were many who had attained enlightenment through the written word, achieving sanctity embodied. Gu Xian himself was imbued with a profound righteousness, seemingly possessing some method to conceal his true cultivation level, which Lin Feng could not discern. Seventh junior brother, hello. A robust figure approached, his muscular frame and thick black hair casually tied back. His rugged features, with thick brows and large eyes, radiated an aura of boldness. This is your third senior brother, Nangongwen, Duan Shicheng introduced with a smile. Nangongwen stood at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, having been born into a family that revered martial prowess. Since childhood, he had been extraordinarily strong, favoring heavy weaponry and possessing an exceptionally resilient physique. He practiced the dragon elephant technique, boasting great confidence in his physical strength, making him a formidable figure capable of traversing the perilous wilderness of the demon realm. Upon first seeing Lin Feng, he sensed that Lin Feng had trained in some formidable body refinement technique, so when they shook hands, he intentionally exerted 6 parts of his strength. Yet, Lin Feng seemed utterly unfazed. Intrigued, Nangongwen escalated his strength to 9 parts, yet Lin Feng remained oblivious to the pressure. My goodness, 7th junior brother, what body refinement technique are you practicing? For someone at the mid-foundation establishment stage, your physical prowess is far more terrifying than the beasts I've encountered in the demon realm. Are you not a remnant of some ancient species transformed? Nangongwen scrutinized Lin Feng, eager to confirm whether he was indeed a transformed beast. At this point, Li Mubai approached with a smile, explaining to Nangongwen that Lin Feng had undergone the tempering of the young flame essence and the baptism of the spirit tide. However, he deliberately omitted the parts regarding the true phoenix spirit and the night spirit's appearance, thus sparing Lin Feng much explanation. Upon hearing this, Nangongwen's interest piqued, and he enthusiastically pulled Lin Feng along, saying, "So you truly belong to the body refinement lineage. That's splendid. Next time, accompany me to the demon realm. I guarantee you'll have a rewarding experience." The demon realm? Lin Feng queried, bewildered. Junior brother is unaware of the demon realm. It lies in the far northern reaches of the continent, perpetually shrouded in dense mist. This mist, for some unknown reason, exerts a strong suppressive effect on the spiritual power of our cultivators, yet poses no hindrance to the beasts that cultivate their bodies. Thus, human cultivators rarely venture there. Consequently, it has become a paradise for powerful solitary beasts or those exiled by their clans. However, I only dare to operate on the periphery. Within the demon realm, there exist formidable beasts whose... Of course, our cultivation world has erected barriers around the demon realm's outskirts to prevent these beasts from wreaking havoc upon the human realm. Demon realm. Lin Feng etched the name into his memory, eager to explore it someday and ascertain just how formidable his body had become through the tempering of the young flame essence, the baptism of the spirit tide, and the inheritance of divine artifacts. After finishing his explanation, Nangongwen smacked his forehead in realization. No, it seems I must return to the demon realm to challenge those big brutes again. Even Fifth's cultivation has caught up to mine. The others exchanged knowing smiles. Duan Shicheng clapped Nangongwen on the shoulder, saying, "Third junior brother, this time, 5th and 7th have experienced the spirit tide baptism and the young flame essence. Such opportunities are scarce and hard to come by. There's no need to be overly disheartened." He then led Lin Feng to a slender figure with sharp eyes, adorned with a silver mask. "Lin Feng, this is your 4th senior brother, Morong Yun. He hails from the Morong clan, renowned for its mastery in artifact forging, and is one of the few prodigies in the clan skilled in crafting various magical treasures and spiritual artifacts. The cloud-piercing talisman I gifted you was modified by your fourth senior brother. A master of artifact forging, this was precisely the person Lin Feng had long sought. At last, I have the opportunity. Seeing Lin Feng's fervent gaze, Morong Yun felt a twinge of apprehension, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. Fortunately, his mask concealed his expression, though one could easily imagine it was quite the spectacle. Nangong Wen, observing Lin Feng's peculiar behavior, made a retching gesture. That, Lin Junior brother, you don't have a penchant for the, Dragon Yang, do you? Have you taken a liking to senior brother Morong? No. I merely have some thoughts I wish to exchange with fourth senior brother, Lin Feng replied, still lost in his fantasies of advanced weaponry, wearing a rather foolish expression. Thoughts, exchange. The others regarded Lin Feng with even stranger expressions, while Nangongwen seemed to have solidified some suspicions. It appeared he would need to keep a distance from seventh junior brother in the future, he mused. Alright, enough of this nonsense, master will be arriving shortly. Lin Feng, this is your sixth senior brother, Lu Qingfeng. Duan Shiqing interrupted the conversation, steering them away from the topic. Hello, sixth senior brother. Lin Feng immediately composed himself, performing a proper greeting. Lu Qingfeng was an exceptionally handsome young man. Junior brother, I see you also favor the sword, perhaps we can spar together next time, he said with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 36, The Gathering of Sect Leaders. Before the conversation could continue, a figure clad in green appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall. The IT was none other than Qingyang Zong's current leader, the revered master of the assembly, Qingyang Zi. Instantly, the gathered disciples rose in respect, bowing in unison. Qingyang Zi, with a gentle smile, nodded in acknowledgement. I have heard that your recent At that moment, the imposing aura of one of the five great powers of the Jojo continent had dissipated, revealing a benevolent elder who listened intently to the mundane tales of his disciples. Duan Shiqing stepped forward, respectfully bowing before recounting in detail the experiences and gains of the group. Upon hearing this, Qingyang Zi nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction with their accomplishments. His gaze shifted toward the old ghost of the five elements has ventured into the outside world and remains alive. The IT seems the five elements sect is poised for a resurgence. He, who is usually so miserly, has even allowed you to partake in the spirit-tide baptism. Evidently, he still harbors concerns for his disciples. That said, he and I share an old friendship, so I owe him a favor. Shiqing, you must keep a close watch on developments over at the five elements sect. Duan Shiqing promptly stepped forward to acknowledge the command. Your growth has exceeded my expectations, Qingyang Zi remarked, turning his gaze toward Lin Feng, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. To achieve such advancement in such a brief period is truly remarkable. In response, Lin Feng, filled with gratitude, replied, Thank you, master, for your kind words. I shall endeavor to practice diligently and live up to the sect's expectations. Qingyang Zi nodded in satisfaction. Your elder brother has already briefed me on your situation. You have selected your cultivation. However, should you find yourself lacking in your training or have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Let us see if I can assist you. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. Even if Qingyang Zi had not initiated the topic, he had intended to seize this opportunity for some negotiation. Without hesitation, he replied, Master, there is indeed one matter I wish to speak freely, make your requests known. Senior Sister Jiang mentioned that a grand competition for newcomers will be held in the Jojo continent in 6 months. I wish to witness it, however, my strength is lacking. I would like to enlist fourth brother's help in crafting some defensive spiritual tools for this endeavor. My finances are rather meager, and I hope Master might provide some support, Lin Feng articulated, secretly thinking that this was the perfect opportunity to press for what he desired. Ah, that event. I shall be present as a guest of honor as well. It would indeed be beneficial for you to experience it firsthand. As for the materials, I happen to possess some that I will gladly offer you, Qingyang Zi declared, raising his hand, which conjured a plethora. Gangyin, what is this? Could it be the unique horn of the Shizhiu scales from the Hangong fish and the spiritual tail of the nine-tailed fox? Murmurings erupted from Morong Yun, who had been standing silently in the background with a silver mask. Upon witnessing the array of materials, he could no longer maintain his composure and gasped in astonishment. Are these difficult to acquire? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. Morong Yun shot Lin Feng a look that conveyed sheer disbelief, his earlier indifference giving way to fervent. However, his gaze remained fixated on the collection of rare materials, clearly yearning for them. You have no idea, the materials presented by our master are capable of inciting it. Shenjin and Gangin are the finest of crafting materials, even a minuscule infusion can enhance the overall quality, rendering spiritual tools virtually indestructible. Yet, these two substances are exceedingly rare, typically hidden deep within forbidden zones or the most secluded mines, making them incredibly hard to procure and yielding only minute quantities. On the Jojo continent, only the foremost powers or master craftsmen can possess them, and furthermore, the horn of the Sheji is an invaluable treasure, said to contain the bloodline of an ancient Qilin. The essence of life and strength resides within that horn. If it breaks, so does the life. It is priceless in its rarity. Artifacts forged from this horn exhibit astonishing offensive power. Though Morong Yun appeared aloof, his knowledge of the art of crafting was profound and flowed forth effortlessly. Lin Feng, observing this, felt a surge of anticipation regarding his elder brother's crafting prowess, silently contemplating if this individual must be a true prodigy in the art of crafting. Qingyang Zi, witnessing Morong Yun's reaction, understood fully. With a grand gesture, he generously bestowed all the materials upon Morong Yun. Take these and see what your junior brother requires, the remainder shall be for your own research. Morong Yun, elated, accepted the materials, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Overcome with excitement at the acquisition of such rare crafting materials, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Feng, asking, "Junior brother, what exactly do you intend to craft?" With a mysterious smile, Lin Feng retrieved a pre-prepared blueprint from his robe and handed it to Morong Yun. "Fourth brother, this is the blueprint for a Jojo continent thermal weapon that I have been contemplating for some time. I kindly ask you to review it." Morong Yun, puzzled, took the blueprint and glanced over it, his expression shifting dramatically. "What is this? The Jojo Eagle Pistol, the Spiritual Power Cannon, the Devastator Thunderclap. The principle of spiritual power compression, trigger mechanism, no, how come I never thought of this before, but wait, something doesn't seem right, no, I must go and test this out." He muttered to himself, entranced by the blueprint, and, in a flurry, hurried toward his own abode. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, and Duan Shiqing could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Junior brother, what exactly did you give fourth brother? He is usually so composed and formal. However, I do not possess the skill to craft, so I sought fourth brother's assistance for reference." Qingyang Zi waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite alright, old fourth is inherently simple-minded, but he is exceptionally passionate about crafting. It is rare for him to encounter something that piques his interest so deeply, and now, you all may return to your tasks, I wish to speak privately with old seventh." The remaining disciples complied and exited, leaving Lin Feng and Qingyang Zi stand. Chapter 37 What is the way of heaven? Come closer, my seventh disciple. Qingyang Zi beckoned, his eyes brimming with warmth as he regarded his newly accepted student. Lin Feng complied, though uneasy nodded him, pondering the true intent behind his master's decision to summon him alone. "Yes, master," he replied respectfully. "Stand beside me," Qingyang Zi said with a gentle smile, resembling a benign elder eager to witness his disciple's growth. It had been some time since Lin Feng's initiation, yet this marked only their second face-to-face conversation. "I have not imparted much to you, but I have heard from your senior brother that you have gained insights in the scripture pavilion?" Lin Feng felt a shiver run through him but answered honestly, "Yes, master. I was fortunate enough to select 3 cultivation techniques." "Ah, fortune is sometimes a facet of strength," Qingyang Zi remarked, not probing further into how Lin Feng had managed to choose 3 techniques. Instead, he inquired about Lin Feng's progress in cultivation. "However, these techniques are exceedingly profound, and I am still in the process of comprehending them." "Excellent," Qingyang Zi nodded approvingly. "A young man ought to remain grounded. Speaking of which, the 2 techniques you selected have a certain connection to me. The Starfall technique is not originally from our Jojo continent, but rather a legacy passed down from your ancestral master. The Thunderstrike technique, on the other hand, was left behind by a deceased elder of mine. Perhaps all of this is the will of heaven." He gazed upward, seemingly lost in distant memories. "Master, do these 2 techniques pose any issues?" Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Qingyang Zi returned his gaze to Lin Feng, fixing him with a serious expression. "None. However, I wish to pose a question. What do you believe is the greatest distinction between cultivators like us and ordinary mortals?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had never pondered this question since his arrival in the Jojo continent. Once an ordinary youth, everything about the realm of cultivation felt foreign and astonishing to him. That he had longed for a tranquil life, yet fate had thrust him onto the path of cultivation. Faced with Qingyang Zi's query, he found himself momentarily speechless. "Master, I do not know," Lin Feng admitted, lowering his head. A flicker of melancholy crossed Qingyang Zi's eyes. "To mortals, cultivators may appear as divine beings. With a mere gesture, we can wreak havoc upon the heavens, reducing cities to mere ashes, yet, cultivators are not omnipotent, we too are bound by constraints and rules. He paused before continuing, the mortal realm serves as the foundation of the cultivation world. Sects must select talented disciples from among mortals to sustain their legacies. Moreover, cultivators who act against mortals will face retribution from the natural order, the higher one's cultivation, the great. There was once a powerful being in the integration stage who disregarded these rules and slaughtered an entire city of mortals, only to be met with a divine retribution that led to his demise, leaving not even a trace of his soul. Such is the ironclad law of the cultivation realm. Lin Feng listened in trepidation but grasped an essential truth: the cultivators are not free to act as they please, they too are subject to the constraints of the natural order. While mortals pursue wealth and glory throughout their lives, we cultivators seek to attain enlightenment and immortality, Qin Jiangzi said, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Feng. But what if one day you discover that even after cultivating for thousands of years, you cannot escape the confines of this world? What would you think? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a formidable figure would display a sense of helplessness before him. Disciple is ignorant. I do not understand why Master raises this matter, he queried cautiously. Qin Jiangzi paused briefly before bursting into hearty laughter, regaining his demeanor as a top-tier cultivator. You clever lad, is that little phoenix spirit within you faring well? His gaze was piercing, as if he could see through everything. Lin Feng realized he could not hide anything from this powerful master and was about to explain when Qin Jiangzi waved his hand, forestalling him. You need not elaborate, I have no intention of prying into your secrets. Now that I have accepted you as my disciple, you are part of Qingyang sect, a member of my family. Before taking you on, I sensed the presence of something unusual near the Qingyang sect, though it vanished almost instantly. Besides the phoenix spirit within you, there is also an aura that does not belong to the Jojo continent, an aura that even I find somewhat daunting. This was part of my reason for accepting you as my disciple in the Lin family. Lin Feng remained silent for a long while, feeling the weight of Qin Jiangzi's internal struggle and confusion. The transient nature of life and death, the fleeting splendor of the mortal realm, seemed but a moment's flicker in the eyes of cultivators, yet, upon reaching the pinnacle of this world, one might find oneself merely a pawn in the hands of some unknown existence. This sense of helplessness resonated deeply with Lin Feng. Master, you saved my entire Lin family and took me as your disciple, imparting to me the path of cultivation. I have no means to repay you, but if in my lifetime I can unravel the rules of this world, I shall do everything in my power to free you from your burdens, Lin Feng vowed solemnly, kneeling before Qin Jiangzi. Qin Jiangzi raised a hand to lift Lin Feng to his feet. Ha, good disciple, I have not asked you to march to your doom. Perhaps I have been too obsessive. However, there is indeed a task I need you to undertake. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. As I mentioned, the Thunderstrike technique is a relic from a deceased elder of mine, and now that you have taken it, it is time to return it to its rightful owner. Master, do you mean for me to return the technique? Lin Feng inquired cautiously. Precisely, Qin Jiangzi affirmed with a nod. You should have memorized the Thunderstrike technique by now, yes? I need you to deliver it to the Huashu clan in the northern Thunder Marshes, presenting it to their current chieftain and explaining that it is a relic of an old friend. He gazed deeply into Lin Feng's eyes, as if already aware of his thoughts, and added with a smile, I know what you're thinking. Fret not, that place will be immensely beneficial for your cultivation of the Thunderstrike technique. The Thunder Marshes are the most potent site for lightning energy across the Jojo continent, and it is there that you can unleash its full potential. Furthermore, your fourth senior brother, Nangong Wan, and fifth senior brother, Li Mubai, will accompany you on this journey. They are familiar with the circumstances there and can support one another. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor. Master, such words are unwarranted. Though I am but a novice, I understand the principles of duty and righteousness. Regarding your request, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling it. Very well, I understand your intentions, Qin Jiangzi said, emphasizing the word intentions with particular care. With a flourish of his hand, a pill the size of a thumb appeared in his palm. The surface of the pill glimmered with a faint golden hue, smooth and round, emanating a captivating fragrance. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a vast expanse of twinkling stars within, radiating mysterious and unfathomable light. This pill is called the Soul Origin Pill, a gift from a venerable alchemist I encountered during my travels in my youth, Qin Jiangzi recalled with a hint of nostalgia. This esteemed master was renowned across the land, pouring his life's work into the creation of this single pill. It possesses formidable restorative and nurturing properties for spiritual bodies, a treasured possession I have cherished for many years, and now, I bestow it upon you as a reward for returning the technique. Lin Feng took the pill with great care, feeling the tremendous. He sensed that this gesture might be Qin Jiangxi's response to his possession of a spiritual body, yet he chose not to voice this realization. Instead, he respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. I shall not let you down." Generous gift or not, you certainly know how to flatter. Qin Jiangxi waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Now, do not linger here any longer, return to your cave and devote yourself to your cultivation. Once you are well rested, I will have your senior brother inform you before your departure. Observing Lin Feng's somewhat mercenary demeanor, Qin Jiangxi could not help but shake his head and chuckle. Nevertheless, he waved his hand, ushering Lin Feng out the door. Chapter 38, The Awakening of the Spirit. After departing from the Grand Hall of Qingyang Peak, Lin Feng made his way directly back to his cave dwelling. This journey had proven to be remarkably fruitful. Not only had he acquired a substantial quantity of spirit stones, but the Five Elements sect had also bestowed upon him numerous precious herbs. Lin Feng meticulously extracted these treasures from his storage bag, carefully counting each one. His cultivation had advanced considerably, necessitating some time to consolidate his progress, rendering the spirit stones temporarily of little use to him. He intended to entrust all these spirit stones to Morong Yun for her crafting endeavors. As for the herbs, Lin Feng resolved to store them within his cave for future considerations. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Lin Feng's ear, laced with a hint of teasing. "That old man truly treats you well, even willing to part with such rare items as the Soul Origin Pill." Lin Feng turned to see a figure clad in a flowing black gown, lazily standing before him, none other than the Night Spirit, who had long slumbered within him. Upon sighting the dark-clad figure, Lin Feng was overcome with joy and rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Although the Night Spirit was merely a projection of spiritual essence and he felt nothing tangible, he sensed the warmth, softness, and delicate fragrance emanating from her. However, the Night Spirit seemed unprepared for his sudden action. A fleeting look of panic crossed her face, her cheeks flushed as she pushed him away and chided, "What are you doing, you little rascal?" Her voice trembled slightly. She forcefully shoved Lin Feng back and retreated a few steps, maintaining a cautious distance as if guarding against any further impropriety. Lin Feng, taken aback by the Night Spirit's bashful yet slightly irate expression, suddenly realized he might have overstepped his bounds. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I was just so thrilled to see you that I couldn't help myself. I promise it won't happen again." Upon hearing Lin Feng's apology, the Night Spirit's anger subsided slightly. She adjusted her tousled hair and shook her head gently, saying, "Fine, I'll forgive you this time, but listen here, if you dare act so rudely again, I won't let you off so easily." Lin Feng chuckled, eager to change the subject. "Rest assured, there won't be a next time. By the way, what caused your sudden awakening?" he inquired with genuine concern. The Night Spirit shot him a displeased look and replied, "Thanks to the recent surge of spiritual energy. By the way, could you lend me that Soul Origin Pill the old man just gave you? I promise to help you find other elixirs as compensation later." Without hesitation, Lin Feng produced the Soul Origin Pill and handed it to the Night Spirit. She examined the pill closely and remarked, "Indeed, this is a pill from the Pill King sect, of superior quality. With this Soul Origin Pill, I can save myself considerable effort." Without further ado, she consumed the pill. Once the Soul Origin Pill was ingested, the Night Spirit instantly regained her aloof demeanor, addressing him with an icy tone, "Little Phoenix, you've eavesdropped long enough. It is time for you to reveal yourself." The true Phoenix Spirit, who had been secretly observing Lin Feng, was compelled to appear, revealing a young woman clad in white, her visage serene and ethereal. She possessed an elegant and mysterious aura, reminiscent of a celestial being detached from the earthly realm. In contrast to the Night Spirit's whimsical nature, she exuded a more regal and solitary presence. Upon witnessing the emergence of the true Phoenix Spirit, the Night Spirit smirked coldly and asked, "So, what do you say, little Phoenix, have you given proper thought to our previous discussion?" The Phoenix Spirit did not respond to the Night Spirit's inquiry. Instead, she approached Lin Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe before coldly remarking, "Is this the human chosen by the artifact Night Star?" Mediocre talent, nothing remarkable to behold. Lin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort under the Phoenix Spirit's penetrating gaze but chose to disregard her attitude. He simply smiled and turned to the Night Spirit, saying, "Little Knight, what is going on here?" Under the sharp scrutiny of the Phoenix Spirit, Lin Feng sensed a slight unease. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, responding with a calm smile as he inquired, "Little Knight, what is the situation?" The phoenix spirit raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Lin Feng's composed demeanor, yet she concealed her reaction, maintaining her aloof disposition. The night spirit ignored Lin Feng's question, stepping closer to the phoenix spirit and speaking in a low voice, "Little phoenix, you should be well aware of your predicament. Remaining sealed by me or attempting to escape and facing annihilation by the heavenly Tao are both unwise choices." After a brief pause, she continued, "Now, you have a third option. Enter into a soul contract with Lin Feng and acknowledge him as your master. I assure you, after 10 years, not only will I restore your freedom, but I will also assist you in finding the means to condense your physical form, enabling you to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Being a congenital spirit born from the illusionary realm, you are inherently a defiance of the heavens. Had I not sealed you within Lin Feng, concealing your presence, you would have long been obliterated by the laws of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the night spirit added with a hint of confidence, only I possess the knowledge of how to condense the physical form of a congenital spirit on this continent. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed the phoenix spirit's eyes. As a being of innate pride, she struggled to submit to a mere human, yet, she recognized the truth in the night spirit's words. Had it not been for the night spirit's enigmatic techniques to mask her presence, her spiritual form would have already attracted countless greedy eyes. Realizing this, the phoenix spirit took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger. She cast a glance at Lin Feng and reluctantly conceded, "Very well, 10 years it is, but remember, as a congenital spirit, I shall never truly acknowledge you, this weak human, as my master. Only when your strength earns my respect will I consider it." Lin Feng regarded the phoenix spirit, internally shaking his head. While she was undeniably beautiful, her temperament left much to be. He turned to the night spirit and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Is it truly necessary for her to accompany me? My own strength is not weak, I should be capable of self-protection." The night spirit rolled her eyes at Lin Feng's statement, explaining, "This true phoenix spirit is a rare entity birthed from the heavens, and previously, I could only seal her within you. However, over time, this poses a significant risk. Your physical body may not withstand such a powerful external spirit, leading to your demise. Therefore, I've devised a solution for her to enter into a soul contract with you. This way, her presence will no longer reject your body. Once the soul contract is established, your fates will be irrevocably intertwined. Furthermore," the night spirit added, "if you encounter any relics belonging to the true Phoenix clan, do your utmost to assist her in reforming her physical body. I believe she will become a significant asset to you in the future. As for me, due to certain reasons, I cannot offer you much assistance directly, lest I attract unnecessary trouble and conflict." Upon hearing the night spirit's thorough explanation, Lin Feng understood her foresight. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that despite the true phoenix spirit's fiery temperament, if she garnered the night spirit's respect, her strength must surely be extraordinary. Thus, he nodded decisively and said to the night spirit, "Very well, let her accompany me, but should she dare to cause trouble, I shall not be lenient." The true phoenix spirit snorted in response, yet she refrained from further protest. The night spirit, noticing the phoenix spirit's lack of objection, instructed softly, "In that case, open your heart and allow me to assist you both in forming the soul contract." With that, a mysterious light cascaded down from their foreheads, and Lin Feng felt as though an undiscovered realm within his mind was gently touched. Once the light dissipated, the soul contract was successfully established. The night spirit then cautioned Lin Feng and the phoenix spirit, "Now that your souls are connected, she may temporarily manifest in her spiritual form. However, it is advisable to avoid unnecessary appearances. Should her spiritual form sustain damage, recovery will be as challenging as ascending to the heavens." At this moment, Lin Feng turned to the phoenix spirit, extending his hand with a touch of warmth. "Ah, Miss Phoenix Spirit, I am Lin Feng. I hope to rely on your guidance in the days to come." The true phoenix spirit glanced at Lin Feng's outstretched hand with a hint of disdain, yet, her gaze was no longer as indifferent as before. She simply replied tersely, "I have a name of Feng Yenner." Realizing he had made a futile attempt, Lin Feng shrugged it off and smiled. "Feng Yenner is a lovely name. This is my cave. It shall also be your home. Please, make yourselves comfortable." With a hearty laugh, he turned and exited the cave. The two women exchanged no further words and each found a corner of the cave to immerse themselves in their respective cultivation. Chapter 39 Yunsher No. 1. A few days passed uneventfully, until Lin Feng, through the words of a disciple at the door, learned the whereabouts of Morongyun's cave dwelling. After informing the two women, he promptly followed the indicated route to find Morongyun's abode. Upon arriving at the entrance, a deafening explosion erupted from within, accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke. A figure emerged, covering their mouth and nose, looking disheveled and covered in soot. "Senior, The figure, donning a silver mask, revealed a hint of familiarity amidst their disarray. It was indeed Morong Yun, the weaponsmithing enthusiast. At that moment, all his aloofness had vanished, his face smeared with grime as if he had just crawled out of a chimney, his clothes tattered from the blast. "Junior brother!" Morong Yun exclaimed with excitement, completely disregarding his own appearance. "You are truly a prodigy. Compressing spiritual energy into weapons, such a concept in weapon crafting. My Morong family has practiced this art for generations, yet no one has ever reached such heights. It is a pity that this technique demands exceedingly high standards from the craft. Otherwise, if mere mortals wielded such weapons, even we cultivators would find it difficult to resist." "Is its power truly that formidable?" Lin Feng had initially aimed to conduct an experiment, never anticipating such remarkable results. "Absolutely," Morong Yun declared, brimming with enthusiasm. "This Jojo Eagle, when it strikes, even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to withstand it. And the destroyer grenades possess even more astonishing power. If I could forge several more, mid-stage golden core cultivators would also be hard-pressed to survive." He lamented, "Unfortunately, the materials are limited. Aside from the scrap, I have only managed to craft one Jojo Eagle pistol and 3 destroyers." As he spoke, he handed the finished products to Lin Feng, though his lips twitched as if harboring unspoken concerns. "Senior brother, is there something amiss?" Lin Feng noted Morong Yun's unusual demeanor and inquired. Morong Yun appeared slightly embarrassed. "Junior brother, this is the first piece I have ever crafted. I believe that with this blueprint, I shall undoubtedly make a name for myself in the weapon crafting world of Jojo. Therefore, I have a humble request. May I name this weapon after myself?" "Ah, a trivial matter," Lin Feng readily agreed. "Let us call it Yuncher." This was his first possession of a firearm in this otherworldly realm, and its power was truly formidable. After Morong Yun explained the usage, Lin Feng experimented with it, discovering that while the Yuncher No. 2 grenade was a single-use item, the Yuncher No. 1 merely required the infusion of spiritual energy for firing, offering an excellent grip and ease of use. "Thank you very much, senior brother." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. "With these, I feel significantly more secure when venturing outside." Morong Yun smiled, replying, "Junior brother, you are too kind. The blueprint was provided by you, I merely followed your design." At that moment, Lin Feng held a storage bag, heavy with spiritual stones and rare materials he had retrieved from the 5 elements. He gazed intently at Morong Yun and boldly declared, "Senior brother, feel free to use these spiritual stones and materials without concern for waste. If you find them insufficient, I can always procure more from that old man." With that, Lin Feng clasped his hands in salute to Morong Yun, swiftly storing the crafted Yuncher No. 1 and Yuncher No. 2 before darting back to his own cave dwelling. Upon entering, he saw Feng Yenner and Yi Ling meditating with their eyes closed, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy, lending them an air of mystery. Sensing Lin Feng's return, both women simultaneously opened their beautiful eyes, looking in his direction. Yi Ling was the first to speak, asking, "So, how did your expedition fare?" A triumphant smile spread across Lin Feng's face as he flipped his palm to reveal the Yuncher No. 1 and Yuncher No. 2, showcasing them to the two women. After hearing Lin Feng's introduction, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Ling's elegant features as she remarked, "This weapon can indeed pose a threat to golden core cultivators, however, it seems it can only be effective when the opponent is caught off guard or incapacitated. If faced with a prepared adversary, it may be difficult to achieve the desired effect. Nevertheless, even so, it is quite astonishing." Feng Yenner scoffed dismissively, "Merely a trick." In a rare moment, Yi Ling aligned herself with Feng Yenner, nodding in agreement. Ultimately, one's own cultivation is the most crucial. Although these external tools are powerful, they remain mere aids. Lin Feng inwardly chuckled, knowing these two young women had yet to witness the might of an atomic bomb, oblivious to his grander plans already forming in his mind. When he had the opportunity, he would undoubtedly establish a research institute, recruiting a talented group akin to Morong Yun to collaboratively develop even more potent weaponry. However, outwardly he expressed agreement, vowing to devote himself to cultivation. Feng Yenner shot Lin Feng an exasperated glare, clearly disapproving of his smooth talk, and returned to her meditation, not forgetting to erect a barrier against prying spiritual senses. Seeing the two women dismiss him, Lin Feng refrained from further self-deprecation. He found an uninhabited area near the cave to practice operating the Yuncher No. 1. Aiming at a distant mountain peak, he fired, and the bullet struck with such force that half the mountainside was left barren. Indeed, the Yuncher No. 1 represented a game-changing anomaly in the Jojo continent, where it typically took decades of arduous training to reach the foundation establishment stage. With sufficient reserves of spiritual stones, the Yuncher No. 1 could unleash power equivalent to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, the consumption of spiritual stones was quite substantial, as it required compressing spiritual energy into a small piece of mysterious iron. Morong Yun had prepared a total of 40 bullets for Lin Feng, which should suffice for the time being. Just as Lin Feng was engrossed in experimenting with his new weapon, a communication talisman left by Li Mubai suddenly activated, urging him to return to the cave post-haste. Upon receiving the message, the talisman disintegrated into fine ash. Lin Feng quickly gathered his weapons and hastened back to the cave. Upon arriving, he found Li Mubai standing outside, looking somewhat anxious, while Feng Yanner stood opposite him with an icy expression, and Yi Ling, clad in black, appeared to be enjoying the spectacle.
What on earth is happening?
Lin Feng inquired, noticing Li Mubai's tense demeanor.
Junior brother, you have returned.
You must explain our relationship to this esteemed senior. Li Mubai said, bewildered. He had previously encountered this formidable woman in black, and now another woman in white had appeared, whose temperament was foul and who refused to listen to his explanations. Most troubling was that he could not see through her strength, making it only fitting to address her as senior. Yet, there was something familiar about her, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Feigning nonchalance, Lin Feng greeted the woman, Senior Feng Yanner, this is my senior brother, Li Mubai.
Senior brother, this is an esteemed elder from my family who has been traveling abroad. She has just returned to the Lin family and came to pay me a visit.
Chapter 40 of the Super Grenade. As I pondered the sudden appearance of an unfathomable elder in your cave, junior brother, Li Mubai's gaze flitted between Feng Yanner and Lin Feng, his countenance reflecting a dawning comprehension. He paused briefly before continuing, I have come on behalf of our master to convey his command. The master has decreed that we shall set forth for the Huashu clan within the next 2 days.
The Huashu clan?
Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, as this was a name he had never encountered before. Li Mubai explained, the Huashu clan is an ancient lineage, and although they are not practitioners of cultivation, they should not be underestimated. This clan resides in the Thunder Swamp within the Wild Demon domain, and at our pace, it will. The Thunder Swamp is notorious for its violent thunderstorms, which is why, despite the perils of the Wild Demon domain, the Huashu clan manages to thrive. Moreover, the indigenous people of the clan, having absorbed the power of lightning over the years, possess physical strength that far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. At this juncture, he shifted the topic. However, senior brother Nangon has recently received unsettling news. It appears that the Wild Demon domain is experiencing some unrest.
The Wild Demon domain.
A flicker of complexity crossed Feng Yanner's eyes upon hearing those words, though she quickly regained her composure.
Lin Feng inquired curiously, unrest, could you elaborate, senior brother?
Li Mubai's expression turned grave as he replied, it has come to my attention that the beasts within the Wild Demon domain have been unusually agitated, with signs suggesting that powerful creatures are attempting to break free from their seals. Furthermore, the mists within the domain exert a significant suppressive force on our spiritual power, rendering flying artifacts useless. Thus, we must proceed with utmost caution. Complacency could lead to dire consequences. Lin Feng furrowed his brow at this revelation. If there are seals in place and our spiritual power is suppressed, how can we enter the domain and contend with the formidable beasts?
How shall we reach the Thunder Swamp?
Li Mubai offered a reassuring smile. There is no need for concern, for our master has prepared a dimensional breach talisman that will assist us in opening the seal of the Wild Demon domain. As for traversing the domain, I possess several concealment talismans that can mask our presence and prevent detection by the beasts.
Concealment talismans? Lin Feng regarded the talisman in his hand with curiosity. Do these talismans truly cloak our presence?
Li Mubai nodded with a smile, indeed. These concealment talismans are personally crafted by our master, of superior quality, and will undoubtedly obscure our presence. However, do keep in mind that these talismans are not infallible, they possess a time limit. Thus, one must be judicious in their use to ensure their effectiveness at critical moments.
Upon hearing Li Mubai's explanation, Lin Feng's worries dissipated, and he nodded in relief. With the concealment talismans, their risks in traversing the Wild Demon domain were significantly mitigated.
Before the two could continue their discussion, Feng Yanner rose and made her way toward the cave, yet, her exquisite visage bore a slight frown, and a hint of perplexity flickered in her eyes. Although she was unaware of her connection to the Wild Demon domain, her intuition told her that this journey was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, the enchanting night spirit, clad in a flowing black gown, languidly leaned against a railing, observing Feng Yanner with a playful expression. She then gracefully stood up, stretching in a manner that accentuated her alluring figure. Lin Feng found himself captivated, silently admiring her.
When do you plan to depart? Night Spirit inquired with a playful smile directed at Li Mubai.
We intend to set off in 3 days, Li Mubai replied. 3 days is quite agreeable. By then, I should have absorbed the essence of the soul essence pill, Night Spirit remarked before striding into the depths of the cave. Once Night Spirit's figure vanished, Li Mubai wiped the sweat from his brow with a sigh of relief. He cast a curious glance in the direction of the cave and then, with a hint of mischief, said to Lin Feng, "Junior brother, I must commend you. To have 2 such powerful women by your side is indeed enviable." Lin Feng could only manage a bitter smile, thinking to himself, he wondered where Sister Wanner might be at this moment. "Ah, senior brotherly, have you heard any news regarding Sister Jiang Yunyao from Suaping Peak?" Lin Feng suddenly recalled Jiang Yunyao and casually asked. Li Mubai's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Lin Feng's inquisitive expression. "Junior brother, are you interested in Sister Jiang? Your tastes are quite remarkable." Lin Feng quickly clarified, "Senior brother, you misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire about my cousin's recent circumstances." He did not wish to cultivate an image of a flirtatious rogue in Li Mubai's mind. "Oh, I see." Li Mubai gave Lin Feng a knowing thumbs up. "Rest assured, I shall inquire and inform you as soon as I have news." Watching Li Mubai's retreating figure, Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. He then turned to the 2 ladies, each occupying half of the cave's space, feeling a wave of frustration. After some thought, he decided to pay a visit to his senior brother Morong Yun to alleviate his mind. Feeling bored, Lin Feng wandered around for a while before arriving at Morong Yun's cave once more. He noticed a large crowd gathered outside, engaged in a heated discussion. Curiosity piqued, he approached to discover the situation. "What is happening?" Lin Feng asked a few disciples from other peaks, noticing Morong Yun standing in the center of the crowd, looking quite disheveled as he was surrounded by people pointing fingers and whispering. Some female disciples appeared particularly agitated, seemingly harboring animosity towards Morong Yun, while senior brother Duan Shiqing stood nearby, attempting to mediate. "Excuse me, what brings you to Qingyang Peak?" "It's all because of this Morong Yun from your Qingyang Peak. Who knows what kind of bizarre experiment he was conducting, but he ended up blowing up 10 dormitories and 5 bathhouses from Zishou Peak and Lingxi Peak. I was in the middle of my business when the explosion occurred less than 100 meters away from me, demolishing the entire toilet wall." A disciple from Qingyang sect exclaimed, his expression one of righteous indignation, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. Even more infuriating is that many sisters from Lingxi Peak were bathing at the time and were nearly exposed due to the explosion caused by this shameless individual. "If I had been there, I would have certainly been able to stop such a heinous act," another disciple from Zishou Peak declared vehemently. At this moment, in the center of the throng, Duan Shiqing was earnestly explaining to the agitated female disciples from Lingxi Peak, "Sisters, I pledge on behalf of Qingyang Peak that this incident was purely accidental. We shall take full responsibility for any damages incurred by your peak." Thanks to Duan Shiqing's patient persuasion, the disciples from both peaks gradually calmed down and began to disperse. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng slipped over to Morong Yun's side and whispered, "Did the 3rd model succeed?" Morong Yun, covered in soot, yet with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, replied, "Indeed, though the precision needs some work." "That's fantastic!" Lin Feng exclaimed, jumping up in delight. "However, it is not yet ready for use. By the time you visit next, I should have refined it further. Additionally, I have something special for you," Morong Yun said mysteriously, pulling Lin Feng aside and producing a beautifully crafted small box from his storage bag. "This is an upgraded version based on the design you provided for the destroyer grenade. Don't be fooled by its small size, its power rivals that of 20 Cloud-style No. 2 grenades. 20 times the power of a Cloud-style No. 2 grenade, could it potentially annihilate 20 Golden Core experts in one blow?" Lin Feng, he had not anticipated such extraordinary talent in Morong Yun's craftsmanship. "Indeed, but there is still one critical issue that remains unresolved," Morong Yun said, his expression solemn. "The explosion time of this grenade cannot be precisely controlled." "What? It cannot be precisely controlled?" Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, but then shrugged it off. "Well, if it can't be precisely controlled, then so be it. After all, having it is better than not having it at all. This is a formidable weapon." With that, he joyfully stowed the small box away and bid farewell to Morong Yun before returning to his cave. Chapter 41 The Golden Flame Phoenix. 3 days later, Duan Shiqing, Li Mubai, and Nan Gongwen, along with their companions, arrived at Lin Feng's cave dwelling. After exchanging pleasantries, Duan Shiqing approached Lin Feng with a serious expression, clearly troubled about the upcoming journey, and nevertheless, as the senior disciple, he endeavored to maintain his "Senior brother Nangong is quite familiar with this area and will accompany you." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. While this mission indeed posed certain dangers, the pursuit of mastering the thunderous 9 heavens made it a risk worth taking. Moreover, he had cultivated his concealment technique to a modest level and possessed several secret weapons crafted by Morong Yun. Even if Yiling and Feng Yan'er did not intervene, he believed he could manage to escape without much trouble. As for Zhang Erden, Lin Feng had already sent word, instructing him to await their return and join them in the capital once the task in the Thunder Marsh was completed. Noticing the exchange, Li Mubai waved to Lin Feng and Nangongwen. The three of them then set forth on the path leading to the Wild Demon Domain and the Thunder Marsh. After nearly a month of arduous travel, they finally reached the edge of the Wild Demon Domain. The scene before them was breathtaking. The vast expanse of land appeared to have been cleaved in two by a colossal blade, with a mysterious array sealing the divide. On one side of the seal lay the Wild Demon Domain, shrouded in swirling mists. "This is the most direct route to the Thunder Marsh," Li Mubai declared solemnly, activating the boundary-breaking talisman. A brilliant light flashed, and his figure vanished in an instant. Following suit, Lin Feng and Nangongwen also activated their talismans, stepping into the unknown realm. And the next moment, they found themselves within the Wild Demon Domain. It felt as though they had entered a secluded, primordial world. The sky was imbued with a deep crimson hue, seemingly tainted by thick demonic energy and fog. As Lin Feng encountered this mist, he was enveloped by an invisible, the spiritual energy that usually flowed freely within him felt bound by a mysterious force, becoming sluggish and restricted. He attempted to harness his cultivation, only to discover that he could only muster about 10 to 12% of his usual strength, leaving him astounded. Indeed, as rumored, this mist exerted a powerful suppressive effect on outsiders. Apart from the demon race, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings with a grave expression. The fog swirled around them, rendering visibility exceedingly low, as if the entire demon domain were cloaked in a mysterious veil. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble under its might. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically as they hurriedly activated their concealment talismans, suppressing their presence to the utmost degree, nearly vanishing into the air. The roar grew closer, and a massive demon beast, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, emerged into their view. This beast was covered in impenetrable scales, its eyes burning like flames, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. Fortunately, the concealment talismans proved effective. It seemed oblivious to their presence as it passed them by. That was a close call. It appears the concealment talismans are indeed extraordinary, Li Mubai thought, taking a deep breath. He then produced an ancient map and a coin for divination. Gently tossing the coin into the air, he murmured incantations as if conversing with the spirits of heaven and earth. After spinning several times, the coin landed steadily in his palm. He scrutinized the symbols on the coin and the terrain on the map before pointing to a winding path, saying, "Though this path is convoluted, it is the route with the fewest demon beasts. We should proceed along this path to minimize encounters with them." Lin Feng observed Li Mubai's divination technique for the first time, feeling a surge of curiosity. To himself, he mused, "So, my senior brother Nangongwen, admiring Li Mubai's skills, explained, "Li Shidi hails from the renowned Li family of Hangshui, known for their mastery of divination and the I Ching. His techniques are deeply rooted in the family's true teachings." Thus, under Li Mubai's guidance, they cautiously advanced along. Just as Li Mubai had predicted, this route indeed showed significantly fewer traces of demon beasts. Although they encountered a few beasts on par with the Golden Core stage, they mostly provided training for Nangongwen. Lin Feng finally witnessed the true power of the Longxiang Shandong, which not only allowed Nangongwen to grow to giant proportions but also granted him immense strength. Several Golden Core beasts fell before a single punch from him. "At this pace, we should reach the Thunder Marsh in about half a day," Li Mubai exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars echoed from ahead, akin to the sound of heavenly thunder, sending shivers down their spines. The group turned to see two colossal demon beasts fiercely confronting each other. One of the beasts resembled a bird but was several times larger than any ordinary bird, boasting 3 fearsome heads. Its body was adorned with golden feathers, each shimmering with a sun-like brilliance. As it flapped its wings violently, a fierce wind howled, uprooting trees in its wake and stirring a terrifying storm. The other beast resembled a giant bull but possessed only one leg. It was robust and hornless, its voice resonating like thunder, as if it contained boundless thunderous power that shook the surrounding air. "It is indeed the Golden Flame Phoenix, a formidable demon comparable to the nascent soul stage." Nangongwen, having visited the Wild Demon Domain multiple times, was well acquainted with its beasts. With a grave expression, he continued, "This Flame Phoenix is the sovereign of the Wild Demon Domain, rumored to share a bloodline with the ancient Golden Crow, having reached the transformation stage. But what is that bull-like creature? How can it contend with the Golden Flame Phoenix to such an extent?" Lin Feng and the others observed the fierce battle from a distance, knowing that a conflict of this caliber was far beyond their intervention. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed within Lin Feng Yenner, I sense something of great importance to me within. Her tone conveyed urgency. However, this phoenix belongs to the same lineage as I do, and it will be especially sensitive to my aura. If I reveal myself, it will detect me immediately. Lin Feng, could you assist me? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Feng Yenner had urgently sought his help. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he inquired, assist you, how? Feng Yenner took a deep breath and said, I wish to ask you to stealthily retrieve an item from the... I suspect that the battle between these two demon beasts is precisely over that item. It is of utmost importance to me. As a member of the demon race, if I show myself, the Golden Flame Phoenix is likely to notice me instantly. I need you to quietly infiltrate the Phoenix's nest and obtain that item. Chapter 42 Entering the Tiger's Den to Steal. This task is far from simple. Lin Feng let out a bitter laugh, yet upon observing Feng Yenner's earnest demeanor, he understood the gravity of the situation and reluctantly agreed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng began to invoke the shadow concealment technique, suppressing his aura and spiritual energy to an absolute minimum. He cautiously approached the nest of the Golden Flame Sparrow, each step taken with utmost care. He was acutely aware that he had but one chance. If discovered, the Golden Flame Sparrow would not afford him another opportunity to draw near. Fortunately, the Golden Flame Sparrow was currently engrossed in a standoff with the one-legged beast and remained oblivious to the faint and concealed fluctuations of Lin Feng's presence. Lin Feng stealthily made his way to the vicinity of the fiery nest, where he spotted a single crimson feather lying quietly within, radiating a dazzling and searing brilliance, as though it were the very essence of flame condensed into form. This is the item. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement within him and reached out to grasp the feather. However, the moment his fingers made contact, a wave of excruciating heat surged forth, inflicting unbearable pain even upon his body, refined through the sun flame essence. Yet, with no choice but to act as if the arrow were already knocked, he clenched his teeth, enduring the agony coursing through his hand, and finally secured the feather firmly in his grasp. At that instant, the Golden Flame Sparrow emitted a furious roar, evidently having sensed Lin Feng's actions. Alarmed, Lin Feng's heart raced. He had been discovered. He immediately activated the shadow concealment technique and turned to flee. The Golden Flame Sparrow, disregarding the one-legged beast, furiously flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest in pursuit of Lin Feng. Seeing the enraged Golden Flame Sparrow closing in, Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest. It seemed that due to the presence of the feather, the shadow concealment technique could no longer obscure his aura. He promptly channeled all his energy into his movement technique, propelling his body, honed by the sun flame essence, to its utmost speed, rendering his form a blur that melded seamlessly. Lin Feng sprinted forward relentlessly, daring not to pause for even a moment. However, the Golden Flame Sparrow, a primordial beast of extraordinary prowess, possessed speed that far surpassed Lin Feng's capabilities. With a powerful flap of its wings, its massive body instantaneously closed the distance to within 100 meters of Lin Feng. Lin Feng inwardly lamented, realizing the astonishing swiftness of the Golden Flame Sparrow. At this rate, escaping its wrath would be an insurmountable challenge. This creature is exceedingly formidable, and my spiritual energy is severely suppressed in this region. We are nearing the Thunder Swamp. I shall assist you in masking the aura of the flame feather. You must find a way to swiftly escape to the Thunder Swamp, where safety may await you, Night Spirit urgently advised from within Lin Feng. At that moment, Feng Yenner revealed herself, soaring out from within Lin Feng. With a commanding shout, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, unleashing a mysterious rune that shot toward the Golden Flame Sparrow, imbued with sealing power. However, the Golden Flame Sparrow merely smirked disdainfully, seemingly unconcerned by Feng Yenner's assault. It opened its mouth, exhaling a torrent of golden flames that promptly incinerated the rune into nothingness. Feng Yenner furrowed her brow, secretly astonished. Although the Golden Flame Sparrow's bloodline is impure, it has surprisingly cultivated a true fire of its own. She understood the formidable nature of this true fire and dared not act carelessly. Though her strength in this realm was equivalent to that of a perfected Golden Core stage cultivator, the true Phoenix clan possessed an inherent bloodline suppression over avian beasts. In an instant, her figure flickered, transforming into a colossal silhouette of a true phoenix, exuding an intense fiery aura. The phoenix apparition let out a piercing cry, its wings unfurling as waves of scorching phoenix flames shot forth like arrows towards the Golden Flame Sparrow. The Golden Flame Sparrow, upon witnessing the manifestation of the true phoenix apparition, displayed a flicker of fear in its eyes. Yet, as a well-established demon king, it relied on its transcendent cultivation to dismiss Feng Yenner's attacks, deeming the feather of the fire phoenix to be of greater significance. It unleashed 3 columns of golden fire, which collided fiercely with the phoenix flames in midair, producing a cacophony of deafening explosions. Seizing the opportunity while the golden flame sparrow was momentarily entangled with Feng Yanner, Lin Feng shouted to Li Mubai and Nangongwen, "Senior brothers, you must retreat swiftly to the Thunder Swamp. I have my own means of escape. Once we reach the Thunder Swamp, we shall communicate via the sound transmission talisman." In this realm of suppressed spiritual energy, facing a rampaging Yuaning stage demon king, they were indeed of little assistance. Although Lin Feng's strength was modest, he had repeatedly overturned Li Mubai's perceptions since their acquaintance. Lin Feng was no fool, having urged the two to leave first, he must possess confidence in his ability to extricate himself. With this thought, Li Mubai and Nangongwen hesitated no longer, promptly activating their shadow concealment talismans and dashing towards the Thunder Swamp. Upon witnessing their safe departure, Lin Feng momentarily slowed his pace. As he beheld the one-legged beast, a bold idea sparked within him, but he quickly conveyed his plan to Feng Yanner, who was engaged in battle with the golden flame sparrow. Feng Yanner considered his words for a brief moment before nodding slightly, signaling him to proceed as planned. Lin Feng, seeing her response, immediately activated his movement technique, altering his course and hastening towards the direction of the one-legged beast. He understood that to escape the golden flame sparrow's pursuit, he must take a daring risk to seize a glimmer of hope. The golden flame sparrow, infuriated by the human who dared to flee in the opposite direction, was consumed by rage. It unleashed a torrent of true fire, temporarily blocking Feng Yanner's assault, before hastily pursuing Lin Feng. The fiery avian swore to capture this despicable human and subject him to 1,000 torments to vent its wrath. As Lin Feng escaped, he continuously hurled out Cloud-style No. 2 grenades. However, these grenades inflicted minimal damage upon the golden flame sparrow, whose Yuaning stage cultivation rendered it largely unscathed, merely singeing some of its feathers. Yet, this only served to further infuriate the fiery bird, which accelerated its pursuit, vowing to rend Lin Feng into pieces. Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of exhausting his last reserves of strength, utilizing his final Cloud-style No. 2 grenade, he finally caught sight of the massive silhouette of the one-legged beast. Simultaneously, the beast also noticed Lin Feng and the golden flame sparrow closing in behind him. A surge of joy welled up within Lin Feng as he activated the Thunderclap 9 Heavens attack method, deftly darting past the one-legged beast while raising the orb containing the fiery feather high above his head and tossing it a short distance away. The golden flame sparrow, upon spotting the orb, exhibited a glint of greed in its eyes. With a furious roar, it carelessly pursued the orb. Meanwhile, the one-legged beast emitted a resounding bellow, its body crackling with electricity and producing a series of popping sounds. It charged forward, colliding forcefully with the golden flame sparrow, causing it to stagger. The enraged avian roared in retaliation, and a fierce battle erupted between it and the one-legged beast. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy, knowing he had successfully diverted the golden flame sparrow's attention. Chapter 43 The Art of Deception. At this moment, Feng Yanner had also returned to his body. A vivid crimson feather floated before her delicate figure, the very fire phoenix plume pilfered from the nest of the golden flame Yanke. It turned out that while Feng Yanner was ensnaring the golden flame Yanke, Lin Feng had secretly communicated with her, devising a cunning plan to swap the feathers. Feng Yanner replicated one of her own spiritual feathers, simultaneously substituting it with the stolen plume, allowing Yi Ling to temporarily obscure its aura. As Lin Feng caught sight of the one-legged beast, he felt a faint resonance with the thunderous energy coursing through the colossal creature, a connection that was difficult to articulate. A realization ignited within him, perhaps his thunder movement technique was deeply intertwined with this one-legged beast. This subtle bond might afford him a glimmer of hope in this life-and-death scenario. Indeed, Lin Feng's instincts did not betray him. When the one-legged beast witnessed Lin Feng executing the thunder movement, a flicker of confusion and familiarity passed through its eyes. This inexplicable sense of kinship prevented the creature from launching an attack on Lin Feng. However, as Lin Feng tossed a sphere wrapped in fiery feathers, the one-legged beast sensed an aura akin to the treasures within the Yank's nest. It gazed quizzically at Lin Feng, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind the human's deception. Yet, the one-legged beast had little time to ponder this matter, for the golden flame Yenke had charged in, ablaze with fury. The two monstrous beings clashed with a ferocity akin to a meteor colliding with the earth. Seizing the opportunity amidst their fierce battle, Lin Feng wore a triumphant smile and swiftly fled towards the thunder marshlands. He activated his concealment technique, suppressing his aura and spiritual fluctuations to the utmost. Once Lin Feng distanced himself from the battlefield, he finally exhaled in relief. He had escaped the golden flame Yang's range of control, but his vigilance remained unyielding. Meanwhile, Feng Yana revealed her form, her eyes sparkling with surprise and delight as she gazed at the feather radiating intense heat in her hand. The aura emanating from it evoked a profound sense of familiarity. It belonged to the ancient fire phoenix lineage. What exactly is this? Lin Feng inquired. Curiosity piqued. Feng Yan'er took a deep breath, striving to quell her excitement as she spoke. If my senses do not deceive me, this should be the life feather of the ancient fire phoenix clan. This feather is already an incredibly precious item. More importantly, I sense it contains a trace of the fire phoenix's ancestral blood. If I can refine this essence, my power may ascend to new heights.
At this moment, Feng Yan'er's gaze towards Lin Feng brimmed with genuine gratitude.
The fire phoenix feather held immense significance for her, and Lin Feng's willingness to risk such peril to procure it was a kindness she would forever cherish. Thank you, Lin Feng, Feng Yan'er said softly, her voice imbued with sincerity and appreciation. Lin Feng smiled in response. It was nothing, as long as it is of use to you, that is enough. He did not regard the matter with undue weight, for aiding Feng Yan'er brought him joy.
Observing their interaction, Yi Ling's eyes glinted with amusement.
This is not the time for romantic exchanges. That feather is equally treasured by the golden flame Yenke, which possesses the ancient golden crow bloodline. It won't be long before it discovers the ruse.
Lin Feng chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Well, that will depend on its luck, won't it?
At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the wild demon realm, as a fiery mushroom cloud ascended, dispersing the mist that had enveloped the area.
Could this be the commotion caused by junior brother Lin? The magnitude is rather astounding.
Nangongwen gaped in astonishment, unable to look away. Meanwhile, the scene of the explosion was nothing short of catastrophic. The golden flame Yenke had inadvertently acquired the fire phoenix feather in the savage demon realm, originally hoping to refine it and draw closer to its ancestor, the ancient golden crow. However, the energy fluctuations generated during the refinement process attracted the wretched one-legged beast from the Thunder Marshlands. What infuriated the Yenke further was the realization that a mere human had stolen its precious treasure, leading it into an inexplicable conflict with the one-legged beast. Had the fire phoenix feather not been of such paramount importance, it would never have expended its lifeblood to contend with the beast. After finally driving the one-legged beast away, the golden flame Yenke discovered that the feather Lin Feng had left behind was a counterfeit. Its fury reached a boiling point. It yearned to obliterate Lin Feng into dust, yet, just as it prepared to destroy the fake feather, calamity struck. The object exploded. Lin Feng had left behind a newly developed super grenade crafted by Morong Yun, its trigger mechanism notoriously unstable. Had the golden flame Yenke approached it with caution, it would have posed no threat. However, in a fit of rage, the Yenke, having been thoroughly tricked by Lin Feng, acted impulsively and triggered the explosive. The ensuing detonation unleashed devastation equivalent to the simultaneous explosion of over 20 cloud-type grenades. Caught completely off guard, the golden flame Yenke suffered the brunt of the explosion, losing 2 of its 3 heads in an instant.
Although its heads could regenerate, this would require decades of time. Its once proud golden feathers were now reduced to charred remnants. Ah!
The golden flame Yenke let out a deafening roar of indignation, unfurling its wings and summoning scorching gusts of wind. At that moment, its sole desire was to rend the despicable human limb from limb to quench its wrath. The IT once again surged towards the Thunder Marshlands, vowing to remain at the edge of the region for months, waiting for Lin Feng to emerge so it could enact its revenge. Meanwhile, the one-legged beast, having heard the anguished cry, felt perplexed. What on earth had that peculiar human done to the bird to elicit such sorrowful wails? As for Lin Feng, the instigator of this entire affair, he had successfully reached the periphery of the Thunder Marshlands. Chapter 44 of the Land of Thunder. Before my eyes lay a vast expanse, shrouded beneath a canopy of ominous dark clouds, a desolate wasteland stretching endlessly, rife with ceaseless lightning. The mist. At long last, we had arrived. Lin Feng inhaled deeply the tempestuous air crackling with thunder, experiencing an inexplicable exhilaration. Surely that foolishly large bird would not dare pursue us here. This place indeed presented itself as an ideal sanctuary for cultivation. Night Spirit manifested, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings before ultimately settling on a region where the thunderous energies raged with extraordinary ferocity. If you can locate a convergence of thunderous power and refine that fire phoenix feather, it may well enable us to forge a corporeal form for Feng Yan'er, she remarked. With Night Spirit present, the oppressive mists no longer held sway over her. The electric forces of this thunderland did not seem to affect her significantly. "Let us proceed," she urged. "We are still at the periphery. I sense a highly active area of thunder energy deep within, that should be the very heart of this thunderland." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, turning his curious gaze upon Night Spirit. "How is it that you are so familiar with this place?" A hint of nostalgia flickered in Night Spirit's eyes as she responded. Fragments of memories linger regarding this locale. In ancient times, the Thunder God wielded dominion over the thunderous powers, standing alongside the Night Emperor, Haotian, and the Eastern Emperor. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, the legends say this thunderland is the ancestral ground of the Thunder God. Yet, I remain perplexed as to how it has fallen into such ruin. The ancestral ground of the Thunder God? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Night Spirit nodded slightly. "If I am not mistaken, that creature we encountered earlier, the one-horned beast, should be the legendary mount of the Thunder God, the Kueino. However, it appears it has yet to awaken fully, otherwise, its strength would be far greater." "What, you think it isn't powerful enough?" Lin Feng's lips twitched as he pondered whether Night Spirit harbored a misunderstanding of strength. She cast him a disdainful glance. What mount of an ancient true immortal is not capable of shaking the heavens and earth? If it possessed only this degree of strength, it would have been but a mere gatekeeper in ancient times. This beast inherently commands the power of thunder, which is immensely beneficial for transcending the thunder tribulation. Even in the realm of true immortals, the Kueino is an exceedingly rare spirit beast. Who would have expected that this barren land of the 9 provinces could give birth to such a creature? Lin Feng marveled silently. The Kueino indeed held significant lineage. To tame one as a mount would be the epitome of grandeur. Yet, he quickly dismissed the impracticality of such a notion, realizing that a mere collision from the Kueino could obliterate him. With a resigned sigh, he cast aside those unrealistic fantasies. It's better to not dwell on such thoughts for now. That beast could easily end my life with a single charge, let alone consider taming it. Our immediate priority should be to seek out the location for refining the Fire Phoenix feather. At that moment, Feng Yenner was still endeavoring to absorb the essence of the Fire Phoenix blood within Lin Feng. Meanwhile, he and Night Spirit advanced side by side, delving deeper into the core of the Thunderland. The two spent the better part of the day traversing through the periphery of densely charged lightning. Along the way, they encountered charred trees, scorched rocks, and numerous remains, evidence of unfortunate demon beasts that had strayed into this lethal domain and met their demise by lightning. During their journey, Lin Feng attempted to send multiple messages. Therefore, they resolved to press on and reassess their situation later. As they crossed the edge of the Thunderland, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. They had anticipated a desolate wilderness ravaged by thunder. However, what lay ahead resembled another realm of the 9 provinces, indistinguishable from the world they knew. Above, the sky was thick with clouds, heavy as lead, seemingly poised to unleash the fury of endless lightning at any moment. Yet, to their surprise, the thunder did not rage unchecked as they had imagined. Instead, it appeared to be restrained by some mysterious force, merely rolling and rumbling within the clouds without truly descending upon the land. Even more astonishingly, they encountered clusters of Huashu clan tribespeople scattered about, clad in simple linen garments and wide-brimmed hats. They bore a striking resemblance to ordinary farmers. Their dwellings, constructed from wood and clay, exuded an air of simplicity and antiquity. Surrounding the village were various peculiar plants that appeared to be edible. The arrival of Lin Feng and Night Spirit piqued the tribespeople's interest. They set aside their tasks and gathered around. An elder approached slowly, inquiring with a somewhat stilted dialect of the 9 provinces, "From whence do you hail? What brings you here?" Lin Feng glanced at Night Spirit, noting her lack of intent to speak, and Lin Feng and Night Spirit exchanged glances, anxiety gripping their hearts. Could it be Nangong Wen and Li Mubai? Noticing the change in Lin Feng's expression, the elder frowned slightly and asked, "May I inquire whether you 2 gentlemen have any companions accompanying you?" "Indeed, we journeyed together as a quartet. The 2 I mentioned are likely my 2 senior brothers," Lin Feng replied, clasping his hands together in respect. "Very well, then I shall escort you," the elder said, setting aside his farming tools and leading Lin Feng and Night Spirit deeper into the village. Although his pace appeared slow, each step seemed imbued with a certain rhythm, compelling them to follow. Upon reaching the village entrance, they encountered several men clad in black, escorting 2 ragged individuals who looked quite disheveled from their encounters with lightning. Those 2 were none other than Nangong Wen and Li Mubai. Upon spotting Lin Feng and Night Spirit, they immediately cried out for help, as if they had found their saviors. Before Nangong Wen could finish his plea, one of the black-clad captors shot him a vicious glare, tightening the ropes that bound them, causing both men to stumble. The captor, robustly built and wearing a black veil, radiated an aura of cold menace, clearly not someone to be trifled with. "Is that the binding immortal rope?" Lin Feng mused, though upon closer inspection, he realized it was not the legendary artifact of ancient times, but merely a counterfeit. Nevertheless, even a replica was quite remarkable. Night Spirit's gaze fell upon the rope in the captor's grasp, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "The binding immortal rope? What is that?" Lin Feng inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned to her. He could sense her astonishment. Evidently, this binding immortal rope was no ordinary object. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Night Spirit gradually replied, "The binding immortal rope is an artifact passed down from ancient times. It is said to possess miraculous powers capable of binding the magical energies of cultivators, rendering them unable to wield their abilities, yet, this item has been lost for millennia. Who would have thought it would However, this one appears to be a mere imitation, otherwise, those individuals would not be capable of wielding it, given their low cultivation levels." Lin Feng was taken aback by her words. While he did not possess extensive knowledge of the binding immortal rope, if it was indeed as Night Spirit described, this imitation was undoubtedly a precious treasure. However, he could not fathom why it would appear in such an unassuming tribe. Furthermore, had it not been said that the Huashu clan was a tribe of mortals, why then were there cultivators present? Chapter 45 of the Ambiguous Night. Esteemed warrior, it seems there has been a misunderstanding regarding this matter. Lin Feng stepped forward, locking eyes with the burly man in black, and spoke in a low voice, "These two individuals are my senior brothers, accompanying me on this journey." Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed the man's brow, yet he remained resolute, letting out a cold snort as he replied, "Their actions appear to be surreptitious, having infiltrated our Huashu tribe with ulterior motives. You claim they are your companions. What proof do you possess? This matter must be referred to the High Priest for resolution." With that, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to escort Nangong Wen and the others to follow him. Lin Feng exchanged glances with Yiling. They understood that further words would be futile. They could only await an audience with the chieftain and the high priest of the Huashu tribe to clarify the misunderstanding and articulate their intentions. Thus, the two of them followed the elder and the black-clad man towards the village of the Huashu clan. Along the way, they observed the bustling prosperity of the tribe, which bore similarities to other villages on the Jojo continent. However, an unshakable sense lingered that this tribe concealed many unknown secrets. The group traversed the village streets and arrived at the council hall where the chieftain and the high priest were present. Inside sat a dignified elder, the chieftain of the Huashu tribe. The high priest was a middle-aged man clad in a long robe, wielding a whisk, his face shrouded in a black veil that obscured his features. "High priest, we have brought these two foreign individuals with suspicious movements." The man in black stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he reported. Lin Feng took a deep breath, stepping forward and cupping his hands in salute. "Chieftain, High Priest, I am Lin Feng, here with these two senior brothers. We have been entrusted with the task of returning a lost treasure of the Huashu tribe. However, we did not expect such a misunderstanding to arise." Upon hearing this, the chieftain and the high priest exchanged glances, a hint of curiosity and bewilderment flashing in their eyes. "You speak of returning a lost treasure of our tribe," the chieftain inquired gravely. "What exactly is it?" Lin Feng offered a slight smile, revealing an ancient scroll in his palm that exuded an aura of antiquity. The scroll shimmered with the power of thunder and lightning, emanating an inexplicable pressure. This was indeed the thunderous Nine Heavens technique scroll that Lin Feng had retrieved from the Qingyang sect's scripture pavilion, intended to be returned to the Huashu tribe. As the scroll unfurled before them, both the chieftain and the high priest displayed evident astonishment. They could distinctly sense the circulating power of thunder within the scroll, resonating with the energy of their clan's heritage. Yet, a shadow of something inscrutable flickered in the depths of the high priest's eyes. "This is the scroll of our clan's inherited technique?" The chieftain's voice trembled with excitement. "How did you come to possess it?" Lin Feng did not withhold the truth. He recounted their journey, the instructions from Qinjiangzi, and the request to practice the thunderous Nine Heavens technique in a land abundant with lightning power. He then proceeded to demonstrate the technique. After witnessing the demonstration and hearing Lin Feng's account, the chieftain fell into deep contemplation. The Huashu tribe had not welcomed outsiders for many years, and the actions of Nangong Wen and his companions did indeed raise suspicion. However, with the jade pendants serving as a token, the chieftain's attitude towards Lin Feng and his companions visibly softened. "What do you think, elder?" The chieftain turned to the high priest, who held the whisk beside him. "I believe we should deliberate on this matter another day. These individuals have traveled a great distance to return what belongs to our tribe, and it would be remiss not to host a banquet tonight to welcome them." The high priest's voice emerged emotionless from beneath his veil. The chieftain, taken aback by the high priest's suggestion, ultimately decided to release Nangong Wen and his companions, hosting a banquet for Lin Feng and his party. As for the other matters, they would be discussed the following day. As night deepened, the members of the Huashu tribe seemed to have completely forgotten the earlier incident involving the binding of Nangonwen. During the banquet, they warmly entertained Lin Feng and his companions, while Nangonwen was repeatedly toasted by the black-clad men who had previously restrained him, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. After the feast, the high priest personally arranged accommodations for Lin Feng and his group. However, an unexpected twist arose during this arrangement. Originally, the high priest had reserved a tranquil and elegant room for Yi Ling, a gesture of respect and courtesy. Yet, Yi Ling declined the offer. With a slight parting of her lips, she coldly remarked, "I appreciate the high priest's kindness, but I am accustomed to sharing a room with Lin Feng. There is no need for separate arrangements."
The moment her words fell, astonishment overtook the onlookers, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Lin Feng, while Li Mubai and Nangonwen's eyes sparkled with barely concealed envy.
Yi Ling appeared unfazed by the attention, her demeanor composed as she stepped into the room. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, a bitter smile crossing his face as he shook his head. The high priest, observing the scene, said nothing further. After ensuring everyone was settled, he took his leave. Lin Feng followed Yi Ling into the room. The ambience within was softly illuminated, a gentle fragrance wafting through the air, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility. Yi Ling reclined against the bed, her black gown cascading like ink, harmonizing beautifully with the warm glow of the lamp, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty. This scene undoubtedly infused the room with an air of intimacy. Lin Feng stood by the door, his gaze fixated on Yi Ling's ethereal beauty and her otherworldly grace, stirring within him an indescribable tumult. He struggled to restrain himself, attempting to quell the sudden tide of emotions. Yet, mere moments later, he found himself unable to resist, his steps gradually moving towards the bedside. He looked at Yi Ling, who sat upright, and inquired, "Why do you wish to share a room with me?"
"I am uncertain.
I merely sense that something may be amiss. It might be safer for you if we share a room." Yi Ling gazed at Lin Feng, her voice calm. She then lifted her head slightly, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "What is the matter? Is there something inappropriate about sharing a room with me? Our little phoenix is currently engrossed in refining the blood of the fire phoenix and will not awaken for some time. Here, it is only the two of us, no one will know our secret. Or is it that I am not appealing enough?" Although Lin Feng understood that Yi Ling was merely an embodiment of spirit at this moment, her provocative words rendered him visibly awkward. A faint blush crept across his cheeks. Despite having navigated romantic encounters in his previous life, facing a beautiful woman at such close quarters while discussing such sensitive topics was a first. He quickly averted his gaze, unable to meet Yi Ling's eyes any longer. The room fell into a profound silence, with only the sounds of cicadas and rustling leaves echoing in the night. At last, Lin Feng broke the stifling silence, as if escaping, "I will check on Nangonwen and the others." With that, he turned and hurriedly exited the room filled with an air of ambiguity. Behind him, he could hear Yi Ling's melodious laughter. "Really, so easily flustered, how strange that I would say such things to him." Yi Ling sat in the room, unaware of the blush that had crept onto her cheeks. Stepping out of the room, Lin Feng took a deep breath of the fresh night air. His heart still raced, as if he were trapped in the earlier awkward atmosphere. He chuckled ruefully, reflecting, "That was close. She is truly an enigma." However, as he thought of Yi Ling's stunning visage and mysterious aura, an inexplicable tenderness surged within him. He shook his head, striving to cast these thoughts aside. He knew that the most pressing concern now was to locate Nangonwen and Li Mubai, to ascertain their safety. Chapter 46. In a state of confusion thus, Li Mubai turned and made his way towards the chambers of Nangonwen. As the door creaked open, the astonished gazes of Li Mubai and Nangonwen met him. A teasing smile curled at the corner of Li Mubai's mouth as he quipped, "Oh, isn't this our junior brother Lin Feng? What's the matter, have you been cast out by that enchanting senior lady?" Lin Feng managed a wry smile, dismissing Li Mubai's jest. With a serious expression, he replied, "Brother, please refrain from jesting. What I wish to know now is what exactly transpired with you two." Nangonwen inhaled deeply, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes. He began to recount the experiences of the past few days. "Shortly after parting ways with you, we located the entrance to the Thunder Marsh. The tempestuous power of the lightning there was overwhelming. Both I and junior brother Wu exerted tremendous effort, and all the magical artifacts we carried, including the communication jade talismans, were utterly destroyed in the onslaught of the lightning. We barely managed to escape the periphery. However, just as we were preparing to inquire about your whereabouts, we unexpectedly stumbled upon a tribal sacrificial ceremony." A hint of trepidation flashed in Nangonwen's eyes as he continued, "We initially paid it no mind, thinking it merely a typical village ritual, and sought someone to gather information about you. Little did we know, the moment we revealed ourselves, we fell into a bizarre formation. The ropes wielded by those villagers were extraordinarily peculiar, capable of binding our magical powers. Furthermore, although they appeared ordinary, each one possessed incredible strength that was hard to fathom. In our moment of carelessness, Jun, your brother Li and I were captured. Upon hearing Nangong Wen's account, Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply. It seemed this place was far from the seemingly innocuous locale it appeared to be. He had already witnessed the formidable nature of the binding immortal ropes, and coupled with the mysterious altar, this journey into the Thunder Marsh was likely to be fraught with peril. It became evident that they must proceed with utmost caution in their forthcoming endeavors. As Lin Feng pondered over the revelations shared by Nangong Wen and Li Mubai, a sense of unease enveloped him. He discerned that there was undoubtedly something amiss behind these events. He resolved to return to his room and confer with Yi Ling. The moment he pushed open the door, an unusual fragrance wafted from the incense burner on the table, causing Lin Feng's brow to furrow in alarm as a sense of inexplicable vigilance surged within him. Inside the room, Yi Ling sat quietly on the bed, her complexion flushed and her gaze dazed. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed forward to check on her. At that instant, a wave of disorientation swept over him, and he found himself unable to channel his spiritual energy. His body began to feel inexplicably feverish. This is bad, the incense is tainted. Lin Feng thought to himself, swiftly lifting the now seemingly dazed Yi Ling into his arms. What is wrong, Yi Ling? He inquired anxiously, but she appeared oblivious to his words, only murmuring incessantly. Then, she clung to him as if grasping a lifeline, her supple waist entwining around him, her soft lips pressing against his thigh. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as though his mind had exploded. The dual stimulation of the feverish heat within him and the astonishing sensation from Yi Ling's bosom nearly drove him to the brink of madness. Although he had imagined this scenario countless times in his mind, it had never been under such irrational circumstances. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily clearing his thoughts. While Yi Ling writhed in his embrace, her consciousness utterly clouded, driven solely by primal instinct, Lin Feng's breath grew heavier, and his own awareness began to blur, her exquisite form before him so enticing. The heat within him intensified, and in a moment of lost control, he pulled her closer. Suddenly, a piercing phoenix cry echoed in his mind, like an arrow piercing through the air, which momentarily calmed his frenzied state. Immediately thereafter, a white figure emerged gracefully. It was Feng Yenner, who had been refining the blood of the fire phoenix. It seemed she had successfully absorbed the essence, and her current power was on an entirely different level. As soon as Feng Yenner appeared, she coldly remarked, "What a treacherous scheme, to mix the infamous love powder into the incense. No wonder you fell victim." With a flick of her delicate hand, the flames in the incense burner extinguished at once. Seeing Feng Yenner, Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled, "Thank goodness you arrived just in time, Yenner, this incense appears to be problematic." However, Feng Yenner regarded him with a smirk, laced with mockery as she said, "I believe you're more upset that I interrupted your little escapade." Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly explained, "Yenner, please, this is no time for jokes. We need to check on Yi Ling's condition." Upon hearing this, Feng Yenner ceased her teasing and realized that Lin Feng's recent actions were merely a figment of his imagination influenced by the love powder, while Yi Ling had genuinely succumbed to its effects. She bent down to examine Yi Ling's condition, waving her hand lightly. An intangible fragrance emanated from Yi Ling, causing her to drift back into unconsciousness. Feng Yenner sighed in relief, "I didn't expect the love powder to even incapacitate a divine artifact spirit. But fret not, she is unharmed, merely overwhelmed by the excessive intake of the powder. I have already eliminated the toxins from her body, and she should awaken shortly." Upon hearing Feng Yenner's words, Lin Feng recalled his earlier conversation with Li Mubai and promptly shared the information with her. Feng Yenner's expression turned serious as she responded, "It appears that this entire situation has been meticulously orchestrated by someone within the Huashu tribe. If I am not mistaken, your two senior brothers have likely fallen prey as well." After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yenner continued, "In light of this, let us turn the tables and use their own scheme against them, to uncover the mastermind behind this." Lin Feng found her reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yi Ling stirred and awoke, her gaze landing on Feng Yenner and Lin Feng, filled with bewilderment. Upon learning that she had been ensnared by the love powder and witnessing Lin Feng's embarrassed expression, she quickly grasped the situation. Though she knew nothing substantial had transpired, her face flushed with a mix of anger and shame. This love powder is utterly detested among the celestial beings, only a handful of demonic sects would dare to concoct such a vile substance. I must see which reckless scoundrel thought to ensnare me with such despicable means. Lin Feng, equally embarrassed, promptly relayed the previous plan along with Feng Yenner's idea to Yi Ling. She nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, let us proceed with their scheme. I will conceal our spiritual energy to create the illusion of being poisoned, and then we shall ensnare them." Chapter 47. A crisis looms in the stillness of midnight. Under the hazy moonlight, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, yet, within Lin Feng's chamber, a faint sound suddenly pierced the quietude. Several figures clad in black stealthily infiltrated the room. At that moment, Feng Yan'er had already transformed into a wisp of spiritual light, slipping into Lin Feng's body, while Lin Feng and Yi Ling exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They lay on the bed, feigning the effects of a love-inducing potion, luring their unseen adversaries into a trap. "Heh, these two fools have indeed fallen for the ruse," one of the black-clad men sneered, a lewd glimmer dancing in his eyes. "They are now mere lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. Such a captivating beauty shall be bestowed upon him tonight." With that, he intended to take liberties with the still slumbering Yi Ling. However, another black-clad figure scanned the surroundings warily. Upon witnessing his companion's actions, he barked sternly, "What are you doing? Restrain yourself, if you ruin the Grand Priest's plans, your head will surely roll." The lecherous black-clad man, chastened by his comrade's reprimand, reluctantly withdrew his hand, casting a regretful glance at Yi Ling, internally lamenting the lost opportunity. Unbeknownst to them, the two had narrowly escaped death just moments prior. While Yi Ling, feigning slumber, clearly perceived the unfolding danger, her heart brimming with murderous intent. Had that black-clad man's hand descended even a fraction further, she would have struck him down without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the central square of the Huashu tribe, flickering flames illuminated the scene. A grand sacrificial ceremony was on the verge of commencing, and Lin Feng and his companions found themselves tightly bound and thrust before the altar. At the center of the altar stood the Grand Priest of the Huashu tribe, resplendent in his ornate priestly robe, wielding a ceremonial whisk. As he approached the altar, his gaze was cold and profound, instilling a sense of dread among those present. He surveyed the gathered villagers and proclaimed, "Today, we shall offer the life force of these 4 outsiders as a tribute to our deities, beseeching the restoration of our ancestors' glory and the reclamation of the Thunder God's power." The onlooking villagers appeared dazed, akin to marionettes under a spell, yet they erupted into frenzied cheers, the square descending into a fervor of madness. Just as the Grand Priest raised his whisk, preparing to commence the sacrificial rites, an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by a child and a throng of others, suddenly arrived. It was none other than the tribe's patriarch. "Grand Priest, what is the meaning of this?" the old patriarch demanded, his eyes blazing with fury. "These individuals are the bearers of our clan's ancestral teachings, esteemed guests of our tribe. How dare you treat them with such disrespect?" Upon hearing this, a sinister smile flickered across the Grand Priest's face. "Old fool, have you grown senile in your old age? These individuals come with designs on our hidden treasures. As for your so-called teachings, humph, as a messenger of the Thunder Goddess Palace from the upper realm, I have never heard of such techniques. They are merely employing a smokescreen." "You!" The old patriarch trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at the Grand Priest. "Even if their teachings are false, must you take their lives?" The Grand Priest cast a dismissive glance at the patriarch, his expression dripping with disdain as he replied, "Foolish. Do you not realize these individuals are practitioners? Should they escape and divulge the secrets of this place, the trouble they would bring is unimaginable. It is far better to sacrifice them to honor our Thunder ancestor." The patriarch was left speechless, his face ashen. "I care not who you are from the upper realm," the patriarch spat, gritting his teeth. "Innocent lives shall not be trampled upon at your whim. Otherwise, you shall never have my assistance in opening the entrance to the secret realm." "Humph, you ungrateful wretch." The Grand Priest's expression darkened, revealing his true malice. "I am an immortal from the upper realm. I have humored you with sweet words for days, merely to avoid a bloodbath that would disturb the balance of this realm's governing forces. Had it not been for these intruders, I would have sought a fair negotiation, perhaps sparing your entire clan. But now, it seems unnecessary. I would rather expend decades of my cultivation. If you do not care for your kin's lives, then guard that entrance to the secret realm with your life. However, I will methodically eliminate your people before your eyes until you acquiesce." With that, the patriarch felt a surge of blood rise within him, and he could not suppress the cough of blood that erupted from his lips. "Patriarch! Patriarch!" The nearby members of the Huashu tribe rushed forward, supporting the elder who had spat blood in his fury. "I would rather die than leave our ancestors' treasures to a villain such as you." The patriarch trembled, pointing his finger at the Grand Priest, his cane striking the ground with a heavy thud. A cold glint passed through the Grand Priest's eyes as he waved his whisk in the air. In an instant, the patriarch felt an invisible force bind him tightly, as though an unseen hand had grasped him, dragging him forcefully before the Grand Priest. "This land of the 9 provinces is as insignificant as an ant. You, a mere mortal, dare to act presumptuously before me?" The Grand Priest's words dripped with scorn and contempt. Yet, just as the Grand Priest was about to make his move against the patriarch, Yi Ling suddenly transmitted a secret message to Lin Feng and Feng Yan'er. "This man's aura is peculiar. He does not seem to be from the 9 provinces, his cultivation is merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. I will join forces with Feng Yan'er to restrain him, but given that he possesses treasures such as the binding immortal rope and the love-inducing powder, he must have other.
We must proceed with caution.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Feng Yanner felt a chill run down their spines and discreetly circulated their true essence to free themselves from their bindings.
In a flash, Lin Feng moved like a specter, appearing beside the Grand Priest, swiftly rescuing the patriarch from his grasp.
How could you? The Grand Priest's eyes widened in shock simultaneously. Yi Ling and Feng Yanner also flickered into motion, resembling two streaks of light charging towards the still-dazed Grand Priest. Chapter 48 Battle with the High Priest. The astonishment in the eyes of the High Priest had not yet dissipated, and he found himself unable to fathom how these three foreign individuals, whom he had deemed as helpless prey, had suddenly freed themselves from their bindings. Just as the High Priest was grappling with his shock, Yi Ling and Feng Yanner had already launched their assault. This was the most formidable adversary they had encountered on the Jojo continent thus far. In the face of such a powerful opponent, Yi Ling and her companions held nothing back. They clasped their hands together in intricate gestures, chanting incantations. As the final syllables of her spell reverberated, she pointed her hands forward, unleashing a beam of black light that shot forth like a meteor, aimed directly at the High Priest. Concurrently, Feng Yanner unleashed her full power. Having refined the blood essence of the fire phoenix, she was engulfed in flames, transforming into a colossal fire phoenix, with an aura of devastation that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. The air around them grew unbearably hot due to the terrifying heat emanating from this fiery creature.
Fire Phoenix, incinerate the heavens!
Feng Yanner cried out in a commanding tone, as the immense fire phoenix expelled a searing column of fire.
Together with Yi Ling's black beam, they roared towards the High Priest. What is this? A spirit of instruments and a true Phoenix clan? No, why are they so weak?
The High Priest's eyes reflected disbelief, but as he comprehended the nature of their attacks, a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. So it's merely a damaged spirit of instruments and a true Phoenix spirit, daring to act so brazenly before me.
Celestial technique. Radiant shield.
With a flourish of his whisk, a barrier made of dazzling golden light materialized instantly before him. Bang, bang! Yi Ling and Feng Yanner's assaults struck the barrier in rapid succession, producing a dull thud.
Yet the barrier remained unyielding, as if it were indestructible. Celestial technique?
A hint of gravity crossed Yi Ling's expression. To think that in this barbaric land of Jojo, someone would recognize the celestial arts of the upper realm. You little spirit of instruments possess some discernment, the High Priest laughed triumphantly. I, an immortal being, inadvertently stumbled into this wilderness, and unexpectedly chanced upon the hidden treasures of the ancient thunder god. Today, I am blessed with an unexpected delight, encountering a shattered spirit of instruments and a true Phoenix spirit. If you are willing to obediently submit and depart with me, perhaps I shall bestow upon you a fortune. A trace of disdain flitted across Yi Ling's lips, her eyes brimming with contempt.
Merely a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, relying on a few trinkets akin to scrap metal, dares to proclaim himself an immortal? Truly laughable. The High Priest was momentarily taken aback. You can actually discern my cultivation level?
However, his expression quickly darkened, and he snorted coldly.
Ignorant youngsters, since you are so oblivious to the situation, do not blame me for being merciless.
Before his words had fully settled, he began to chant a true incantation, celestial technique.
Golden thunder of divine light.
In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, clouds swirling as thunder rumbled, streams of golden divine lightning darted through the clouds like colossal golden dragons, carrying a terrifying might that aimed to smite Yi Ling and Feng Yanner. Yi Ling and Feng Yanner, upon witnessing this, exchanged grave glances. They understood that the celestial technique employed by the High Priest was not to be trifled with. A moment's negligence could lead to their utter annihilation. In this dire moment, Yi Ling's figure flickered, her aura surging as a black sword shadow, identical to the dark sword within Lin Feng's consciousness, materialized behind her. Braving the onslaught of the golden lightning, she charged forward resolutely. Meanwhile, Feng Yanner transformed into a massive fire phoenix, her body ablaze. As she flapped her wings, torrents of flames erupted, clashing violently against the descending divine lightning. Boom! The thunderous roars reverberated continuously, each collision causing the surrounding air to tremble, as if the very fabric of reality were on the verge of being torn asunder by this overwhelming power. The High Priest, observing this, was momentarily struck with astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that these two women could withstand his golden thunder of divine light. However, his gaze soon returned to its icy, malevolent state.
You two youngsters do possess some capability.
I was merely toying with you, but this ends here. With that, he waved his hand, producing a binding rope of celestial origin.
Go!
Then, with a gentle flick of his whisk, he recited another true incantation, celestial technique. Heavenly net. With a low bellow, a gigantic golden net suddenly manifested in the sky. This net, woven from countless golden threads, shimmered with a fierce brilliance, as if capable of slicing through anything. The binding rope surged forth towards Yiling and Feng Yanner with lightning speed. Upon seeing this, both women felt a tightening in their hearts, sensing impending doom, yet before they could react, the golden net had already enveloped them from all directions. An overwhelming force of restraint surged forth, ensnaring both Yiling's black sword shadow and Feng Yanner's fire phoenix firmly. This is not good, Yiling exclaimed, struggling to break free from her bindings. However, as the celestial rope ensnared them, the golden net rapidly constricted around them, rendering their efforts futile. Feng Yanner's fire phoenix was similarly trapped, its flames raging wildly as it sought to escape this confinement. Yet, the golden net was not only immensely resilient but seemed to possess a suppressive effect on their spiritual energy, continuously devouring their strength. "Ha, you two youngsters, no matter how you struggle, you shall never escape from my heavenly net." The high priest laughed triumphantly. This net was acquired from a secret realm in the upper world. Even with your celestial prowess, you cannot hope to break free, and now, you shall immediately become my prisoners. Feeling their spiritual energy waning, Yiling and Feng Yanner's faces turned ashen. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in their ears, "Hold on." Immediately following, a sound of rushing air resonated, and a figure materialized out of thin air. It was Lin Feng, accompanied by the one-legged monster they had encountered in the wild demon domain. Chapter 49 The Wrath of the Sacred Beast. It was during the fierce battle between the two women and the high priest that Lin Feng had discreetly relocated the old patriarch and several members of the Huashu tribe to a place of safety. Meanwhile, the high priest's minions were being dealt with by the recently freed Li Mubai and Nangong Wen. Lin Feng was engaged in transferring the tribespeople. The bizarre one-legged beast he encountered in the wild demon realm reappeared, seemingly quite fond of the child accompanying the old patriarch. The old patriarch explained to Lin Feng that this peculiar beast resided within the secret realm of the Huashu tribe, where it had lived for ages without venturing outside. The Huashu people regarded this creature as their sacred beast, and since his childhood, it had shown an extraordinary affinity toward him. However, everything changed a month ago when a stranger arrived at the Huashu tribe, claiming to hail from the Thunder God Temple in the upper realm and to be a descendant of the ancient Thunder God. He asserted that the Huashu tribe were the heirs of the ancient Thunder God left in this world and that he had been sent to guide them in restoring their ancestral glory, promising to teach the villagers how to master the thunder and lightning techniques, enabling them to ascend to the upper realm and become immortals. The Huashu tribe had always revered the Thunder God as their ancestor, and this individual indeed demonstrated abilities akin to those of an immortal, controlling thunder with remarkable skill. This led many tribe members to believe that he was undoubtedly a descendant of their forebears. Consequently, he was appointed as the high priest of the Huashu tribe. After his arrival, he began to manipulate the tribe members, urging the old patriarch to unlock the gates of their secret realm. For centuries, the secret realm had been the greatest mystery of the Huashu tribe, known only to the current patriarch, and any outsider attempting to invade would trigger a terrifying divine punishment. The old patriarch harbored suspicions about this man and did not readily acquiesce to his demands. Initially, the stranger's demeanor was amiable, and the Huashu people, having an innate affinity for the power of thunder, were taught by him many methods of harnessing this energy. Furthermore, several elderly members of the tribe, on the brink of death, were miraculously revived by this individual using his immortal techniques, even appearing more vibrant than before, which solidified his standing among the tribe. Under the pressure of his formidable power, the old patriarch feigned compliance, placing his hopes on the sacred beast. However, ever since the creature appeared in the secret realm months ago, it had vanished from sight until today. After listening to the old patriarch's account, Lin Feng grasped the situation quite well. The one-legged beast recognized Lin Feng as the peculiar human cultivator it had encountered during the battle with the golden flame sparrow. Curiosity sparked in its eyes as it gazed at him. "Hey, silly cow, can you understand me?" Lin Feng addressed the beast. The creature looked at him and nodded, seemingly indicating its comprehension. "There are those who wish to bring harm to the people of this tribe, and they once sought to harm she. What do you think, shouldn't we deal with them?" Lin Feng winked at the beast, and initially, it showed no reaction. However, upon hearing that someone intended to harm she, its expression shifted to one of fury. It turned to Shi, who nodded in affirmation of Lin Feng's words. The beast erupted in rage, leading to the scene where the two women witnessed Lin Feng emerging alongside the formidable creature. As Lin Feng's face came into view, a flicker of incredulous joy flashed across the eyes of Yiling and Feng Yanner. "Hold on a little longer, I will come to your rescue shortly," Lin Feng said, his gaze resolute as he looked at them. He then turned to point at the high priest across from him and said to the one-legged beast in a low voice, "Silly cow, it is this man." The beast appeared to comprehend Lin Feng's words, and a surge of wrath ignited in its eyes.
It unleashed a deafening roar, akin to a thunderclap, and charged straight at the high priest. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the high priest revealed an expression of disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at the charging beast, muttering to himself, "Is this the ancient thunder god's steed, the Kuei-Nyo? How is this possible? How could such a legendary creature manifest in this realm?" The high priest's astonishment was short-lived, for the impact of the Kuei-Nyo was imminent. In a frantic motion, he waved the dust in his hand, attempting once more to conjure an immortal technique to defend against the wrath of this ancient divine beast. Yet the Kuei-Nyo, now in a state of fury, unleashed the full extent of the lightning power it had absorbed from the heart of Thunder Marsh, enveloped in blinding, surging lightning. In the blink of an eye, the massive body of the beast collided with the high priest's hastily conjured defenses. The abruptness of the situation, compounded by the high priest's focus on controlling the binding immortal ropes in his spells to ensnare Yi Ling and her companion, left him with no time to prepare a proper defense against the Kuei-Nyo's assault. As a result, the high priest's defenses were effortlessly shattered, sending him tumbling backward for dozens of paces before he barely managed to withstand the beast's onslaught. "This is impossible," the high priest gasped, struggling to sit up, disbelief etched across his face. As a being from the upper realm, equipped with an array of magical artifacts, he had been confident in his ability to sweep aside all adversaries on this 9 provinces continent. Yet today, he found himself at such a disadvantage against 3 seemingly inconspicuous youths. Yi Ling and Feng Yanner, witnessing this turn of events, felt their spirits lift. Seizing the opportunity, they broke free from the golden net that had ensnared them, and Lin Feng swiftly appeared at their side. "Yi Ling, Feng Yanner, are you all right?" Lin Feng asked with concern. "I am fine," Yi Ling replied, shaking her head, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon the high priest. "However, this high priest must pay with his life today." Stabilizing himself, the high priest sneered coldly at Lin Feng and his companions. "Ha! Do you truly believe you can slay me just like this? Let me inform you, even in this realm, I am not someone you can easily contend with." As his words faded, he produced an object from his possession. A radiant gourd. "Seal," the high priest intoned, invoking a true incantation, as a golden gourd materialized in the air. Emitted a brilliant golden light, swiftly drawing the charging Kuei-Nyo into its confines. How can a mere nascent soul cultivator possess such a powerful immortal artifact? Yi Ling's expression darkened at the sight of the gourd. How could a suppressed nascent soul cultivator wield such a treasure? Just as the high priest was about to ensnare the Kuei-Nyo within the immortal gourd, a tremendous rift tore open in the sky above the heart of Thunder Marsh. A colossal phantom clad in golden armor and wielding a massive hammer emerged from the chasm, casting a terrifying pressure over all present. Chapter 50. A small apprentice dare to wield powers from beyond this realm, and you shall face the punishment of 100 jang of heavenly thunder. To further offend the sacred ground of the thunder god is to incur an even graver sin. The voice of the golden phantom resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating painfully in the ears of all present. The golden-armored warrior brandished a colossal hammer, gesturing menacingly at the high priest. In an instant, 200 Zhonglong golden thunder dragons roared downwards in a furious dive. "This is dire." The high priest's heart tightened at the sight, and he hastily formed a seal with his hands, urgently calling out, "Celestial art, golden light, divine shield." No sooner had he spoken than a resplendent golden barrier coalesced around him. Simultaneously, the golden gourd in his grasp rose to meet the oncoming thunder dragon's boom. A deafening roar echoed across the sky as the 2 golden thunder dragons collided violently with the golden gourd shield, unleashing a dazzling spectacle of light. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, the gourd wilted as if struck by a heavy blow, losing all its luster, while the Kuei-Nyo seized the opportunity to break free from within. After the gourd had absorbed a substantial portion of the thunder's might, the remaining golden lightning struck fiercely against the seemingly indomitable golden shield. Astonishingly, the shield shattered like fragile paper, producing a crisp crack as a fissure appeared. The crack rapidly spread, and within moments, the entire shield collapsed into fragments. The high priest let out a piercing scream, hurled away by the terrifying force of the golden thunder dragons, blood gushing from his mouth, his breath reduced to a mere whisper. Observing this, the golden-armored warrior ceased his words, vanishing from the torn sky portal in a flash. Before departing, he cast a bewildered glance at Lin Feng, then disappeared into the rift, which swiftly restored itself, as if nothing had transpired. Seeing the golden-armored warrior's departure, Lin Feng finally relaxed the taut strings of his heart. He marveled silently, realizing that a mere glance had nearly instilled a sense of obliteration within him. Just how formidable was this golden-armored warrior? However, he had no time to ponder this question, for a gravely wounded high priest lay before him, requiring immediate attention. Night Spirit and the others quickly appeared beside the high priest, their swords aimed at his throat. "Speak! Why have you come to the continent of the 9 provinces? What is your purpose?" The high priest, stripped of his previous arrogance, was now filled with terror and despair. I am a mere rogue cultivator from beyond this realm.
While seeking an ancient relic of the Thunder God, I accidentally fell into a spatial rift and arrived here. To my astonishment, I discovered that this place bears a resemblance to the legendary sacred ground of the Thunder God, which must harbor many treasures. Hence, I fabricated a lie claiming to be a messenger from the Thunder God's palace, Leirun. Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter, but quickly composed himself to admonish, "You despicable wretch, did you truly intend to sacrifice us? Watch as I end your life with a single strike." With that, he poised his sword to stab at the high priest's throat. "Please, do not kill me. Aside from the treasures just destroyed by the heavenly thunder, I possess some elixirs and herbs. I will give them all to you, if you spare my life." Leirun was now bereft of any celestial composure, his eyes filled with sheer terror and pleading. Lin Feng, however, did not relent easily. "Humph. Do you think it's so simple to earn my mercy?" He maintained his stance, ready to strike at any moment. "Wait, big brother, please listen to me." Leirun frantically rummaged through his storage pouch and produced a collection of elixirs and herbs. "These are precious items I have gathered over the years from the Chaos Star domain. I offer them all to you, begging for my life." He thrust the items forward. Lin Feng gazed at the pile of elixirs and herbs Leirun had thrown at him, his heart swelling with delight. This could be considered some interest accrued from his task, although it was regrettable that Leirun's treasures had been destroyed by the heavenly thunder. The golden gourd, made from unknown materials, remained intact beneath the might of the 100 young thunder dragons. This alone was a rare and invaluable treasure. Lin Feng gleefully stowed it away, then turned a stern face towards Leirun. "Humph, a dignified being from the upper realm, after enduring countless ages, is this all you possess?" Leirun's expression turned as sour as a bitter melon, his face a mask of despair. "Big brother, I truly have given all I can, without any reservations." At this, Lin Feng smirked derisively, pressing his sword closer. "Oh? If that is the case, then you, a worthless being, serve no purpose to be kept alive. Why not allow me to send you on your way now, thus ending this once and for all, saving me from sleepless nights of vengeance?" Realizing Lin Feng was serious, Leirun internally lamented his misfortune. He cursed this shameless youth, who proved even more despicable than himself. He couldn't help but reflect on his ill fate, having encountered such a troublesome calamity. Had he not exhausted his powers resisting the heavenly thunder, he would never have been reduced to begging for mercy from this lower realm junior. At this moment, Night Spirit's eyes gleamed with cunning, and as she observed the desperate Leirun, an idea took form in her mind. A teasing smile graced her lips as she softly inquired, "Esteemed Celestial, do you desire to live?" Upon hearing Night Spirit's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Leirun's eyes. He eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to pay any price." Night Spirit nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. If you agree to become Lin Feng's apprentice and heed his commands, we shall grant you your life." "An apprentice?" Leirun was momentarily taken aback, then bitterly protested, "But I am a celestial being from the upper realm, how can I serve as an apprentice to this lowly cultivator?" "What, are you unwilling?" Night Spirit's expression darkened, and she pressed her sword closer. "If so, then I shall send you on your way." "Wait. No, I am willing, I am willing." Leirun, thoroughly frightened, hastily begged for mercy. He understood that he had no means of resistance and must comply with Night Spirit's demands. Thus, under Night Spirit's coercion, Leirun was compelled to humbly kneel before Lin Feng, bowing his head in submission. "Big brother, please accept my salute as your apprentice." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Leirun kneeling before him. He had never anticipated that he would recruit a celestial being as his apprentice. It was indeed beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, he recognized that while Leirun might presently submit to him, his heart was undoubtedly filled with resentment and discontent. Therefore, he must remain vigilant against this apprentice to prevent any future betrayal. "All right, rise." Lin Feng gestured for Leirun to stand. "As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not mistreat you." Otherwise, before he could finish, a menacing aura emanated from him, causing Leirun to tremble in fear. He knew his life hung in Lin Feng's hands, and any misstep could cost him dearly. Thus, he could only obediently reply, "Yes, yes, I will faithfully follow big brother." Night Spirit, satisfied, nodded and sheathed her sword. She turned to Leirun and smiled, "However, for safety's sake, I must place a 7 Fiends heart bond seal upon you." Her tone was casual, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Yet this caused Leirun's face to pale considerably, and he gasped, "7 Fiends heart bond seal, how do you know of this technique?" Intrigued by Leirun's intense reaction, Lin Feng inquired, "What is this technique?" Night Spirit glanced at him and explained, "It is a secret art used for controlling others."
Once the seal is placed, the target becomes subservient to the caster, or they will suffer the repercussions of the Seven Fiends' backlash. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood, while Lei Ren fell into deep contemplation. Weighing the pros and cons, he seemed to arrive at a decision, gritting his teeth. Fine, I agree, but I have one condition. Oh, pray tell, Night Spirit said with interest, taking a deep breath. Lei Ren declared, the duration of this seal must be limited to 5 years. His tone was resolute, indicating he had made a significant concession. Night Spirit chuckled, 5 years will suffice, by then, Lin Feng will be capable of standing on his own. With that, she looked to Lin Feng, signaling him to prepare to cast the spell. Lin Feng nodded, focusing intently on Lei Ren. Night Spirit formed a complex seal with her hands, and a thread of consciousness flew from Lin Feng, transforming into 7 strands of black mist in her grasp. These then permeated Lei Ren's 7 orifices, vanishing from sight. Done. I advise you to refrain from harboring any treacherous thoughts, otherwise, the Seven Fiends' backlash is not to be trifled with, Night Spirit warned. Her eyes narrowed as she regarded Lei Ren. Though her smile appeared benign, an undercurrent of danger emanated from it, leaving Lei Ren no room for negligence. As he gazed at Night Spirit's ambiguous smile, a deep bitterness filled Lei Ren's heart. He had always considered himself fortunate, managing to avert disasters and unexpectedly acquire numerous treasures. He had initially thought that falling into a spatial rift would not lead to his demise, and arriving at this continent of the 9 provinces would yield similar fortune. Little did he expect to be ensnared by these 3 young individuals, compelled to use his celestial artifacts and attract divine punishment. Truly, he was unfortunate beyond measure. Chapter 51 The Secrets of Huashu. At this moment, Li Mubai, Nangong 1, and the members of the Huashu tribe arrived just in time to witness the scene of the Grand Priest Lei Ren kneeling on the ground, while Lin Feng and the others stood proudly. Once Lin Feng recounted the events leading up to this moment, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. Their mouths agape, the elderly chieftain, supported by others, slowly approached Lin Feng and the others, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. Young hero, your righteous intervention has not only aided our clan in reclaiming our ancestral techniques but has also averted a tremendous calamity. I am deeply moved and must extend my profound respect to you. With that, he prepared to bow deeply. Lin Feng, quick on his feet, caught the old chieftain and earnestly replied, You honor me too highly, venerable chieftain. We merely happened upon this opportunity. It was but a trifling effort on our part, and such grand gestures are unwarranted. The old chieftain, hearing this, waved his hands repeatedly and stated with solemnity, Young hero, you are overly modest. I have heard that you seek a place abundant with the power of lightning for your cultivation. The secret realm of our Huashu tribe lies within this thunderous land, rich in the essence of lightning. I am willing to open the passage to the secret realm for you, to lend you my assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart surged with overwhelming joy, and he immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, venerable chieftain, for your generous offer. After some deliberation, the group decided to enter the secret realm the following day. As for the followers brought by Grand Priest Lei Ren, they possessed no means to traverse worlds. Witnessing the Grand Priest's current plight, they could only express their willingness to remain behind, continuing to guard the Huashu tribe. That night, the Huashu tribe held a grand celebration, filled with laughter and joy, while Lei Ren wore a face of distress, clearly uncomfortable. In Lin Feng's chamber, however, the atmosphere was quite different. 2 stunning women sat at the head of the bed, gazing at Lin Feng with teasing smiles, causing him to feel a shiver of unease. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng tentatively suggested, Should I perhaps find another room? Before he could finish, he was met with a resounding refusal from both women. Resigned, he rubbed his nose and cautiously inquired, Then shall I sleep on the bed? Get lost, came the icy chorus, echoing in his ears. With a bitter smile, Lin Feng complied and lay down on the floor mat, muttering to himself, Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. At dawn the next day, Lin Feng and his companions gathered in the council hall of the Huashu tribe. The child Shi and the Kuei Niu also made their appearance, with Kuei Niu surrounded by crackling lightning, appearing particularly affectionate with Shi. Seeing everyone assembled, the old chieftain surveyed the room and spoke solemnly, Esteemed guests, the secret realm is fraught with peril, and only the sacred beast possesses a keen understanding of its intricacies. It would be best to let it guide you deeper. The sacred beast has conveyed its wish for Shi to accompany you. Thus, on this journey into the secret realm, the sacred beast and she shall join you. Lin Feng pondered internally, as his purpose was to seek the perfect location for cultivating the thunderous 9 heavens technique. He saw no need to delve too deeply into the intentions behind Kuei Niu's companionship. Thus, he nodded in agreement, expressing his consent. Under the guidance of the old chieftain, the group traversed through the council hall and arrived at a secluded valley behind the village. Before them stood a colossal ancient tree, soaring into the clouds, its trunk impossibly thick. The old chieftain began to chant an ancient incantation, and as he did, the towering tree's branches and leaves gradually ignited with the brilliance of lightning. The lightning converged around the trunk, forming a passageway just wide enough for a person to pass through. The old chieftain pointed to the passage and addressed Lin Feng and the others. "This is the entrance to the secret realm." Kuei Niu seemed to know this place well, leading she confidently into the passage, vanishing from sight. Lin Feng offered a respectful gesture to the old chieftain before following closely behind with Yiling and Feng Yaner, swiftly entering the passage. Li Mubai, Nangong 1, and the others remained in the Huashu tribe, awaiting Lin Feng's return. As for Lei Ren, Yiling had thoroughly explained to Lin Feng the intricacies of the Seven Fiends' heart seal. Even if this individual was not at his side, as long as Lin Feng focused his thoughts, he could discern what was on his mind. Thus, Lin Feng harbored little concern about leaving this new ally outside. As they passed through the lightning-imbued passage, the view suddenly opened up before them. They found themselves in an expansive valley, surrounded by towering peaks, resembling a natural fortress. Looking around the valley, they beheld a black river flowing relentlessly, shrouded in mist, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure and danger. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Feng and the others were astonished to discover that what they saw was not merely rivers and mountains, but rather, the terrifying manifestation of pure lightning power. It appeared that in this place, the power of lightning had coalesced into a tangible form, taking on the appearance of rivers and mountains. Kuei Niu led the way, seemingly unfazed by this extraordinary sight. She, riding on Kuei Niu's back, surveyed the surroundings with wide, curious eyes, appearing blissfully unaware of the menacing pressure of the surrounding lightning, filled instead with wonder at this new environment. The three followed closely, marveling at the breathtaking lightning phenomena, unable to suppress their admiration for the Huashu secret realm, which truly lived up to its reputation as an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation, likely unmatched across the entire 9 provinces. Guided by Kuei Niu, they ventured deeper into the secret realm, arriving at a region where the lightning power was relatively mild. Although not as terrifying as the earlier lightning river, the intensity of the electric energy still sent shivers down their spines. Kuei Niu came to a halt, turning to look at Lin Feng and the others, signaling that they could cultivate here. Lin Feng understood this to mean that Kuei Niu deemed the lightning power in this area suitable for human cultivation. After expressing his gratitude with a bow, Lin Feng immediately settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the full activation of the thunderous 9 heavens technique. The surrounding lightning energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, cleansing his meridians and nourishing his soul. Yiling and Feng Yaner also chose spots not far from Lin Feng to begin refining the fire phoenix feather they had acquired earlier, taking advantage of the rich lightning energy for their cultivation. For Feng Yaner, it was a rare opportunity to restore her physical form. Meanwhile, Kuei Niu took she to an unknown location. Fortunately, in this valley of thunder, there seemed to be no other beings aside from the 4 of them. Time flowed slowly in this Huashu secret realm, filled with the essence of lightning. Lin Feng immersed himself in cultivation, feeling every moment as the thunderous 9 heavens technique coursed through him. The immense power of lightning continuously washed over his meridians, allowing his body to gradually adapt and greedily absorb this energy. If an outsider were to intrude upon this secret realm at that moment, they would witness a breathtaking sight. A figure enveloped in tumultuous lightning, seated in the valley. The lightning formed an almost tangible armor, wrapping around him tightly, while torrents of lightning energy surged toward him from all directions, akin to countless streams flowing into the ocean. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, Lin Feng suddenly felt a gentle tremor within him, akin to the cracking of an eggshell. His cultivation had firmly reached the latter stage of foundation establishment. However, even more astonishing was the fact that he had birthed another inner elixir within, yet, this inner elixir was entirely different from the golden elixir typically formed by cultivators. It was a black lightning elixir, condensed from pure lightning energy. Upon reaching the golden elixir stage, cultivators could manipulate objects to fly, retain their youth, and greatly extend their lifespans. Yet, Lin Feng was currently unaware of the distinctions between this lightning elixir and a true golden elixir. Slowly opening his eyes, a flash of lightning-like brilliance flickered within his gaze. In that moment, he was clad in lightning armor, his entire being radiating with electric light, resembling an ancient thunder god descending upon the mortal realm. He raised his hand and pointed into the void, intoning, "The power of the 9 heavens thunder." Suddenly, a miniature lightning dragon darted forth from his fingertip, crashing with astonishing speed into the nearby black lightning river. With the violent collision, the seemingly diminutive lightning dragon unleashed an earth-shattering force, momentarily disrupting the flow of the black river composed entirely of pure lightning energy for 2 full seconds. Only then did it gradually resume its course. This spectacle was fortuitously witnessed by Kuei Niu, who had returned unbeknownst to them. Its eyes reflected a shock and awe akin to that of a human, while she, seated atop Kuei Niu's back, merely widened her eyes and clapped her hands in cheer, exclaiming, "Big brother is so amazing." Chapter 52. The mysterious elder. At this moment, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of thunderous power coursing through his body. His thunder armor had been cultivated to perfection. With a mere thought, the dark, crackling armor enveloped his form as if it were a tangible entity.
Though he had yet to test its might in battle, the formidable aura it exuded hinted at its remarkable defensive capabilities. Even more exhilarating was the prospect that, as his cultivation and thunder pill advanced, the power of this armor would only continue to grow. Should Lin Feng one day attain the realm of divine transformation, this thunder armor might indeed rival the legendary pseudo-immortal treasures. His training in the art of the Nine Heavens thunder had also approached completion, significantly bolstered by the vast essence of thunder he had absorbed within the hidden realm of the Huashu clan. The reason it had not yet reached absolute perfection, Lin Feng speculated, might be linked to the mysterious thunder pill formed within him. Nevertheless, this thunder pill possessed its own exquisite utility, allowing him to store thunderous energy. The ability of the Nine Heavens thunder technique to mimic the might of celestial lightning was already awe-inspiring, yet the emergence of the thunder pill enabled Lin Feng to unleash genuine celestial thunder. Regrettably, this pill could currently sustain only a single invocation of the Nine Heavens thunder's celestial strike. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had witnessed the breathtaking spectacle of the golden-armored warrior summoning a 100-foot-tall thunderstorm. Although his current thunderous assault could scarcely compare, it had undoubtedly become his most formidable trump card. Since this technique was birthed in the sacred land of the Thunder God, Lin Feng aptly named it the Thunder God Slash. With his power significantly enhanced, Lin Feng felt an unusual lightness of spirit. However, as he regained his senses, he realized that Night Spirit in Feng Yan'er had vanished without a trace. At that moment, he spotted Kuei Niu and the figure seated upon its back. She. "Can you help me find my companions?" Lin Feng inquired urgently of Kuei Niu. Kuei Niu nodded and communicated something to Shi, who then addressed Lin Feng, saying, "The sacred beast states that the two young ladies were initially concocting something nearby, but it seems there was a mishap during the process, and they subsequently disappeared. However, Kuei Niu can lead us to their location." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's anxiety escalated. "Where are they?" he pressed Kuei Niu. Kuei Niu glanced at Lin Feng, signaling him to leap onto its back. Almost immediately, Kuei Niu let out a low roar, its hooves crackling with thunderous light as it sped away like a bolt of lightning. Along the way, Kuei Niu paused several times to sense its surroundings before finally bringing Lin Feng to the entrance of a cave. It lowered its head and emitted a series of calls towards the cave mouth. "Big brother," she explained, "the sacred beast says that the two young ladies are right here. However, it seems that there is something within the cave that it greatly fears, which is why it dares not enter recklessly." Upon hearing that the two women were trapped inside, Lin Feng could not afford to hesitate and dashed into the cave. The entrance was narrow, yet within lay a breathtaking expanse, a grand and ancient palace that stood in stark contrast to the stormy chaos outside. As Lin Feng scanned the surroundings, he saw no sign of the two ladies. Just then, an ancient and resonant voice echoed behind him, "Interesting, truly interesting. I never expected that upon awakening from my slumber, I would encounter such fascinating little beings. One is a spirit of a divine artifact, another is a true spirit body, and yet another carries the seed of a divine artifact." Ha ha ha. Lin Feng's senses heightened at the sound, and his thunder armor enveloped him instantly. Despite being at the late stage of foundation establishment, he could not detect any aura from the speaker. "Ah. This lad carries a hint of the Thunder Ancestor's essence. It seems he harbors numerous secrets," the ancient voice continued, tinged with astonishment. Soon, a figure began to materialize before Lin Feng's eyes. It was a diminutive elder clad in a Taoist robe, accompanied by a massive, beast-skin-like golden object hovering above his head, while 10 ancient swords circled him, emanating a crimson light that formed a colossal cage around the mysterious elder. Though Lin Feng could sense no cultivation fluctuations from the elder, his instincts urged him to remain vigilant. This person felt even more inscrutable than the previous golden-armored warrior. "Little one, there is no need to be alarmed. I harbor no malice towards you," the elder chuckled amiably. "Had I not intervened in time, those two young ladies would have met with misfortune." "Senior, how are they now?" Lin Feng asked anxiously. With me here, they are safe and sound. However, considering their cultivation, daring to refine a true spirit body is quite audacious. Fortunately, this place is the birthplace of the Thunder Ancestor, inadvertently shielding them from the forces of the dimensional rules. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago, the elder replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Then where are they now?" Lin Feng pressed again. The elder waved his hand, and a sphere of light materialized before Lin Feng. Within it, the black-clad Night Spirit and the unconscious white-clad Feng Yan'er were clearly visible. Upon seeing this, Night Spirit quickly expressed her gratitude to the elder. "Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I have a cordial relationship with your previous master, and our meeting today is indeed fortuitous," the elder replied with a smile. He then turned to Lin Feng. "Young man, I wish to propose a transaction. Are you interested?" "Transaction?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. I can assist this young lady in refining a true spirit body, but whether the fusion is successful depends on your own fortune. In return, when you reach the realm of divine transformation, you must come here to assist me with a matter, the elder stated slowly. With your cultivation, why would you require my assistance? Furthermore, there are very few who can attain the divine transformation realm across the 9 provinces. How can you be so certain that I will reach that stage and be of service to you? Lin Feng queried, perplexed. The elder burst into laughter. If it weren't for that despicable scoundrel plotting against me, would I have been trapped by this Excalibur array? However, this 10 absolute array cannot contain me forever. Young man, you must consider quickly, otherwise, this young lady may be in grave danger. With that, he regarded Lin Feng with a grin. I agree, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Oh, you are quite decisive, indicating that this girl holds significant meaning for you. Are you not curious about what I wish for you to do? The elder regarded Lin Feng with interest, teasingly. I vow with my heart of Tao that once I reach the divine transformation realm, I will certainly fulfill my promise. As long as the task you propose does not contravene natural order and is within my capabilities, I shall never decline. Lin Feng declared resolutely. Ha, excellent, you possess courage, and that pleases me greatly. Today, I shall lend you a helping hand. The elder laughed heartily, then abruptly turned serious, raising his hands as the fiery phoenix feather began to float gently into the air, suspended above them. Chapter 53 of the Rebirth of the True Form. At this moment, the thunderous power within the secret realm of the Huashu clan seemed to have been summoned by some unseen force, converging en masse towards the Grand Hall, encircling the feather of the fire phoenix. Outside the cavern, Shihi and Kuei-Niao also sensed the extraordinary phenomena of nature within this secret domain. The Kuei-Niao appeared to be exceedingly apprehensive, as she gently stroked the trembling creature, raising his gaze to the sky, a flicker of inexplicable brilliance flashing in his eyes. Inside the Grand Hall, the 10 ancient swords that bound the old Daoist, along with the golden page sword array, seemed to have perceived his movements, emanating an overwhelming force. The 10 swords resonated in unison, forming a dazzling golden barrier that bore down upon the old Daoist. With a disdainful glance at the golden shield, his hair and beard billowing, a majestic aura surged forth from him. Humph. Though I may be confined here, you cannot hinder my manipulation of this meager celestial essence. As he spoke, he braced one hand against the oppressive golden barrier, while the other continued to harness the converging thunderous power, beginning the refinement of the feather of the fire phoenix suspended in the air. After a considerable amount of time, during which the torrents of lightning refined the feather, its color began to undergo a transformation, as black patterns gradually emerged upon the originally vibrant red plumage. The old Daoist bellowed, "Congeal!" Instantly, the feather, now adorned with black patterns, coalesced into a swirling orb of red and black light, slowly floating in the air. Once this was accomplished, the old Daoist appeared utterly exhausted, his spirit waning. Young one, the true spiritual body has been forged. Whether it can merge depends on your fortune. Do not forget your promise. With those words, the old Daoist's figure vanished from the hall, taking with him the enormous golden page and the 10 ancient swords. The Grand Hall instantly returned to its expansive silence, as if nothing had transpired. At the moment of the old Daoist's disappearance, the Kuei-Niao outside the cavern sensed the vanishing aura that had instilled fear within it, letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Yi Ling were entirely focused on the refinement process. While Yi Ling carefully moved the newly forged orb of red and black light before the unconscious Feng Yanner, then made a hand seal to guide her ethereal form into the orb. However, the orb seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, erupting with arcs of lightning and vehemently resisting the entry of Feng Yanner's spirit. Quickly, Lin Feng, the true spiritual body, has absorbed too much thunderous power, causing it to react with repulsion. You must try to guide the excess lightning away while I assist Feng Yanner's spirit in entering this true spiritual body. Yi Ling exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing Yi Ling's words, Lin Feng immediately understood her intent. He activated his thunder armor and dashed to the side of the orb, striving to control the frenzied bolts of lightning that crackled above it. As Lin Feng made contact with the orb, the thunderous essence within him began to stir involuntarily. The once agitated lightning within the orb seemed to sense a formidable adversary and attempted to flee in all directions. Lin Feng, however, would not allow it to escape. The thunder movement technique was unleashed, and the previously volatile lightning was swiftly tamed, gently drawn into his internal thunderous essence. With the lightning's fury subdued, Yi Ling's guiding actions became significantly easier. Before long, Feng Yanner's spirit had completely merged with the orb. At this moment, Yi Ling let out a relieved sigh and remarked to Lin Feng, "The rebirth of the true spiritual body is fraught with peril. To undergo such a transformation is akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, yet, I did not anticipate that this little phoenix's bloodline was not of the ordinary true phoenix lineage, which has rendered this rebirth more arduous than expected."
Fortunately, the fire feather has absorbed an immense amount of elemental thunder power. If successful, it will be of great benefit to her. However, from here on, it will rely solely on her own will. Given that she has already absorbed the fire phoenix's vital essence, the chances of successful fusion should be significantly higher. Yiling appeared rather fatigued, her gaze upon Feng Yanner's true spiritual form somewhat dazed. Lin Feng, sensing her weariness, surmised her thoughts. "Do not worry, you should rest. Once I grow stronger, I will ensure you regain your true form," he said earnestly, yet Yiling looked at him with a hint of melancholy. "As a spirit of a divine artifact, I exist as a unique entity in this world. I was meant to dissipate when the artifact shattered, yet I do not know what secret method the master employed to allow me to persist. Unless the artifact can transform into its second form, I can only exist in this spiritual state or re-enter the artifact as its spirit. Rest assured, if I can enable Feng Yanner to reform her physical body, I will certainly find a way for you as well." Lin Feng replied with unwavering sincerity. Yiling gazed at Lin Feng, gratitude flickering in her eyes. "I have been away too long, I must return to your body," she said, transforming into a wisp of shadow that vanished into Lin Feng's consciousness. Lin Feng immediately settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the fusion of the true spiritual body. As time passed, the once tranquil orb began to exhibit unusual signs. Lin Feng swiftly rose to investigate. He observed that the radiance surrounding the orb was gradually dissipating, revealing a brand new humanoid figure. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Feng could not help but bleed from his nose, for the form that emerged bore an uncanny resemblance to Feng Yanner's previous ethereal body, save for the fact that she was completely unclothed. Feng Yanner slowly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Lin Feng, who was staring intently at her. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "What is it? Do you not recognize me? Has my appearance changed?" She then glanced down at herself. In that moment, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the grand hall, startling even the Kueino and she at the entrance, who exchanged bewildered glances. Feng Yanner bellowed, "You pervert, turn around this instant." After a brief interval, Lin Feng noticed the rustling behind him had ceased. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Are you done?" Upon receiving a soft affirmative, he turned to find Feng Yanner clad and seemingly sporting a faint blush on her cheeks. Lin Feng immediately swore, "I swear, I did not mean to look, you emerged like this." Feng Yanner shot him an exasperated glare. After a moment, as if recalling something, she asked, "By the way, where is Yiling? She overexerted herself and is recuperating. Now that your true form has been restored, we should head back. We have already lingered in this secret realm for over 2 months. I imagine the senior brothers are quite anxious," Lin Feng replied. Feng Yanner nodded in agreement, and the two of them exited the grand hall to find Kueino and she waiting at the entrance. "We can leave now," Lin Feng informed Kueino. The creature nodded, continuing to carry she as it led the pair toward the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 54. The second battle with the Flame Sparrow. As Lin Feng and his companions emerged from the secret realm, the members of the Huashu clan, alongside Li Mubai, Nangong Wan, and Lei Ren, awaited them at the exit. Their gazes converged upon the group who had just endured the trials of the secret realm. "Junior brother, you have actually reached the late foundation establishment stage?" Nangong Wan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Nearly half a month ago, Lin Feng was still at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and now, not only had he transcended his previous level, but he also emanated an inexplicable aura of danger that unsettled Nangong Wan. It was crucial to note that there existed a significant gap in their cultivation levels, so such a transformation was indeed astonishing. While Lei Ren was equally taken aback by Lin Feng's progress, he was a seasoned expert at the god transformation stage and did not overly concern himself with the fluctuations of foundation establishment cultivation. However, when he laid eyes upon Feng Yanner, his astonishment was unmistakable. "What, she has actually condensed into a true spiritual body?" Lei Ren's heart was filled with shock. He had attained the pinnacle of the god transformation stage, mere steps away from the fusion stage. Even when suppressing his cultivation to the realm of the 9 provinces, he still maintained a mid-god transformation level of strength. Yet, the young woman before him, whose previous battle prowess was only at the initial god transformation stage, now appeared to possess strength that could rival his own. This compelled Lei Ren to reassess the young man who, though seemingly weak, had a mysterious woman by his side. In the realm of cultivation, Lei Ren was considered exceptionally fortunate, consistently acquiring treasures that others struggled for. Yet this young man seemed even more fortunate, surrounded by 2 enigmatic women who appeared to regard him as their leader. Despite his extensive experience and success in the celestial realm, he found himself bested by this young man in this untamed land. At times, he wondered if he had merely relied on luck to reach his current status, understanding that some individuals are inherently blessed with greater fortune than others. With this thought in mind, Lei Ren felt a stir of determination. Perhaps temporarily aligning himself with this young man would not be a bad idea, that he might seize the opportunity to break through his own cultivation barriers. Thus, he donned a smile and approached with a lively gait, flattering, "I have long perceived that you are no ordinary individual, my young friend. Indeed, my judgment was not in vain, such a rate of cultivation is rare even in our upper realm." Lin Feng, uncertain of Lei Ren's true intentions, decided to play along, offering him a way out. "Rest assured, little Lei, follow your elder brother, and I promise you will not go hungry." Lei Ren inwardly cursed, thinking that this man was undoubtedly the most shameless person he had ever encountered, yet he maintained a smiling facade and responded graciously. "Congratulations, young hero. It seems your journey through the secret realm has yielded bountiful rewards. The weight upon my heart has finally been lifted," the old patriarch of the Huashu clan remarked, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Lin Feng. "Thank you for your support, esteemed patriarch. I indeed encountered significant opportunities within the secret realm," Lin Feng replied with a respectful gesture, his tone steeped in gratitude. "Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command me." His words were sincere. Had it not been for his training in the Huashu clan's secret realm, how could he have cultivated the thunderous Nine Heavens technique to such proficiency, not to mention the thunder pill condensed within him? The young hero is too humble. "Although our Huashu clan resides in seclusion within the Thunder Marsh, we remain vulnerable to calamities," the old patriarch mused, gazing thoughtfully towards the secret realm. "Perhaps your transmission of cultivation techniques was indeed a decree of fate. Patriarch, while it is vital to harbor benevolent intentions, one must also possess the ability to protect one's kin," Lin Feng cautioned. "An innocent person may suffer for their possessions. It is prudent for the patriarch to prepare in advance." Compassionate heart, yet decisive methods, the old patriarch laughed heartily upon hearing Lin Feng's words. "What you say is indeed true, it appears our clan requires some changes." At that moment, Li Mubai stepped forward. "Junior brother, since our matters here are concluded, we should set forth back to the Qingyang sect. It has been quite some time since we departed, and the grand competition in the Nineli imperial capital is fast approaching." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and the group bid farewell to the Huashu clan members. Meanwhile, sitting atop the back of the Kuei-Nyo, Shi called out with reluctance, "Big brother, remember to come visit us." "Indeed, I will," Lin Feng responded with a smile. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Huashu clan, they departed from the Thunder Marsh. Guided by the Huashu clan members, their journey out of the Thunder Marsh proved significantly smoother than their arrival. Upon passing through the barrier into the wild demon domain, the air around them was suffused with an unusual heat. Suddenly, flames erupted from the heavens, and a torrential rain of fire, reminiscent of a celestial inferno, descended upon Lin Feng with destructive fervor. Feng Yanner, her eyes sharp, cried out a warning, "Be careful," and swiftly darted forward, her white dress billowing in the wind as she stood protectively before Lin Feng, warding off the onslaught of fiery rain with unmatched grace. Lin Feng looked up to see a massive avian creature blotting out the sun, the owner of the flame sparrow feather, the golden flame sparrow. Its body bore the charred remnants of past battles, and its blazing eyes seemed capable of spewing fire, glaring furiously at Lin Feng. "Ah, to think there exists a golden flame sparrow with the bloodline of the ancient golden crow here. It would make an exceptional mount," Lei Ren observed, his tone laced with intrigue. In the chaotic star domain, such a divine beast would incite frenzied competition among countless clans. Though the golden flame sparrow could not speak, it possessed sentience, and upon hearing Lei Ren's words, its fury intensified. It opened its massive beak, unleashing 3 blazing fire feathers that shot towards Lei Ren like meteors. Seeing this, Lei Ren's expression changed drastically. The mist of the wild demon domain naturally suppressed a cultivator's spiritual energy, and given his current state as merely a nascent soul cultivator, compounded by his lingering injuries and the mist's suppression, his strength was severely diminished. Faced with the sparrow's assault, he found himself unable to mount a defense. In a panic, he hastily invoked a celestial technique, summoning a golden shield. A golden shield materialized instantaneously, but it only managed to withstand the fire feathers for a fleeting moment before shattering. Lei Ren seized the brief opportunity to evade, but the searing heat singed half of his hair and eyebrows, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. The golden flame sparrow, witnessing its life essence fire feathers evaded by this human, registered a flicker of surprise in its eyes. Yet, at that moment, Feng Yanner did not afford the sparrow much time to contemplate. With a swift motion, she transformed into a colossal phoenix, rivaling the size of the golden flame sparrow, and confronted it. Flames enveloped her, and the sound of wind and thunder resonated between her wings. Could it be the ancient phoenix form? Lei Ren gasped in astonishment as he beheld Feng Yanner's transformation. Ancient phoenix form? Lin Feng, intrigued by Lei Ren's words, inquired, "What do you mean?" "Yes, elder brother.
The Phoenix clan has various branches based on the purity of their bloodline, such as the Fire Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, Azure Luan, Thunder Phoenix, Wind Phoenix, and the enigmatic Blood Phoenix, among others. This young lady appears to belong to the Fire Phoenix lineage, yet she can manifest the ancient Phoenix form. It is said that such beings have the potential to evolve into ancient demon ancestors. I never imagined this young lady's origins to be so formidable. Lei Ren seized the opportunity to showcase his knowledge before Lin Feng, secretly congratulating himself on his wise decision to accompany this young man. Well aware of the terrifying prowess of the ancient Phoenix clan, Lei Ren felt relieved that he had not antagonized this young lady too deeply and resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship moving forward. While the two conversed, the gigantic phoenix that Feng Yanner had transformed into emitted a sharp cry with a flap of its wings. It summoned winds and thunder, instantly teleporting above the golden flame sparrow. This was one of Feng Yanner's innate divine abilities awakened after obtaining her corporeal form. The golden flame sparrow, feeling the pressure from the bloodline, hesitated momentarily at the sight of the imposing phoenix above it. However, it quickly recalled Lin Feng's actions, and a fierce glint sparked in its eyes. With a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a torrent of blazing fire from its mouth, the true fire of the flame sparrow. Yet now, Feng Yanner, having merged with the myriad thunders of the Thunder Marsh to refine her true spiritual body, had awakened portions of the Fire Phoenix clan as innate abilities. The golden flame sparrow's true fire was no longer a formidable threat to her. With a disdainful smile, the colossal phoenix that Feng Yanner had transformed into opened its beak slightly, effortlessly absorbing the true fire expelled by the sparrow as if it were a rare delicacy. The golden flame sparrow, witnessing this, was struck with terror. Realizing it was no match for Feng Yanner. In a panic, it turned to flee, but Feng Yanner would not allow it to escape so easily. A breath of phoenix fire burst forth, striking the golden flame sparrow, which let out a shriek and fled in terror. Disregarding the flames still burning on its body. Having struck true, Feng Yanner did not pursue but transformed back into her human form, landing gracefully on the ground. Seeing this, Lei Ren brushed aside the singed remnants of his hair and asked, "Miss, your strength far surpasses that of the vile bird, why not capture it?" Feng Yanner cast a glance at Lei Ren and replied, "That flame sparrow is not weak. A desperate struggle would result in mutual destruction. Our avian kin's cultivation is hard-earned, and besides, we were at fault first. It would not be right to pursue annihilation." Upon hearing this, Lei Ren quickly praised, "Miss, your compassion is commendable. I am in awe." After this minor episode, the four continued their journey towards the outskirts of the wild demon domain. However, Nan Gongwen suddenly decided to remain behind and continue his cultivation within the wild demon domain, possibly spurred by Lin Feng's remarkable feats along the way. Thus, they parted ways at that location. Lin Feng, Li Mubai, Feng Yanner, and Lei Ren continued their journey towards the Qingyang sect. Perhaps the battle between Feng Yanner and the golden flame sparrow had intimidated other beasts, for they encountered no further high-tier demon beasts along their path. After passing through the array barriers of the wild demon domain, they activated Lei Ren's flying artifact and flew southward. While en route, Lin Feng suddenly halted, gazing at the familiar mountain range in the distance. "What's the matter, junior brother?" Li Mubai inquired, puzzled. Lin Feng addressed Li Mubai, "Elder brother, we are not far from my family's territory. Beyond this mountain range lies the Lin clan's domain. I wish to take a detour and visit." "Indeed, it has been some time since you arrived at the sect," Li Mubai remarked, glancing at the nearby mountains, nodding in agreement. "We do not know when we will return to the imperial capital. It is wise to pay a visit. Let us accompany you." Lin Feng turned to Feng Yanner, who remained her usual aloof self, embodying an air of steadfast loyalty to Lin Feng. Lei Ren also expressed keen interest in Lin Feng's family, readily agreeing to join him. With no objections from the group, Lin Feng's spirit soared as he led them towards the direction of the Lin clan. Chapter 55 Return to the Lin family. The Lin family estate is nestled within a verdant valley, surrounded by undulating mountains that form a natural barrier, isolating this ancestral ground from the outside world. The architectural complex of the clan is built along the mountainside, arranged in a harmonious manner, with ancient rooftops glimmering under the sun, exuding a tranquil yet solemn aura. Not far away lies the mysterious valley that had brought a pivotal change to Lin Feng's life. As Lin Feng entered the estate accompanied by Li Mubai, Feng Yanner, and Lei Ren, Lin Hu and Lin Yanner, who were leading the clan members in training, immediately recognized him and exclaimed, "Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng returning." The members of the Lin family swiftly gathered around. At this moment, the clan patriarch, Lin Jinlei, along with several elders, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Lin Feng, a look of relief spread across Lin Jinlei's face. However, he felt a twinge of awkwardness when noticing the three companions beside Lin Feng, especially the fair-clad woman and the man beside her, as they evoked a sense of pressure reminiscent of his encounter with Qin Jiangzi at Qingyang sect. Nevertheless, as the head of the clan, he composed himself and warmly greeted, "Fenger, you've returned, how wonderful, and who are these esteemed guests?" Patriarch, allow me to introduce them. This is my 5th senior brother, Li Mubai. This is Miss Feng Yanner, and this is Senior Lei Ren. Lin Feng introduced each of them in turn. Lin Jinlei enthusiastically shook hands with everyone, expressing his gratitude for their care of Lin Feng. Given the presence of outsiders, Lei Ren also adopted an air of a transcendent figure. Subsequently, the Patriarch invited everyone to the clan's conference hall for tea and conversation. Within the conference hall, Lin Feng and Lin Jinlei, along with the others, shared some details of his life after departing from the Lin family, carefully selecting inconsequential events to sidestep more significant matters. Otherwise, the gravity of his experiences would surely leave everyone astounded. However, when they learned that Lin Feng had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, the elders could not conceal their astonishment. The Patriarch remarked with heartfelt admiration, "Fenger, you are truly the pride of our Lin family. During your visit home, you must stay for a few days. Furthermore, if you require any assistance from the family, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart, fully aware of the support and expectations Lin Jinlei and the others held for him. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Patriarch, and esteemed elders, for your concern and support. I will continue to strive in my cultivation, living up to the family's expectations. However, upon my return, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you in private." Sensing Lin Feng's need for a private discussion with Lin Jinlei, the others tactfully expressed their interest in exploring the vicinity of the Lin family estate. Lin Jinlei then arranged for Lin Hu, Lin Yanner, and others to accompany Li Mubai, Feng Yanner, and the rest on a tour of the Lin family's estate and its spiritual stone mines, preparing special spiritual tea and exquisite delicacies. Interestingly, the names Feng Yanner and Lin Yanner bore a striking resemblance, leading to an unexpected rapport between the two as Lin Yanner recounted amusing anecdotes from Lin Feng's childhood, eliciting bursts of laughter from Feng Yanner. Meanwhile, as everyone toured the Lin family estate, Lin Feng entered a dimly lit and enigmatic chamber with Lin Jinlei and several elders. The air was infused with a faint scent of sandalwood. Lin Jinlei exchanged glances with the elders, understanding that Lin Feng's choice to meet with them at this moment signified that he had something of great importance to convey. "Speak freely, Fenger," Lin Jinlei urged in a solemn tone. Lin Feng nodded and retrieved an object from his robe, a faintly glowing magical artifact. "Patriarch, esteemed elders, this is an ancient blueprint I chanced upon during my recent training excursion. Following its specifications, I had several magical artifacts crafted, this one being Cloud Type 1, capable of delivering an attack equivalent to that of the late stage of Foundation establishment. Moreover, it is reusable, while the more powerful Cloud Type 2 can deliver an attack akin to that of the Golden Core stage." As Lin Feng's words resonated in the chamber, an eerie silence enveloped them. The third elder, Lin Tianming, held the Cloud Type 1 in disbelief, repeatedly examining the artifact with astonished joy. "This is truly astounding. With such an item, our Lin family will surely ascend to greater heights," Lin Tianming exclaimed with fervor. Lin Jinlei and the other elders nodded in agreement, fully aware of the artifact's immense value. This was not merely a formidable weapon, it represented the hope for the Lin family's resurgence. Seeing the excitement in the faces of those present filled Lin Feng with a sense of reassurance. He recognized that if this plan unfolded as he envisioned, it would undoubtedly provide him with a powerful trump card in this realm. "Patriarch, elders, there is another matter on which I seek the family's assistance." Lin Feng shifted the subject, his expression turning grave. "Speak your mind, Fenger." "As long as it is within our means, we shall support you wholeheartedly," Lin Jinlei replied without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng elaborated on his plans. After hearing his proposal, Lin Jinlei and the elders fell into deep contemplation. "Very well. We shall support you," Lin Jinlei ultimately declared, his eyes shimmering with determination, as if he could already envision a glorious future for the Lin family. With the discussion concluded, Lin Feng entrusted all pertinent matters to Lin Jinlei and the others before reuniting with Li Mubai and the others, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, a seed of hope ignited within his heart. He pondered the nature of the heavenly path, whether it could be reversed, and if mere mortals were akin to mere blades of grass. He seized this opportunity to validate his thoughts. Standing atop the mountain peak, Lin Feng gazed down upon what could be considered his first home in this foreign realm, his heart awash with complex emotions. Initially, he had contemplated visiting the enigmatic beast that had once saved him, but Night Spirit had informed him that she could no longer sense the presence of Night Sha, likely having departed from the Jojo continent. Thus, Lin Feng dismissed the notion of returning to the Nameless Valley. After casting one last glance at the ancestral ground, he took a deep breath and embarked on the journey back to Qingyang sect alongside his companions. Chapter 56, The Art of Startling the Mind. Upon returning to the Qingyang sect and ensuring that Lei Ren and Feng Yanner were comfortably settled in their respective cave abodes, Lin Feng hastily made his way to the grand hall where Qingyang Zi resided. However, to his dismay, he discovered that Qingyang Zi was absent.
with only a disciple left behind to inform him that the revered master had been invited to an external engagement for several days. A sense of mild frustration washed over Lin Feng, prompting him to seek solace in visiting his fourth senior brother, Morong Yun. Unfortunately, upon inquiry, he learned that Morong Yun was also not present, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat dejected. Yet, Morong Yun had left him a letter, which Lin Feng unrolled to reveal the familiar handwriting. Junior brother, I have heard of a rare alchemical item being auctioned in the Zhou imperial capital, which is of great significance to my crafting endeavors. Therefore, I have set out ahead of you. We shall meet again in the imperial capital. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. This rascal had ventured off on his own. His fourth senior brother was always full of surprises. As he read on, he learned that Morong Yun had successfully forged several hundred bullets, 20 Cloud-style No. 2 projectiles, and 5 Super No. 2 shells, even managing to create a No. 3 cannon and 30 bombs. The No. 3 weapon boasted even greater power, but its most crucial feature was its capability for long-range aerial strikes. This was undoubtedly an exceptional weapon against flying artifacts. In comparison, the cost of a single shell was considerably less than that of a flying artifact, and anyone airborne would essentially become a living target. The mere thought of those expensive flying artifacts being reduced to mere dust under the bombardment of his cannon filled Lin Feng with an indescribable excitement. Lin Feng carefully stowed away the items Morong Yun had left for him in his storage bag. With a journey to the imperial capital imminent, he assessed the arsenal at his disposal. The power of his pistol had become negligible, while standard grenades might prove somewhat effective against lower-tier Golden Core practitioners. Although the No. 3 cannons might could rival a mid-Golden Core strike, its lengthy setup time rendered it impractical in the heat of battle. Thus, the only viable option remaining was the 5 Super No. 2 grenades. If utilized properly, even formidable mid-Golden Core opponents could find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Having pondered this, Lin Feng packed his belongings and hastened back to his cave abode. He aimed to familiarize himself with these new weapons, particularly the operation of the No. 3 cannon, as swiftly as possible. He was convinced that mastering these instruments would serve as a considerable advantage in future confrontations. As Lin Feng rushed back to his cave, he encountered Duan Shiqing engaged in jovial conversation with Lei Ren outside. Hearing that his junior brother had returned from the Thunder Marsh, Duan Shiqing had come specifically to check on him. With a smile, he greeted Lin Feng, who promptly bowed in return as senior brother. I apologize for my earlier absence. I sought master only to find he was away, and subsequently visited fourth senior brother's cave. I regret missing you. It was indeed a breach of etiquette. Not at all, junior brother, there is no need for such formality, Duan Shiqing waved dismissively. I was enjoying a delightful conversation with Taoist Lei. I came to inform you that master has arrived in the imperial capital at the emperor's invitation. He specifically instructed me to let you know that he will meet with you there. Additionally, I have something for you. With that, Duan Shiqing produced a scroll of techniques. As you prepare for your journey to the imperial capital, I suspect you may participate in the upcoming grand competition for newcomers. I have nothing of great value to offer you, but my cultivation of the Qingyang Divine Decision focuses on mental refinement. While you may not grasp the entirety of the Qingyang Divine Decision at this moment, this technique of startling the mind is one I devised based on it over the years. It requires no foundational knowledge of the Qingyang Divine Decision and is relatively simple to learn. In combat, it can allow you to deliver a sudden mental assault on your opponent's consciousness, rendering them momentarily dazed. Consider it a modest gift from me. Duan Shiqing tossed the scroll to Lin Feng before turning to leave. Seeing this, Lei Ren's eyes widened in astonishment. A mental attack technique, this is indeed a prized possession. Is it truly so rare? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Rare doesn't begin to describe it. Lei Ren exclaimed. Techniques for mental cultivation are often closely guarded secrets among various sections. Even in the chaotic star domains, they are considered treasures. The stronger a cultivator's mental prowess, the greater the amount of spiritual energy they can wield simultaneously. Thus, such techniques are especially significant for weapon and elixir artisans. It is said that cultivators specializing in mental strength often find themselves capable of challenging opponents of higher tiers. The ability to disrupt an opponent's focus in the heat of battle can decisively influence the outcome. There are even legends of individuals who, having perfected their mental energy, can slay with a mere glance. Although your senior brother is only at the mid-Yuaning stage, I would not be entirely confident in my victory if we were to face off. Upon hearing Lei Ren's words, Lin Feng finally grasped the true prowess of his seemingly unassuming senior brother, realizing that he was indeed a formidable figure. The gift of the startling mind technique was a weighty boon. If wielded skillfully, it could very well become his trump card. Indeed, Lin Feng mused to himself, filled with anticipation for his upcoming journey to the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Lei Ren silently lamented. What he had once perceived as a desolate land turned out to be a treasure trove of hidden talents. His descent into this realm promised to be an eye-opening experience. After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Yan'er and Lei Ren, Lin Feng declared his intention to familiarize himself with the startling mind technique. He sought a secluded spot near his cave, erected a barrier to ensure privacy, and began his studies on the operation of the No. 3 cannon. Until he could commence large-scale production, he wished to keep the secret of this formidable weapon concealed from prying eyes. He meticulously perused the operation manual left by Morong Yun, mastering the simulation of adjustments in angle and force until he could accurately strike a target. Once satisfied, he carefully stored the cannon away, dispelled the barrier, and turned his attention to the startling mind technique gifted by Duan Shicheng. As Lin Feng delved deeper, he began to uncover the intricacies of this technique. Rooted in the Qingyang divine decision, Duan Shicheng had carved a unique path, creating a method to condense mental energy into tangible forms that could inflict harm upon an opponent's consciousness. However, while there were no other restrictions on its use, the technique demanded an exceptionally high level of mental power from its practitioner. After several attempts to manifest his mental energy, Lin Feng found himself dizzy and had to pause to recuperate before continuing. This was particularly noteworthy given that his consciousness had been significantly strengthened through the essence of Yang Yan and the cleansing tides of spirit energy, far surpassing that of his peers at the same cultivation level. This method of mental cultivation is indeed challenging, Lin Feng mused. I wonder just how formidable my senior brother's mental prowess must have been to devise this technique. In the vicinity of Lin Feng's cave at the Qingyang sect, a solitary figure remained motionless for half a month. This was Lin Feng himself, diligently practicing the startling mind technique. His eyes were closed, resembling a statue, adorned with fallen leaves and bird droppings. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes, their brilliance akin to lightning. Before him, a faint sound of sonic boom reverberated, as if something had pierced through the air at astonishing speed. At last! Lin Feng exhaled deeply. After countless attempts over the past month, he had finally succeeded in condensing his mental energy into a preliminary form, adhering to the principles of the startling mind technique. Well, at least my efforts were not in vain. This technique has finally yielded some progress. With this newfound ability, I now possess an additional means of survival for my upcoming venture to the Zhouli imperial capital. Having tidied up, Lin Feng began his return to the cave, only to find Lei Ren waiting outside. Duan Shicheng visited 3 days ago, Lei Ren informed him. Seeing that you were engrossed in your training, he chose not to disturb you. He asked me to relay a message before you embark on your journey. Make sure to visit the Grand Hall atop Qingyang Peak to seek him out. Chapter 57. The person of Guxian. The cave dwelling of Lin Feng was not too far from the Grand Hall of Qingyang Peak. As he pondered the reason his senior brother had summoned him, he found himself standing outside the Grand Hall. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Duan Shicheng broke into a hearty smile and remarked to Guxian, who was dressed in a long, blue scholar's robe, "Look, junior brother, speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives." He then turned to Lin Feng and said, "Junior brother, the purpose of calling you here is to convey an important message. Your second senior brother's family is none other than the illustrious Gu family, renowned throughout the Zhouli imperial capital. A few days ago, the Gu family sent someone to the sect, asking him to return home. Since you are not particularly familiar with the imperial capital, this trip will allow your second senior brother to guide you and help you get acquainted with the area." I see, Lin Feng thought to himself, realizing this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. As he was utterly unfamiliar with the imperial capital, having someone knowledgeable to accompany him would certainly alleviate many inconveniences. Moreover, judging by Duan Shicheng's words, the Gu family must hold significant stature in the imperial capital. Surely this will not be an imposition on my second senior brother, Lin Feng humbly inquired. "Junior brother, you are currently the most sought-after figure in Qingyang sect. I suspect I may still need to rely on you," Gu Shen teased, fanning himself with a folding fan. "Brother, do not jest at my expense. When shall we depart?" Lin Feng asked. "My family is urging me quite insistently. If junior brother has no other matters, the sooner, the better," Gu Shen replied. "Very well, then let us not delay. We shall set off tomorrow," Lin Feng declared after confirming that neither of the two had any further business to discuss. He then took his leave and departed Qingyang Peak, heading towards the outer gate of Qingyang sect. First, Lin Feng paid a visit to Qing Lazy to inquire about Zhang Yaozu's current whereabouts. After navigating a series of twists and turns, he finally found Zhang Yaozu at the outer gate. At that moment, Zhang Yaozu was surrounded by a throng of outer disciples of Qingyang sect, who were eagerly listening to him regale tales of their daring escapades in the Five Elements array. Upon spotting Zhang Yaozu, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. It had been several months since they last met, and it appeared that Zhang Yaozu had been thriving in the outer sect. "Brother Erden, long time no see," Lin Feng greeted him warmly. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Yaozu immediately looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. "Lin brother, is that really you?"
I heard you ventured into the Thunder Marsh and caused a major setback for a formidable demon in the transformation realm. Truly impressive. The surrounding disciples, upon realizing he was the legendary newly accepted disciple of the sect leader, regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect. Particularly among the female disciples, their gazes sparkled with fervent admiration. Though Lin Feng had only recently joined, his exploits in the Five Elements Gate and Thunder Marsh had already spread like wildfire within Xingyang sect, elevating his reputation considerably. Many female disciples even sought connections merely to catch a glimpse of him. However, Lin Feng remained indifferent to this attention, smiling as he exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Yaozu and the other disciples. He then pulled Zhang Yaozu aside to quietly inform him of his impending journey to the imperial capital. Fantastic, finally heading to the imperial capital. To be honest, I've spent so many years in this eastern region and have never visited the capital. This is the perfect opportunity for some first-hand experience, Zhang Yaozu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Prepare yourself. Then, we shall depart on the morrow, Lin Feng instructed. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Feng bid farewell to Zhang Yaozu and the other otter disciples, returning to his cave dwelling to prepare for the following day's journey. The next morning, Lin Feng and his companions met with Gu Xian at the agreed time and location, setting off for the imperial capital. The imperial capital and Xingyang sect lay respectively at the heart of the Zhouzhou continent and its eastern expanse. For a golden core cultivator not utilizing flying artifacts, the journey could take over a year. For ordinary mortals, the distance was truly insurmountable. Fortunately, the Gu family had arranged for a grand merchant ship, more than ample for their party. The opulent furnishings within the vessel reflected the extraordinary wealth of the Gu family. This ship not only boasted remarkable speed but also provided a remarkably smooth ride, making it ideal for long-distance travel. The occupants felt as though they were still on land, enjoying the splendid views of the eastern continent as they sailed past, their spirits lifted by laughter and conversation. The journey to the imperial capital would take approximately a month. During the flight, Gu Xian would often take the opportunity to elaborate on the customs and culture of the imperial capital, as well as provide a general overview of the Gu family. Lin Feng listened intently, his amazement growing. Under the adept control of the Gu family members, the flying vessel traversed the clouds day and night. During daylight hours, Lin Feng enjoyed standing on the deck, mesmerized by the breathtaking landscapes below. Mountains, rivers, forests, and prairies all unfolded beneath him. Each sight left him in awe of the wonders of fate, and he found himself reminiscing about the orphanage, wondering what Director Liu and the teachers might be thinking at that moment. Lin Feng, you appear lost in thought. Are you recalling something? A graceful figure appeared beside him. It was Feng Yanner. She had noticed Lin Feng's recent changes and curiously inquired. Lin Feng smiled faintly and shook his head. Nothing much, just seeing these sights reminds me of my hometown. Oh, your hometown? Where is it? Did we not just leave your family? Feng Yanner asked, puzzled. If I told you I come from another world, a distant place called Earth, where everything is utterly different, would you believe me? A gentle glimmer flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Feng Yanner's expression shifted to one of intrigue, yet she chose not to press further, instead standing silently beside Lin Feng, gazing at the unfolding scenery. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the ship had been in flight for nearly half a month. During this period, Zhang Yaozu, Lei Ren, and Gu Xian had grown familiar with one another. Lei Ren, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent sage, occasionally offered insights into Zhang Yaozu's cultivation, further solidifying Zhang Yaozu's resolve to closely follow Lin Feng, whom he perceived as a promising prospect. As a scion of the Gu family, Gu Xian possessed profound knowledge of the imperial capital. He frequently regaled Lin Feng and the others with tales of the capital's wonders during their leisure moments, igniting Lin Feng's anticipation for their imminent arrival at this new destination. The ship's navigation and maintenance were managed by the Gu family's servants, allowing Lin Feng to continue honing his skills in the bewildering technique. In his spare time, he occasionally engaged in light-hearted conversations with Feng Yanner on the deck. However, Lin Feng's greatest concern remained the continued slumber of Yi Ling, who lay dormant within his sea of consciousness with no signs of awakening. At this juncture, Lin Feng resolved that upon reaching the imperial capital and meeting Qin Yangzi, he would lay bare the matter of Yi Ling and seek his counsel regarding any knowledge he might possess about restoring the spirit's true form. One day, as the sun rose once again, the ship approached the vicinity of the imperial capital. From the ship's deck, the imposing city walls and grand gates of the capital came into view, exuding an ancient and solemn aura that inspired reverence. The ship gracefully descended to the private docking area of the Gu family, and the party disembarked. Lin Feng looked up to behold the magnificent Gu family estate, with two imposing lion-shaped guardian beasts standing guard at the entrance. The Gu family servants had long awaited their return, greeting Gu Xian and the others with respectful bows. Junior brother Lin, welcome to the Gu family. Gu Xian greeted Lin Feng with a warm smile. Chapter 58 The Turmoil of Noble Families. Lin Feng nodded slightly to signify his respect, and he simultaneously developed a profound interest in the Gu family. Following the footsteps of Gu Xian and others, he stepped into the majestic estate of the Gu family. Along the way, bustling servants moved about like a colony of ants, and the towering and magnificent architecture spoke volumes about the family's glory and deep heritage. Under Gu Xian's guidance, they were settled in a secluded and tranquil courtyard within the Gu residence. The courtyard was adorned with exquisite flowers and rare plants, their fragrance intoxicating and refreshing to the spirit. Gu Xian informed Lin Feng that this courtyard was traditionally used to host esteemed guests, assuring him that he could stay here comfortably during his time in the imperial capital. Once settled, Gu Xian took Lin Feng and the others on a tour of the expansive Gu estate. The vastness of the Gu family residence exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. Through Gu Xian's explanations, Lin Feng began to grasp a general understanding of the Gu family's standing. The current head of the family was Gu Xian's grandfather, and the Gu family's enduring prominence in the Zhouzhou continent was attributed to the presence of an early-stage cultivator among their ancestors. As one of the most entrenched families in the imperial capital, the Gu family maintained intricate connections with other top powers across the Zhouzhou continent. They were even related to the royal family, as Gu Xian's second uncle's wife was the cherished daughter of the reigning emperor of Chile. As they meandered through the corridors, a Gu servant hurriedly crossed the garden towards them. Young Master 13, the family head has instructed that a banquet be held tonight in the Eastern Hall's Langya chamber to welcome the esteemed guests of the Qingyang sect, the servant reported respectfully.
Understood.
Please inform grandfather that we will attend the banquet on time, Gu Xian instructed with a serious expression.
Yes, young Master 13, the servant replied, bowing as he retreated. Noticing Gu Xian's solemn demeanor, Lin Feng inquired, "What troubles you, second senior brother? Is there something amiss?"
Gu Xian sighed, "This is a private matter of my family that I would prefer to keep discreet, but since you are not an outsider, it is permissible to share." Although the Gu family appears illustrious in the eyes of outsiders, controlling a third of the spirit stone circulation and auction business in the Chile Empire, such prominence also conceals the fierce competition among various factions behind the scenes. Within the family, different factions vie for power, engaging in both overt and covert struggles. My second uncle's faction has never been on good terms with ours, so I suspect there will be some unexpected developments at the banquet. He paused before continuing, "By nature, I am indifferent and detest the strife of fame and fortune. However, being born into such a family, there are matters beyond my control. My return this time is prompted by news from home that the elder intends to abdicate and is considering the selection of the next family head among the younger generation." "I see," Lin Feng replied, drawing from his 2 lifetimes of experience. He was well acquainted with the melodramatic tales of power struggles among noble families. A knowing smile appeared on his face. Tonight's banquet may not be so simple. Gu Xian nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the banquet will likely not be straightforward. All factions within the family will seize this opportunity to engage in covert maneuvering, attempting to influence the elder's selection. Although I have no desire for the position of family head, I fear I cannot remain uninvolved. Lin Feng gently patted Gu Xian's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Second senior brother, since we cannot avoid it, let us face it bravely. As long as we remain open-hearted, we need not fear any schemes." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian's eyes shone with determination. "Your words ring true, junior brother. We cannot evade what must be faced.
We shall simply meet it head-on."
The two exchanged a smile, and the shadows hanging over their hearts seemed to lift considerably. As night fell and the lights began to shine, the Langya chamber of the Gu family was ablaze with illumination and bustling with voices. Guests arrived in succession, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Feng and Gu Xian entered the Langya chamber, followed by Lei Ren and Feng Yanner, who had concealed their presence. As for Zhang Yaozu, Lin Feng deemed it unnecessary to involve him in this conflict, allowing him to rest at their lodgings. The moment they appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. As a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Gu family and a disciple of Qin Jiangzi, Gu Xian naturally drew attention. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, despite his youth, exuded an air of composure that commanded respect. After taking their seats, they began to engage in casual conversation with the other guests. Although Lin Feng had little interest in the power struggles of noble families, he nonetheless struck up discussions with those seated nearby. As more guests arrived, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. However, everyone awaited the appearance of a key figure. Lin Feng quietly observed the surrounding dynamics, while all present wore pleasant expressions, each harbored their own concerns. Just then, a stout middle-aged man dressed in fine garments entered. His imposing stature and authoritative demeanor marked him as Gu Xian's second uncle, the son-in-law of the current emperor, Gu Eryi.
"Gu Xian, you have finally returned. What are your plans for the family this time?"
Gu Eryi inquired with a smirk, surveying the room before striding towards Gu Xian's seat. Gu Xian rose and responded with measured respect, "Greetings, second uncle. As a member of the Gu family, I have not returned in quite some time. I am here to accompany my junior brother for the upcoming new talent competition."
"Oh, is that all?"
I thought you might have an interest in the position of family head, Gu Eryi retorted, his gaze fixed on Gu Xian, laced with provocation. At his words, the atmosphere of the banquet fell silent, with every eye now on Gu Xian. Gu Xian smiled faintly, second uncle, you jest. I have never harbored grand ambitions. As for who desires the position, let them pursue it. Humph, nicely said, yet I have heard that you have been thriving in the Qingyang sect. Do you truly not wish to return for a share of the spoils? Gu Erye's tone grew increasingly confrontational. Unable to remain silent, Lin Feng interjected coldly, second uncle, your words are misguided. My senior brother is inherently indifferent and indeed has no interest in the position of family head. Moreover, who is capable of assuming the role of the Gu family's head is not something we can decide with a few words here. Gu Erye shot Lin Feng a piercing glance, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Who are you? This is not a place for you to speak. Lin Feng, undeterred by the confrontation, narrowed his eyes and met his gaze. I am Lin Feng, the disciple of Gu Xian. I have heard that the Gu family is a prestigious lineage with a scholarly background, known for its etiquette. Is this how second uncle embodies the Gu family's hospitality? Gu Erye was momentarily left speechless by Lin Feng's retort. He shot Lin Feng an angry glare before turning to walk towards the head table. Gu Xian cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng. Junior brother, thank you for your timely intervention. Second senior brother, you are too kind. I merely spoke the truth, Lin Feng replied with a calm smile. Chapter 59 The contest for the head of the family. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from outside the hall. Ha, it seems that the Gu family is truly bustling tonight. Following the voice, an energetic elder walked in slowly, accompanied by a number of elders and attendants from the Gu family. Father, what brings you here? Gu Erye immediately rose upon seeing the elder's arrival. He had not informed his father about this banquet and was somewhat taken aback by his presence. Could it be that he truly came for Gu Xian? The elder, however, paid no heed to Gu Erye and made his way directly into the banquet hall. The others, upon noticing that the patriarch of the Gu family had arrived, were astonished and hurried to pay their respects. The elder smiled and waved his hand, signaling for everyone to be seated, stating that it was a family banquet and there was no need for formalities. The elder crossed the hall and took his seat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the attendees, finally resting upon Gu Xian and Lin Feng. Gu Xian, you have returned. And who is this talented young man? Gu Xian stood up and respectfully replied, Grandfather, this is my junior disciple Lin Feng. He has come to the imperial capital for matters, so I invited him to stay at our home for a while. Oh? A disciple of King Tianzi, no wonder you possess such courage and demeanor, the elder remarked approvingly, turning to Lin Feng with warmth. Welcome to the Gu family, young friend Lin Feng. During your stay in the imperial capital, if you have no other arrangements, please make yourself at home in my residence. Allow me to extend my hospitality. Lin Feng also rose and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your kindness, elder. I am truly honored. Then, the elder's gaze shifted to Lei Rin and Feng Yanner, who sat behind Lin Feng. After a brief pause, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Feng before casually greeting the other guests. At this moment, Lei Rin leaned in and whispered to Lin Feng, this old man is no simple character. Although he has concealed his aura like us, I suspect he has reached the transformation stage of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the imperial capital of Zholi was a place teeming with hidden talents. However, he soon felt at ease. A colossal entity like the Gu family would surely possess even more formidable depths that had yet to be revealed. Returning to the banquet, the elder raised his wine cup and addressed the guests. Come, esteemed guests, tonight we gather to welcome young friend Lin Feng from the Qingtian sect and other honored guests. I propose that for our first toast, we raise our glasses to our guests who have traveled from afar. With that, he downed the wine in his cup. At this moment, the gazes of the guests toward Lin Feng were remarkably varied, some filled with envy, others with anticipation, and many tinged with jealousy. Lin Feng had no time to ponder further and promptly drank his wine in response, cupping his hands in salute to the assembly. Seeing this, the elder let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. Refreshing indeed. With the elder's arrival, the atmosphere of the banquet grew animated, and the guests began to engage in lively conversation and merriment. However, during such a sensitive period, it was clear that this banquet would not conclude without incident. As expected, Gu Erye, seated to the lower left of the elder, initiated a topic after the guests had toasted the elder. Father, I have heard that you intend to select the next head of the family from among the younger generation. Is there truth to this? The elder raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there is such a matter. I have held the position of head of the Gu family for some time now, and I must admit, I find it somewhat exhausting. This time, I wish to give the young ones an opportunity to see who can shoulder the family's responsibilities. Upon hearing this, the banquet fell silent once more. Gu Erye suppressed his excitement. Among his brothers, he believed he had the most advantages in terms of resources and strength. After years of managing affairs, he had placed his own people in over half of the family's enterprises. With the support of the royal family, if the elder were to step down, the position of head of the family should rightfully belong to him. Nevertheless, there remained a slight uncertainty regarding his nephew, who, unlike his bookish father, had remarkable talent in cultivation and had been accepted as a disciple by King Tianzi, one of the 5 great powers of the Jojo continent. Moreover, the elder had always shown great affection towards this grandson. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Eryi continued, "What method do you intend to use to select the next head of the family, father?" The elder looked at Gu Eryi, his expression thoughtful. "The Jojo continent's youth competition is approaching. I propose that each of you brothers send a representative to participate. The one whose representative secures first place in this competition shall assume the position of the next head of the family. If none succeed, then I shall toil for a few more years." The announcement of determining the next head of the family through the youth competition astonished everyone present, as they had not anticipated the elder would employ such a method.
"This old man is quite shrewd," Lei Ren remarked to Lin Feng. "Oh? What do you mean?"
Lin Feng inquired, intrigued. The Gu family has complex, ambiguous relations with various forces across the Jojo continent. This elder seeks not to offend anyone. By establishing this competition, he demonstrates fairness, ensuring that whoever becomes head of the family will not draw ire from other factions. Furthermore, this will likely bring to light some of the more hidden talents and forces within the Gu family. It serves as an excellent test of the younger generation's capabilities, Lei Ren explained, itemizing his points for Lin Feng. "Truly, this old man's strategy is a threefold success," Lin Feng acknowledged, finding merit in Lei Ren's analysis. At this moment, a glint of cunning flickered in Gu Erye's eyes. He turned to Lin Feng and Gu Xian, disdainfully declaring, "Nephew, since you have no interest in the position of head of the family and do not meet the age requirement, are you intending to? This matter does not concern him, and he shall not be drawn into it."
Gu Erye seized upon this opportunity to provoke further. "Perhaps nephew lacks confidence in your junior disciple?
After all, this youth competition gathers the finest talents from all sects across the Jojo continent." As Gu Erye's words hung in the air, tension returned to the banquet, and all eyes turned to Lin Feng, awaiting his response. Given his status as a disciple of the Qingtian sect, it would be difficult to refuse participation without tarnishing the sect's reputation. Lin Feng, inwardly amused, gradually spoke under the scrutiny of the audience. "It appears that second uncle is quite eager for me to partake in this youth competition. Should I report to my sect, it would not be out of the question." The elder cast a deep glance at Lin Feng, a flicker of appreciation evident in his eyes, before waving his hand.
"Enough. Today is meant to welcome young friend Lin Feng. Let us not dwell on family affairs, and now, let the music play, and let us continue our revelry."
Seeing the elder shift the topic, the guests also refrained from further mention of it. As a troupe of dancers and musicians took the stage, the banquet resumed its lively atmosphere, filled with music and merriment. Chapter 60, Undercurrents. After experiencing such a minor interlude, the guests appeared to lack the spirit for revelry. Following the departure of the esteemed elder Gu and several elders, the assembly began to disperse, with members of the Gu family and their guests leaving in succession. Jiu Xian and Lin Feng emerged side by side, stepping into the small courtyard where Lin Feng was temporarily residing within the Gu household.
"Junior brother, I truly regret the trouble you have faced today," Gu Xian said, his face betraying a hint of remorse as he spoke softly.
"Why such words, senior brother?"
Lin Feng teased.
"I came to the capital precisely for the newcomers' tournament."
"Do you perhaps lack confidence in my abilities, believing I cannot seize victory?"
"Your jest is misplaced. Securing first place in the newcomers' tournament is no trivial matter,"
Gu Xian replied earnestly.
"Moreover, I have never coveted the position of family head. The tournament occurs once every 30 years, gathering the finest talents. Powerful factions from across the Jojo continent, even those from the distant demon domain, will send their elite successors. Thus, junior brother, there is no need for you to dwell on this matter." "I understand, senior brother," Lin Feng nodded.
"The tournament is still some time away.
I shall discuss it with master before making any decisions."
Unbeknownst to both Lin Feng and Gu Xian, secret discussions were unfolding within the Gu family, all focusing on Lin Feng.
In the hidden chamber of the family head's study, an elder spoke respectfully to the figures seated before him. "Patriarch, it seems you hold the young man named Lin Feng, brought back by the fourth young master, in high regard." The figure slowly turned, revealing the current head of the Gu family, known as Elder Gu Wulia, though his true name had long been forgotten. "What are your thoughts, second elder?"
Gu Wulia inquired in a low voice. The second elder, one of the 18 strongest and most mysterious figures within the Gu family, regarded Gu Wulia with a glimmer of insight in his eyes.
This young man has garnered the favor of Qin Jiangzi. He is certainly not ordinary. Moreover, the two individuals accompanying him possess concealed depths. Though I have not clashed with them, I can sense their formidable strength.
Indeed, Gu Wuyi frowned. Although this boy's cultivation level is modest, he is surrounded by such formidable allies. Our spies within Xingyang's sect have relayed intriguing tidings. Lin Feng was merely a child from an ordinary family in the East, having only recently become a disciple of Qin Jiangzi. Yet, it is curious how Qin Jiangzi seems to hold him in high esteem. The two by his side are not from Xingyang's sect, and their origins remain a mystery. It appears this lad is not as simple as he seems. Are you considering taking a gamble on him, Patriarch? The second elder asked. Matters are not so straightforward. This concerns the future of the Gu family. I must tread carefully. Gu Wuyi sighed. The Gu family has labored for many years across the Zhouzhou continent. Although we seem to bask in glory, the reality is that we are riddled with flaws. As for the capital, I suspect numerous infiltrators have entered our domain. We old folks can maintain the current situation for now, primarily due to the deterrent presence of our ancestors. Otherwise, I fear some would have already acted. The second elder understood the implications of Gu Wuyi's words and fell silent as the study fell into a contemplative stillness. In another corner of the Gu family estate, a conspiracy was quietly brewing. Father, I heard that the young man Gu Xian brought today dared to provoke you at the banquet. A young man, richly dressed and bearing a striking resemblance to the second Master Gu, spoke with evident irritation. This individual was Gu Wenchang's only son, Gu Zimo, referring to Lin Feng. Ji Wenchang, Gu Xian's second uncle, narrowed his eyes with coldness. That insolent brat is merely at the late stage of foundational cultivation, flaunting his tongue for a moment of bravado. He is a disciple of Qin Jiangzi and resides within the Gu household. I cannot act against him openly. By the way, what progress has been made on the matter I entrusted to you? At this, Gu Zimo stiffened, replying, Rest assured, father. I have established contact with the Underworld Palace. They are quite intrigued by this affair. Excellent, Gu Wenchang nodded in satisfaction. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Zimo's eyes. That country bumpkin thinks the capital is as remote as Xingyang's sect? In my territory, I shall teach him what it means to respect the rules. Gu Wenchang frowned, warning, Zimo, do not act recklessly before the newcomers' tournament. You must remain composed. Do not jeopardize my grand plans for a trivial matter. Although Gu Zimo felt resentment, he suppressed his anger under his father's stern gaze and nodded, Yes, father. I understand my limits. Seeing this, Gu Wenchang's expression softened slightly. It is good that you understand. Remember, our grand scheme is of utmost importance. That young man is not a cause for concern. When the tournament arrives, it will not be difficult to arrange an opportunity to deal with him. With a sly glimmer in his eyes, Gu Wenchang continued, Furthermore, we may yet utilize him to achieve certain objectives. Gu Zimo's eyes flashed with a fierce determination, yet he refrained from further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement, Yes, father. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding schemes. He continued to engage in light-hearted conversation with Gu Xian in his small courtyard, oblivious to the conspiracy brewing against them. The following morning, Gu Xian arrived at Lin Feng's residence, suggesting they explore the capital together. Lin Feng and his companions were visiting Zhouli capital for the first time, and upon hearing they could venture out, they readily agreed. As the center of the Zhouzhou continent, Zhouli capital was resplendent and bustling. Streets were alive with the ebb and flow of people, the calls of vendors mingling with the laughter of passers-by, and an array of rare spirit beasts and wondrous artifacts flitted before their eyes. Wandering through the vibrant streets of the capital, Zhang Yaozu had never encountered such a lively scene. He marveled at everything, peering curiously to the east and west. Even the typically aloof Fengyaner displayed an unusual glimmer of curiosity, lingering a moment longer at a cosmetic stall. Lin Feng quietly observed, seizing the opportunity to stealthily slip back to the stall while the others were distracted. He soon rejoined them, calling out to Fengyaner, Wait a moment. Then, with a flourish, he produced an assortment of lipsticks and blushes, presenting them to her. Fengyaner was taken aback upon seeing the very items she had admired at the stall moments earlier. Are these for me? She asked, her surprise evident. If I don't give them to you, they would be of no use to me, Lin Feng replied with a playful grin, then casually moved on. Fengyaner cast a glance at his carefree retreat, a smile unexpectedly gracing her lips. She regarded the collection of cosmetics as though she had received a rare treasure, carefully stowing them away. The group continued their leisurely stroll, captivated by the myriad of goods, their spirits lifted as laughter and chatter filled the air. Suddenly, a fast-approaching horse-drawn carriage barreled toward them from the center of the street. Get out of the way.
Move aside, don't block the road, a burly man wielding a whip shouted at them menacingly. Chapter 61 Looking for trouble. As the carriage hurtled towards a group of people, Zhang Yaozu swiftly altered his hand seal, and a formidable earthen wall materialized before the vehicle. Gu Xian, unable to contain himself, called out, but before he could finish his sentence, the coachman, a burly man, failed to evade in time. The carriage collided with the thick, ochre barrier like a colossal boulder, causing the driver to lose his balance and tumble from his mount.
Which blind fool seeks death? How dare you use magic in the Imperial City? Do you not recognize whose carriage this is?
The coachman, struggling to regain his footing, pointed his whip at Zhang Yaozu and the others, his face contorted with arrogance. Lin Feng exchanged knowing glances with Feng Yanner. It was evident that the carriage had deliberately charged at them, indicating that someone was intent on causing them trouble. Blocking the road, we were walking peacefully, and it was your carriage that came barreling towards us like a mad bull.
Although Zhang Yaozu was unaware of the underlying tensions, he could not resist retorting against the coachman's insolence.
At that moment, a young man emerged from the carriage, clad in resplendent robes and adorned with a scholar's cap, his waist cinched by a jade belt. What has transpired, Jingwu? He inquired of the coachman without even lifting his gaze. Young master, it is these impudent ruffians who blocked the way and even used magic to halt the carriage. Jingwu, the coachman, knelt in fear and reported.
Oh? In my Jiuli Imperial City, someone dares to openly wield magical powers?
The young man lifted his head, his eyes landing on Gu Xian, Lin Feng, and the others. He then produced a handkerchief from his attire, delicately covering his nose, his disdainful gaze fleetingly sweeping over Lin Feng and finally resting on Gu Xian. I wondered who had the audacity to obstruct my carriage. It turns out to be Gu's fourth young master. The young man finally recognized Gu Xian, his tone dripping with mockery. What is the matter, Gu Fourth? Have you been away from the capital for so long that you are unaware of the strict prohibition against dueling within the city?
Gu Xian's expression darkened instantly.
Zhang Shiba, I am merely enjoying a stroll with some friends. It was your blind servant who nearly caused harm with his reckless driving, prompting my friend to intervene. Lin Feng shot a cold glance at the young man in luxurious attire.
Who is this effeminate fellow? Who are you calling effeminate? The young man's countenance instantly darkened, a layer of frost enveloping his features as he glared at Lin Feng. There are only a few of us here.
Whoever responds is the one being addressed, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of jest, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well, you country bumpkin, today you shall meet your end. The young man's eyes glinted coldly upon hearing Lin Feng's ridicule. Gu Xian informed Lin Feng, this individual is Jiang Tianxi, the heir of the Duke of Dingyuan, ranked 18th. His mother, a mere concubine, has garnered the Duke's favor since giving birth to him, as the Duke's legitimate wives have yet to produce a son. Consequently, he has been spoiled beyond measure and has grown accustomed to bullying others in the capital. He particularly loathes being called effeminate, so it seems we are in for a difficult time today. Suddenly, a battalion of soldiers clad in full black armor rode onto the scene, all at the golden core stage, led by a commander in silver armor, his demeanor exuding an air of authority, a nascent divinity in his presence. It was rare to encounter a nascent soul practitioner, and Lin Feng, having seen two in the capital within just 2 days, couldn't help but marvel at the city's formidable strength. Upon their arrival, the soldiers quickly surrounded the area, the commander's icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. What is the meaning of this? Who dares to violate the Imperial City's decrees by employing magical powers here? Upon seeing the silver-armored commander, Jiang Tianxi immediately perceived the grim fate awaiting Lin Feng and the others. He hastily stepped forward, exclaiming, Commander Mo, you have arrived just in time. It is these foreign ruffians who not only used spiritual powers in the capital but also frightened my horse.
Quickly apprehend them. Commander Mo cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Tianxi, a flicker of contempt crossing his features. I understand how this matter will be handled is for me to determine. I, Mo, do not require others to dictate my actions. He then turned to Gu Xian, raising a hand and inquiring, Young Master Gu, what is the nature of this conflict with young Master Jiang?
Gu Xian promptly recounted the events that transpired. After listening intently, Commander Mo regarded Lin Feng and the others contemplatively. The Emperor has already issued directives regarding the upcoming grand tournament, and many esteemed guests from various sects will be arriving in the capital. While using magic within the city is indeed a violation of the law, your actions did not escalate to a conflict, and thus may be deemed understandable. We shall not pursue this matter further, but I urge you all to exercise caution in the future. I am Oli, the commander of the Imperial City Escort. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out.
With that, he intended to depart. Jiang Tianxi, hearing that Oli was prepared to let the matter slide, rushed forward, exclaiming, What? Commander Mo, you intend to release these individuals who have breached the city's prohibitions? Commander Mo turned back to Zhang Tianxi.
Do you take issue with my judgment, young master? We have been instructed by His Majesty to treat the esteemed guests of various sects with particular care. It is understandable that newcomers to the capital may be unaware of local regulations. As for you, I have heard numerous accounts of your reckless riding in crowded areas. Should I encounter you again, I will not hesitate to report to His Majesty and see what the Duke of Dingyuan has to say. Seeing that Commander Mo seemed resolute in sparing Lin Feng and the others, Zhang Tianxi ceased further protest. Yet, he glared at Lin Feng and the others with malice. Consider yourselves fortunate today. I will let you off this time, however. Tread carefully within the capital. Should we cross paths again, it will not be so simple.
With that, Zhang Tianxi summoned his carriage and prepared to leave.
Wait, a voice suddenly rang out from behind.
Which effeminate fool thinks he can leave? You injured someone, and your family taught you nothing about manners. Do you not know to apologize?
Commander Mo, who had just prepared to depart with his guards, halted in surprise at Lin Feng's words.
What? Repeat that.
Zhang Tianxi, poised aboard his carriage, wore an expression as dark as thunder, his eyes menacingly fixed on Lin Feng.
What's the matter, effeminate one? Is your hearing impaired? I said, didn't your mother teach you to apologize when you hurt someone?
Lin Feng replied, a playful smile gracing his features. Ah, young man, you are the most arrogant person I have encountered with the lowest cultivation level so far.
Pray tell, what is your name?
Zhang Tianxi, incensed, appeared as though he might explode. Before Zhang Tianxi could finish his sentence, Lin Feng's figure darted before him like a wraith. Slap, slap, slap. A barrage of over 10 resounding slaps landed on Zhang Tianxi's face. It was only after Lin Feng had finished delivering the blows and stepped back that the onlookers began to grasp the shock of what had transpired. Zhang Tianxi, having relied on his status as the Duke of Dingyuan's heir, had only ever bullied others, and he had never before experienced such a humiliating defeat. As his face began to swell, it took him a while to react, finally letting out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig.
Kill him! Kill him!
Commander Mo was equally astonished by Lin Feng's audacity. He had not expected this young man to dare strike out, disregarding the emperor's authority. Moreover, Zhang Tianxi's father was indeed a powerful figure within the Zhou Empire, a nascent soul practitioner in his own right. Although Zhang Tianxi had only managed to reach the golden core stage through the accumulation of countless elixirs, Lin Feng appeared to be merely at the late foundation establishment stage. Yet, the fact that Lin Feng had single-handedly subdued a golden core practitioner without employing spiritual power was utterly unfathomable. Commander Mo observed Zhang Tianxi, whose face now resembled that of a pig, and then glanced at Lin Feng, who seemed completely unfazed. He felt a headache coming on. Serving in the imperial city was fraught with difficulty. Even a single shoe thrown could provoke a host of noble scions and royal relatives. Despite being one of the 4 commanders of the Imperial Guard, both Zhang Tianxi and Gu Xian were individuals he preferred not to offend. Moreover, with the grand tournament approaching and numerous influential factions sending their direct disciples to the capital, it was clear that this young man, Lin Feng, was unperturbed despite knowing Zhang Tianxi's identity. His companions, too, appeared formidable, suggesting that they were not individuals he could afford to antagonize. After much deliberation, Commander Mo made an outrageous decision. He pretended not to notice the scene unfolding before him. All guards, proceed to patrol the eastern district immediately. He turned and led his troops away, leaving Lin Feng and the others in a state of stunned disbelief. Chapter 62 The Curiosities Pavilion. Very well, Lin Feng, I shall remember you, along with you, Gu Laosi and Mo Li. Just wait. Zhang Tianxi, covering half of his swollen face like a pig's head, pointed at Lin Feng and the others.
Yes, what's the matter? Haven't you been beaten enough yet?
Lin Feng feigned raising his hand, causing Zhang Tianxi to instinctively shrink back and hastily climb onto his carriage. The coachman named Jingwu, seeing this, quickly urged the horses onward and fled like the wind. Oh dear, boss, those slaps you just delivered were truly impressive.
At this moment, Zhang Yaozu had completely transformed into Lin Feng's little admirer.
Lin Feng, however, paid no mind to it. This so-called heir was evidently just a pawn in someone else's game. Having just arrived in the imperial capital, he had not offended anyone apart from Gu Eryi of the Gu family. Gu Eryi's intelligence could not possibly be so low as to employ such petty tricks. Knowing well that Lin Feng was a disciple of Qin Jiangzi, therefore, it was clear that others were orchestrating these underhanded maneuvers. Lin Feng's principle had always been that one should not provoke others unless provoked first. However, if they came knocking, one must impart an unforgettable lesson, otherwise, such individuals would swarm around like flies, incessantly pestering you.
Brother, this won't cause you any trouble, will it? Lin Feng inquired of Gu Xian.
Rest assured, this is merely someone attempting to use Jiang Shiba as a pawn, making a fuss over nothing.
There is no need to worry. Come, let me take you around some more, Gu Xian replied with a smile, though a flicker of concern passed through his eyes. The Gu family's grand vessel had weathered many storms over the decades under the stewardship of Gu Wulie, his grandfather. Yet each time, they managed to turn peril into safety. His father, though often labeled a bookworm, appeared soft-spoken and rarely engaged in the family's power struggles. But when his father sent him to Qingyang's sect, did he truly have no ulterior motives? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Gu Xian's mind, only to be interrupted by Zhang Yaozu's exclamation. The Curiosities Pavilion, how magnificent! Before them loomed an awe-inspiring edifice, so towering that it seemed to float in mid-air. Its grandeur was breathtaking. The ancient, intricately carved entrance featured lifelike depictions of various rare and exotic beasts from the 9 provinces continent, yet, Lin Feng found himself captivated by the 3 powerful characters inscribed on the central plaque, Curiosities Pavilion. He scrutinized the characters, sensing an immense pressure emanating from them. Just one glance left him feeling dizzy. How impressive, our brother, who penned this plaque? Lin Feng curiously asked. Oh, did you perceive something intriguing, junior brother? This plaque is said to be inscribed by a friend of our Gu family's ancestor. The characters carry profound meaning. Gazing upon them for long can lead to enlightenment. This is also one of the treasures of the Curiosities Pavilion, Gu Xian explained, secretly impressed that Lin Feng had discerned the plaque's unusual nature. The power of enlightenment? Lin Feng was astonished to learn of the plaque's remarkable effect. Indeed, but it also depends on one's fortune and comprehension. Some have merely cast a fleeting glance and broken through their cultivation bottleneck, while others have lingered for days without any gain, Gu Xian elaborated. Lin Feng nodded, his curiosity about the Curiosities Pavilion piqued even further. The Curiosities Pavilion is a family enterprise and the largest auction house in the 9 provinces. Come, let us explore together, Gu Xian said as they walked. Upon entering the pavilion, the steward at the entrance immediately recognized Gu Xian and greeted him in unison. Inform Steward Qi that I have brought esteemed guests, Gu Xian instructed the steward. Moments later, a rotund middle-aged man wearing a melon seed cap hurriedly approached, breathless as he greeted, "Fourth young master, when did you arrive? Why didn't you inform me in advance?" It's no bother, Steward Qi. This is my junior brother Lin Feng, who has just arrived in the imperial capital. I thought I would show him around, and we happened to pass by, Gu Xian replied. Steward Qi had been introduced to the Gu family over a year ago and quickly showcased his business acumen, managing the Curiosities Pavilion with great efficiency. Gu Xian was quite familiar with him. Before Gu Xian could speak further, Steward Qi had already taken note of Lin Feng and the 3 accompanying him. He was particularly intrigued by the cultivation levels of the man and woman, who appeared to be mere attendants of Lin Feng. Junior brother, this is the current manager of the Curiosities Pavilion, Steward Qi, Gu Xian introduced Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng could respond, Steward Qi's plump hand was already extending towards him. Young Master Lin, it is truly an honor for you to visit. Take your time to browse. If you find anything you like, I will offer you a 20% discount. Alright, Steward Qi, you're sending business to my junior brother now. Let us explore first. By the way, is there an auction today? Gu Xian inquired. Ah, how fortuitous. There is indeed an auction today, and several exceptional items are up for bid. Please follow me, Steward Qi replied, gesturing to a nearby servant, who promptly presented several exquisitely crafted human skin masks. Junior brother, all attendees at the auction wear these masks to alter their appearance and shield themselves from prying eyes. Most people do not wish to reveal their true identities here, which avoids a great deal of trouble, Gu Xian explained as he donned a mask. Such remarkable efficacy? Lin Feng marveled at the seemingly ordinary mask in his hand. Young Master Lin, do not underestimate this mask. It was specially crafted by experts from the Yanqi sect at considerable expense. Once worn, even powerful beings at the transformation realm would find it difficult to discern your true appearance and cultivation level, Steward Qi interjected. Upon understanding this, Lin Feng and the others donned the masks and followed Steward Qi to the auction venue. To their surprise, they did not ascend the stairs but descended instead. It turned out that the auction hall of the Curiosities Pavilion was concealed within a vast underground space. After traversing a long corridor, Lin Feng finally beheld the entirety of the auction hall. The venue was divided into 2 levels. The lower level featured a massive round hall that could accommodate around 1,000 people. Generally, attendees such as Foundation and Golden Core cultivators would sit in the hall, while the auction stage was raised above them. The upper areas of the hall were reserved for high-ranking cultivators or special guests. After being led to a private box on the 2nd floor by Steward Qi, a strikingly beautiful female attendant served them an array of exquisite refreshments. Here, try this spiritual tea from the Curiosities Pavilion.
It can only be found in the northern Shenbing mountain range and is extremely rare. A single cup outside costs 2 mid-grade spirit stones, Gu Xian introduced to Lin Feng and the others. Curious, Lin Feng took a sip. As the tea entered his mouth, a refreshing chill enveloped him, invigorating his senses, and soon transformed into a rich spiritual essence that coursed through his body. Lin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The Curiosities Pavilion's auction hall truly deserved its reputation as the best in the 9 provinces. Even the tea served was of such extraordinary quality. Junior brother, you haven't attended an auction before, have you? You can have some fun today. The spirit stones needed for bidding can be charged to my account, Gu Xian said with a smile. Indeed, this is my first time, Lin Feng replied, expressing gratitude. He had heard of the grandeur of the imperial capital's auctions while at Qingyang Peak. Now, calculating the time, it had been over half a year since he last saw Sister Wanner. However, as previously mentioned, she and the others should have arrived in the imperial capital by now. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the auction hall below, breaking Lin Feng's reverie. What do you mean by that? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Every time I raise the bid, you follow suit, and when I refrain, you remain silent. A slender, one-armed figure abruptly stood up in the auction hall. The person he clashed with appeared much calmer, casually toying with a high-grade beast core he had just won at auction, a faint smile gracing his face. Your words are misguided. The auction is a matter of who bids higher. It is merely a coincidence that we both desire the same item. The one-armed man suddenly spoke fiercely. Dare to contest with the Netherworld Palace for this item? Be careful, you may have your life to claim it but no life to enjoy it. At the mention of the 3 words Netherworld Palace, the auction hall erupted into a clamor, with everyone discussing in hushed tones. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out he was from the Netherworld Palace. However, judging by his demeanor, he seemed no easy foe. After all, this was not the western region. In the imperial capital, dragons and tigers lie hidden, and the outcome was far from certain. The man who had won the beast core showed little change in expression upon hearing the name of the Netherworld Palace. He merely scoffed, stowed the beast core into his storage bag, and ceased further conversation. Could it be him? At that moment, Lin Feng caught sight of the one-armed man's weapon, and suspicion arose within him. Junior brother, do you recognize this person? Gu Xian inquired, observing Lin Feng's reaction with curiosity. No, just reminded of someone. Lin Feng briefly recounted the incident of the Lin family being besieged and saved by Elder Qinglu, omitting the part about Yi Xing's self-defense. After hearing this, Gu Xian cast a glance at the one-armed man below, realizing that if it were indeed him, there was a deep-seated enmity between him and Lin Feng. However, it would be unwise to act within the auction hall. I will certainly assist you in seeking vengeance in the future. Thank you for your kind intentions, brother, but I must deal with him personally. This matter is not urgent. Let him live a few more days, Lin Feng replied, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the one-armed man. The one-armed man seemed to sense the killing intent and looked quizzically towards Lin Feng's box. However, the array in the box obscured his view, preventing him from seeing inside. Just as the one-armed man was consumed by doubt, a cold, feminine voice resonated from the auction stage. Dear guest, regardless of where you come from, you must abide by our rules within the Curiosities Pavilion. For your own safety, I advise you to remain quiet and seated, so as not to disrupt the upcoming auction. The speaker was the auctioneer responsible for this event. Under the lights, she wore a meticulously tailored dark green fitted dress that elegantly accentuated her graceful figure. Her long hair was gently pinned up by a jade hairpin, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone, inspiring infinite imagination. Her aura was akin to a black rose blossoming in the night, both mysterious and enchanting. Her words seemed to possess a certain magic, immediately inciting a wave of cheers. Sit down. What Netherworld Palace? How dare you be arrogant in the imperial capital? What are you doing at an auction without money? Truly disgraceful. Amidst the laughter, the one-armed man could only awkwardly take his seat. All right, everyone, the beautiful auctioneer signaled to her staff, indicating that the auction could proceed. Let us continue with our auction. Chapter 63. The mysterious golden page. The upcoming auction items are all rare treasures from the 9 provinces continent, some of which have never even been heard of before. Even the exquisite refining material, the rare silver gifted to Lin Feng by Qing Yangzi, makes an appearance at this auction. Although it is merely a small piece, significantly smaller than what his master had previously gifted him, it still incites fervent bidding from the crowd. Ultimately, that small piece of rare silver is sold for a staggering price of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and the fortunate winner carefully accepts the treasure, hastily disappearing into the night through the back door of the Qijin Pavilion after handing over the spirit stones. After all, once one steps out of the Chijan pavilion, safety is no longer guaranteed. While the use of spells is prohibited within the imperial capital, many are still willing to take risks for the sake of treasures. As the auction progresses and items are sold one after another, it gradually approaches its conclusion. At this moment, the auctioneer, a graceful woman, gently adjusts her hair and slowly speaks, "Ladies and gentlemen, only 3 items remain for tonight's auction. To save time, we have decided to present them all at once." She pauses for effect before continuing, "Due to their uniqueness, we have decided to set no starting bid for these 3 items. The highest bidder shall take them." Upon hearing this, murmurs of curiosity ripple through the audience. What could these items be that have no starting bid? The woman smiles slightly, her voice possessing an alluring resonance. "Allow me to introduce the first of tonight's final 3 items. An unnamed beast hide." As her words fall, the audience lapses into silence. Shortly thereafter, a maid cautiously approaches the stage, holding a tray upon which lies what appears to be an ordinary piece of beast skin. "What is this? Is it not just a tattered hide?" The crowd begins to murmur, clearly dismissive of the seemingly lifeless piece of hide. Observing their reactions, the auctioneer smiles gently. "It is precisely because our Chijan pavilion could not identify the type of beast this hide belongs to that it is deemed so precious. Moreover, this hide remains intact despite having been struck by one of our pavilion's offerings at the god transformation stage." At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly resonates within Linfeng. "Linfeng, you must bid on this. It is of utmost importance to you." Linfeng's heart leaps with joy. "Yiling, you are awake?" Beside him, Gu Xian, noticing Linfeng's sudden outburst, curiously inquires, "Junior brother, what is the matter?" Feng Yener, having overheard Linfeng's words, glances at him and, utilizing a secret transmission, asks, "Has Sister Yiling awakened?" Linfeng nods and turns his gaze back to the auction stage, as the audience awaits the unveiling of the next 2 items. Next, a maid presents a securely sealed square box. After a formation master meticulously sets up a sealing array, the lid is slowly lifted, revealing a golden fruit the size of a chicken egg lying quietly within. "I trust you have all noticed that we have employed a special storage method to maximize the preservation of the spirit energy within this spirit god fruit." The woman's enchanting voice echoes through the auction hall. "My heavens, is this the legendary spirit god fruit?" An elderly man gasps, his voice filled with astonishment. Such a divine object appearing at an auction is simply unfathomable. Another person exclaims, disbelief evident in their tone. Linfeng, intrigued, turns to Gu Xian and asks, "Senior brother, what exactly is the spirit god fruit?" Gu Xian regards him with a peculiar expression. "Junior brother, have you never heard of the spirit god fruit? Its most miraculous effect lies in its ability to assist Golden Core stage cultivators in successfully breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Many cultivators, upon attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage, have failed due to the erosion of their inner demons. However, if one consumes a spirit god fruit at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, it significantly increases the success rate of entering the nascent soul stage." Linfeng, upon hearing this, suddenly comprehends why the crowd is so agitated. "Alright, enough dawdling, let us see the 3rd item," someone impatiently urges. The woman glances at the instigator, smiles faintly, and replies unhurriedly, "In fact, the 3rd item has already been presented before you." The audience, puzzled, looks around but sees nothing unusual. "Please direct your attention above." The woman softly claps her hands, signaling everyone to look up. As a black cloth is slowly drawn back, a massive beast skeleton is revealed, emanating an overwhelming aura from the primordial past. The entire auction hall is engulfed in a powerful pressure, the enormous bone spanning nearly half the size of the hall itself, leaving one to wonder just how colossal the creature once was. Feng Yener gasps in shock, exclaiming, "This is the skeleton of the golden-winged Great Pang." At the same moment, a small girl in a box opposite them stands up in astonishment. "What is it, miss?" An oddly featured old man beside her inquires with surprise. "I suddenly sensed the presence of the ancient true phoenix," the girl responds, her expression filled with confusion. "Could it be a mistake? How could an ancient true phoenix appear in the imperial capital? It must be due to the golden-winged Great Pang," the elder asserts. "No, I distinctly felt it." The girl slowly sits down, her face reflecting uncertainty. At this juncture, the woman's voice resounds once more. "This is the final item of today's auction. According to the evaluation of several elders from our Chijan pavilion, this is a segment of the legendary ancient divine beast, the golden-winged Great Pang's wing skeleton." As her words fall, the auction hall is enveloped in a profound silence. The ancient divine beasts are beings of unimaginable significance. Even merely a segment of their skeleton emanates an awe-inspiring pressure. At that moment, in a box across from Linfeng, a curtain is drawn back, and a crisp voice questions, "May I ask from whence this item was acquired?" The woman glances upward, a flicker of profound meaning in her eyes. "Esteemed guest, the Chixian Pavilion has regulations that prohibit us from disclosing the identities of our clients or the origins of the items.
Here, everything is determined by the auction.
This item was clearly stolen from my demon domain. Not if I find out who is responsible, I shall see to it they are utterly destroyed.
The voice from the second floor rings out again, filled with fury and menace.
The woman remains unfazed, still smiling as she responds to this esteemed guest. How you handle personal grievances is beyond my purview, but within the Chixian Pavilion, everything is determined by the auction.
The highest bidder takes it, that is our rule.
With no further response from above, the woman shifts her gaze back to the audience.
Well then, since all three items have been presented, let us commence the auction.
We shall begin with the first item, the unnamed beast hide. Please feel free to place your bids. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart begins to race. Just moments ago, Yi Ling had distinctly awakened, urging him to acquire this beast hide. Although he remains uncertain of its purpose, he is resolute in his intent to secure it. He promptly turns to Gu Xian and inquires, "Senior brother, could you lend me some spirit stones? I have a keen interest in this beast hide, and I shall return the favor after the auction concludes." "Of course, feel free to bid as you wish. I'll have a word with Butler Qi afterwards." Gu Xian readily agrees. Chapter 64 of The Charming Auctioneer. As the auction concluded, Steward Qi accompanied the enchanting auctioneer into the private chamber of Lin Feng and his companions. The lady gracefully bowed to Gu Xian and then presented a meticulously packaged brocade box to Lin Feng with both hands. "Congratulations, young master, on your visit to the Rare Treasures Pavilion. This is the item you bid on. Please take a moment to examine it.as for the required spirit stones for the auction. Young Master Xian has already given instructions, so there is no need for you to make any payment." Her voice flowed like a gentle spring breeze, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. Initially, Lin Feng had not scrutinized her closely. He had not felt anything special. However, with her now standing beside him at such proximity, he understood why she was able to serve as an auctioneer in the so-called premier auction house of the Zhou continent. In terms of appearance alone, she was indeed among the finest in this land. Her alluring charm was perfectly balanced with an air of dignity. "My name is Jiqing. Should you require anything in the future, I welcome you to visit the Rare Treasures Pavilion anytime. I assure you that I will offer you the most favorable prices." Jiqing's voice possessed an irresistible charm, enveloping one like a warm spring breeze, evoking a desire to listen intently. However, Lin Feng, having practiced the mind-dispersing technique, was acutely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Upon realizing his momentary distraction, he quickly regained his composure.
"Miss Jiqing, you must have cultivated some form of mental energy technique, have you not?"
Lin Feng inquired, gazing into her captivating eyes with a playful smile. "Oh, it appears you have seen through me," she replied, slightly embarrassed. Her cultivation indeed focused on mental energy techniques, and there were those whose resolve faltered merely from her two uttered phrases. This was precisely why she held the esteemed position of chief auctioneer at the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Although this young man before her possessed modest cultivation, he remained entirely unaffected by her influence and had discerned her secret at a glance. Seeing that her secret was revealed, Jiqing chose to be candid. "How reckless!" "Jiqing, these are the guests of the fourth young master," Steward Qi interjected, having observed the exchange keenly, and hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Not to worry," Lin Feng waved his hand. "However, I do have a request." "I possess some surplus elixirs and magical artifacts that I would like to have auctioned at the Rare Treasures Pavilion. The proceeds, after your commission, will be used to offset the expenses my senior brother has covered on my behalf." With that, Lin Feng retrieved a collection of elixirs and magical artifacts from his storage pouch.
Both Steward Qi and Jiqing widened their eyes in astonishment. "Are these the 7th grade elixirs, and a millennium-old Earth Heart Lotus?"
Steward Qi exclaimed, his excitement evident as he stumbled over his words. He quickly instructed his attendant, "Hurry, fetch the Grand Elder." However, as if remembering something, he amended, "No, I shall go personally." Turning to Lin Feng, he clasped his fists and said, "Young Master Lin, the treasures you have presented are truly extraordinary. I must personally escort them to the Grand Elder for a thorough appraisal." "Please, Steward Qi, go ahead. I will await your return," Lin Feng replied with a calm smile. Steward Qi then carefully cradled the treasures and hurriedly exited. Gu Xian did not exhibit excessive surprise, yet he acknowledged that his junior brother had kept many secrets. Although he could assist with the 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones, it was still a considerable expenditure. No wonder Lin Feng had been so extravagant in acquiring that beast skin. He had evidently already devised a plan for subsequent dealings. Feng Yanner, aside from displaying a hint of surprise upon the appearance of the golden-winged rock's remained quietly seated beside them.
As for Zhang Yaozu, he had already developed a blind admiration for Lin Feng, believing that even if Lin Feng claimed to vanquish a nascent soul expert one day, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility in his eyes. Only Lei Ren felt a pang of regret, lamenting that these treasures had been painstakingly collected by him over many years, yet this spendthrift youth had swiftly squandered a considerable portion of them. Jiqing stayed behind to serve tea to the guests. A moment later, the plump steward Qi entered alongside a deep-featured, white-haired elder.
May I inquire who was the owner of these treasures? The elder asked in a solemn tone.
It is I, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly.
Is there something amiss with my treasures?
Dear guest, you are overly concerned, the elder quickly clarified. I have served as the Grand Elder at the Rare Treasures Pavilion for many years, having encountered countless treasures, yet I have never laid eyes on such rare items as those in your possession. I have a humble request, the elder continued earnestly. Should you have any other treasures to auction in the future, please consider the Rare Treasures Pavilion as your first choice. We are willing to waive all commission fees and ensure that you receive a satisfactory price.
Ah, I see, Lin Feng chuckled lightly.
The commission must still be honored. My bond with my senior brother is profound, so I naturally prioritize collaboration with the Rare Treasures Pavilion. The elder, hearing Lin Feng's words, bowed respectfully to both Lin Feng and Gu Xian, then slowly withdrew. To earn such regard from the Grand Elder, young Master Lin is indeed the first of his kind in many years, Jiqing remarked, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, we have completed the appraisal of the items you entrusted for auction, Steward Qi said, eagerly presenting a detailed list. Among the items were 2 7th-grade elixirs, 3 6th-grade elixirs, 1 millennium-old earth heart lotus, and several other thousand-year herbs, all meticulously outlined on the list. Lin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance before tucking the list away.
With Steward Qi handling the arrangements, I am assured, he inquired, when can we expect these items to be auctioned?
Leave this matter to us, Steward Qi replied with a smile. 7th-grade elixirs and millennium herbs are seldom seen. With the upcoming new talent competition gathering various forces in the imperial capital, we shall take this opportunity to disseminate the news, surely fetching a price that will leave you satisfied. Then I shall trouble you, Steward Qi. Lin Feng gathered the brocade box and departed the Rare Treasures Pavilion alongside Gu Xian and the others.
Steward Qi and Jiqing escorted them to the entrance, watching until their figures faded from view. Steward Qi, what are your thoughts on this individual? Jiqing inquired. The tranquility of the Zhozhou continent will not last long.
As long as we fulfill our mission, all will be well, Steward Qi replied with a subtle smile that hinted at deeper complexities.
Other matters need not concern us.
Lin Feng, this person possesses intriguing qualities, Jiqing mused, casting one last glance in the direction Lin Feng and his companions had departed before turning back into the depths of the Rare Treasures Pavilion.
Chapter 65 Trouble approaches. Upon the arrival of Gu Xian and Lin Feng at the Gu residence, they were greeted by a throng of people gathered at the entrance. In addition to Gu Xian's second uncle, Gu Wenchang, and a middle-aged woman, there was also Jiang Tianzi, who had been thoroughly beaten into a pulp by Lin Feng at the market today, and Commander Emoli, who stood off to the side with a retinue. The scene was quite lively. Prince Consort, is this the manner of conduct exhibited by your Gu family disciples? How do you intend to explain to my lord the state in which you have left my son Tianzi? A woman exclaimed, her face contorted with rage as she directed her fury at Gu Wenchang. Please, madam, calm your anger. This is indeed a misunderstanding. The one who harmed the heir bears no relation to my Gu family. He is merely a disciple from the Qingyang sect, temporarily lodging at my home, Gu Wenchang replied, his expression one of contrition. Regardless of your family's involvement, surrender the culprit at once. I demand to see who could be so heartless as to leave my son in such a state. At that moment, Jiang Tianzi spotted Lin Feng and the others returning. It was him, mother. This is the very person who injured me. Jiang Tianzi declared with a triumphant grin. Flee, why would I run?
Lin Feng retorted nonchalantly, taking a few steps forward, causing Jiang Tianzi to instinctively retreat behind the crowd in fear. Seeing Lin Feng's audacity, the woman sneered, where did this wild brat come from? He truly knows no bounds, mistaking the imperial capital for your rural backwater. Commander Mo, are you daft? The criminal is right before us.
Why do you not take him into custody?
Emoli glanced at the woman, then at Lin Feng, contemplating how this woman truly believed others to be soft targets, unaware that she might be challenging an iron wall. Madame Zhang, our imperial capital guard is directly commanded by His Majesty, not your Dinyuan Marquis's personal guards. Furthermore, His Majesty has instructed us to attend to the guests of the various sects during the new talent competition. This young man has not violated any laws of the imperial capital.
Why should I apprehend him?
Emoli stated calmly. Linfone looked at Emoli in surprise. Emoli, with a resigned nod, conveyed that he could only do so much. Very well, an admirable Imperial Capital Guard, an impressive commander. Mo. I shall remember this. If you refuse to act, my Marquis' residence shall handle this matter ourselves. Clearly enraged by Emoli's demeanor, the woman turned to two middle-aged men dressed as guards from the Marquis' estate. Jiang Hu, Jiang Bao, seize this unruly brat. The two were the Dingyuan Marquis guards, skilled in combined attack techniques. Lei Ring glanced at them and said to Linfone, brother, both of them are at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, you should step back and let me handle this. Upon hearing this, Linfone immediately moved behind Lei Run. Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao exchanged glances and unleashed their mid-stage nascent soul powers, merging their energies into a formidable yellow dragon that roared toward Lei Ren. Unfazed by the approaching yellow dragon, Lei Ren performed a series of hand seals and chanted a secret incantation. Instantly, two streams of black and white light erupted from his hands, swirling around him like two agile fish, which began to spin faster and faster, forming a vortex of spiritual energy before him. Reverse the universe! Lei Ren shouted, and as the yellow dragon collided with the vortex of spiritual energy formed by the fish, it was drawn into the whirlpool and redirected back toward Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao. Not good. The two men's faces turned pale in alarm. The combined power of their mid-stage nascent soul strike was immense, and the reversal had amplified its strength even further. Even if they could barely withstand it, the woman and Jiang Tianzi behind them would surely not escape unscathed. Just as the yellow dragon was about to engulf them, a thunderous roar split the heavens, reverberating through the air. Humph, who dares to harm my wife and child? With that booming voice, a figure akin to an iron tower materialized before the crowd. His battle armor still adorned him, and with a mere sweep of his arm, the towering yellow dragon dissipated like smoke. Marquis! Father! The woman and Jiang Tianzi's faces transformed from fear to elation upon seeing him. Greetings, Marquis! Greetings, Dingyuan Marquis! The Dingyuan Marquis surveyed the scene, his gaze finally landing coldly on Emoli. I will hold Commander Xing accountable for today's events. For now, this is a private matter for my Dingyuan Marquis' residence, and you may take your leave. Emoli, casting a helpless glance at Linfone, returned the salutation to the Dingyuan Marquis and led his retinue away. Meanwhile, deep within the Gu residence, two individuals quietly observed the unfolding events. Master, the Dingyuan Marquis has always doted on his only son. Today, that boy is likely in peril. Should we intervene? One elder inquired. No need, the elder replied solemnly. With such a commotion, the notable figures in the imperial capital must have already received word. If they cannot resolve even this matter, it suggests that Qingyang sect does not care much for this boy. How can I trust the future of Suan and the Gu family to him? As Emoli and his team departed, the armored Dingyuan Marquis finally turned his attention to Linfone and the others. You dare to insult my son and now seek to take the lives of my wife and child? Linfone stepped forward, sheltering his companions behind him, and met the Dingyuan Marquis' gaze fearlessly. And what of it? Is it only permissible for your Marquis' household to trample others while others cannot retaliate? Is it acceptable for your family to harm others but not for others to defend themselves against your kin? Ha 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 ha. I have not heard a jest so fine in ages, young man. It has been long since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. However, I admire your courage. To avoid accusations of bullying, I shall offer you two choices: kneel before my son and apologize, or take a strike from me. If you survive, I shall let you go. From the moment the powerful aura of the Dingyuan Marquis enveloped the area, Linfone had already contemplated every possible means to counter him. The disparity in realms was too great. His soul-frightening technique would have little effect. An ambush was out of the question. The Thunder God / might be worth a try, and given the circumstances, he had no choice but to gamble everything. With that thought, Linfone activated the thunderous nine heavens to its utmost limit, preparing his super number 2 hand grenade in the golden light cord. What's this? You refuse to kneel? Then prepare to die. The Dingyuan Marquis regarded Linfone with the disdain reserved for an insect, casually thrusting a virtual golden spear infused with the overwhelming might of the transformation realm toward the group. Watch out! Lei Ren shouted, his body radiating with golden light as he invoked the Steel Heaven and Change Earth technique, transmuting his hand into a golden disc to meet the oncoming golden spear. The spear's momentum was momentarily halted by the disc, but within 3 seconds, a sharp crack echoed as the disc shattered, sending Lei Ren flying, his aura severely diminished. At that moment, a massive phoenix shadow surged into the air, emitting a piercing cry that echoed like thunder. It was enveloped in flickering lightning, its enormous body lunging toward the golden spear, erupting in a blaze of scorching phoenix flames and dazzling lightning as it collided with the spear head-on.
An ancient phoenix, why does it possess lightning attributes as well? The elder Gu Wulia, hidden deep within the Gu residence, watched this spectacle with disbelief in his eyes. The collision unleashed a deafening roar, with the illusory golden spear seemingly unable to withstand such a ferocious impact, shattering into countless fragments that vanished into the ether. However, the disparity in strength stemming from their vast difference in realms was unmistakable. The massive phoenix shadow emitted a mournful cry. Though it had successfully intercepted the spear, it sustained severe injuries. Its colossal form was violently thrust aside, revealing the staggering figure of Feng Yanan, who staggered, blood trickling from her mouth, a clear indication of her grievous wounds. The Dingyuan Marquis, irked that his attack had failed to eliminate Lin Feng, promptly conjured an even more solid golden spear and aimed it directly at Lin Feng. "Stop! Quickly, cease this! Junior brother!" Several urgent voices rang out simultaneously, and in the next instant, two auras of the transformation realm, a blue and a red, swiftly entwined around the spear. Seeing this, the Dingyuan Marquis altered his hand seals, causing the golden spear to split into two. One of the halves cleverly circumvented the blue and red auras, continuing its trajectory toward Lin Feng. Heavenly Dao shines brightly, righteous energy flows. Gu Xian, witnessing the dire situation, invoked the most potent defensive technique of the Gu family, the righteous energy technique. A massive golden book inscribed with characters materialized before Lin Feng, radiating dazzling golden light that repelled the assault of the golden spear. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the golden book shattered. Gu Xian's eyes widened in horror, desperately attempting to conjure a second defense, but it was too late. The massive spearhead had already breached the golden book, now poised right before Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's thunder armor activated instantaneously, the thunderous power of his thunder pill fully channeled into the armor, rendering it almost tangible. He fixed his gaze on the incoming golden spear, using the golden light gourd alongside the thunder armor to absorb the brunt of the attack. The golden light gourd was incredibly resilient, and for a time, the spear's tip could not pierce through. However, under the immense might, the thunder armor held for a few seconds before ultimately shattering, the overwhelming force propelling Lin Feng back several hundred meters, blood spurting from his mouth, his garments torn to shreds, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. Dingyuan Marquis, how can you so blatantly disregard your status and bully the weak? Do you truly believe my Qingyang sect is without defenders? The blue aura that had intervened belonged to Elder Qingfu of the Qingyang sect. She stood resolutely before Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, poised to confront the Dingyuan Marquis. The Dingyuan Marquis' expression darkened as he replied, "This person first insulted my son and then sought to harm my wife and child. Is it wrong for me to discipline him?" Seeing that he had failed to eliminate Lin Feng and that reinforcements from the Qingyang sect had arrived, the Dingyuan Marquis recognized that further hostilities were futile. Hold. Let me speak. This matter involves fault on both sides and has not resulted in any fatalities. I suggest we let it go, Gu Wulia interjected, sensing the tension escalating between the two parties. Elder Qingfu cast a glance at Lin Feng, noting his disheveled state but concluding that his life was not in danger. She felt a measure of relief. In the heart of the imperial capital, instigating a significant conflict with members of the royal family was ill-advised, particularly given that the Dingyuan Marquis' cultivation was slightly superior to hers. With Gu Wulia now intervening for peace, it seemed that a confrontation was unlikely. Thus, she shot a cold glare at the Dingyuan Marquis, stating icily, "This matter, I will certainly seek justice for my junior brother from the Marquis." The Dingyuan Marquis, aware of his own culpability, understood that persisting in this dispute would be futile. He waved his hand dismissively, casting one last cold glance at Lin Feng before turning to depart with his retinue. At that moment, Lin Feng struggled to rise, his eyes gleaming with determination as he firmly addressed the Dingyuan Marquis. "Dingyuan Marquis, the humiliation you inflicted upon me today with that spear will not be forgotten. One day, I shall come to reclaim my honor." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Dingyuan Marquis' footsteps faltered slightly. Without turning back, he coldly replied, "Very well, I shall await your arrival." With that, he whisked Zhang Tianzi and the woman away in a flash of light. Once the Dingyuan Marquis and his entourage vanished from sight, Lin Feng gritted his teeth against the pain and managed to stand. He hurried to check on Feng Yanan and Lei Ren, worry etched across his face. "Feng Yanan, Lei Ren, are you both alright?" Though both had sustained significant injuries, they had fortunately survived. The three exchanged relieved smiles, helping each other to their feet. Chapter 66, The Coming Storm. At this moment, two figures hurriedly approached Lin Feng, their faces etched with anxiety and concern. "Xiao Feng, are you alright? Senior sister?" Lin Feng squinted, recognizing the long-lost Lin Wanner and Zhang Yunyao. "What brings you here?" "We were in the vicinity with Master," Lin Wanner explained. "Master sensed the spiritual fluctuations of a transformation realm expert in this area, so we came to investigate. I never expected to encounter you here." It had been a year since they last met, and Lin Wanner had matured even further in that time. Seeing Lin Feng in such a disheveled state intensified her worry.
I'm fine, senior sister. Thanks to Elder Qingfu's timely arrival, otherwise the consequences would have been dire.
Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Elder Qingfu.
Even if I hadn't arrived, you are within the Gu family's territory.
With the Gu family head present, he surely would not have stood idly by, Elder Qingfu remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Gu Wulia. Greetings, Elder Qingfu, Gu Xian said, his face pale as he bowed to Elder Qingfu, clearly drained from recently deploying the golden talisman. However, such a confrontation was beyond his capability to intervene. Gu Wulia understood the implications of Elder Qingfu's words, a hint of awkwardness crossing his features. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, he stepped forward and said, Elder Qingfu, it is rare for you to visit the Gu residence. Please, let us take a moment to rest and allow me to extend my hospitality. Having said that, he turned to Gu Xian and instructed, Xianer, why are you still dawdling? Quickly invite your master and your junior siblings into the residence. Gu Xian hesitated for a moment, then said to Elder Qingfu, Master, since you have come to the imperial capital, please do come in and sit for a while.
Observing Gu Xian's dilemma, Elder Qingfu thought that refusing would seem rather ungracious.
Thus, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, it is indeed rare for the Gu family head to be so hospitable, we shall impose upon you. Gu Daoyu, please, she added, and with that, she and Gu Wulia entered the Gu residence, one after the other. Gu Xian's face brightened at her response, and he hurried to assist Lin Feng, with everyone following suit into the Gu residence. Once everyone was seated, servants promptly presented fragrant tea. Gu Wulia took a sip, glanced at Elder Qingfu, and remarked, Elder Qingfu, your visit to the imperial capital must surely be to witness the upcoming grand competition for newcomers.
Indeed, Elder Qingfu confirmed, but then shifted the topic.
Additionally, I am here on behalf of a friend to investigate certain matters.
The Gu family's commerce network spans across the 9 provinces. Might you have noticed any unusual whispers recently? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Wulia's eyes as he replied solemnly, What does Elder Qingfu imply?
I have not heard of any unusual news lately. That is rather peculiar, even someone as well informed as you has not heard a word, Elder Qingfu said, casting a meaningful glance behind Gu Wulia. My current journey was to a territory belonging to an old acquaintance, where a mysterious spatial rift has inexplicably appeared. Alone, he finds it difficult to seal this rift, hence he invited me and several friends to assist. It is said that in the past year, there have been sightings of such rifts in remote areas across the 9 provinces.
Is it merely coincidental? Has Gu Daoyu heard nothing of this?
Gu Wulia's face remained impassive as he slowly set down his teacup and responded gravely, so this is the unusual matter Elder Qingfu speaks of. However, past spatial rifts have generally been caused by unstable spiritual energy. Once stability is restored, they will naturally heal without causing great turmoil. Could this occurrence be different? Elder Qingfu smiled slightly but did not elaborate, instead rising to prepare to depart.
Since Gu Daoyu is unaware, I shall not impose further.
Our meeting today has sufficed. I owe the Gu family a debt of gratitude for your assistance.
She then turned to Lin Wanner, instructing, Lin Feng will find it inconvenient at the Gu residence.
Take him to the Julong Hotel on West Street of the 9 provinces, that is where my Qingyang sect stays in the imperial capital. Understood, Master, Lin Wanner replied obediently before departing. Gu Wulia, seeing no need to prolong their stay, personally escorted Elder Qingfu and her companions to the gate before turning back into the residence. After seeing them off, Gu Wulia returned to the hall, where Gu Xian had been dispatched to ensure that Lin Feng and the others reached the inn safely. At this moment, from behind the curtains in the hall, emerged the second elder of the Gu family's 18th generation.
Master, what do you think? The second elder inquired. Spatial rifts, divine artifacts surfacing, ancient demon plans, could this all be mere coincidence?
I cannot predict what will unfold, but it is certain that many individuals have become restless, including those within our Gu family. I fear we may have invited numerous opportunists in the past year.
Gu Wulia's expression remained unchanged as he stated, Is that why you suggested relinquishing the position of family head now, to flush out those internal dissidents? Let us wait a little longer.
It won't be long, however. If that day truly comes, I will not hesitate to act for the greater good, even if it means turning against my own kind. I will not allow any traitors to emerge from my Gu family, Gu Wulia declared with unwavering resolve. Seeing Gu Wulia's steadfast determination, the second elder refrained from further comment. As night deepened, the hall of the Gu residence returned to tranquility, yet within this calm, the vast estate seemed shrouded in an intricate web of conspiracy, an atmosphere akin to the heaviness before a tempest. Meanwhile, in a secluded room of an inn at another corner of the imperial capital, Lin Feng sat alone by the window, his gaze fixed intently on the radiant full moon hanging outside. The moonlight flowed like water, yet Lin Feng's heart was anything but serene. He lowered his head to inspect his body, which had barely survived the thunderous strike from a transformation realm expert, teetering on the brink of life and death. The excruciating pain felt as though his very bones had been disassembled and reassembled. Transformation realm experts could already begin to mimic certain elemental forces of the world. Lin Feng had witnessed the true might of such forces with the golden giant in the Thunder Marsh. Fortunately, Lin Feng's body had been tempered by the sun flame and further strengthened during the spiritual tide. Had it not been for that, even with the combined efforts of his allies to mitigate the overwhelming force of the Duke of Dingyuan's strike, and the protection of talismans like the Golden Light Gourd, he would have inevitably succumbed to a fate of being utterly shattered. "Your life is remarkably resilient," a cool voice echoed in the stillness, tinged with both mockery and admiration. To Lin Feng, this voice was like celestial music. He fought through the pain enveloping his body and sprang up from his chair. The figure before him gradually came into focus, her familiar black gown appearing particularly mysterious and elegant under the moonlight. The woman who haunted his dreams had manifested before him at this very moment. Chapter 67. Testing Night Spirit. You have finally awakened. Lin Feng was overjoyed to see Night Spirit truly appearing before him. Night Spirit gazed at Lin Feng with a radiant smile. The graceful figure, which had been resting against the window frame, leapt down with an elegant flourish. The last time, aiding that little phoenix bird in its rebirth had taken a considerable toll, hence her prolonged slumber. "However, I never anticipated that within your body, a thunder pill would unexpectedly form in the Thunder Marsh. What is so remarkable about this thunder pill?" Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. "For cultivators, upon achieving the golden pill, the soul resides within it. When the nascent soul stage is reached, the golden pill shatters, and the soul contracts into the sea of qi, forming the nascent soul and gaining a second life.